In the realm of the Mystery Lord fanfiction, the tale unfolds around the protagonist, Abner, a traveler who arrives in a world tainted by extraordinary characteristics. He relies on his extraordinary ability, the pure white eye, to gradually evolve. His arrival occurs 1 month prior to Zhou Mingrui's descent from the Source Fortress to Tianjin. Initially, the protagonist embarks on the path of the reader. Chapter 1. Arrival. The Kingdom of Ruin, the bustling metropolis of Backland. This vibrant city is bisected by the Tasik River, which flows southeast into the sea, connected by the Backland Bridge and ferries, and boasts a population exceeding 5 million, making it one of the most prosperous cities on the continent, perhaps even without competition. At this moment, in a dim alleyway of this grand metropolis, a young man lies crouched in the shadows. He bears no visible injuries, yet his expression is grotesquely contorted, as if he is enduring immense agony. Lubo, struggling to dispel the incessant buzz resonating in his mind, laboriously opens his eyes, only to behold the grand arch of the Backland Bridge spanning the Tasik River. Above him, and high in the night sky, a crimson full moon, the Scarlet Moon. The Kingdom of Ruin. Backland. Fragments of chaotic memories surged through Lubo's mind, and after a brief moment, he sensed a semblance of strength returning to his body, allowing him to steady himself. Against the wall, he glanced down at his hands, which clearly did not belong to him, and with a bitter smile, murmured to himself, "I have traversed dimensions. The Kingdom of Ruin. Backland? Ah, the familiar name suggests I have landed in the world of the esteemed author, Squid's Mystery Lord. This is truly not a place to look forward to. This body I now inhabit is named Abner Brennan, barely 18 years of age, still a student at a public school. Due to a lapse in consciousness, I inadvertently fell from the Backland Bridge, leading to my dimensional travel. As for the reason for my disorientation, it seems to stem from a tumultuous family upheaval. Wait, that doesn't seem quite right. This gem, could it be the extraordinary characteristic that crystallizes after the death of an extraordinary being? So, the original owner's demise was tied to an extraordinary event? No, perhaps it was merely the encroachment of extraordinary characteristics that led to his death. Recalling that the original Abner had carried this gem close to him for nearly a week, Lubo's eyelids twitched, and while silently mourning the original's ignorance, he hastily retrieved an iron cigarette case from another pocket, discarded the last 2 cigarettes within, and cautiously placed the blue gem inside. Throughout his journey, Lubo remained on edge, for he had not fully assimilated the original's memories, compounded by the hazy days the former had experienced. He was unaware of the precise date following his arrival, fearing encounters with the assassins, demons, and cultists of the original Mystery Lord narrative. This modest dwelling was not expansive, with a weekly rent of 4 souls. Thus the furnishings were minimal: a bed, a chair, a bedside table, and a half-gen-length mirror affixed to the wall. Grateful to Emperor Roselle, whose improvements in craftsmanship had significantly lowered the cost of glass manufacturing, Lubo reflected that without such advancements, even this mirror might not exist. Lighting the candle on the bedside table, Lubo took a moment to gather his thoughts, alleviating the persistent fog in his mind since his arrival. He then retrieved the blue gem from the cigarette case, examining it intently before muttering, "I wonder what path this aligns with. Which sequence does this extraordinary characteristic belong, and what residual effects might its encroachment have on my current body?" As he pondered this, he suddenly felt a surge in his focus and analytical capabilities, as though his mind had transformed into a high-speed computing machine, processing streams of data. Within mere seconds, an excruciating pain enveloped his head, prompting Lubo to scream and collapse to the ground. Before losing consciousness, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of his reflection in the half-gen-length mirror. It revealed a young man with brown curls, yet his eyes had turned completely white, as if the pupils had vanished. Meanwhile, in the depths of the St. Wind Cathedral in the Jud district, a member of the Punishment Order was reporting to his captain. "Captain, Old Reed discovered the body of Enroué in a refuse heap in the Bridge district. He was in a poor state following last week's battle in the outskirts, having been randomly teleported by a cultist sealing artifact, and was subsequently killed by someone." The captain's face darkened with evident anger as he interjected, "Did you manage to commune with the spirit? Do you know who was responsible?" The team member sighed, his expression somber. "We were too late to find Enroué's body, and it had been discarded by a few vagrants into the refuse heap, leaving little spiritual essence remaining. Thus, the communion yielded little clarity. However, our keeper of knowledge deduced from the clues that he likely encountered members of the East District Gang while gravely wounded and was robbed and murdered." "Captain." When Lubo regained consciousness, he displayed no signs of confusion. Instead, he calmly retrieved a pocket watch from his breast pocket to check the time, pondering, I have been unconscious for nearly 6 hours. That it seems my traversal has come with a golden finger, albeit one that induces a forced slumber for 6 hours after merely 3 to 4 seconds of usage. Surely, this must be gilded. He then gazed into the half-gen length mirror, noting that his eyes had returned to a pale blue, yet he could not forget the pure white pupils he had seen before losing consciousness. He couldn't help but self-gen deprecate. What is this? Is it akin to the Byakugan from Naruto? In terms of insight, it is somewhat comparable, but the duration is woefully short. Well, given the aesthetic of this world, I shall simply name it the pure white eye. Though he jested, Lu Bo understood that this ability, which he had dubbed the pure white eye, was indeed formidable, for in those fleeting seconds, he had already gleaned substantial benefits. Instinctively, he took out paper and pen to summarize these advantages in Chinese. The first ability of the pure white eye is to enhance my memory and memory processing capabilities. In that brief moment, I not only absorbed all of Abner's memories, but also recalled the knowledge and literature I had encountered before my traversal. This is a treasure to speak of anything else. The potion recipes and ritual incantations from Mystery Lord alone are priceless. Although I have read this novel countless times, memorizing potion recipes was beyond my capability. Yet now the pure white eye has revived these memory assets absolutely. Marvelous, however, once I exit the state of the pure white eye, these memories will gradually distort, necessitating swift review. To retain them, it seems knowledge pertaining to demigods and higher is particularly prone to rapid forgetfulness, especially any information regarding outer gods. I believe the third ability is the core function of the pure white eye, which is analytical prowess. This ability operates on the foundation of the knowledge stored in my memory and the phenomena I observe. Thus, the aforementioned two abilities serve as prerequisites for its activation. This capacity is immensely powerful. Within those few seconds, I merely glanced at that extraordinary characteristic and observed myself through the mirror, yet I have already analyzed a considerable amount of information. Lu Bo switched to a new sheet of paper to document his analytical findings. Firstly, this extraordinary characteristic belongs to the reader sequence, specifically the sequence 8 Reasoning Apprentice. Secondly, my current body has indeed been tainted by extraordinary characteristics, however, due to the suppression from the pure white eye status sense. My traversal. This pollution has integrated into my body and spirit, slightly enhancing my spiritual and mental faculties. This enhancement is not a temporary state like the activation of the pure white eye, but rather resembles that of a second-gen generation extraordinary being who has innately inherited a modicum of extraordinary traits. Upon reaching this point, Lu Bo could not help but let out a bitter smile. Contemplating, this implies that I can no longer pursue any other sequence. I must strive to ascend to reader. The extraordinary beings within this sequence also enhance memory, insight, logic, and analytical abilities in the early stages, which aligns perfectly with my pure white eye. This will undoubtedly augment the capabilities of this golden finger. Is this merely a coincidence? Well, it matters not, for I have no other options now. If I do not genuinely ascend to reader, even with the suppression of the pure white eye, those integrated traits pose significant risks. A slight misstep may lead to chaos. With this thought, Lu Bo continued to inscribe on the paper bearing the analytical results. Reader Sequence 9. Primary Material. The Pupil of the Garrel Fish. This exemplifies the true might of the pure white eye's analytical prowess, surpassing the capabilities of Sequence 5 within the reader pathway. Chapter 2. Encounter. Indeed, the pure white eye is capable of analyzing the sources of extraordinary traits. In mere seconds, it had deciphered part of the primary material formula for Sequence 9 reader from the blue gem representing Sequence 8. I believe that if I activate the pure white eye 2 or 3 more times like before, I should be able to fully analyze the reader formula. However, I must not rush. I will wait until evening. I do not wish to be forced into unconsciousness for another morning. While grumbling internally, Lu Bo set fire to the 2 sheets of paper containing the analytical results and the summary of the current functions of the pure white eye, reducing them to ashes. Although written in simplified Chinese, this world is home to the esteemed Roselle. Even if the meaning were not understood, it would still be troublesome if seen by others. Confirming the date was not a challenge. Abner easily resolved this issue after casually purchasing that day's edition of the Becklin Herald. Gazing at the headline on the front page that read, Tuesday, May 29th, 1349, Abner let out a sigh of relief while internally jesting. I arrived a month earlier than Mr. Fool. Thankfully, had I crossed over after his slumber, that would have been dire. After all, at that point, he would have lost the advantage of knowing the plot, and the end would be even closer. Lost in thought, Abner strolled into a small restaurant by the roadside. The establishment was nearly devoid of patrons, primarily due to the fact that the residents of the East District were predominantly impoverished, often uncertain of their next meal, let alone dining out. Furthermore, it was already working hours, and most of the regular clientele had long since departed for the factories. As a result, the somewhat leisurely Abner stood out, catching the curious gaze of the waitress at the counter. Seeing this, Abner could not help but let out a silent sigh. Both he and the original owner felt utterly out of place in this environment. It goes without saying, the original owner was in such a predicament because, over a month ago, Abner had been the sole heir of a wealthy merchant whose father operated grain business while his mother reveled in hosting banquets for neighbors and friends. Their family possessed a row house in the Jowu district and a villa with a garden near St. Helen Church in the St. George district. Abner himself had been sent to a public school by his father to prepare for university. However, the kingdom's repeal of the Grain Act over a month ago led to a plummet in grain prices, resulting in the father's bankruptcy after hoarding a substantial amount of grain. With all their assets auctioned off to barely settle their debts, the mother, unable to cope with the drastic decline in living standards, succumbed to mental turmoil, ultimately being lured away by a merchant from the nearby county. Her fate unknown. The father, overwhelmed by the dual blows, took his own life. At the time, Abner was still at the boarding school, preparing for graduation exams, and upon receiving the news, it felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, causing him to drift through the subsequent days in a daze. Fortunately, he still had some close friends and classmates at the school who sympathized with his plight, pooling their pocket money to assist him in burying his father and renting a one-bedroom apartment in the East District as a place to stay. Reflecting on these past events, Abner felt the hidden pocket sewn into the inner lining of his coat, containing approximately 3 pounds. While this sum was not substantial, considering his classmates' allowances, it could still be regarded as a fortune in the East District. After extracting 10 pence to purchase breakfast, Abner munched on his meal while pondering the unfinished thoughts he had been unable to record on paper at home. To shield against knowledge of outer gods and prevent me from recalling potion formulas of semi-Jan divine status, this is clearly my golden finger protecting me. The former spares me from contamination by understanding, while the latter prevents early detection of anomalies by top Jang tier powers within certain sequences. After all, mid to low sequences are manageable, but high Jang sequence formulas are held by a select few individuals or factions. Knowing these formulas without reason would undoubtedly pique their interest. It's not simply a matter of withholding information. Some deities are reputed to be omniscient. Perhaps my golden finger possesses even more capabilities than those I've summarized. Most of its power likely aids in concealing me from gods and the old ones. Perhaps I should join the Tarot Club and leverage the Source Fortress to assist in my concealment, thereby liberating more of my golden finger's abilities. While Abner was lost in his musings, the restaurant door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in blue work attire entered, his face etched with worry. He scanned the room before choosing a conspicuous seat, and ordering a cup of coffee. Failure to order would lead to being expelled. That moment, the restaurant door opened once more, and a girl of modest height, barely exceeding 5 feet, strode in with a steady gait. Her cheeks bore a hint of baby fat, her features delicate and gentle. Despite her unkempt, shouldered and length blonde hair and traditional night training attire, she exuded an inexplicable aura of authority and charm. Abner's gaze was instantly drawn to the girl, not out of mere attraction, but rather because her extraordinary presence nearly triggered the involuntary activation of his pure white eye. Threatening to induce a fainting spell, he rubbed his forehead, forcing himself to divert his gaze, mentally chiding, no wonder it's Beckland. Even in this humble eatery, one can encounter extraordinary beings. However, I must learn from novels like Klein to establish a switch for the pure white eye, lest I succumb to embarrassment as I did moments ago. The newly arrived girl cast a curious glance at Abner, finding his earlier expression difficult to articulate, yet she refrained from commenting further and approached the work-attired man, earnestly inquiring, "Mr. Rianhardy?" The girl, named Hiu, nodded and stated, "Indeed. Do not be formal, take a seat. What did you wish to discuss? Please elucidate the matter clearly." With that, she promptly seated herself opposite the M&A. That moment, Abner had finished his breakfast and was preparing to leave when he suddenly caught the mention of Hiu and Arbiter. Thus, he squinted, refraining from rushing to his feet. Could this girl be the future Judgment Miss of the Tarot Club? Her name matches, and her appearance aligns with the descriptions in the novel, particularly her height. Moreover, that air of authority, as she recently consumed a potion, yet not fully contained its effects, allowing its power to spill over. Abner unconsciously delved into deductions, increasingly convinced of his assessment, as Mr. Rian began recounting his predicament. Originally, Mr. Rian was a steam machinery repairman with a commendable income. However, his son recently fell prey to a peculiar ailment, compelling him to borrow high interest loans from a notorious gang leader in the Eastern District to fund his son's treatment. Unfortunately, due to the insidious clauses embedded within the loan contract, he soon discovered that the interest rates were several times higher than he had anticipated, rendering him incapable of repayment even in the event of bankruptcy. In a state of utter desperation, after fruitless negotiations with the gang leader, he fortuitously heard of the arbitrator, Hugh Diurcha, and sought assistance from her, hoping she could persuade the leader to waive the exorbitant fees. Isn't this the very case from the Lord of Mysteries, where Hugh initially attempted to physically persuade the other party and consequently ended up in prison? Abner mused, stroking his chin. Upon recognizing Hugh, he contemplated approaching her to forge a favorable acquaintance, but soon realized he lacked an appropriate entry point and, at present, was unable to offer her any assistance. However, I could potentially engage her under the guise of selling the formula for arbitrator sequence 8. Alas, without a reliable arbitrator or moderator, she would be utterly incapable of discerning the authenticity of the formula and would undoubtedly decline to purchase it. It appears that my reasons for joining the Tarot Club have multiplied. There may be no trading platform as convenient and secure as the Source Fortress in this world, even among the relatively trustworthy gatherings of extraordinary individuals in the original text, such as those in Beakland. If I were to present too many formulas, it would inevitably attract covetousness and peril. Abner sighed inwardly. Hugh concluded her conversation with Rian, assuring him that she would conduct an investigation and that he should await the results with peace of mind, which would materialize within 2 or 3 days. Having said that, she rose decisively and made her way towards the exit, only to cast a meticulous glance at Abner once more before departing, as if committing his visage to memory. The intuition of the judgment miss is remarkably keen, my pure white, I nearly activated earlier, which must have alerted her. Abner was fully aware of Hugh's perceptive demeanor and felt no trepidation, for this young lady was inherently benevolent and upright, posing no threat to him. Chapter 3. Doubts Forrest was a girl of languid temperament, standing approximately 165 centimeters tall, adorned in a beige, ruffled collared gown. Upon hearing Hugh's words, she tousled her slightly curled brown hair, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "What is it? Can't you handle it yourself? I can offer some suggestions." "No. I require evidence against the gang leader, and I need your ability to gain access." Hugh paused, scrutinizing Forrest's ungraceful sprawl on the sofa, and continued, "Moreover, Forrest, you have scarcely left your abode for nearly half a week. I knew that was your intention." As Hugh's brow furrowed, Forrest reluctantly raised her hand and conceded, Fine. I will assist you, but you must clarify precisely what you need." Hugh nodded and recounted Mr. Ryan's request regarding the repair technician, concluding with, "Thus, I require some dirt on that gang leader to enhance my chances of persuading him." "Are you certain this is to persuade him rather than provoke him?" Forrest mused inwardly, maintaining a composed demeanor as she replied, "Is this not merely Ryan's perspective? Shouldn't you thoroughly investigate the matter before proceeding? For instance, does that gang leader not have ulterior motives?" "Indeed, you're correct, Forrest. I have been remiss," Hugh reflected, acknowledging her point. "So, conduct your investigation and then come find me. That way, I can delay a few more days." Forrest felt a sense of satisfaction at the thought. "Not at all. I'm getting up now." Forrest, feeling somewhat guilty, stood and walked to the door, smiling as she bid Hugh farewell. Hugh furrowed her brow. She had intended to discuss the peculiar individual she encountered at the restaurant with Forrest, but ultimately decided against it. After all, while that person had an oppressive aura, they did not seem dangerous, and sharing this with Forrest might only serve to add to her worries. These items were essential materials for conducting the ritual. Although they were not spiritual objects, most could be procured from ordinary shops, albeit scattered across various locations, necessitating multiple errands to gather them all. However, despite their non-spiritual nature, they were not inexpensive, costing a total of £1 and 12 shillings, which left the financially strapped Abner feeling a pang of regret. Although Abner was familiar with the method, it was his first attempt at practical application, and he inevitably felt a tinge of anxiety. Fortunately, having integrated some extraordinary traits, his focus transcended that of an average person, allowing him to achieve success swiftly. After sprinkling the holy night powder in a specific sequence around him, he pinched a handful of powder and circled it around himself. As a peculiar, acrid aroma wafted into the air, an invisible force enveloped Abner. creating a separation between him and the room's environment. Completing these steps, Abner took a deep breath, retrieved the gem representing the extraordinary traits of Sequence 8 from his iron cigarette case, and channeled all his attention into it, silently reciting the incantation to awaken its power and give himself a mental cue. Through the unexpected events of the previous night and the near activation of his pure white eye upon seeing Miss Hugh that morning, he had begun to grasp the mechanism of his innate ability. 5 seconds later, as his complexion grew increasingly pallid, even darkening noticeably, Abner, with tremendous willpower, mentally instructed himself to deactivate the pure white eye, then managed to force a weak smile. It seems that the current limit for activation in optimal conditions is 5 seconds. Before his words fully registered, he collapsed onto the floor, losing consciousness. Nighttime, East District, Dharavi Street, a cramped yet lively tavern. Hugh Delchar pinched her nose and mouth, squeezing her way in. To her, this place was not only replete with the scent of alcohol and sweat, but also rife with towering individuals, forcing her to confront their armpits, where the overwhelming aroma could easily overwhelm an unsuspecting patron. After considerable effort, even utilizing her abilities as an arbitrator, Hugh finally reached the bar and spotted the person she sought. He was a middle-aged man with a kind demeanor, his round face perpetually adorned with a warm smile. Yet, Hugh knew him to be a brutal and ruthless scoundrel who had once broken the hand of a 13 or 14-year-old thief simply for hoarding his spoils. Were it not for necessity, Hugh would have preferred to avoid him, but when it came to inquiring about a gang leader's intel, no one was more suitable than this man, who not only held that title, but also harbored a grudge against the individual in question. "Stockholm, I need to speak with you," Hugh said, rapping her knuckles heavily against the wooden surface of the bar. This brusque action drew a flurry of hostile glares, but they quickly retreated under the stern gaze of the arbitrator. "Oh, Hugh, it's been days since we last met. You seem to have grown even more formidable," Stockholm exclaimed, half inebriated and half astonished. "Of course, previously, I merely inherited some of the arbitrator's abilities from my father, but now, I am a true arbitrator." "Oh, the double-faced man. Rosen? Huh. Hugh, have you set your sights on that scoundrel? Excellent. If you deal with him, I will divulge everything I know." Stockholm initially seemed taken aback, then quickly expressed his glee. "Double-faced?" Hugh raised an eyebrow, sensing the nickname carried weight. "Indeed, that scoundrel Rosen masquerades as a humble and courteous gentleman, always claiming to assist those in need through hardships. Yet, he is nothing more than a loan shark with exorbitant interest rates. I cannot fathom how he manages to manipulate every contract, ensnaring borrowers into a web of deception. Most who borrow from him end up destitute. He is far more detestable than I." Stockholm seethed, his teeth clenched, revealing the depth of his animosity towards Rosen as he recounted numerous cases of ruin tied to him. Hugh furrowed her brow deeper as she interrupted Stockholm's tirade, inquiring, "He manipulates the contracts, and the borrowers only realize the discrepancies afterward?" "Precisely. That is why I am baffled by this bastard as newfound methods. Not every borrower can be so gullible. Didn't he have it so easy in the past?" Stockholm affirmed, nodding. "In the past? When did he start becoming so successful?" Hugh's perceptive instincts detected the crux of the issue. 7 months ago. I remember it vividly, for that was when my enmity with him began. Ever since then, his fortunes have skyrocketed, and his wealth has multiplied several times over, which is why I have refrained from seeking retribution," Stockholm said through gritted teeth. 7 months ago. What caused your feud with him?" Hugh pondered before pressing for more details. "What was in that box?" Hugh asked. "What was the name of the debtor? Where are they now?" She maintained her line of inquiry, undeterred by Stockholm's words. "That person is long dead. Their entire estate was seized to settle debts, and their family was sold off. Eventually, they committed suicide by jumping into a river," Stockholm remarked dismissively. Hugh nodded, feeling she had gleaned sufficient information, and withdrew a banknote from her pocket, handing it to Stockholm as a token for the intelligence before turning to leave the tavern. At midnight, Abner opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and silently reinforced the nearly ineffective spiritual barrier. He then picked up the extraordinary trait that had fallen to the ground and activated the pure white eye once more. Tonight, he must fully decipher the formula for the Sequence 9 reader. Chapter 4. Encounters. As dawn broke, the crimson hues faded, and as Abner gazed at the golden light streaming through the window, he stretched his somewhat stiff shoulders and sat upright. He was in good spirits. Despite the toll of repeatedly activating the pure white eye, his efforts throughout the night had borne fruit, culminating in the complete analysis of the reader potion formula. Reader. Sequence 9. Main materials. 1 pair of Garrel fish pupils, 15 slices of Manha's monkey brain. Auxiliary materials. 80 milliliters of distilled water, 10 grams of line grass powder. 1 petal of pure, white elven flower, and 10 drops of calamus juice. As for where to find the extraordinary circle, Abner had long since devised a plan. After all, he had been contemplating how to sell a few potions ever since he recalled the meticulously documented recipes from the novel, aiming to enhance his quality of life and raise funds for purchasing materials. Regarding the 2 gathering circles, Abner preferred to attend the latter. Firstly, as the organizer of the gathering, the true identity of the esteemed Mr. Eye of Wisdom was the renowned Detective Isingston, who had ties to the god of knowledge and wisdom's teachings and could be considered a semi-official figure in the Kingdom of Rune, possessing commendable character, far more reliable than the unpredictable emissary of the Aurora Society. Secondly, the novel The Lord of the Mysteries meticulously detailed the methods of obtaining the time and location of the gatherings organized by the Eye of Wisdom, which was considerably easier to find than the brief mentions of the Aurora Society's trading events. Finally, the Aurora Society was backed by a capricious evil deity, and Abner, with his golden finger, felt somewhat apprehensive. He had no desire to prematurely expose his secrets to the true creator. Well, it was nearly 8 o'clock. He should first step out to purchase a copy of the Becklin Morning News to check if the upcoming gathering would be held. If not, he feared he might have to take up a job to earn some money, as he had only 1 pound and 5 soulers left in his pocket. Not only would he struggle to buy materials, but soon he might even find it challenging to afford a meal. Gathering his thoughts, Abner organized the ritual materials, freshened up a bit, and then stepped outside. Subsequently, he purchased a copy of the Becklin Morning News from street vendor and turned directly to the 5th page, where he spotted an advertisement for the Ernst Trading Company's acquisition of goods. This was the secret signal for the gathering from the Eye of Wisdom in the novel. What a coincidence! Let me scrutinize this closely. The prices were as follows: flour at 8 pence per pound, butter at 1 suler per pound, lard at 7 pence per pound, cream at 1 suler and 3 pence per pound, and marquee red tea leaves at 8 sulers per pound. This indicated that there would be a gathering of extraordinary individuals at 8 o'clock the following evening, with the entrance code being 8 hard knocks followed by 1 soft knock, alternating between 7 long and 1 short. The subsequent numbers 3 and 8 held no significance. Abner organized the content according to the interpretation method provided by the Eye of Wisdom in the novel, and he felt a surge of excitement. Believing his luck to be quite favorable, at least he wouldn't have to seek employment. With a heart full of joy, he returned to the restaurant where he had breakfast yesterday. Upon pushing the door open, he was momentarily taken aback. A conflict was erupting within the establishment. To call it a conflict would be an understatement. What caught Abner's eye was a disheveled girl, merely 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall, confronting 3 imposing men, each exceeding 1 meter and 80 centimeters. Surprisingly, those 3 men were already lying on the ground, bruised and battered, while the girl calmly held onto the collar of one of the men, demanding, "Who sent you to capture me?" Despite her diminutive stature, she exuded an overwhelming authority that even made the restaurant staff, standing at a distance, instinctively take a few steps back. Yet, remarkably, the man being questioned, though drenched in sweat, stood firm against her commanding presence, revealing nothing. Witnessing this scene, Abner was astonished. These individuals were evidently ordinary people, as they would not have been able to withstand the might of the newly promoted Sequence 9 Judgment Maiden. How, then, were they resisting extraordinary abilities? Though curious, Abner clearly had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. He considered himself only a half-exceptional individual and felt no inclination to involve himself in such affairs. However, having encountered Rue here for 2 consecutive days, he felt a strange sense of fate. Perhaps he could strike up a conversation to get acquainted? Abner mused. At that moment, Rue noticed Abner entering the restaurant. Though somewhat wary, most of her attention remained focused on interrogating the 3 gang members. The failure of her abilities was indeed surprising, but her wealth of experience allowed her to swiftly adapt her questioning approach to a more physical method. As the 3 men screamed in agony, they ultimately could not withstand Rue's authority and began to confess. It turned out that these 3 were hired by the advisor Hike of the two-faced man, Rosen. Although this was merely Abner's deduction without any concrete evidence, even if his reasoning was incorrect, it could serve as a warning to Rue, potentially reducing her danger. In the original story, she might have ended up in prison due to this case, but it was uncertain whether she would emerge unscathed this time. This girl could indeed be rather reckless at times. Meanwhile, after finishing her interrogation of the gang members, Rue instructed a waiter to call the police from the street, handing over the three individuals to the authorities. As the victim of the attack, and a woman, she was only subjected to a brief inquiry before being allowed to leave, watching the three men being escorted away by the police. Just as she was about to exit the restaurant, she suddenly saw Abner approaching her directly. He offered a slight smile and said, "Miss Arbiter, may I have the honor of treating you to a cup of coffee?" It was evident that this was Rue's first experience with someone attempting to flirt with her. She was momentarily taken aback, pondering why her authority seemed to falter so frequently today. However, she maintained a vigilant demeanor and inquired, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" "Who I am is of little importance, but I possess some insights and deductions regarding the recent events that may be of assistance to you," Abner replied bluntly, realizing that with someone like Miss Rue, there was no need for obfuscation. Rue was taken aback by his words. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and returned to a table, while Abner took a seat across from her, ordering 2 cups of coffee along with 2 slices of bread and a pat of butter despite the waiter's reluctant gaze. While waiting for their order, Rue was the first to break the silence, asking, "You're an extraordinary person too, aren't you? An official? Do you have something to tell me?" Given the inexplicable sensation she had experienced yesterday, Rue was quite cautious of Abner. Abner shook his head, somewhat ambiguously stating, "I am not an official, merely an enthusiast with a modicum of knowledge about the extraordinary. I overheard your conversation earlier and discerned some issues I thought might warrant your attention." He was lying. Thus far, he was not a true extraordinary individual. Rue was not convinced that he was merely an enthusiast. She concluded he was indeed an extraordinary person, and likely of a higher sequence than her own. However, she chose not to confront this directly and instead asked, "What do you wish to inform me about? Isn't the matter already quite clear? Just ordinary gang members who have acquired an extraordinary item and are using it for nefarious purposes." Abner, not wishing to withhold information, elaborated on his previous deductions, presenting them in a more polished manner. Yet, Rue listened with a hint of confusion, inquiring, "Scammers? Impersonation? What does that mean?" "Ah, so you are yet unaware of the art of impersonation," Abner exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. He had overlooked that at this time. Rue was indeed ignorant of the concept, which she would only learn after Furs joined the Tarot Club. Never mind. She had been unconsciously embodying the role of an arbiter all along, so informing her in advance would be of no harm. "What is the art of impersonation?" Rue asked, increasingly perplexed, feeling as though she were a mere counterfeit extraordinary being. Abner pondered for a moment, adopting the tone of the fool from the novel as he spoke. "With potions, it is not about mastery, but digestion. It is not about excavation, but performance. The names of potions are not merely symbols. They are also imagery, the keys to digestion." Having said this, Abner did not wish to elaborate further, diverting the topic. "If my deductions are correct, this matter has evidently surpassed your capabilities. It will be prudent for you to report any clues to the official extraordinary individuals. Their expertise might uncover more issues." Reporting was a forte of the future Lord of Mysteries, and he wouldn't mind utilizing it in advance. Rue intended to ask a few more questions regarding the art of impersonation, but upon seeing that Abner was unwilling to elaborate, she merely pursed her lips and asked again, "Sir, why are you helping me by sharing this knowledge and your deductions?" Chapter 5. Rue and Jane. What? Rue's mind struggled to catch up, and after a brief pause of 2 to 3 seconds, her eyes widened in uncertainty as she asked, "Sir, are you a detective?" "But I have never seen a detective who actively seeks work and approaches for payment." Abner fortuitously aligned with Hugh's line of thought and casually remarked, "Not quite yet. You see, individuals who aspire to distinguish themselves in this world often proactively seek out the opportune circumstances they desire. If they cannot find them, they create their own. Those on the path of the reader will inevitably become detectives, whether now or in the future." The words of the great Russell indeed held wisdom. Hugh nodded in agreement, but couldn't shake the feeling that Abner was merely brushing him off, much like Forth had done previously. However, he refrained from voicing the sentiment, as he could discern that Abner bore no ill intent. What? That quote is also from Russell. It's indeed impressive that he could utilize such an obscure maxim. Abner found himself at a loss for words, realizing that Klein's complaints in the novel were remarkably accurate. The Emperor was leaving no stone unturned in obstructing the paths of future transmigrators. "So, how many pounds do you intend to charge for the information I just provided?" Hugh, known for his fairness, was reluctant to owe anyone a favor, even if the validity of the information remained to be seen. 10 pounds? Abner, still new to this world and unskilled in the art of making money, hesitated to quote a higher price. Hugh, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, and even her serious demeanor faltered as she replied, "Sir, do you realize that the price you've offered makes me suspect that you are a charlatan? Not to mention the analytical reasoning you've provided. The knowledge involved in the con artist sequence alone is worth far more than this sum. And if that method of impersonation is genuine, there are likely individuals who would pay thousands to learn about it." Thousands? Abner's heart skipped a beat, but he managed to maintain his composure and calmly explained, "Knowledge is priceless, yet I am an individual who delights in sharing it. £10 merely reflects the price for the reasoning." Though it pained him internally, he did not regret offering this concession to Miss Hugh, recognizing that even if he remained silent, she would uncover this knowledge in a few months. Hugh, oblivious to Abner's inner turmoil, nodded in acceptance of his words and continued, "I will verify the information you provided. This £5 note shall serve as a deposit. If what you say proves true, I shall compensate you further." As she spoke, she retrieved a £5 note from her wallet and pushed it towards Abner. "You may call me Abner. I shall be breakfasting at this establishment for the next month." His identity remained untainted, and thus Abner saw no need to adopt a pseudonym. Moreover, he accepted the £5 without hesitation. "Although you may recognize me, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hugh Dilcar. That will be all for today, Mr. Abner. Farewell." With that, Hugh rose to leave the restaurant. Yet, Abner could not help but call out to her, cautioning, "Miss Hugh, it suffices for you to know about the method of impersonation. Do not disclose it to others. If the church learns that you are disseminating knowledge of impersonation, it could lead to significant trouble. Is the Church of the Seven Gods monopolizing the method of impersonation?" Hugh paused, pondering his words. To be precise, the lower echelon of the church's extraordinary individuals are unaware of this. Only the higher-ups possess such knowledge. Abner emphasized the latter part. "Thank you, I understand." Hugh bowed slightly, expressing gratitude for Abner's warning before bidding him farewell once more and exiting the restaurant. Once Hugh departed, Abner continued to enjoy the breakfast served by the waiter while reflecting on his earlier actions. Although forming a good rapport with Miss Hugh was a predefined goal, he felt he might have overstepped. Was it the excitement of conversing with a beloved character from a novel after transmigrating to another world that led him to unwittingly reveal too much of himself? Or was it simply a characteristic of the potion associated with the reader's path that compelled him to flaunt his knowledge? He recalled characters from the original work, such as Asinger, who loved to show off his seals, and the Iceberg General, who took pleasure in displaying her collections. Almost all individuals on that path tended to act as teachers. Well, pondering these matters seems rather distant. I'm not even an extraordinary individual yet. Abner jested at his own expense before elegantly and swiftly finishing his breakfast. Having satiated his hunger, Abner took a public carriage to the Jewwood district, stopping in front of a clothing store that was somewhat familiar to him, since he was to attend a clandestine gathering the following evening. His original plan had been to purchase fabric and thread to sew a face-covering robe. However, with the £5 gifted by Miss Hugh, he could now afford to buy ready-made garments. This clothing store belonged to a friend of his from school and catered to clients who had just crossed the threshold into the middle class with reasonable pricing. Upon entering, Abner noticed a girl of similar age to his original self rushing out of the store in a flurry. Familiar memories surged within him, prompting a resigned sigh as he instinctively reached out to stop her from colliding with him. Smiling as he said, "Jane, you're still as impulsive as ever." The girl, Jane, steadied herself and upon recognizing Abner, exclaimed, "Oh, Abner, I'm sorry, I didn't notice you just now. It's been several days since I last saw you. Have you resolved matters at home? Are you here to visit me?" "Indeed, it's all settled. As you know, I've applied for graduation. I've come to your shop to purchase clothing for a job interview," he explained, as this girl was one of the friends who had contributed to him after his family's misfortune, prompting him to elaborate further. "I see. I should help you pick something out, but the club's activities are about to commence, and I must hurry there," Jane replied apologetically. "The club? If I'm not mistaken, this girl is a member of the ancient language club that was established by my original self, which was disbanded after I applied for graduation since no one besides me had studied Hermes." "Professor Costai?" Abner suddenly recalled the name, feeling it to be familiar. "Yes, Professor Costai believes that death is not the end. Through the use of contracts, one can even intuitively perceive death. He tells us that everything can be reversed. Indeed, he believes the dead can be resurrected." "Isn't that amazing?" Jane enthused. "Ah, so it's that person. Abner instantly recalled the novice teacher from the original work who took his students to the cemetery for spiritual dances. Although there was no imminent danger in the short term, and even if something were to happen later, Klein would be there to help, Abner had no desire to involve the kind-hearted girl who had assisted his original self in any extraordinary events. Therefore, he adopted a serious tone and cautioned Jane, "You should avoid excessive contact with Professor Costi. He is quite dangerous." Jane paused, momentarily stunned, before her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Stealing a glance at Abner, she whispered, "Abner, are you truly concerned for me? Is it that you don't want me to be too curious about others?" "Miss, your reaction is quite misplaced. What thoughts are you entertaining?" Abner's lips twitched at her response, and he steeled himself to continue advising her. "Jane, since you have an interest in mysticism, you should be aware that the resurrection of the dead is a taboo. Professor Costi's promotion of such ideas is either foolish or malicious. Of course, I believe it is the former, as Klein has described that teacher as the most inexperienced of novices. All right, I'll heed your counsel. But don't you ever wish to know if the dead can truly be resurrected?" Jane bit her lip, torn between agreement and reluctance. Even if it were true, how would you go about verifying it? Would you steal a corpse? That is a crime, Abner replied in a tone that was somewhat stern. The young girl appeared visibly intimidated, struggling to find her words. Just then, the owner of the clothing store, Mr. Charlie, Jane's father, approached with a puzzled expression. "What crime?" Upon seeing her father, Jane rushed to his side and chattered excitedly about her conversation with Abner. The girl seemed completely oblivious to the potential consequences of her honesty. After listening, Mr. Charlie's demeanor turned serious. As a devout follower of the goddess, he did not believe in the resurrection of the dead. He fixed a stern gaze on Jane and declared, "You are to stay home today. You shall not attend that club." Seeing Jane nodding subconsciously, he turned around with a hint of gratitude and said to Abner, "Young man, thank you for warning Jane. Otherwise, I would have been oblivious to her involvement in such perilous affairs. So, are you here to purchase clothing? How about this? Choose any piece you fancy, and I shall sell it to you at cost price." Abner was taken aback by this stroke of fortune and, not wishing to decline, joyfully selected a casual outfit and a hooded cloak, spending merely £3 in total. In light of the generous discount, Abner resolved to visit Jin again in a few days. If she continued to secretly participate in that society's activities, he would enlist someone to report them, ensuring that Jin would not truly fall into danger. That night, Abner activated his pure white eye once more, attempting to decipher the formula for Sequence 8 through its extraordinary properties. Regrettably, he encountered a Waterloo, fainting twice in succession without yielding any results. Could it be due to insufficient prior knowledge of mysticism? Or perhaps my own spiritual essence is too low to fully harness the capabilities of the pure white eye at present. Chapter 6. The Extraordinary Gathering. In the early morning, after a fruitless night of toil, Abner returned to his usual diner for breakfast. Yet this time, he did not encounter Hugh, likely still preoccupied with verifying the information he had shared the previous day. Subsequently, he spent the entire day gathering auxiliary materials for the reader's potion. The pure water, line ball grass powder, and calamus juice were relatively easy to procure. Pure water required nothing more than distillation using laboratory apparatus. And as Abner had yet to complete his graduation process, he could utilize the school's laboratory for this purpose. The line ball grass and calamus were not particularly elusive plants, with plenty of wild specimens available in the suburbs. The more troublesome ingredient was the pure white elf flower, which, despite being an ordinary plant devoid of spirituality, only flourished on certain islands in the Sunia Sea. Consequently, Abner traversed nearly the entirety of Beakland before finally purchasing one from a herbalist for the sum of one so. After dinner, donning the casual attire and hooded cloak he had purchased the previous day, Abner ventured out once again, taking a public carriage to Iron Gate Street in the Bridge District. After walking a short distance, he spotted a tavern named the Brave. Observing the imposing black wooden door and a brawny man nearly 2 meters tall, arms crossed. The gathering of the wisdom I was likely being held in an apartment behind the Brave Tavern, yet he was uncertain of the exact location. Thus, akin to the character fool in a novel, he would need to seek guidance from the tavern staff. Deep in thought, Abner strode into the bar without hesitation. The doorman scrutinized him but did not impede his entry. Upon hearing the cheers and clinking of glasses from within, he muttered a curse under his breath. The mingling sense of ale and sweat enveloped him as Abner scanned the room, discerning the direction, and with caution to safeguard his belongings. He pushed through the crowd toward the bar. Before the bartender could speak, He adopted the tone and experience of Klein from the novel and swiftly declared, "Upon a South Welsh beer, please. It is the finest brew produced in the Kingdom of Ruin." Of course, Abner was unaware of its authenticity, having gleaned this knowledge solely from the novel. He produced the 5 pence he had prepared in advance, receiving a large wooden mug filled with golden liquid in return. The aroma of the beer rich and enticing. In its presence, many other Alash could scarcely be deemed as such, merely classified as beverages. The bartender chuckled. After receiving the mug, Abner did not drink, but rather inspected it carefully, gazing at the delicate, white foam within, before inquiring, "Where might I find Caspar Scarnelman?" This individual was the one who guided the protagonist Klein to the gathering in the narrative. The bartender ceased his cleaning and, after studying him for a few moments, pointed to a side room in the second card house. Abner nodded, lifting his mug as he moved to the entrance of the second card house. He merely knocked lightly, and the door creaked open. Inside were 4 individuals who turned to look at him upon hearing the sound. Abner did not recognize any of them and cautiously stated, "Good evening, gentlemen. I am here to see Caspar Scarnelman." Upon hearing this, one of the older men, sporting a prominent nose and dressed in a linen shirt, limped over from behind the cards, initially displaying impatience. His expression shifted to surprise upon recognizing Abner's face concealed beneath the cloak. "Abner, what are you doing here?" "What? This old man recognizes me? Why do I have no recollection of him? This script is off." Abner's mind raced as he searched for the original's memories. Yet he still found nothing familiar. "This is not the place for a conversation. Follow me." Caspar seemed unfazed by Abner's bewilderment, leading him to a private lounge before continuing. "You may not recognize me, but I know you, Abner. Your father once rendered me a great service. We were friends." "A friend of my father?" Abner realized. "No wonder I have no memory of this. Indeed, it is unfortunate that I learned of your family's troubles too late. Otherwise, I could have assisted him, at least preventing him from signing that treacherous usury contract, or at the very least sparing him from suicide. Alas, once I heard of this, I could only covertly protect you from those debt collectors, ensuring they ceased their unreasonable interest demands. It was then that I saw your photograph." Caspar provided a brief explanation. "So my father borrowed from the gang? That makes sense. Under normal circumstances, even if he lost everything, as a former businessman, he would still possess connections to rise again. Yet, when burdened with insurmountable debt and having lost everything, there truly is no way out. Coupled with my mother's disappearance, it is no wonder he would choose to end his life." Abner felt a surge of emotion, while simultaneously harboring a measure of gratitude toward Caspar. If what he said was true, it was thanks to him that his transition into this world had been relatively tranquil. At the same time, Abner felt an odd sense of familiarity with this matter. After all, he had just assisted Hugh in deducing and analyzing it the previous day. Thus, he addressed the elderly gentleman. "Thank you for your noble intervention. Might you tell me who my father borrowed from? So, is this Rosen? I never expected to have such a connection with him. It seems once I become an extraordinary being, I must assist Miss Hugh in dealing with him." Observing Abner's silence upon hearing Rosen's name, Caspar did not appear surprised and inquired, "By the way, Abner, how did you find me here? What do you seek? How do you know about the extraordinary beings? And why pursue them? Could it be?" Caspar looked at him with uncertainty. "Yes, I have become embroiled in an extraordinary event. Only by finding them can I resolve it." Abner discerned Caspar's implication and skillfully evaded the subject of how he knew he was the guide. Caspar pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Abner once more, before asserting, "Today there happens to be a gathering of theirs. I shall take you. The individuals there are quite formidable. Whether you reap any rewards is not my concern. However, I must caution you beforehand. Do not provoke them, or you may not see the sunrise tomorrow. Do you understand, Abner?" Abner nodded and replied, "I shall not be so reckless." Following this, he earnestly asked, "Is there a fee for your guidance?" Caspar nodded with satisfaction. "You certainly understand the rules. Well, considering our acquaintance, I shall grant you a 50% discount. It shall be just £1. Without hesitation, Abner handed over a pound note, then received an iron mask from Caspar that concealed the upper half of his face. After donning it, Caspar led Abner, limping, toward the bar's kitchen area. Upon entering, they proceeded down an alleyway, arriving at a dark, unlit house. Seeing that Abner had equipped the mask, Caspar took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and knocked on the door in a specific rhythm. 3 heavy knocks followed by 1 light, and then 7 long knocks and 1 short. After 7 or 8 seconds, a small wooden panel on the door suddenly slid open, revealing a pair of brown eyes behind it. After being scrutinized for quite some time, Abner finally saw the door swing open. A man clad in an iron mask stood there, his hoarse voice addressing them. The gathering will commence in a minute or two. Please make haste. He closed the door, turned around, and led Abner through the dimly lit living room into the parlor on the first floor. A solitary candle flickered on the coffee table, casting a feeble, golden glow that rendered the entire room shrouded in shadows. Surrounding the table, about a dozen individuals adorned in iron masks were already seated. Abner chose an unoccupied chair and scanned the room, quickly noticing an elderly man on a single sofa. The deep nasolabial folds on his cheeks and his somewhat gaunt complexion suggested that he was indeed the illustrious detective, the Eye of Wisdom, Hisan. As Abner contemplated this, the purported Eye of Wisdom glanced at the wall clock and spoke in a frail voice. It is time. Let us begin. No need to wait for tardy friends. No sooner had he finished speaking than a lady interjected. I wish to sell a weapon, a dagger. Anyone struck by it, below sequence 7, will immediately lose their extraordinary abilities, while those at sequence 7 and above will be affected, resulting in a reduction of their powers. Moreover, the dagger itself is sufficiently sharp and sturdy. What are its negative effects? Someone inquired. What will you trade for it? Clearly, some were intrigued, as this dagger possessed an extraordinary edge in battles among the extraordinary. 550 or sequence 8 barbarian formula. It was the woman from the original narrative known for trading barbarian formulas. Although Abner had a recollection of this formula, he was primarily there to sell other formulas today, and presenting this one would draw too much attention. Furthermore, close combat weapons were not particularly suited for him, as he possessed no fighting skills. However, they would be perfect for Hugh. While Abner was lost in thought, the dagger was already sold to a middle-aged man for 550. Subsequently, several others proposed trades, some successful, others not. Seizing a momentary pause in transactions, Abner exhaled slowly and, in a hushed tone, declared, I wish to sell potion formulas. Chapter 7. The Trial of the Eye of Wisdom. I have potion formulas for the sequence 9 diviner and the sequence 8 joker. The former is priced at 250, while the latter is 450. This was the scheme Abner had meticulously contemplated as the most suitable to offer, although he possessed a plethora of potion formulas in his memory. Only the viewer, the celebrant, the reader, and the diviner had complete sequence 9 formulas. Others, such as apothecaries and sailors, only knew the primary materials, with auxiliary materials unrecorded in Lord of Mysteries. The viewer was associated with the Psychological Alchemy Society, a clandestine organization still active in B-Clan, alongside the formidable Adam behind it. Recklessly presenting this could potentially attract unwanted attention, and well aware of Adam's terrifying reputation, Abner had no desire to expose himself at this juncture. As for the reader, given that the gathering's host was the Eye of Wisdom, closely linked with the Church of Knowledge, he preferred not to provoke the other's tolerance. The celebrant's formula was indeed suitable for sale, but it was intended for the protagonist Klein's dealings in this gathering. And considering the latter's plight as a poverty-stricken evil deity, it seemed rather pitiful to encroach upon his means. Ultimately, he resolved to sell the diviner's formula. Although this sequence was held by the mysterious order, the lower sequence formulas had long since been leaked, and with the order's leader, Charlotte, currently imprisoned by the goddess in the Kingdom of Night, his power was at an all-time low, making it unlikely for him to cause trouble over such trivial lower sequence matters. The diviner's sequence, you say? I happen need it. I offer 650 in total. If you agree, the deal is done. After a protracted silence, a woman from a corner finally spoke. Very well. Let the Eye of Wisdom serve as witness. The lady replied. Abner knew that the Eye of Wisdom possessed a sealing item capable of verifying authenticity. So he produced the 2 potion formulas he had prepared earlier and handed them to the attendant beside him. The attendant approached the central single sofa and presented the neatly stacked papers to the Eye of Wisdom. The elderly gentleman unfolded the pages but did not linger over them. Placing them aside on a small round table, he then took out a handkerchief, wiped his right palm, and retrieved a ring encrusted with numerous intricate diamonds. This ring was exquisitely designed, with a central stone resembling a green eye. Merely glancing at it nearly triggered Abner's pure white eye, but after 2 nights of training, he had managed to exert some control over this unusual ability, preventing an embarrassing fainting spell. I recall this item also stems from the reader's sequence of extraordinary traits. If I could analyze it further with my pure white eye, perhaps I would no longer need to worry about future formulas. While Abner's mind wandered, the Eye of Wisdom solemnly adorned his right middle finger with the ring and then closed his eyes, as if contemplating something profound. Suddenly, the green gemstone radiated a brilliant golden light, shimmering like sunlight. The Eye of Wisdom swiftly extended his right hand, allowing the gem to touch the potion formulas. Authentic and effective, the Eye of Wisdom announced gravely, quickly removing the ring, unwilling to wear it for even a second longer. Following the authentication, the transaction was promptly concluded, and Abner received a substantial stack of cash, all in 10 notes. $650 was indeed a considerable sum. Alas, it would soon be spent. While lost in thought, Abner did not allow others to interject and continued. Who has the pupil of a Geralt fish and the brain slice of a Mana's monkey? As you know, I can offer a most satisfactory price. Upon hearing his words, the room fell into a momentary silence, until the woman who had purchased the diviner's sequence formula spoke up. The Mana's monkey is a creature unique to dreams, and it is not easily hunted. However, I can provide its brain slice immediately for 100, no bargaining. Deal. The woman was evidently pleased with Abner's decisiveness, and, as she spoke, she retrieved 2 tin boxes from her bosom and handed them to the attendant for the Eye of Wisdom's verification. Once the elderly gentleman confirmed their authenticity, Abner exchanged the cash for the 2 tin boxes. He felt somewhat perplexed, as he seemed to have forgotten to prepare containers for the extraordinary materials. The woman in the corner appeared to notice this and chuckled lightly, casually remarking, "Those 10 boxes are of little value. Consider them a gift." Abner felt even more embarrassed, but forced himself to remain composed as he accepted the 10 boxes and looked around, hoping to hear news of the Geralt fish's pupil. Unfortunately, silence reigned in the parlor. Aside from the pupil of the Geralt fish, what he truly needed were methods for ritual magic arrangements and related esoteric knowledge, as these were essential skills for a reader. As time ticked away and the gathering drew to a close, the Eye of Wisdom began to orchestrate the departure of attendees. 3 minutes per individual. There were at least 5 exits, and the Eye's attendants would lead different guests through different passages, striving to disperse them and prolong the process. Half an hour later, only 2 members remained in the parlor, aside from the Eye of Wisdom, Abner and the elderly gentleman. Sensing the Eye's somewhat playful gaze, Abner instinctively grew tense, fully aware that the other would likely take note of him. After all, readers were the conduits of knowledge and wisdom held by the Church of Knowledge, and as the Church's covert agent in Beakland, the Eye of Wisdom would undoubtedly be aware of the potion formulas associated with Sequence 9. Do not be anxious, young man. You should know that if I wished you harm, you would already be dead, considering you are just an ordinary person. The Eye of Wisdom smiled and beckoned to Abner, continuing, "Moreover, I happen to possess what you seek." Abner was momentarily taken aback, but soon elated. He indeed had faith in the integrity of the Eye of Wisdom. His earlier anxiety stemmed merely from the overwhelming prowess of the other party. "Do you possess the pupil of the Geralt fish?" Abner inquired with a hint of anticipation. "I can discern that your body has likely been tainted by extraordinary traits. It is no wonder you are so eager to gather potions." "Yes. It must be the pollution from the Sequence 9 reader's trait. If it were from Sequence 8 or higher, you would likely be dead by now." The Eye of Wisdom observed Abner for a moment before responding in a manner that seemed unrelated to the question. "I was indeed tainted by Sequence 8. You guessed correctly, for the original host has indeed perished." Abner mused internally before feigning hesitation and nodding. "It truly exists." He restrained his excitement and asked, "How much would you require to trade it to me?" To his surprise, the Eye of Wisdom once again responded with an off-topic question, besides the rune language. "What other languages do you speak?" "Fairly decent," Abner replied. "Do you have any mastery over rituals?" "Yes, I currently possess the ritual for creating a spiritual wall. I also know some other rituals through novels, though I have yet to practice them hands-on." The elderly Eye of Wisdom nodded in apparent satisfaction, smiling as he remarked, "It seems you are a young man who delights in learning. Quite commendable." He then shifted the topic back to the materials, suggesting, "Rather than discussing the price of the Geralt fish pupil, how about we make a wager?" "What sort of wager?" Abner asked cautiously, as he had never been fond of gambling, given his infrequent victories. "Today, all you need to pay is 100 pounds, and I shall provide you with them. However, I will also give you a document in ancient Guffasack, if you can grasp at least half of it by next Wednesday evening's gathering. I will reward you with books that record esoteric knowledge. If you are unable to master it, you will owe me another 100 pounds in cash at the next gathering. So what say you, young man? Care to take a gamble?" The Eye of Wisdom smiled. Abner realized he had already set the date for the next gathering. Today is Thursday, leaving nearly 6 days until next Wednesday night. With my pure white eye, I should have no trouble mastering the ancient Guffasack material. Furthermore, This act seems to be a test of my abilities. There should be no ulterior motives or dangers. After weighing the matter in his mind, Abner nodded in acceptance of the wager, for he had no other choice if he wished to acquire the potion materials. Reflecting on the protagonist's line from Lord of the Mysteries, who could locate someone with a mere button, Abner nodded in agreement and hastily transferred the brain slice of the man as monkey. Although the Eye of Wisdom was a stranger to him, the character had a reputation for good conduct in the original text, rendering him far more reliable than the mysterious lady. Once these tasks were completed, Abner visibly exhaled in relief, even jesting, "If I deliberately fail to show up at the next gathering, how would you know whether I have mastered that material?" The elderly Eye of Wisdom gazed deeply at Abner before cryptically replying, "You must believe, if I truly wish to find someone, it would be far easier than divination." That may not be the case. In the original text, your deductions paled in comparison to Klein's divination, Abner thought to himself. Though outwardly he had to concede and accept the ancient Guffasack material handed to him, for the individual before him was a Sequence 7 keeper, wielding a Level 2 sealed object and also a renowned detective. Chapter 8. Sequence 9 Reader. Upon finding Caspers in the lounge, he greeted Abner with a smile, immediately declaring, "The storm is above. I am truly glad you are still alive. It seems you have not run afoul of them." Abner, disregarding the jest, interrupted, "Mr. Caspers, I have several matters I wish to request your assistance with." Caspers, upon hearing this, reined in his smile and, frowning, asked, "What is it? But first, let me clarify that I feel I have repaid your father's debt sufficiently. Any further requests will not come with discounts." With several £100 in his pocket, Abner felt emboldened and merely nodded, stating, "Money is not an issue. Well, there are currently 3 matters. First, I require a revolver." Recalling the sense of helplessness he felt when confronted by extraordinary beings, even though they bore no malice, Abner yearned desperately for some means of self-defense, even if it relied on external tools. "Certainly, £3. Additionally, I will provide you with 50 rounds of ammunition and a holster." Caspers promptly quoted the price, claiming there would be no discounts, yet it was still somewhat cheaper than what he would charge others. "Secondly, I hope you can introduce me to a shooting club. Having a weapon without knowing how to use it is futile. Should I simply rely on luck?" Caspers nodded, casually tearing a sheet from a notebook on the table, swiftly writing down a few lines, then handing it to Abner. "Go to this address after 9 a.m. tomorrow. Seek out someone named Dife. He will escort you." He added as a caution, "Be advised, similar clubs do not come cheaply." Casting aside a jumble of thoughts, Abner's expression remained serious as he continued. "Thirdly, I wish to rent a laboratory equipped with basic facilities, preferably one that is available immediately." Upon hearing this, Caspers looked at Abner in astonishment, clearly knowledgeable about the extraordinary. He quickly deduced the young man's intentions and hesitated, offering vague counsel. "Are you truly in such a hurry? Shouldn't you prepare a bit more?" Abner resolutely nodded, stating simply, "The longer the night, the more dreams." Initially, he had not intended to rush, planning to borrow the public school's laboratory to complete the potion tomorrow. But tonight's encounter had profoundly impacted him, compelling him to acquire self-defense capabilities as soon as possible. Moreover, in less than 3 days since his arrival, he had encountered several extraordinary events, and although nothing seemed amiss thus far, it was uncertain whether genuine danger lay ahead. Understanding the implication of the longer the night, the more dreams due to the outstanding contributions of Emperor Rossell, Caspers sighed, gesturing for Abner to follow, and once again gently advising, "A friend once told me that extraordinary individuals appear glamorous, but in truth, they are merely pitiable creatures teetering on the brink of crisis." "Thank you, Mr. Caspers. I am well aware of the risks associated with being extraordinary, but I have no choice but to tread this path." As Abner followed Caspers, who limped slightly, he couldn't help but reflect inwardly. The original host's father truly had befriended a remarkable individual. Upon hearing this, Caspers ceased speaking, silently leading him out of the bar into a courtyard on the adjacent street, where he retrieved a key, unlocked the gate, and stepped inside. Abner glanced around, noting the location was at a street corner with buildings shielding it on 3 sides, rendering it quite concealed. This was a friend's previous residence. When he moved, he left the laboratory intact, which you may use. "Since all the items belong to him, I shall not charge you. You can temporarily stay here for the night." After opening the door to the living room, Caspers turned to say, "I sincerely appreciate your kindness, Mr. Caspers." Abner expressed heartfelt gratitude. Without his assistance, he would not have found himself in such advantageous circumstances. Taking a deep breath, He switched on the gas lamp within the house. Flames flickered to life in clusters, quickly growing larger, the bright light first illuminating several wall sconces, then filtering through the transparent glass, casting a vibrant hue over the room. Utilizing the illumination, Abner quickly located the laboratory of the house's former owner. Without taking much time to rest, he commenced the ritual, establishing a spiritual wall in the laboratory to prevent disturbances during the potion-making process. Besides pure water, he carried all the auxiliary materials with him. While the primary materials were currently stored in a tin box and required no further handling, all he needed to do was distill the pure water, grind the line ball grass into powder, extract the juice of the calamus, and sequentially add all the materials for stirring, correct? Though it is stated in the Master of Mysteries that the concoction of a Sequence 9 potion is rather straightforward, merely requiring the ingredients to be added in precise proportions, Abner still felt a tinge of anxiety. Investing nearly half an hour to ensure the potion was correctly prepared, gazing at the viscous blue liquid, which was difficult to define as either a cup or a lump. Abner swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and lifted the glass flask, tilting his neck back to consume the potion. Gulp, gulp. The frigid potion cascaded down his throat, accompanied by countless bubbles bursting along the way. A torrent of vast information surged into his mind, exploding like a series of fireworks. Were it not for a person of strong will, such an experience could easily lead to a loss of control, transforming them into a monster. Fortunately, Abner was not only resolute in character, but had also cultivated a certain resilience to the overwhelming influx of information during his use of the pure white eye. Thus, he navigated this most arduous phase with relative ease compared to others. Nevertheless, he still felt his head swelling, as though on the verge of bursting, with every object around him producing countless afterimages, while a cacophony of buzzing and roaring filled his ears. After a considerable time, Abner emerged from his meditation, clenched his fists, and spoke to himself with a surge of exhilaration. I have finally become an extraordinary being. He then glanced down at his body, finding no abnormalities. However, his sharpened cognitive abilities indicated that both his concentration and memory, even his comprehension, had significantly enhanced, though not comparable to the state of the pure white eye. He was at least 2 or 3 times more capable than before consuming the potion. After calming his excitement, Abner retrieved a blue gemstone contained within a metal cigarette case, intending to verify whether his transformation into a reader had bestowed any enhancements upon his pure white eye. Rapidly blinking his left and right eyes alternately, his pupils instantly shifted to a brilliant white. 10 seconds later, upon another series of swift blinks, his pupils reverted to their usual pale blue. However, this time he merely felt a touch of fatigue, devoid of any inclination to faint. As an extraordinary being, the duration for which he could utilize the pure white eye had seemingly increased to around 15 seconds. The implied cessation within 10 seconds no longer imposed a significant strain on his mind, yet continuous usage remained unfeasible. It seemed a minimum interval of 2 hours was necessary. Should he push the limit to 15 seconds or engage in successive uses within a short time frame, he would likely succumb to a 6-hour stupor. This limit, however, appeared not to be immutable, likely linked to his spiritual essence and innate spirituality, suggesting that as the potion was metabolized and his spirituality enhanced, the duration of the pure white eye's efficacy would gradually increase. With this thought in mind, Abner opened the nearby bag and retrieved the ancient Guffasack language materials bestowed upon him by the wise Mr. I. He then alternated rapid blinks once more, re-entering the state of the pure white eye. Mere seconds later, Abner's eyes fluttered shut as he collapsed onto the prepared cushion. His final thought before unconsciousness struck being, "My deduction appears to be correct. Continuous activation indeed precipitates enforced unconsciousness." Simultaneously, in a workers' tavern near the dock area, Hugh sat across from a man in his 30s in a corner. Amidst the tavern's clamor, Hugh seemed to have posed a question that ignited the latter's agitation, leading him to pound the table in frustration, exclaiming, "You asked why the boss expelled me and instead employed that pretty boy named Hike? Damn it. I want to know too. Can you imagine? That person merely met the boss once and spoke to him for less than 10 minutes. Yet he gained the boss's complete trust, more than we, the old comrades, have ever received. Mind you, Boss Rosen is a notoriously suspicious individual who generally trusts no strangers. If it weren't for the fact that the boss is normal in other respects, I would suspect he was switched out for that pretty boy." Chapter 9. The Curse. On Friday morning, As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the dreadful haze enveloping Beakland and valiantly streamed through the window into a house near the Brave Tavern. Abner finally awakened from his stupor. Expertly, he retrieved his pocket watch, glanced at it, and sighed. Indeed, 6 hours have passed. Although the cost was high, his gains were substantial. Last night, during 2 instances of employing the pure white eye, he successfully deciphered an auxiliary material from the extraordinary characteristic of a Sequence 8 investigator during the first attempt. The second time, though brief, allowed him to retain over 100 words of the ancient Guffasack language from that study material, an impressive efficiency. More importantly, Abner discovered that reading and studying books while in the state of the pure white eye significantly accelerated the digestion of the reader's potion. Even during the mere seconds of last night, the manifestation of his potion's power had completely receded. The role of the reader, as suggested by the title, inherently involves extensive reading to broaden one's knowledge. The deeper significance lies in understanding the laws of nature, culture, and even the extraordinary through reading, achieving omniscience through all-encompassing knowledge. Of course, a mere Sequence 9 cannot attain such a level of omniscience, but the essence of this sequence's role ought to embody this principle. With subsequent roles, such as investigator, keeper of knowledge, and erudite, essentially revolving around the analysis, interpretation, and imitation of various forms of knowledge. The pure white eye, in its application, evidently aligns with this core theme, hence its ability to facilitate the digestion of the potion. At this rate, if I consistently use the pure white eye for reading and learning various subjects daily, perhaps I could fully digest the reader's potion within half a month? Maybe before the arrival of the fool, I could ascend to Sequence 8? Just as Abner contemplated the future, a sudden knock echoed from outside. It must be Kasparus, he surmised, glancing at his watch once more to assess the situation. Rising to his feet, he dispelled his spiritual barrier and cautiously opened the door. To his astonishment, he found no one waiting outside. Initially taken aback, he blinked in surprise, a fleeting flash of white crossing his gaze, before finally peering into the distance, where he spotted Kasparus across the street, separated by 2 courtyards. He couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Am I not in good health? Kasparus, however, had been watching Abner for a while before slowly making his way to the door, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, I have witnessed individuals being devoured by monsters when opening doors without a hint of caution after being lured in by an extraordinary being's loss of control. Abner's expression stiffened. Before he could respond to ease the tension, Kasparus handed him a gun bag. This is the revolver you requested, totaling 3 pounds, he succinctly conveyed. Abner's eyes lit up as he hurriedly counted out 3 pounds from his wallet and handed it over, eagerly accepting the gun bag and promptly extracting its contents. Before him lay a silver revolver with an elongated barrel, its grip crafted from walnut. Additionally, a neatly arranged box contained 50 gleaming yellow bullets. Kasparus verified the authenticity of the bills against the sunlight before declaring, Our transaction is complete. Should you require assistance in the future, you may find me at the Brave Tavern. Abner nodded appreciatively, expressing, I am truly grateful to you. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek my aid. As you know, I am now an extraordinary being. Kasparus scoffed lightly, Young one, do not grow overly confident. Even extraordinary beings are flesh and blood. Do not let your newfound abilities lead you to recklessness. Understanding the good intentions behind his words, Abner felt no offense, silently committing his promise to memory. After exchanging a few more words, Abner took his leave, as he had many matters to attend to and no time to linger. Once he had distanced himself, a figure emerged from the void, a mature man with short tawny hair, clad in a white shirt and brown waistcoat. As soon as he appeared, he smiled at Kasparus and remarked, It seems I am of no use here. You, my young friend, are quite steady indeed. Kasparus shook his head and replied, I fear he may become overly reliant on his abilities and attract greater trouble. Upon hearing this, the man adjusted his demeanor and said, Kasparus, do not underestimate that young fellow. Although I am unaware of which pathway he belongs to in the Sequence 9, he must have noticed me just now. Really? Zerial, can you be certain? Kasparus expressed his surprise. Do not underestimate a detective's powers of observation and judgment, Kasparus. While I am not a detective of the reader pathway, I could still perceive his obvious tension and vigilance through my spiritual sight. Zerial glanced at his watch and continued, Now that I have seen this little one of yours, I must prepare breakfast for my own little ones at home. Zerial, are you still taking care of those street children? Kasparus inquired, turning his gaze. Caspers furrowed his brow, choosing not to elaborate further, and watched as Zeriel's figure gradually faded away. My pure white eyes, thus far, do not possess spiritual sight and cannot perceive spiritual entities, so that man should not be in a spiritual state. Hence, is it the illusion of a trickster, the deception of a magician, the mental interference of a con artist? Only these three types excel in such arts at lower sequences. Indeed, the principles of these abilities should all revolve around influencing individuals mentally. Could it be said, then, that my pure white eyes possess the capacity to resist or penetrate mental type spells? Alas, the information is too scant to ascertain anything for now. Lost in thought, Abner entered the restaurant he frequented since his arrival in this world. He glanced around but did not spot Hugh's figure. The lady's investigation must still be ongoing. This thought crossed his mind, yet he paid it no heed. Although he was aware that the so-called two-faced man, Rosen, had driven the original's father to despair, he had merely inherited the original's memories without the accompanying emotions. Thus he felt no urgency, waiting only for the right moment to make that man pay the price. The subway in Beekland was born 25 years ago, initially connecting both banks of the Taysok River, and has now expanded to several major urban districts, albeit with relatively few stations. Given that Abner needed to reach Riverside Street in the St. George district, which was exceedingly remote, taking a carriage would take too long. Thus, the subway was far more convenient. Upon arriving underground, Abner examined the price board near the ticket window. During peak hours, trains ran every 10 minutes, and at other times, every 15 minutes. First-class tickets cost 6 pence, second class 4 pence, and third class 3 pence, with round-trip fares being 9, 6, and 5 pence respectively. Annual tickets were priced at 8 shillings for first class, 5 shillings 10 pence for second class, while there were no annual tickets for third class. The prices were reasonable. Even if I were to travel daily to practice shooting, I could afford it. As this thought crossed his mind, Abner pulled out 4 copper pennies and handed them to the ticket clerk, purchasing a second-class ticket. The train's massive form, its serpentine body, and the dark iron sheen intermingled with intricate machinery presented a unique aesthetic. Now this truly embodies the essence of steampunk. Abner could not help but whistle, simultaneously criticizing the author for the bait-and-switch nature of the book's description. Although he understood that the steampunk elements in the novel were merely embellishments and not to be scrutinized too deeply, now that he was immersed in it, he finally felt the power of steam and machinery. Not long after boarding, amidst the clattering noise, the steam subway began to accelerate from slow to fast. After 10 minutes, it gradually decelerated and came to a halt at the scheduled platform. Since Abner had yet to reach his destination, he remained seated, awaiting the train's next departure. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of firm footsteps, a small-framed girl with disheveled hair entered the carriage. It was none other than Hodier Cha, the future misjudgment of the Tarot Society. "Hugh?" Abner exclaimed in surprise, pondering to himself. "Could it be that I have an unusual affinity with this young lady? In less than 4 days since my arrival, I have encountered her 3 times." Hugh clearly noticed Abner as well, and she walked directly to the empty seat beside him and greeted, "Good morning, Abner. What a coincidence. Where are you headed?" "Riverside Street." "Is it the shooting club at 33 Riverside Street?" Hugh's voice suddenly faltered, and then she asked in a complex tone, "Indeed. How do you know, Miss Hugh? Have you been there?" Just as Abner's question was about to escape his lips, he suddenly realized that Hugh's expression seemed somewhat off, her features shifting through a blend of nostalgia, confusion, and reluctance, deeply ensnared in various emotions. He could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine, contemplating, while it's possible that my words triggered something within Hugh as a Sequence 9 arbiter, how could she lose her composure in front of someone she hardly knows? This is quite unsettling. With this thought in mind, Abner decisively activated his pure white eyes and beheld a strange black pattern coiling upon Hugh's forehead. "That used to be my father's property. I played there as a child." Hugh appeared oblivious to her predicament, continuing to murmur about past events. However, when she unconsciously turned her head and met Abner's pure white gaze, she suddenly shivered, fully awakening from her trance. "Hugh, listen to me. First, gather your emotions and clear your mind. You are likely under a curse, and this curse may be exploiting your extreme emotions." Abner, witnessing her gaze regain its calmness, rubbed his slightly befuddled head and added, "We need to get off immediately and find a safe place to discuss this." As he spoke, he grasped Hugh's hand with one hand and held the revolver's grip in his other, striding toward the platform while the train had yet to depart. Although Hugh, as a wild extraordinary, lacked extensive knowledge of mysticism, her experience was profound, and she did not hesitate to jog alongside Abner. Chapter 10. Seeking Help. Not far from the subway station is St. Wynne Cathedral. Let us head there. Hugh, having barely recovered from her earlier emotional turmoil, informed Abner as they ran. Abner nodded in response. Although neither of them were followers of the Lord of Storms, it was evident that the tyrant posed a greater threat to evildoers, making the church an ideal refuge under the current circumstances where the enemy lurked in the shadows. As for why the railway from the East District to the St. George District passed through St. Wynne Cathedral in the Jewwood District, well, it is common knowledge that subway circles tend to loop. The subway station was less than 100 meters from St. Wynne Cathedral. Upon exiting the station, Abner spotted the headquarters of the Storm Church. Established over 1,000 years ago, they hurried to the vicinity of the church's wall, finally exhaling a breath of relief. Here, unless the extraordinary being who had targeted Hugh had lost their wits, they would not dare to strike again, as even a successful attack would invite the tyrant's wrath in the form of a lightning bolt. Abner and Hugh did not enter the church, for they were not adherents of the Storm, but rather wild, extraordinary individuals. Revealing their identities could lead to capture by the enforcers. Leaning against the church wall, they rested for a moment before Hugh spoke up. "Thank you, Abner. Without your assistance, I would have likely succumbed to those inexplicable emotions and transformed into a monster." After the recent events, she felt a deeper sense of gratitude and trust towards Abner. Abner waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern, and then inquired, "Hugh, whom exactly have you angered to fall under a curse?" Listening closely, it seemed that this hike was less of a con artist and more akin to an instigator of the witch pathway. After all, one must execute their own deception, and conducting fraud through others should not align with the principles of their role. However, his connection to slave traders raised the possibility that my body's mother may have been taken by him as well. Wait a moment. Abner was thoughtfully pinching his chin when, suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind, linking the plot of the novel with the situation before him. In an instant, he grasped a multitude of truths. If that hick was indeed the instigator, he must belong to the witch sect, which in the novel collaborated with the Rune royal family to continuously traffic humans as sacrifices for the emperor seeking divinity. Could it be that this was also part of George III's scheme to become the Dark Emperor? In the original text, Klein had only exposed a slave trader named Carpin. Such a grand plot as achieving divinity could not possibly be orchestrated by a mere subordinate. This small-time loan shark gang could not have been orchestrated by the higher-ups, but was likely just an opportunistic peripheral organization. After piecing these thoughts together, Abner's expression darkened, for the implications of this matter reached far beyond what a mere sequence 9 could influence. The only consolation was that Hick was likely just a minor player, unlikely to provoke any formidable adversaries. "Have you had any realizations?" Hugh, noticing the change in Abner's demeanor, asked with concern. Abner glanced at Hugh. In the original work, she had ended up in prison after severely injuring Rosen during this case. It now seemed probable that some extraordinary being had interfered with her, for it was unlikely that this young lady would inflict such violence upon an ordinary person. Furthermore, due to his earlier warning, Hugh had uncovered deeper secrets, which had drawn down the curse upon her. In a sense, it was his meddling that had placed her in danger. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Abner hesitated, unsure whether to divulge certain truths, for to be frank, she was also one of the victims in George III's folly to attain divinity. However, he soon resolved to keep this information concealed for the time being, as he had no way to explain the source of his intelligence, and simply stating it was a deduction would sound too implausible. "I believe Hick may be the instigator rather than the fraudster I previously conjectured. He might be affiliated with the witch sect or the divination society." Abner cautiously revealed a fragment of information before shifting the focus. "The pressing matter now is how to deal with the cursed sigils afflicting you. If they remain unpurified, that assailant will ultimately regain control over you." "That is because I employed an extraordinary item," Abner initially replied vaguely, then elaborated. "The curse likely stems from the abyssal path, and it should be a sealing item." His determination that it was a sealing item rather than an extraordinary being from the abyss was based on the fact that lower sequence spells do not operate from a distance. If the assailant had personally faced such a high-ranking backlash, they would surely have been incapacitated or worse. Since there were no unusual occurrences at the subway platform or car, it indicated that the assailant was still distanced from the backlash, merely affected by the sealing item. Nevertheless, even so, that individual would not fare well. As for the assailant being of mid to high sequence, Abner did not even entertain the thought. Such powerful beings would not find it troublesome to deal with 2 sequence 9 individuals. They would probably remain oblivious to their own assault until death. The abyssal path? Hugh felt her knowledge was woefully inadequate. Commonly referred to as the demon sequence, they are adept at manipulating emotions and leading others to their downfall, Abner succinctly explained. Hugh nodded, refraining from inquiring how Abner had deduced it was a sealing item, but she posed a difficult question. So how can we completely dispel it? If the fool were here now, all it would take is a prayer, and he would resolve it for you with a paper angel. Alas, the fool will not arrive for another month. We must now seek extraordinary beings or items from the solar path for solutions. Lost in thought, Abner combined knowledge from the novel with the curse sigils he had just observed, suggesting this curse should not be particularly high level. A simple exorcism ritual should suffice. Exorcism. Do you know how to perform one? Hugh blinked and asked. How would a complete novice who has just crossed over 4 days know how to do this? While internally lamenting, Abner maintained a composed exterior and countered. Do you not have any connections in the extraordinary circle? Perhaps that individual who will provide warmth to Klein in the future? But there haven't been any gatherings in the extraordinary circle for a week or 2, Hugh said, lowering her head in frustration. The experienced woman inferred that the curse-bearer had been backfired upon and would likely not attack again for a short time. But that brief interval might only last a day or 2, certainly not a week or 2, considering that his meddling had led her into this predicament. Abner felt compelled to extend a helping hand. After a moment of thought, he said, I know someone who possesses a remarkable item that might assist you, but I cannot guarantee I can reach him. I can only suggest you give it a try. Thank you, Abner. This matter was not originally yours to bear. Hugh's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and she felt a renewed sense of gratitude toward Abner. No need for thanks. Let's be on our way, Abner concluded, hailing a cab on the street and instructing the driver to head to Iron Gate Street in the Bridge District. Seated in the carriage, Hugh glanced at Abner beside her and hesitantly asked, Are you still going to the shooting club on Riverside Street today? Abner's eyes brightened at this suggestion. It seemed quite persuasive. Noticing her nightly practice attire, he suddenly had a new idea and inquired, How proficient are you in combat? How about this? I will hire you as my firearms and combat instructor, and the fee will be settled with the intelligence debt you owe me. How does that sound? Abner proposed with a touch of audacity. Agreed, Hugh replied, feeling somewhat relieved. She disliked the feeling of being indebted to others, so this arrangement was preferable. As they conversed, the carriage arrived at Iron Gate Street, and Abner skillfully led Hugh to the Braveheart Bar, where they found Casper. Chapter 11, Exorcism. Upon hearing their intent, Casper scrutinized Abner, asking curiously, How did you know I could contact that organizer? Isn't it obvious? If you weren't familiar with him, would you dare bring someone to his gathering? Are you a professional broker? This little rascal really lacks tact. Casper internally cursed before glancing at Hugh behind Abner, quickly recognizing the well-known adjudicator from the East District. He assessed the situation for a moment before nodding at Abner. I can inquire for you, but regardless of the outcome, you must pay a contact fee of £3. Absolutely, Abner agreed without hesitation, as it would be Miss Hugh footing the bill. You two wait here for a moment. With that, Casper turned and entered a resting room on the other side. From the tone of his voice, it seemed he could easily contact the esteemed Mr. Eye of Wisdom. Was it a magical item? A messenger? Or perhaps a telegraph? While Abner pondered these questions, Hugh tugged at his sleeve and quietly asked, What level of extraordinary being is the organizer you seek? He is a sequence 7 gentleman, but he possesses a powerful sealing item. So his true combat strength is at sequence 6 level. Abner briefly introduced. Sequence 7. Hugh's heart settled. This rank was considered mid-sequence in contemporary times. Afterward, she carefully scrutinized Abner again, incredulously asking, When did you become that gentleman's student? What? Abner was taken aback, momentarily stunned. What does that even mean? Having passed his test. Does that make him a future student? Wasn't he not allowed to preach in rune? Oh, right, this was just about accepting students. But wasn't he that a bit hasty? Abner internally complained, yet outwardly accepted this new status, for being a student would certainly facilitate his ascent. Why not embrace the support offered by a willing mentor? As for whether that gentleman harbored ulterior motives, Abner was not overly concerned, setting aside the man's decent character. Perhaps the term future student was merely a jest or an attempt to elevate a promising junior, even if his intentions are indeed nefarious. As long as we can delay for a couple of months, considering the current rate of absorption of the digestive potion, by then, Abner may not fear him at all. After settling the communication fee, Abner and his companion exited the bar. It was still merely midday, and they could not linger there until evening. "Where are you headed?" Hiyu inquired, somewhat bewildered. "To study," Abner replied. Hiyu was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "So, we both feel a sense of guilt. I feel that my meddling has brought you undue danger, while you believe your affairs have drawn me into peril." Abner pondered, stroking his chin, and decided it best not to elucidate. After all, how could he explain that he was privy to the plot? "Then, let us proceed." Subsequently, the afternoon unfolded in a rhythm of 10 seconds of studying the ancient Guffasak language with his pure white eye, followed by 2 hours of rest and review of previously acquired knowledge. Since Miss Hiyu had already witnessed his pure white eye, he made no effort to conceal it, merely attributing it to the use of extraordinary items. After dining, around 7:30, they returned to the Brave Bar. This time, Abner found the apartment from the previous gathering without needing Casper's guidance. After donning cloaks and masks for disguise, they knocked on the secret signal. Soon, a small wooden panel on the door opened, revealing an eye peering out. Abner recognized it as the servant of the old gentleman known as the Eye of Wisdom. Following a procedure akin to that of their previous gathering, they were ushered into the familiar sitting room, illuminated by the flickering glow of a dim candle, where they beheld the elder seated comfortably in an armchair. Upon their entrance, the Eye of Wisdom appraised them and remarked with a smile, "It appears that the one in need of assistance is this lady. Your insight is remarkable." Abner complimented. He expressed gratitude to Emperor Roselle, who had provided many idioms with their origins, albeit at his own expense. "No need for flattery. Once our transaction is complete, we shall individually assess whether you have truly mastered half of that information in less than a day." The Eye of Wisdom turned to Hiyu and continued, "This young lady seems to be cursed by the whispers of the cold-blooded, yet I perceive that the curse has been weakened. The residual aura of corruption is minimal, and a purification with the solar brooch should suffice." Hiyu gazed at him with admiration and implored, "You are correct. I humbly request your assistance." Noticing their attention was now on him, he cheerfully introduced, "This is the solar brooch, which grants you the ability to exorcise, purify, and utilize certain solar domain spells. However, the downside is that as long as you wear it, you shall never experience the sensation of coolness, forever enduring the heat of a southern summer. Truly, you never miss an opportunity to show off." Abner mused inwardly, just as the solar brooch erupted with pure, warm, and radiant light. It surged forth like a tide, enveloping both of them. Moments later, everything returned to normal. Hiyu and Abner felt an overwhelming warmth, akin to soaking in a hot spring or basking in sunlight. During this process, Abner lowered his gaze and discreetly activated his pure white eye, witnessing the black markings on Hiyu's forehead dissipate under the radiance, as if boiling water had been poured over snow. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance." Hiyu sincerely bowed. "No need for such formality. This is merely a transaction, is it not?" The Eye of Wisdom waved his hand dismissively before shifting his gaze back to Abner. The tales captivated Hiyu, and even the erudite Eye of Wisdom adjusted his posture, evidently intrigued. After a moment's hesitation, Abner subtly hinted, "It is because the Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire has been resurrected." He refrained from elaborating, fearing that excessive detail might attract unwelcome attention, for they were not in the realm of the gray mist. The Black Emperor's resurrection, the Eye of Wisdom mused, nodding thoughtfully. His understanding was limited, but he sensed that the Black Emperor's existence was likely more complex than mere title suggested. "This reward pleases me greatly. It has significantly enriched and supplemented my comprehension of the quaternary, propelling my exploration of historical truths forward. Praise be to the God of knowledge and wisdom." After expressing his satisfaction, the Eye of Wisdom temporarily excused Hiyu before turning to Abner, smiling as he declared, "As per our agreement, it is now time to assess your studies." In a thorough evaluation of the material, the Eye of Wisdom nodded in appreciation, stating, "You have exceeded my expectations. While this is undoubtedly due to the enhancement of your memory from the Reader's Potion, your mastery at this level indicates a natural aptitude for language. I owe this to the clarity of the materials you provided," Abner humbly replied. Emperor Roselle once remarked that excessive humility borders on hypocrisy. Abner, consider that I spent an entire month learning this ancient Guffasak language when I first encountered it, without the aid of any potion. Mind you, the Eye of Wisdom chuckled, shaking his head. "To master a language in a month without any external assistance? You must be a prodigy." Abner thought to himself, maintaining an outward demeanor of modesty. "What is your faith?" The Eye of Wisdom suddenly inquired. "If I were to say, I follow the fool, Would you draw out the solar brooch and purify me on the spot? Abner was taken aback by the question, internally scoffing before recalling that the original owner of his body belonged to a family of devotees of the goddess. Thus he replied, the goddess of the night. The eye of wisdom chuckled lightly, evidently discerning the fragility of Abner's faith, and in a tone of persuasion remarked, from your hesitance just now, it appears you are not a devoted follower of the goddess of the night. I believe your character and principles align more closely with the teachings of the Church of Knowledge. Why not convert to the faith of my Lord, the God of knowledge and wisdom? Are you suggesting that my lack of fervor makes me akin to a traitor, thus better suited to follow that two-faced dragon? What kind of reasoning is this? Compatibility? After pondering for a moment, Abner raised his head and inquired, what benefits would conversion bring? Even the seasoned eye of wisdom was momentarily at a loss for words, beginning to question whether introducing such a pragmatic individual into the faith was prudent. After a lengthy pause, he sighed, perhaps you have heard whispers of my intentions from Casper. I'd already contemplated taking you on as a student. Now, witnessing your talent and diligence, I find myself even more inclined. Should you choose to convert to my Lord's faith, I shall become your teacher, imparting knowledge of the arcane, which I can see you currently lack. This was indeed true. While Abner had read the entirety of the Lord of Mysteries, he was aware of many esoteric or advanced concepts, yet most foundational knowledge of mysticism was merely glossed over in the novel, leaving him somewhat in the dark. Why? Why do you specifically wish to take me as a student? There are many gifted young individuals in Beakland. For a sequence 7 keeper of knowledge, acquiring students is quite simple, rendering such overtures unnecessary. The eye of wisdom understood Abner's inquiry and admired his cautiousness in not being dazzled by the prospect of an unexpected fortune. Seemingly unreserved in his intentions, the elder replied candidly, if I were to claim that I find you appealing and genuinely wish to assist you, you would surely dismiss it. Hey, such prophetic instincts are typically reserved for the sequence 4 reader's path, are they not? For a sequence 7 keeper of knowledge to wield such an extraordinary ability seems rather unbelievable. Unless, of course, there is a higher-tiered figure looking favorably upon you, allowing you to experience this ahead of time. Abner was habitually skeptical, but at this point, a cold sweat broke out as he suddenly confronted a realization he had previously overlooked. As a soul from another realm bearing a golden finger, he had forged a bond with the reader's path immediately upon his arrival, which must have implications at the highest echelons of that path. Could it be that the omniscient deity of knowledge and wisdom has already taken notice of him? Moreover, his golden finger evidently aligns perfectly with the capabilities of this path. He had not previously contemplated this aspect, believing instead that his golden finger bore the distinct characteristics of a divine artifact, capable of shielding him from prying eyes and contamination. He presumed that the 250 dragon would not particularly focus on such a minor figure as himself. However, the goodwill manifested by the eye of wisdom has rendered Abner less confident. Perhaps the deity's perception and control over this path far exceed his imagination. What if he is aware of my existence, but has not acted against me immediately, instead opting to have a follower invest in me indirectly? Does this not imply that he foresees the positive implications my arrival may bring to the world in the future? At the very least, such change would be advantageous for him. Furthermore, his chosen method of assistance is rather conspicuous. Does this indicate a desire for recognition in his benevolence? Gradually, Abner calmed himself, engaging in earnest analysis. Nonetheless, he dared not refer to the 250 dragon in his thoughts, merely using his designation. All gifts of fate come with a price, marked in the shadows. What will be the currency for this goodwill in the future? He decided against dwelling on it. Even with this knowledge, he felt powerless to alter anything. What if rejecting his kindness would lead to being deemed an enemy? Alas, sometimes knowing too many secrets is not a blessing. If he were oblivious, he could simply be a cheerful pawn. No, it is perhaps best to regard these speculations as mere self-induced fears. The truth might simply be that the eye of wisdom acted on a whim. After contemplating many matters, Abner engaged in self-deprecating humor, then lifted his gaze to the venerable eye of wisdom who awaited his answer, inhaling deeply before stating, I wish to become your student, master. My name is Abner Breen. With that, he removed his iron mask. If he were to become an apprentice, it was only fitting to reveal his true visage. The eye of wisdom appeared quite pleased. He too removed his mask, revealing his blue eyes and gaunt face, a distinguished elderly gentleman with graying temples. My name is Icing Stanton, the keeper of knowledge, sequence 7, and a devotee of the deity of knowledge and wisdom. From this day forth, you shall be my official student, and I shall recommend you to the Leuenberg authorities. The Eye of Wisdom, or Icing, introduced himself. Is that all? So casual? No formalities? Icing seemed to perceive Abner's astonishment and chuckled as he explained. In our knowledge society, unless a ritual is being conducted, we do not adhere to cumbersome protocols. We strive to guide those who share a passion for knowledge and a commitment to learning. Moreover, this is Ron, the domain of the tyrant, where simplicity reigns. Abner nodded in understanding, only to hear Icing continue. Starting tomorrow, you shall move into my residence. In my spare time, I will provide guidance, and while I work, you may peruse my collection. Of course, you will need to assist me with organizing and analyzing materials to offset your lodging and board. By the way, my residence is located at 16 Nar Street in the Hillsdon district. No salary? Abner instinctively thought to himself, but after some reflection, he decided against being ungrateful, merely mentioning that he would be practicing firearms and combat in the mornings. Unsurprisingly, this received Icing's approval. All right, go fetch that young lady, and then we shall together seek out and eliminate the extraordinary individual who cursed her. As your teacher, I must ensure my student's peace of mind. Icing rose, tapping his cane. Abner was taken aback, not expecting such assistance from him. And a thought arose in his mind that having such a mentor might not be so bad after all. Ruth soon re-entered the living room, guided by a servant. Upon seeing the master and apprentice without their masks, she momentarily froze, looking at Abner with unease. I have become Icing's student, Abner explained to Ruth, adding, the master has agreed to accompany us in finding the one who cursed you. Ruth pursed her lips, feeling that once again she owed a favor. But she had no desire to refuse. If that individual were not dealt with promptly, he might bring danger to Furs, and she did not want to endanger her friends any further. Thus, she removed her mask, sincerely expressing to both men, thank you, Abner. Thank you, Mr. Eye of Wisdom. She believed it was Abner who had implored his teacher to help, hence her gratitude extended to both. No need for thanks. There is no time to waste. Let us depart immediately. You can explain the particulars to me along the way. Icing waved his hand, demonstrating the decisive action of a seasoned detective. Ruth and Abner exchanged glances, hastily following Icing, recounting their previous encounters as they made their way to the subway station. Abner chuckled awkwardly at the mention of their adversary, but refrained from revealing anything. For his pure white, I was his greatest trump card, and he would not disclose it willingly. The signs of action had not been obscured, suggesting that this was not a professional criminal, at least not one experienced in dealing with detectives. You two stay close behind me. I can roughly deduce where he is hiding. Chapter 13. Interrogation. The backlash from the sealed objects of the demon's sequence typically craves the souls of humans driven by intense desires, offering them as sacrifices to quell the backlash. So, Abner, here lies the question. Where do you believe the most intense desires are concentrated in this vicinity? And where might it be easiest to strike? Icing inquired, leading the way while sharing his analysis with Abner and Ruth, genuinely intrigued. The strongest desires. Could it be at nearby brothels or the mansions of wealthy aristocrats? Abner pondered aloud. Icing was momentarily speechless, astonished that his student would equate patrons of vice with aristocrats. He offered a gentle reminder. Human desire manifests in various forms. Furthermore, this is the Jewwood district, which lacks brothels. The mansions of aristocrats and wealthy merchants may have bodyguards, making reckless violence without prior investigation likely to fail. Abner, absorbing this, reflected on the fact that, as a time traveler, his understanding of this world and city was still quite superficial, and it was natural for him to misjudge due to his lack of experience. At that moment, however, Ruth interjected, it's the bars. Although there are no brothels in Jewwood, many women seeking wealth go to upscale bars to find targets. Naturally, men of ill repute frequent those places as well. Moreover, bars often have underground casinos and various entertainment options. That is where the most desire-driven crowd congregates. Exactly. The young lady speaks quite rightly. Jewwood has a total of 4 bars. One is too far to consider. The other 2 are particularly upscale, requiring introductions for entry, and are not far from St. Wynne Cathedral, where we might encounter members of the punitive teams seeking leisure, which also makes them inadvisable. The last one is the Blue Spirit Bar, 3 blocks away, and the traces I've discovered point there. Icing nodded in approval. In a corner of the Blue Spirit Bar, 2 groups of drunken men, numbering 5 or 6 each, stood facing each other, brandishing bottles and exchanging curses that escalated in severity. As they began to shove one another, it appeared a violent confrontation was imminent. Yet, in the shadows unnoticed by all, a figure emerged quietly. With a cruel smile, the figure raised a trident, preparing to exploit the chaos and incite a bloodbath, plunging the situation into utter disarray. He succeeded. The sudden eruption of blood drove both parties, already on edge, into a frenzy, each seizing whatever weapons were at hand to strike at one another, further escalating the chaos. Meanwhile, the figures stealthily flitted around the edges of the fray, each appearance claiming a life. After all those individuals lay lifeless in a pool of blood, he cautiously emerged from the shadows outside the bar. Having wiped the blood from his trident, the assassin suddenly sensed something amiss. The tumultuous conflict had inexplicably failed to attract the intervention of the bar security, and the glaring oversight dawned on him only now. Upon this realization, he resolved to retreat into the shadows and escape from the scene. Unfortunately, his stealthy maneuver faltered. Simultaneously, a faint command in ancient Hermetic echoed in his ears. No shadowy concealment allowed here. Judge, nightmare. These two words surfaced in his mind, instilling a profound terror within him, as he pondered how he could have provoked both a Sequence 6 and a Sequence 7 to conspire against him. Before his thoughts could fully coalesce, he caught a whiff of a delightful floral fragrance and inwardly cursed his misfortune. Before he could react, he succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, an ethereal veil seemed to shatter, and the deceased brawlers once again raised their glasses, engaging in merry toasts, their demeanor exuberant as if the violent clash had merely been a fleeting dream. Indeed, it was a dream. The combination of the nightmare judge and apothecary's abilities had silently subdued an extraordinary being of at least Sequence 8, and this was achieved even with their powers significantly diminished from their original forms. Meanwhile, Asinger removed a ring from his finger and cheerfully introduced it to the two. This is an extraordinary artifact of mine, once codenamed 2081, derived from a rogue Sequence 6 encountered by a reader. It enables me to identify, comprehend, remember, and simulate all extraordinary abilities I have witnessed. The stronger the ability I face, the higher the probability of failure. Of course, even if successful, the outcome will diverge significantly from the original. Abner was already aware of this item. Thus he remained unfazed, secretly contemplating that since this ring was an embodiment of an extraordinary trait, it might indeed allow him to extract potion formulas through the pure white eye. It seemed prudent to observe closely during his lessons at the teacher's residence. HEW, on the other hand, inquired quizzically too. 081. As she was not an official extraordinary being, she was unaware of the codename's significance. Many wondrous artifacts harbor obvious hidden dangers that could pose threats, which is why the churches of the 7 Orthodox deities are engaged in their collection and sealing, referring to them as sealed objects and differentiating them by numerical codes. After prolonged debates and discussions, the 7 divine churches established a unified nomenclature system, using 0, 1, 2, and 3 to denote varying levels of danger, with level 0 being the most hazardous, said to include items capable of annihilating nations or even worlds. The 7 Orthodox deities churches communicate regarding level 0 and 1 sealed objects, informing one another of their possessions, ensuring that the codename for level 0 and 1 does not repeat, while levels 2 and 3 are sorted independently, with different churches potentially sharing the same codename. Asinger provided a brief explanation. During this exchange, the trio dragged the assailant to a secluded corner of a narrow alley. The detective crouched down and lifted a manhole cover, revealing a pitch-black pit below. "This is one of my safe houses. Rest assured, it is devoid of danger." Once a candle was lit, Abner realized that it was not a true sewer, but rather a cave of approximately 20 square meters and 4 meters deep. There was a door on the eastern side, the destination unknown, that leads to the actual sewer nearby. If someone were to block it off, that would serve as an emergency exit. Asinger noted Abner's gaze and clarified, then clapped his hands. "All right, while the effects of that hallucinogenic potion still linger, let us interrogate this assailant. I have recently acquired a mind-reading ability that should compel him to divulge the truth." Abner and HEW had no objections. They too were eager to ascertain whether there were any hidden masterminds behind this. "I am Turner, a Sequence 8 instigator affiliated with an organization called the Cognizant Society. My superior is a witch named Lena, and I have only communicated with her on a singular line, never encountering other members of the organization. Over 6 months ago, the organization tasked me, through Lena, with selling individuals to several traffickers without alerting the church. Thus, I adopted a false identity named Hick, joining a loan shark gang, intending to both consume potions and fulfill the task. I incited the gang leader, Rosen, to create a loan contract fraught with traps, using extraordinary abilities to persuade the borrowers to blindly accept the contract, leading many families to ruin, subsequently trafficking their relatives to complete the assignment. A month ago, due to my commendable performance, Lena suddenly appeared and rewarded me with an extraordinary weapon, the trident. I inquired when I might receive the potion formula for Sequence 7, but she cryptically remarked that my awareness was still insufficient, and then she departed. Is this it? Indeed, with this item, one may join. Although Abner did not yet recognize the ancient Hermetic language, Hugh had already elucidated its meaning aloud. This might be a clue to some hidden treasure. Asinger suddenly became intrigued. As a detective, he relished unraveling enigmas. This is the token for the Destiny Hermits gathering, functioning as both a communication device and a locator. The Destiny Hermits? What is that? Asinger looked perplexly at his student, while Hugh's gaze also turned toward him. It refers to a clandestine organization formed during the later stages of the Fourth Epoch, composed predominantly of families of thieves, most of whom are associated with the Thieves sequence. Abner did not intend to elaborate further, only offering a brief explanation. Abner, you seem quite knowledgeable about the secrets of the Fourth Epoch. Asinger remarked with slight admiration, yet he did not pry deeper. I am also well versed in the Third Epoch, but I fear that voicing it would lead to immediate peril. Abner inwardly mocked himself before continuing to question Turner. How often do you communicate with Lena? Is she aware that you are cursing HEW? Upon hearing this, both Abner and HEW sighed in relief. The latter believed that under the current circumstances, it was nearly impossible for members of the Cognizant Society to trace her, particularly since a clandestine organization would hardly initiate an investigation for a missing Sequence 8. Abner reasoned that even if they were to uncover his involvement, it would likely take months, by which time he might not even fear them. I maintain good relations with Military Intelligence Section 9, the Night Watchers, and the Mechanical Heart. Shortly, I will hand this instigator over to them. A Sequence 8 villain should fetch a handsome bounty. You wouldn't begrudge me for keeping this reward to myself, would you? Asinger, the detective, jested in exaggerated tones. Abner recognized that this action was primarily to safeguard himself and HEW. After all, should a person fall into official hands, the Cognizant Society or the Witch Sect would likely have to retreat, for they were indeed a clandestine organization that would not confront the Church of the True Gods head-on. Hugh evidently grasped this as well and quickly expressed her gratitude once more. Subsequently, the three engaged in further inquiries. But Turner proved to be merely a lowly pawn within the Cognizant Society, possessing little additional knowledge to offer. Thus their gains were minimal. After rendering the instigator unconscious once more, Asinger clapped his hands and declared, "Very well, let us divide the belongings he possesses, and then we shall consider this matter concluded," leaving the rest to the authorities. HEW promptly shook her head, asserting, "Capturing this individual was entirely your effort. These items rightfully belong to you. How could I possibly object?" Abner naturally concurred, though he was curious about what his mentor would allocate to him. "Thank you, Professor." Abner expressed his gratitude sincerely, although he still possessed 350 gold pounds, which might seem a fortune to an ordinary person. It was but a pittance to an extraordinary being. On the other side, Hugh quickly shook her head in refusal as Asinger turned his gaze towards her, insisting, "There's no need to consider my share. This matter is entirely you aiding me. I have contributed nothing. How could I possibly accept any spoils?" Unlike Abner, she lacked such audacity, and besides, Abner was a student of the other party. It was only natural for him to receive a share. Asinger chuckled heartily, pushing the triangular dagger towards Hugh with an air of insistence. "Miss Hugh, do not be so formal. Have you forgotten? It was you who deduced that the instigator would strike at the bar. How can you claim you did not assist? Take it. I have just examined it. This dagger is rather mediocre in function, possessing only a toxin that is difficult to analyze. Akin to a mere ordinary weapon laced with poison of little value." Abner was about to respond when a thought struck him, prompting him to hesitate before advising, "Professor, you may hand him over to the Night Watch or the Mechanical Heart, but it would be wise to avoid Military Intelligence Division 9. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "It seems some individuals within the military are also involved in human trafficking. I fear they may pose a threat to you." "You mean to say there are military personnel involved in this?" Asinger furrowed his brow, perplexed. What could their motive possibly be? "And Abner, why do you know this?" "My mother was also a victim of trafficking," Abner replied, fabricating half-truths. "I conducted some investigations." "I see." Asinger the detective nodded in realization. Hugh cast a sympathetic glance at Abner, surprised to learn of his unfortunate past, completely oblivious to the fact that her father was, in truth, also a victim of this incident. I understand now. Rest assured, I am well versed in dealing with the authorities, Asinger concluded, waving his hand dismissively at the two, before effortlessly leaping into the well, his agility betraying his elderly appearance. Hiyu, currently residing in the Bridge District, bid farewell to Abner midway. As she turned to watch Abner depart, she was startled and nearly jumped out of her skin. A lady clad in a beige high-collar gown with softly curled brown hair was staring at her from less than a meter away, resembling a ghost. Fourth, where on earth did you come from? You nearly frightened me to death. Hiyu exhaled deeply once she recognized her. Fourth, indeed startled by Hiyu's words, promptly inquired, what on earth happened? That is a long story. Let us talk as we walk. Hiyu said, secretly relieved, and began recounting the events of the past few days in a concise manner. Of course, she omitted any mention of Asinger's identity or Abner's status as her student, merely stating that Abner had enlisted a powerful ally to capture the assailant. Hiyu shook her head, firmly asserting he has no ulterior motives. This was a certainty she felt as an arbiter, based on his demeanor and expression. Then why is he so dedicated to assisting you? According to your account, you have only met 2 or 3 times. As a roommate, Fourth was aware of Hiyu's exceptional intuition, thus her curiosity was piqued. I cannot say. However, I have this lingering feeling that he seems to have known me for a long time. Hiyu herself was somewhat puzzled. Yet she was certain that Abner harbored no ill intentions, hence she did not wish to delve deeper. Nevertheless, the following morning, he arrived punctually at the subway station in the East District, where he found Hiyu already waiting. Sorry to keep you waiting, Abner said apologetically, considering his residence was closer. It's nothing. Let us set off immediately. The location is in the northern outskirts, rather remote. We'll take the subway to the North District and then switch to a carriage. Hiyu dismissed the minor inconvenience, her demeanor brisk and decisive. In silence, they traveled, and after approximately 40 minutes, they arrived at a somewhat dilapidated estate situated in a secluded area. Abner surveyed the manor, reminiscent of a horror film set, and hesitantly remarked, is this truly the place where you can practice shooting for free? Even if it is run down, it's still a manor near Beakland. Surely there must be prospective buyers? What if we get discovered and thrown out? Hiyu comprehended Abner's concerns and explained, this was once our family's vacation estate. After my father's incident, it was sold to a wealthy merchant, but for reasons unknown, the occupants have faced one misfortune after another, giving rise to rumors of hauntings, leading to its current state of disrepair. At present, only an old servant tends to it. He was one of my father's staff, a mute man whom my father treated well. Thus, as long as we do not attempt to enter the house, we should be fine. In other words, even if he hears the sound of gunfire, he would ignore it out of respect. Truly, the descendants of nobility possess such extensive connections, even in decline. Abner grasped the essence of Hiyu's words swiftly. From Abner's seemingly unsurprised expression, Hiyu deduced several things. He undoubtedly knows who my father is. He has indeed known me for quite some time. He appears to be privy to many secrets. Then, does he know the true reason my father was wrongfully accused? Chapter 15, Training. Though Hiyu was filled with questions, she refrained from voicing them. She had an instinct that even if Abner possessed the answers, he would not divulge them at this moment. Moreover, if Abner truly understood everything, his choice to withhold information must have its own rationale. Hiyu had sufficient trust and patience in her friendship to await further revelations. Furthermore, as their bond deepened, she could subtly seek out clues and conduct her own investigations. Unbeknownst to Abner, who followed Hiyu to the backyard shooting range, he curiously inquired, is it true that those wealthy merchants who bought this place have faced continuous misfortune due to malevolent spirits? He lacked the ability to perceive spirits unless he invested time in performing rituals. Is it safe here now? Abner glanced around nervously, fearing that the punishment squad might leap out and subdue him. After all, he was now a follower of the god of knowledge and wisdom, regarded as a heretic in the eyes of the tyrant. Rest assured, this place should have been thoroughly purified. The authorities ceased monitoring it long ago. I have been here several times without incident. Moreover, old Todd, the servant I mentioned earlier, has informed me that no one has come to investigate for a long time. Hiyu confidently assured him. Upon hearing this, Abner felt momentarily at ease, realizing that he was merely there to utilize the shooting range, requiring no extraordinary abilities. Even if seen by the authorities, it was unlikely to attract attention. Well, just a couple of young adults practicing shooting at someone else's range. that is quite normal, though it sounded a bit awkward. Subsequently, Hiyu wasted no time in elaborating on the techniques of firearm usage, various precautions, and specific training methods to swiftly master shooting. After attentively absorbing this knowledge, Abner grasped his gun with both hands, raising it straight to aim at the target 10 meters away. He refrained from hastily pulling the trigger, instead following Hiyu's instructions, repeatedly practicing his aim and the correct grip. Hiyu, standing beside him, occasionally corrected his grip, tapping at the disjointed parts of his arm, her youthful face adorned with an air of authority. After about 10 minutes, Hiyu nodded in satisfaction, approving Abner to proceed to the next stage of training. Abner took a moment to rest, rubbing his sore arms before picking up his silver revolver again, positioning himself at the shooting point, adopting the standard stance, and pulling the trigger. Bang! His arm trembled slightly, his body leaning back as the bullet veered off target. Bang! 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 Drawing from his experience, he fired one shot after another, exploring the sensations through practice until he had exhausted all 6 bullets. Ah, this is a practice round provided by Miss Hiyu. Quite impressive. You've begun to hit the target. After observing for a while, Hiyu praised, your shooting skills are commendable. With a bit more practice, you could reach the average standard at the Sevilla's range. Upon receiving the compliment, Abner felt no sense of pride, realizing that out of 6 shots, only one had found its mark. In a real combat scenario, he feared he would have already met his demise. After expending all the practice ammunition, Abner finally achieved a consistent level of accuracy, even managing to land a shot within the 8 ring. Hiyu then proposed a sparring match to ascertain his current capabilities. As anticipated, within merely half a minute, Abner found himself crashing to the ground for the 3rd time, struggling to rise. Although Miss Hiyu was not particularly tall, her strength was formidable. Was this a result of the arbitrator's potion? Abner pondered while rubbing his aching back. Abner, your physical foundation is actually quite commendable. Your strength and reflexes are remarkable among ordinary individuals. It's evident that you have been diligent in your training. However, without combat experience, you are unable to fully harness your strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had such an easy time defeating you. Hiyu offered a candid assessment. Abner was taken aback by this, as the original memories contained no references to physical training, and the reader at Sequence 9 did not possess any enhancements to physical capabilities. Could it be that this so-called golden finger has indeed augmented my physique? Perhaps this enhancement has not reached an extraordinary level, which is why I failed to notice it before. Abner mused, though he did not dwell on it too much. After all, it was ultimately a fortuitous development. With your current level, I could begin teaching you combat techniques. Additionally, you should continue your strength training. Yes, I will impart to you the nightly training methods, which should yield better results than what you've previously encountered. After Hiyu concluded, she commenced to demonstrate various combat moves and training methods, urging Abner to follow suit. Through their teaching and learning dynamic, Abner made remarkable progress, and by 11:30 a.m., he was able to manage a few exchanges with Hiyu. Before departing, Hiyu hesitated for a moment while gazing at Abner's retreating figure, then could not resist speaking up. Abner, there is something I wish to seek your opinion on. I wish to investigate the truth behind a conspiracy involving the court earl. What do you think I should begin? Hiyu bit her lip, mustering the courage to ask. Upon hearing this, Abner immediately recognized that she was referring to the case concerning her father. He had not intended to meddle, as Hiyu would inevitably uncover the truth after joining the tarot club. However, he suddenly realized that due to his presence and involvement, Hiyu would likely not be imprisoned for injuring others. Consequently, it was probable that Furs would not meet Miss Audrey, and they would lose their opportunity to join the tarot club. In that case, my butterfly effect may have larger repercussions. Had they not entered the tarot club, Hiyu might never uncover the truth, and Furs would likely end up as a mere fish dried under the full moon or blood moon. With this thought, Abner felt a surge of anxiety, not because he was concerned about altering the so-called plot, which was inconsequential, but because he feared that his actions could harm 2 innocent and kind young ladies, leading them astray from their originally bright futures. No, I must reconnect them with their fate in the tarot club. With this thought in mind, Abner made a swift decision. After contemplating for a moment, he replied to Hiyu, the secrets of the court are likely known only to true nobles. I believe you should approach it from this angle. Nobles? But with my current status, I cannot even meet any noble of standing, let alone persuade them to reveal the truth. Hiyu frowned, looking troubled. You need not seek out the high-ranking nobles directly. You could also engage with their offspring. I have heard that many young masters and ladies from noble families are quite drawn to mysticism, which presents an opportunity. If you have acquaintances who have gained some recognition in a particular field, it would be easier to connect with those young nobles. Once the relationship is established, do not rush to inquire about the Earl's conspiracy. Instead, exchange simple information or items related to mysticism first, and, as friendships develop, approach the more sensitive topics with trustworthy individuals. Abner gently advised. Upon hearing the mention of acquaintances with some recognition, Hugh immediately thought of Furs. But the thought of Furs's laid-back nature made her head ache, unsure of how to persuade her to help with social interactions. She was quite self-aware, expecting herself to engage with the nobility, barring a few with whom she had a strong affinity, was indeed quite challenging. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Hugh deeply felt that Abner's words were indeed pointed, and so she eagerly inquired again, "Then, do you have any recommendations for noble candidates suitable for initial contact?" Viscount Greelant. His character is quite decent, and his background is neither too high nor too low, making him suitable for a first encounter. Without hesitation, Abner revealed the name of the Viscount with whom Furs had interacted in the novel. Initially, he had considered suggesting Audrey directly, but the status of Earl Holber's daughter was far too elevated for Hugh and Furs to approach in the short term. It would be better to use this Viscount as a stepping stone for introductions. Viscount Greelant. Hugh recognized the name, but, as Abner had mentioned, his status was not particularly high, and he had inherited the title at a young age, likely lacking the knowledge of the secrets surrounding the court earl's conspiracy. So, is this merely a stepping stone? As their figures vanished through the door of the shooting range, ripples suddenly danced across the glass of a window in an upstairs bedroom of the manor, transforming into a woman clad in a flowing black court gown. The woman had pale golden hair and striking blue eyes, her features exquisitely refined, yet her complexion was unnaturally pale. She adorned a petite black soft hat and seemed to take a seat in an ethereal high-backed chair within the glass, resting her left palm against her right elbow while cradling her cheek with her right hand, quietly observing as Abner and Hugh departed the manor. Chapter 16, Ritual Magic. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, within the residence of Detective Eisen in the Hillsdon district, Abner sat upright, fully focused on his teacher as he elucidated the intricacies of mystical knowledge. Those of lower sequences are inherently not powerful enough. Nearly all ritual magic they can perform involves seeking strength from external sources and requesting assistance. Thus, one must only consider the orthodox deities. Never attempt to communicate with the unknown or unpredictable entities, even if some may worship them or if the documented promises appear enticing. For you and me, it is best to pray to the deities of knowledge and wisdom. Should you invoke the Lord of Storms or the Eternal Sun, you may find yourself facing dire consequences. Indeed, within mysticism, the deity corresponding to knowledge and wisdom is the blue star, requiring materials such as mercury, brass, lavender, pepper, and mint. The blue star corresponds to Saturday, with its designated time being from midnight to 1 a.m. on Friday, and from 11 a.m. to noon on Saturday. Although today is Saturday, regrettably, the optimal time has already passed. However, for us extraordinary individuals, particularly readers adept in ritual magic, these constraints are less significant. Our vibrant spirituality and our powerful stellar bodies are the most crucial elements. As Abner attentively recorded key points in his notebook while observing Detective Eisen's demonstration of ritual magic, he silently marveled. Having a reliable teacher in mysticism is truly a stroke of fortune. If I were to rely solely on self-study, even with the assistance of the pure white eye, it would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time to master the relevant knowledge. Understood, teacher, Abner replied politely. He intended to seize the moment to personally conduct a ritual, bestowing upon his glasses the ability to obscure the manifestations of his pure white eye. This would not only alleviate his concerns when employing his golden finger, but also serve as a token of allegiance to the deities of knowledge and wisdom. Abner's thoughts were quite straightforward, since it was highly likely that the deity had taken notice of him and had even bestowed upon him a gesture of goodwill. Why not take the initiative to invoke his name and see if he could reap further benefits? Within the confines of the spiritual wall, he lit candles and took the prepared pure dew extracted from lavender and mint, dripping it onto the quietly flickering flames. A fresh and invigorating fragrance wafted through the air as Abner proceeded to burn several other herbal powders in succession. He then picked up a quill and inscribed a unique symbol on a piece of parchment before the glasses he had acquired. After completing these rituals, he stepped back and intoned in the tongue of Hermes, "I beseech the power of knowledge. I implore the strength of reason. I seek the favor of the deity of wisdom." May you endow these spectacles with the ability to obscure visions. Lavender, herb of the blue planet. Grant your power to my incantation. Mint, herb of the blue planet, bestow your strength upon my spell. With a hint of anxiety, Abner awaited the outcome. He had witnessed a similar occurrence earlier that afternoon, so he was not entirely taken aback, though he did feel a twinge of apprehension. After several seconds, the flames of the 3 candles began to flicker synchronously, suffusing the air with a pale green hue. Suddenly, a series of intricate symbols flashed across the lenses of the bronze spectacles, only to vanish moments later. At that moment, Abner felt a sharp prickling at his brow, a consequence of excessive spiritual extraction. His abilities were still too feeble. Even the mere act of crafting a temporary extraordinary object through ritual had drained him of nearly half his spiritual essence. Once the rite concluded, Abner perched the glasses upon his nose and, gazing into the half-length mirror in the room, activated the pristine white eye for a fleeting second. He nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, "The alteration in my pupils is scarcely perceptible on the surface. The effect is commendable." According to the analysis, the ability to conceal visions remains effective for 3 days, a significant improvement over my initial expectation of just 1 or 2 days. This will save me a considerable sum. If I had to perform this daily, it would be prohibitively expensive. After tidying up the room, Abner opted not to vacate the 1-bedroom apartment, as he would need to return to conduct certain rituals that required him to complete under the guidance of his mentor. Upon returning to the Hurston district, Abner's acquisition of a new pair of spectacles did not raise any suspicions from Detective Icing, who merely quipped with a smile. Wearing glasses certainly lends you an air of knowledge and sophistication, though your workman's attire seems somewhat incongruous. It appears you ought to invest in a proper suit. 10 gold pounds for a complete suit in Beckland, Abner muttered under his breath, yet he could not deny the validity of the observation. His spectacles alone were worth 1 gold pound and 8 shillings, and the entirety of his clothing was nearly equivalent in price. Indeed, creating a stark contrast that could easily arouse suspicion. Learning from the past to understand the present. How true it is, Abner mused before taking his leave. In the dead of night, at the abandoned estate of the Deer family in the northern suburbs, a man clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat, his complexion exceedingly pallid, ambled along the stone path of the garden. Meanwhile, the watchman, who should have been on duty, seemed to be sleeping quite soundly, entirely oblivious to the presence of an uninvited guest in the manor. Suddenly, this man, appearing to be in his late 20s, seemed to sense something amiss. Halting in his tracks and furrowing his brow in the direction of the shooting range. At that moment, a figure materialized beside him, adorned in an elaborate black court gown and a matching petite soft hat. The very same beautiful lady with golden hair and azure eyes who had observed Abner and his companion leave earlier that morning through the window. The man displayed not the slightest surprise at her ghostly appearance, calmly inquiring, "Sharon, has someone else been here again? Should we relocate immediately?" "Not necessary. It is merely an irrelevant individual who has come to practice shooting in secret," Sharon succinctly replied. The man nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further questioning, and shifted the conversation to another matter. "We have news regarding the previous incident. Gore and Rhea have been dealt with by the replacer, but Jason managed to escape and is likely hiding in either the southern district of the bridge or the Jowood area to recuperate. Merrick, we must locate him swiftly. Otherwise, he will soon summon another group to pursue us," Sharon stated with precision. "Indeed, instigating a conflict with the replacers is a one-time affair. They are not fools." Despite their volatility, the man named Merrick conceded with a nod. "You can actually quote Russell?" Sharon remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. Merrick's eye twitched slightly, and he finally retorted, "I can read as well." On the morning of June 3rd, after training for an hour following Professor Hurst's nightly exercise regimen and wiping the sweat from his brow, Abner made his way directly to his usual small restaurant in the Eastern District, where he had arranged to meet Hurst. It had been noted by Hurst that, upon assessing Abner's physical capabilities and shooting aptitude, daily excursions to the countryside estate were unnecessary. Bi-weekly private lessons would suffice. Although Abner suspected that this was perhaps an excuse from Hurst, who could not afford to provide ammunition for daily practice like Klein could. In any case, they had agreed to visit the estate only on Wednesdays and Saturdays, with any other matters addressed at this small eatery. Upon entering the restaurant, Abner immediately spotted Mr. Lien, a skilled tradesman he had seen before, bowing respectfully to Hurst before handing her a paper package while incessantly showering her with meager praises. Hurst seemed accustomed to such encounters, slightly relaxing her authoritative demeanor, prompting Mr. Lien to cease his flattery and comply with her instructions, departing the restaurant amidst a mix of reverence and gratitude. At this juncture, Hurst let out a discreet sigh of relief, securing the paper package before taking a seat across from Abner. "It appears that the situation with Mr. Lien has been resolved?" Abner remarked with a smile after sipping his coffee. "Indeed, I sought out that two-faced individual, Rosen, last night, and he was quite cooperative, alleviating most of the unreasonable interest this morning," Hurst replied, ordering breakfast as she spoke. "Indeed, it seems Hurst has managed to avoid imprisonment over this matter," Abner thought to himself, just as Hurst added, "By the way, I have a friend who wishes to meet you. Are you free this afternoon?" Why the afternoon? Is now not a suitable time?" Abner instinctively inquired. "Because she likely won't awaken until midday. If not necessary, she might not rise at all," Hurst thought helplessly to herself. Chapter 17, Vowels. Observing the somewhat conflicted expression on Hurst's face, Abner surmised who wished to see him. "Very well, we shall be punctual." Hurst breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. "Time is of the essence. I have matters to attend to. We shall meet at noon." Abner bid farewell to Hurst, settled his bill, and boarded a public carriage heading towards the Jowood district. He had ultimately accepted Detective Ising's advice and planned to purchase himself a formal suit. Naturally, his first choice for a tailor was the establishment owned by his schoolmate, Miss Jane, believing it more prudent to support a friend's business than to allow his funds to benefit a stranger. Abner, having witnessed this interaction, found himself somewhat astonished, instinctively pondering the identity of the middle-aged gentleman who could elicit such deference from Jane's father. However, he quickly self-deprecated, realizing that even before becoming a detective, he was already afflicted with occupational biases. After all, there were countless prominent figures in Beckland, and it was beyond his capacity to guess who could command such respect from a clothing merchant. Upon entering the tailor shop, Abner immediately spotted little Jane sitting behind the counter, busily sketching something out of boredom. A playful impulse seized him, and upon noticing the absence of other customers, he quietly approached her and rapped sharply on the surface of the counter. Jane was taken aback, and upon raising her gaze to behold Abner's narrow smile, she immediately pouted and exclaimed, "Abner, how dare you come here? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been grounded by father for a whole week. Humph. And now you frighten me again. Speak, how will you compensate me?" Abner, adept at diverting the conversation, replied, "You were grounded by Mr. Grant? Because of Professor Copsty?" Jane's father's full name was Charles Grant. "Indeed, father fears I might sneak off to join Professor Copsty's club. I'd already promised I wouldn't go." The young girl, oblivious to the shift in topic, curiously inquired, "Abner, what brings you here today?" Jane's eyes widened in astonishment as she remarked, "A complete suit must cost at least £10. What job have you applied for that allows you to front such a sum?" "I am now the assistant to the great detective Ainston Stanton, earning a weekly wage of £3. "Well, I advanced a month's salary," Abner fabricated with ease. "I have heard of Detective Stanton. He is indeed a renowned figure, reputed to have deep connections with the Sevires estate. Young man, to follow such a distinguished detective in unraveling mysteries is a promising venture," Mr. Grant interjected with a smile as he emerged from the back room. "Mr. Breen?" Abner recognized the surname and, upon reflection, realized it was his own. Mr. Breen is a prominent businessman, owning numerous clothing factories in Bakerland. He just visited my shop for an inspection and mentioned his support for my plans to open chain stores. Though this shop is my enterprise, he holds a 30% stake. He has always been generous and kind, never meddling in the daily operations, and consistently supportive of my ideas," Mr. Grant explained with reverence. So, the gentleman who had just left the shop was indeed Mr. Breen. Mr. Grant's attitude towards him was quite respectful. Perhaps the latter had provided significant assistance, earning him profound gratitude. It made sense. From a former assistant to a current proprietor, it would be challenging for Mr. Grant to succeed without benefactors, Abner mused privately. At that moment, young Jane interjected, "Abner, you're also a Breen, right? Is that gentleman a relative of yours?" Abner shook his head and chuckled. "I cannot claim such affluent kinship, and the surname Breen is rather common. It is unlikely that all who bear it are related." After the topic concluded, Abner began to meticulously select his attire, ultimately purchasing an entire suit valued at 11 gold pounds upon Jane's suggestion. Once he donned the complete outfit in the fitting room, he adjusted his spectacles back onto his nose. As Abner stepped out of the fitting room, both Jane and Mr. Grant were momentarily taken aback. Jane rushed to his side, appraising him from head to toe before exclaiming, "Abner, you look absolutely splendid in that outfit, especially with those glasses. You exude the scholarly aura that Russell the Great spoke of. Indeed, with this attire, you have truly transformed into a dapper young gentleman. Mr. Grant added in praise. However, Abner suspected he was more likely complimenting the clothing than him. Yet, as soon as he entered the East End, Abner perceived a series of malicious stares directed at him, suddenly realizing that his formal attire made him appear as if he were delivering takeout to robbers. It wasn't until he stepped into the restaurant and spotted Ms. Hugh, who stood just slightly taller than the bar, that he exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, in the East End, the influence of Ms. Hugh, the arbiter, was far more formidable than any revolver. Isn't it to meet your friend that you dressed so formally? It's merely a matter of courtesy, Abner offered as an excuse for his oversight. Upon hearing this, Abner felt somewhat speechless. Did they truly think him incapable of defending himself? After placing their orders, Hugh led Abner to a table at the far end of the restaurant, where a lady was already seated, observing them with a teasing glint in her eyes, clearly having overheard their previous conversation. "This is my best friend, Forswell," Hugh introduced, having long been immune to Forswell's similar gaze, and formally presented her to Abner. "Delighted to meet you, Miss Forswell." Abner, having a vivid impression of this character from a novel, felt at ease. What a handsome gentleman with a generous spirit. He certainly has an eye for friends. Forswell remarked with a smile before adding, "No need for formalities. Since you are a friend of Hugh, you are my friend too. Just call me Forswell." Abner readily complied, nodding in agreement before directly asking, "Forswell, I hear you wish to speak with me? What is it about?" Forswell paused, then, with a hint of resignation, replied, "You truly are Hugh's friend. Your manner of speaking is strikingly similar to hers, just as Russell the Great described." Abner found himself somewhat exasperated with Russell's frequent mentions lately. It seemed he encountered the man's quotes everywhere. Hugh interjected, "Is there anything wrong with asking that?" Forswell covered her forehead, exasperated. By convention, shouldn't gentlemen engage in casual conversation with ladies before casually inquiring about their purpose? "Alas, you have completely sided with Abner. Disregarding my feelings," Forswell dramatically lamented. Abner found amusement in the scene before him, though he couldn't shake the feeling that Forswell was deliberately acting in this manner to ease the atmosphere between them, or perhaps to foster a more natural rapport. Yet, it seemed a touch contrived, almost impatient. What could be the reason behind this? After contemplating for a moment, Abner began to formulate a theory. Perhaps Forswell's increasing bouts of moonlit musings had instilled in her a sense of unease about the future. She might worry that, should chaos ensue, she would need someone reliable to care for Hugh. After all, Ms. Hugh, despite her seemingly formidable demeanor, often exhibited recklessness in certain matters, causing concern. Chapter 18. 3 Questions. With this thought in mind, Abner glanced at the oblivious Hugh, feeling she was incredibly fortunate to have a friend so deeply concerned for her well-being. Of course, this was also because she genuinely deserved it. "Then why are you still hesitating? I had intended for you to go from the very beginning." Abner nearly toppled over from the abrupt twist in Forswell's words. Hugh cast an irritated glare at Forswell. "What do you mean by saying I lack the ability to accomplish this? Is it merely about making friends? If there are noble youths who enjoy being beaten, perhaps I could cultivate a retinue." Receiving their disapproving looks, Forswell shrugged in a decidedly unladylike manner, then said, "All right, I was merely jesting. Hugh sought my help yesterday, but I still have some uncertainties I wish to clarify with you. First, shouldn't nobles find it easier to access mysticism? How could their children rely on us for knowledge when official channels will be far more convenient?" Forswell voiced her curiosity. Upon hearing this, Forswell nodded in acknowledgement, a hint of calculation crossing her mind as she thoughtfully remarked, "So, the knowledge of mysticism is merely a gimmick. What those noble children truly seek is access to potion recipes." Miss Forswell, you truly grasp concepts with remarkable acuity. Abner couldn't help but admire her sharpness. "Now, for my second question. How did you know I was a friend of Hugh's?" "I am quite certain that before I expressed the desire to meet you, she would never have divulged anything about me, regardless of how close their relationship was." Forswell's demeanor shifted, her previous languor replaced by a keen intensity. Hugh, somewhat perplexed, queried, "When did Abner ever claim to know you?" At that moment, however, Abner interrupted Hugh's words, maintaining his smile while countering with a question. "Why do you ask?" He could discern that Furz's serious expression was merely a facade. Her curiosity regarding the matter outweighed her skepticism. "You have emphasized to Hugh on multiple occasions the necessity of acquaintances with a modicum of renown in certain domains, and you recommended she first seek out Viscount Glyrant, which subtly implies that she should solicit my assistance. does it not? Not long ago, I encountered that somewhat naive viscount at a literary salon. Your information is indeed quite astute. Furs analyzed with an air of triumph. This is truly a coincidence. Although I initially had designs upon you, Abner mused internally. He could only resort to vague remarks, stating, I am, in truth, a seeker of knowledge, hence I possess a smattering of information on various subjects. He found himself unable to evade the ambiguity. Could he possibly admit that it was simply penned in a novel? Unless one provoked an eldritch deity or a similar formidable entity. Most murmurs originate from the higher echelons of powerful beings. As far as I know, only certain extraordinary individuals among the apprentice ranks can hear the lunary murmurs, Abner asserted. You are aware of this? Furs exclaimed, genuinely astonished. Her inquiry had been intended merely to challenge Abner, expressing her dissatisfaction with his dismissive attitude. Hugh had also heard Furs mention that she would hear murmurs during the full moon, though she assumed it was not particularly serious. However, upon witnessing Furs's recent shock, it seemed there was more to it. Furs, momentarily disregarding her earlier dissatisfaction with Abner's response, wore a grave expression, tinged with an undercurrent of anticipation, and inquired, Abner, what do you know about this? Can you enlighten me? Eager to gloss over the previous question, Abner nodded and replied, this tale must commence with the War of the Four Emperors in the Fourth Era. Hugh promptly perked up, murmuring, Abner indeed excels at recounting tales from the Fourth Era. Furs, on the other hand, felt a twinge of frustration and stiffly smiled. Get to the point. Just tell us what matters. Who knows how long you could ramble on about the Fourth Era's history. In any case, among the four emperors, the Blood Emperor Tudu commanded the foremost angelic family, the Abraham family, which possessed apprentice-level potions. This family rapidly declined after the War of the Four Emperors, primarily due to the entire family's apprentice-level extraordinary individuals falling victim to the curse of the lunary murmurs. While the murmurs were tolerable at lower ranks, they became increasingly unbearable as one ascended to the middle ranks. To this day, the Abraham family has vanished from sight. Had it not been for the powerful sealing artifacts they possessed, one might assume they had perished entirely. Abner refrained from mentioning Mr. Men, although sealed among the stars by the goddess, still retained the ability to observe the world. Even Roselle could have been ensnared by him. It would be prudent to avoid unnecessary peril for now, and perhaps later find an opportunity to divulge some information to the sorceress when he ventured above the mist. The Abraham family. Could it be that I am a descendant of the Abraham family? No, that cannot be. I was not troubled by murmurs when I first became extraordinary, but only after using that bracelet did it begin. Could it be that the bracelet is linked to the Abraham family, thus entangling me in this curse? With this thought, Furs anxiously tugged at her slightly curled hair and asked, is there any way to resolve this curse of murmurs? By beseeching the favor and protection of the divine. Abner replied without hesitation. This was tantamount to saying nothing at all. Furs evidently failed to grasp the true meaning behind Abner's words, stubbornly asking again, what about alternatives to supplication to the divine? The Abraham family, following the War of the Four Emperors, retained several grade 0 sealing artifacts. The implication is that if even the Abraham family, wielders of grade 0 sealing artifacts, could not resolve this issue, what hope do the three of them at Sequence 9 possess? Furs clearly recognized this, and her spirits sagged as she leaned back, reverting to a state of despondency. This knowledge was more disheartening than ignorance, for now she understood the curse's origin, yet could not conceive a solution. Hugh, concerned, grasped her hand, offering silent encouragement. Just hold on a little longer. The fool will arrive by the end of the month. Abner, uncertain how to comfort her, could only muster silent encouragement in his heart. Furs steadied her emotions, casting aside the oppressive thoughts, and returned to her initially languid demeanor before continuing. Consider your second question passed, Mr. Seeker of Knowledge. Now, for the third and final question, the plan you propose for Hugh, while undoubtedly advantageous to her, and I believe you genuinely wish to assist her, is far too meticulous. Not at all resembling a spur-of-the-moment idea. It feels more like something you have long orchestrated. Therefore, is there truly no hidden agenda behind it? Or do you intend to leverage this plan for your own purposes? My sole desire is for both of you to successfully seize the opportunity arranged by Miss Audrey. Abner thought to himself, internally scoffing at her implication. Externally, he feigned hesitation, allowing a moment to pass before sighing and responding, I do harbor some thoughts. I wish to understand why the military is abducting so many individuals and where they're being sold. Hugh, aware that Abner's mother had been taken by human traffickers, interpreted his words as concern and immediately asserted, "Rest assured, Abner, I will assist you." Furs, having previously heard Hugh mention this matter, added indignantly, "The military colluding with clandestine organizations to traffic our people. How despicable. I also wish to uncover their true motives. It cannot merely be for money. It is for the king to attain divinity." Abner lamented with a heavy sigh for this dark world and for the original protagonist's mother. Upon this revelation, all of Furs's inquiries found resolution, though some outcomes were not entirely to her liking. She tentatively accepted the plan Abner had devised for Hugh and resolved to assist Hugh in making contact with the nobility. However, there was no rush. "Once my Bookstorm Manor is completely written and published, I believe my renown will have grown sufficiently, and then I shall pursue connections with the aristocracy with greater confidence." Forsch habitually procrastinated. Hugh, her expression devoid of emotion, nodded and declared, "In the coming days, I will oversee your completion of the manuscript." Furs was left momentarily speechless, her mouth opening and closing as she finally exclaimed, "Are you a devil?" "No." Observing the harmonious atmosphere between the two young ladies, Abner could not help but chuckle. Meanwhile, in a resting room of a clothing store in the Grant district, Mr. Charlie Grant, Jane's father, was suppressing his revulsion as he prepared to place a desiccated adult spotted frog into a flask. After mixing it thoroughly, he gazed at the pitch-black potion in his hand, stealing his courage before finally downing it in one gulp. Chapter 19. Jane's Plea. In the afternoon, Detective Eisinger, having assessed Abner's progress in learning the ancient Gufusak language, felt exceedingly satisfied and subsequently entrusted him with a document in ancient Hermetic. The ancient Hermetic language, derived from nature, bears resemblance to the ancient dragon tongue and the ancient Elvish language, exhibiting a direct efficacy. It is a true language of power. However, it lacks the necessary concealment and protection, making users susceptible to danger. Thus, you must exercise caution during your studies. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from actually articulating it. Detective Eisinger reiterated as he handed the materials to Abner. Abner was well aware of the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly, and with the aid of the pure white eye, he diligently immersed himself in learning. Days passed quietly. During this time, Abner experienced a period of tranquility, rapidly assimilating various knowledge through the reading and understanding of rituals, digesting the remnants of consciousness within potions. He even felt that within another week, he would completely assimilate the reader. Time swiftly advanced to Wednesday morning. After enjoying his breakfast, Abner once again accompanied Hugh to the deserted manor in the northern suburbs. Following a round of practice with the ammunition they had brought, they engaged in combat once more. This time, Abner managed to withstand Hugh's onslaught for a full minute before ultimately succumbing. Hugh was taken aback, considering that her progress in potion digestion over the past few days had significantly enhanced her combat abilities compared to their previous encounter, indicating Abner's remarkable improvement. Your physical attributes may not have seen much enhancement, yet many techniques seem to be coalescing into instinctual proficiency. As far as I am aware, numerous knights require over a decade of battlefield experience to reach such a level. Perhaps you truly are a combat prodigy. It is unfortunate that you did not choose the warrior sequence for your potion, lamented Hugh. Although she was unaware of the specific path Abner had chosen as an extraordinary being, it was clear that it did not pertain to direct combat. Abner, however, felt no regret. Perhaps this combat talent was also a gift from the pure white eye, but its assistance in other areas was evidently far more potent. To have chosen the warrior path would have squandered its multifaceted capabilities. By the way, your physique is more suited for weapons like knightly swords. As for those I know little about, I only possess basic knowledge. My expertise lies in daggers or tridents, he remarked, standing at only 5 meters tall. Hugh found many knightly swords too cumbersome, making them difficult to wield. Having some foundational skills is sufficient. I do not aspire to become a swordmaster. And once I ascend to sequence 7, I shall naturally attain mastery over weapons. Abner maintained a positive outlook, unperturbed, and shifted the conversation to inquire about Hugh's involvement with the aristocratic proposal. Has Forsyth's new book been published? Is she still concocting various excuses to delay her submission? You have certainly borne the brunt of her procrastination. I believe her editor ought to treat you to a meal. Abner teased with a smile. In truth, Lady Aina had already done so, sighed Hugh. As they exchanged banter, 3 carriages unexpectedly approached from the distance. The sound of hooves reverberating against the ground alerted Hugh and Abner, prompting them to hastily tidy up their belongings and, through a side door of the manor, retreat into a small storage room of the living quarters. This was an emergency plan that Hugh had devised beforehand. Fortunately, their caution had paid off. After finishing their shooting practice, they had collected the spent cartridges, sparing them from revealing any incriminating evidence. Unbeknownst to them, as they concealed themselves in the storage room, an ominous wind swept through the shooting range, erasing all traces of their activities. The individuals disembarking from the carriages remained oblivious to this occurrence. "It seems someone intends to purchase this manor," Hugh whispered to Abner after discerning snippets of conversation from newcomers. Abner nodded. This was not favorable news for him. Should someone indeed buy the estate, his days of enjoying the shooting range for free would come to an end. However, the situation was not dire. Wealthy individuals often acquired country estates for leisure or hunting, visiting only a few times a year, as long as they could elude the watchful eyes of the caretakers. He could still find a way to indulge in his hobby. Hugh evidently perceived Abner's thoughts and offered some reassurance. "It is certainly not as convenient as it is now. We would have to be clandestine about it, always on edge. Thankfully, my shooting skills have improved remarkably." As Abner contemplated the matter, the group outside, after surveying the remaining rooms, arrived at the living quarters. "Mr. Karen, what do you think of this place? Though it appears dilapidated, with some renovation, it could rival the Elk Manor to the west. Moreover, it is closer to the northern district, with more convenient transport. Purchasing it for $2,500 would be quite a bargain," exclaimed a man with a magnetic voice, his tone exaggerated and somewhat detrimental to his otherwise pleasant timbre. Upon hearing this, Hugh pursed her lips and quietly remarked, "My father paid $4,200 for it when he bought it. Mr. Cecil, as you stated, this place is indeed quite run down. Not only would I need to renovate, but I would also have to purchase new furniture and decorations. Additionally, I have heard that it is said to be haunted. Therefore, how about we settle on 1,000? Mr. Karen proposed after listing a series of issues. 1,000 is far too little. At the very least, it should be 2,200. Mr. Karen, the rumors of hauntings are merely fabrications. Look at me, I am perfectly fine. Yet I have heard that you were seriously ill not long ago." Listening to their ongoing haggling, the price was eventually brought down to 1,800. Mr. Cecil, unwilling to concede further, finally compelled Mr. Karen to agree to this price, albeit reluctantly, as the lawyer prepared the contract. As the man named Karen strolled to the door of the storage room, Abner and Hugh tensed up. After some contemplation, Abner retrieved an iron mask from his pocket, intended for use during extraordinary gatherings at night. Meanwhile, Hugh took a handful of dirt and smeared it across her face. Remarkably, their thoughts aligned. Should they be discovered, they would immediately cover their faces and flee, believing that as long as they were not caught on the spot, everything would be manageable. Through the door, Abner and Hugh exchanged astonished glances after overhearing a conversation that hinted at something peculiar. This was far more alarming than Mr. Karen entering directly. It suggested that there existed some extraordinary force within the house that they were unaware of, and the unknown was always the most terrifying. Once the group of prospective buyers departed, Abner and Hugh dared not linger, hastening to vacate the abandoned manor as swiftly as possible. The words seemed to ripple like water, vanishing in an instant. Were it not for Abner's exceptional memory and keen observation, he might have thought he had imagined it. Even so, he did not slow his pace. It was best to verify the truth with Caspers rather than take everything at face value. Conveniently, there was an extraordinary gathering hosted by a teacher behind the Braveheart Tavern today, providing the perfect opportunity to inquire further. As Abner mulled over these thoughts, he and Hugh sprinted a mile away from the manor. It was only then that Hugh slowed her pace, a sense of dread washing over her as she asked, "What was that? I didn't sense anything at all," though she had not seen the writing on the glass. Her intuition told her that the living room harbored something profoundly terrifying. It could be a vengeful spirit, Abner speculated, though he was not entirely certain, only able to assert that it was highly probable. A vengeful spirit? Is that a name of a sequence? Hugh, who had developed a blind trust in Abner, believed he possessed all the knowledge. It is a sequence 5 from the aberrant path. Sequence 5. Hugh swallowed hard, fear gripping her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Such a powerful being could extinguish the lives of 2 sequence 9 individuals with little effort, akin to squashing 2 ants. Their previous experiences had deepened Abner's understanding of the fragility of life. Even if that vengeful spirit bore no ill intent, he still found the sensation unsettling. It was a feeling of helplessness that stripped one of the ability to resist. However, upon opening the door to the teacher's residence, Abner was met with the sight of Jane, who appeared somewhat anxious as she sat in the living room. After formally greeting the teacher, Abner turned to Jane with a puzzled expression, asking, "Jane, what brings you here?" Jane quickly approached him, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. I need your help with something." This girl, who typically exuded a carefree spirit, was uncharacteristically shy, leaving Abner feeling somewhat unnerved. Noticing her furtive glance at Detective Asinger before quickly averting her gaze, he understood her concerns. After excusing himself to the teacher, he led her to his room. As soon as they entered, Jane eagerly seized Abner's arm, exclaiming, "Abner, I want you to help me investigate my father." "Investigate Mr. Grant? What seems to be the matter?" Abner furrowed his brow at her words. "He has been sneaking out at night for the past few days, and I suspect he has taken a lover. I am too afraid to tell my mother, so I came to ask for your assistance in uncovering the truth." Chapter 20. The Brass Talisman. Investigate Mr. Grant's paramour? Is this the legendary infidelity investigation? It is quite unexpected that the dapper and expressive Mr. Grant harbors such hidden motives. Abner sighed, observing the disheartened expression on Jane's face, and said, "Please recount the events from beginning to end. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding." "Really, Abner?" Jane's face lit up with hope. Having lived a blissful life thus far, she harbored no desire for her current happiness to be disrupted. Her feelings towards her father were deeply conflicted. She yearned to unveil his true nature, yet wished fervently that he had not betrayed their family. "Go on," Abner encouraged, demonstrating remarkable patience towards the ever-energetic young girl. As he listened, a furrow formed on his brow. Something felt amiss. According to the narratives of past dramas, even a man who strays would typically seek a plausible excuse to be discreetly unfaithful. Why the secrecy? Could it be due to inexperience? Moreover, dear girl, you actually took a gun to catch a thief? That's rather audacious. After a few days of feigning early slumber while secretly observing, I discovered that he stealthily slipped out at the same time each day. Jane's voice grew indignant as she expressed her grievances towards her father. "And what of your mother? Has she truly noticed nothing?" Abner inquired. "My mother has been sleeping exceptionally well lately, rising only at dawn. I am unsure of what father is doing outside, so I've refrained from informing her," Jane replied, her heart softening at the thought of her mother's recent blossoming health. What a coincidence that her sleep has improved. Abner sensed that Mr. Grant might possess other secrets, which may not align with Jane's perceptions. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Has Mr. Grant exhibited any other peculiar behaviors of late?" This certainly sounded like an affair. After weighing Jane's account, Abner resolved to assist her in the investigation. Firstly, Jane was a dear friend of the original protagonist, having lent a helping hand during their most trying times, thus compelling him to help out of both sentiment and obligation. Secondly, the young girl radiated innocence and joy. Her vibrant smile had alleviated the heaviness that had weighed upon Abner since his arrival in this world, and he could not bear to see that pure, lovely face marred by sorrow. Upon hearing Abner accept her request, Jane's face brightened with a radiant smile as she rummaged through her pocket and produced a 15-sol bill, exclaiming, "This is my pocket money. Use it for your investigation." Abner chuckled at her clumsy attempt to justify giving him money, yet his heart warmed at the thought of this friend of the original protagonist, who was no longer merely a figure in his memory, but a delightful young woman. Abner had long anticipated that their earlier conversation would not escape their teacher's notice. Disregarding the teasing remarks, he instead asked, "What do you think Mr. Grant's situation might be?" "It cannot be infidelity. As for what it is, I wouldn't know without investigation," Detective Eisinger remarked, eyeing Abner with a teasing glance. "He is indeed quite a handsome fellow. No wonder he attracts so much attention from young ladies. First Miss Hua, and now Miss Grant." "Please, no more jesting, teacher," Abner protested, exasperated. He genuinely had no such inclinations. He was preoccupied with strengthening himself in anticipation of the approaching calamity due at the end of the month. After Jane's visit, Abner felt considerably calmer, but still sighed. "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I may have encountered a sequence 5 today, which makes me feel exceedingly weak." "What ritual, teacher?" Abner asked in surprise. He had learned a fair amount of ritual magic in recent days, but each required extensive preparation, unless one laid an ambush. They were of little use in spontaneous encounters. "The talisman? I recall that Klein used the sun's divine blood to craft a talisman that interrupted the descent of the true progeny of the Creator, indeed a formidable power. Yet perhaps I am overthinking, for I possess no divine blood." While Abner was lost in thought, Detective Eisinger interjected, "I remember you bought an extra 10 grams of the man has monkey's brain slices when purchasing the reader's primary material. Did you not? Please retrieve them. I require them." "How do you know that?" The moment the question escaped Abner's lips, he realized his folly. How could the teacher be unaware of the reader's formula, especially since he purchased it at an event organized by the teacher? Upon closer inspection, Abner noted that both sides of the brass talisman were inscribed with symbols representing the gods of knowledge and wisdom. Detective Eisinger then produced a vial of mercury, skillfully guiding the liquid into the talisman's engravings until every groove was filled. After repeating the process and completing all 3 talismans, Detective Eisinger positioned them before a candle and placed 2 grams of the man-has-monkey's brain slices atop each. Only then did he offer Abner a brief explanation. The power and efficacy of the talisman depend on the materials you sacrifice. The quality of the man-has-monkey's brain slices is not high, so the resulting talismans will only be of low grade. However, they will suffice for your needs. Abner nodded, carefully storing the remaining 4 grams of brain slices while attentively observing his teacher conduct the ritual. After respectfully bowing to the sacred emblem, Detective Eisinger stepped back and, with a voice tinged with gravitas, recited an ancient hermetic, "I beseech the power of knowledge. I beseech the power of reason. I beseech the blessing of the God of wisdom. I implore you to transform the items upon this altar into talismans." The candle's flame surged and expanded, yet it failed to illuminate the surroundings, instead adorning the 3 brass talismans with a myriad of intricate symbols and flowing numbers, varying in size and density. Yet, in an instant, those symbols and numbers vanished without a trace. Detective Eisinger rubbed his weary head and, regaining his composure, intoned solemnly, "Thank you for your blessings. I praise your existence." He did not linger, promptly concluding the ritual and dispelling the spiritual barrier. "Well, I just checked, and you should thank the divine favor. They will remain effective for at least 6 months. Typically, such talismans last only a month or 2, Detective Eisinger remarked, toying with the 3 talismans before handing them to his student. "Since you provided the extraordinary materials, they are all yours." Abner, feeling no need for pretense with his teacher, gratefully accepted the brass talismans and inquired, "What is the purpose of these talismans, and how are they used?" He could decipher their function with his pure white eye, but being so close to his teacher, he feared exposure, even with glasses shielding him. "Recite blue, star an ancient hermetic, and it will activate. As for its effect, it overloads the brain of the target for 1 to 2 seconds. Of course, this is only for low sequences. For those above sequence 7, it has little effect, merely causing a momentary daze," Eisinger explained, chuckling as he teased Abner. "In fact, you've struck a bargain. Talismans with such abilities are highly sought after. At my gatherings, one can fetch at least 30 pounds. Abner's eyes brightened at this revelation, fully endorsing his teacher's words. Low sequence, extraordinary beings have rather weak defenses, and a mere second could mean the difference between life and death. This talisman's unexpected effectiveness as a trump card was quite promising. With this in mind, Abner planned to use the remaining man-has-monkey brain slices to craft more talismans, potentially selling 1 or 2 at the evening gathering. Chapter 21. Following. Perhaps the God of knowledge and wisdom truly favored Abner. His first attempt at conducting a ritual to create talismans was met with success. As he fully utilized the man-has-monkey's brain slices, he obtained 2 additional brass talismans. At 7 o'clock in the evening, clutching 5 newly crafted talismans, Abner accompanied his mentor into the gathering apartment located in the alley behind the Braveheart Bar. This time, he need not concern himself with any secret signals. Instead, he settled into a comfortable single sofa, awaiting the arrival of the attendees. As time slipped by 7:30, the participants gradually assembled. Among them was the lady who had purchased his divination formula, known as Poison Rose, whose status was evidently elevated, as she displayed considerable generosity. There was also a woman who consistently sold extraordinary weapons, referred to as the artisan's representative, although she lacked a definitive alias. Additionally, there were others known as Black Serpent and Spider, all of whom were exceedingly perilous individuals. His mentor had warned that they could spiral out of control at any moment. At exactly 8 o'clock, the detective known as the Eye of Wisdom, masked and enigmatic, surveyed the masked individuals gathered in the living room and chuckled. "It appears we have a well-attended assembly today, even welcoming a new friend. Let's commence." As soon as he finished speaking, the artisan's representative was the first to speak. "I possess 2 weapons with extraordinary effects, both easily portable. One is the Frost Claw, which grants the user enhanced self-healing abilities, a slight increase in strength, and a significant boost in agility. Furthermore, when the claw strikes a target, there is a 50 chance of inflicting an unknown toxin, and a 15 chance of freezing the opponent with ice. These results are derived from extensive experimentation and data analysis. It has a 1-year lifespan, priced at £450. Or the formula for a barbarian's potion. This frost claw seems impressive. It must be crafted from materials sourced from otherworldly, extraordinary beings. If it weren't limited to a 1-year efficacy, its price would likely be much higher, Abner mused internally, while another attendee inquired, does it have any negative effects? This weapon is somewhat heavy but has virtually no adverse effects, save for the fact that it will crystallize into a staff form after less than 6 months. Thus, the price is only £180. The assembly evidently favored the first item, the frost claw, leading to a flurry of bids. Ultimately purchased by the lady known as Poison Rose for £550. Staff sword, £190. Just as Abner was still weighing the pros and cons. Others had begun bidding for the second weapon. Feeling a pang of urgency, Abner hastily raised his bid, £200. The man who had previously bid fell silent for a few moments before shrugging and conceding, very well, it belongs to you. Regardless of the circumstances, the transaction was concluded, and he had to pay for the item. Fortunately, it was the weapon he desired, so he felt he had not made a loss. While the other party likely feared overbidding and being left with the item, the Eye of Wisdom humorously assessed the weapon's effects for his student, then nodded in affirmation, indicating its validity. After reluctantly parting with £200, Abner's finances dwindled to £233, a situation somewhat alleviated by the savings on daily expenses and rituals conducted at his mentor's home. Contemplating this, Abner seized the opportunity while no one was speaking to extract 3 talismans made of brass from his pocket. He glanced around and succinctly declared, Chaos speech talismans, when activated, can confuse an opponent's mind for 1 or 2 seconds, even causing disorientation in formidable adversaries. The duration is 6 months, priced at £30 each, totaling 3. The term chaos speech was a name he had conjured for the talismans during his journey. He believed that without a captivating name, they would struggle to command a fair price. By labeling it chaos instead of overload, he was mindful of potential buyers who might not comprehend the terminology. As anticipated by his mentor, such items capable of exerting strong control over opponents proved quite alluring, prompting a flurry of bids. Ultimately, the lady known as Poison Rose acquired one for £50, Black Serpent purchased another for £45, and Newcomer, brought in by Casper, bought the last one for £55. Having sold the 3 talismans for a total of £150, Abner felt a renewed sense of affluence. Alas. Subsequent transactions involving primary materials for a Sequence 7 potion soon reminded him of his financial constraints. Casper, as ever, indulged in merriment and leisure. Upon noticing Abner's approach, he seemed to anticipate it and promptly stated, that lady harbors no ill will toward you. She even assisted in erasing any lingering traces. If you have further inquiries, you may seek Merrick at the 2 of clubs. He and his companions are inside playing cards. Halting his cue, Casper continued, my competitors have recently found new allies, compelling me to seek balance. Abner detected the resignation in his voice and could only sigh. Nothing is easy. Regrettably, he was currently unable to extend protection to others. After a brief game of billiards at the bar, Abner meticulously made his way to the vicinity of Grant's clothing store in the Eastwood district. He waited at the street corner for only 5 or 6 minutes before observing a figure stealthily emerging from a shop. This figure glanced around suspiciously before heading southeast. Was this Mr. Grant? Indeed, the silhouette appeared somewhat familiar. Abner lingered for a moment, then discreetly followed at a distance, curious about the figure's destination and intentions. The individual, constantly scanning the surroundings, revealed signs of anxiety, fearful of being discovered. Yet, he displayed little awareness of counter-surveillance, failing to notice Abner trailing closely behind. Just as Abner pondered this, the figure turned a corner, and he was struck dumb, for they had arrived at a 4-way intersection devoid of streetlights. Beneath the dense fog of Bakerland, the moonlight was so faint it felt nearly non-existent, rendering visibility almost non-existent. In such conditions, he had no idea which path Mr. Grant had taken. While the latter lacked counter-surveillance awareness, Abner lamented his own inadequate tracking skills. After a moment of self-reproach, he reluctantly chose one of the paths to venture down. After traversing 2 more streets without any sign of Mr. Grant, Abner had to concede that he had lost track. This was indeed a significant embarrassment. Fortunately, his friends Sim and Hugh remained oblivious. He sighed and, surrendering to defeat, made his way back to the residence of Detective Eisinger in the Hillsdon district. Did you fail to uncover a lead, or were you detected? Detective Eisinger inquired. Noticing his student's despondent demeanor upon his return, it seemed not only was there a pressing need to supplement his knowledge of mysticism, but the detective courses should also be prioritized in the coming days. Taking a deep puff from his pipe, he remarked with such a level of skill, "How can one claim to be a student of the great Detective Eisinger?" Abner found himself at a loss for words, yet internally mused. Even if I were to hastily acquire knowledge in investigation, it would be too late to report back to Sim. It appears I must pursue an alternative approach. His eyes darted with newfound resolve, and, as the sun rose the next morning, he met with Hugh at a small diner in the East District. With utmost seriousness, he posed a request. "Hugh, could you do me a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Hugh inquired instinctively. "Tonight, around 11. Please help me follow a certain individual to ascertain his activities." "Whom are you investigating?" Hugh, feeling indebted to Abner, displayed keen interest in the request. "It is a gentleman who owns a clothing store, and his recent behavior has been rather peculiar." Abner succinctly outlined Mr. Grant's situation. Hugh listened attentively, contemplating. It certainly does not seem to indicate infidelity. Rather, he might be engaged in something dangerous, wishing to keep his family uninvolved. "I have considerable experience with this. Every time I sneak off for an adventure without for this, I do so quite discreetly." Hugh's conjectures align remarkably with Abner's judgments. His keen interest in the matter stems not only from the promise he made to Jane, but also from a genuine concern regarding the potential dangers that Mr. Grant might pose to her safety. "I shall acquiesce to this request. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate the matter tonight," Hugh assured. He felt confident that, with his abilities and experience, tailing an ordinary individual would pose no significant challenge. "Thank you." Abner expressed his gratitude, retrieving a brass charm from his pocket and handing it to Hugh. "Exercise caution. Endeavor to merely observe without placing yourself in peril. Furthermore, this is a charm of confounding tongues. The incantation is inscribed in ancient Hermetic blue script, capable of disorienting the target's mind for a brief moment. Take it for your protection." With this, Abner was left with only one brass charm, yet the effect of the confounding tongues was sufficient for his needs. Hugh nodded, accepting the charm silently. He no longer felt the need to be formal with Abner, contemplating returning the charm another day should it remain unused. After sharing breakfast, Abner and Hugh bade each other farewell and took the subway to the Jowood district, where Abner's objective was several public libraries. As a seeker of knowledge, it was imperative not only to delve into the arcana of mysticism, but also to familiarize oneself with the history, politics, and literature of ordinary folk, thus facilitating a more rapid comprehension of potions. As he gazed upon the rows of bookshelves filled with the historical works of that esteemed traveler, Abner found himself in a state of bemusement. How could one articulate the admiration for Russell's enduring prominence, even after more than a century? Nonetheless, it was evident that such knowledge constituted an integral part of this world, and it was essential to engage with it. Time seemed to slip away rapidly while reading, and by the time Abner exited the library, it was already 1 in the afternoon. He hastily purchased a DC pie to satiate his hunger before heading to his mentor's residence for the afternoon studies. Upon arriving at the doorstep, he spotted Detective Eisinger, impeccably dressed, emerging from the house. Intrigued, Abner nodded and remarked, "Very well, teacher." The two boarded the carriage prepared by the servants and made their way to the Jowood police station. During the journey, Detective Eisinger briefed Abner on the case requiring their assistance. "I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but I have heard of several cases of missing persons in Jowood since last week. Sheriff Farson has been investigating for a week, yet has uncovered nothing. Is that so? With such detailed information, how can you not know the specifics? Surely, the police station must have your informants." Abner's curiosity was piqued, and he became increasingly convinced of his mentor's notable influence within the Sevirus scene. "Mr. Standen, I must trouble you once again." The sheriff, sporting a short brown beard, addressed Detective Eisinger with great respect. "There's no need for formality. We are old acquaintances, are we not?" Detective Eisinger replied with a friendly wave, then inquired, "Have you brought the case files? I shall borrow your office to examine these files, and afterward, I will conduct an on-site investigation. Please arrange for your personnel accordingly." Detective Eisinger instructed with efficiency. Once the sheriff departed to organize the necessary arrangements, Eisinger noticed his student appearing somewhat dazed and inquired, "What are you pondering? Why does he comply with your every request?" Abner asked, perplexed. "Isn't the relationship between Holmes and Scotland Yard not as harmonious?" "Ah, it is because I am an old friend of his direct superior." Detective Eisinger chuckled softly, his words laden with significance. Understanding dawned upon Abner, just as he was about to inquire further. Suddenly, he caught a stack of files thrown his way by his mentor, who instructed, List the ages, genders, hobbies, times of disappearance, activity ranges, and social circles of the missing individuals from these files, and see if any patterns emerge. With his mentor now firmly engrossed in work, Abner quickly opened the files, recording and analyzing the information. After more than an hour, he examined the details he had compiled in his notebook, surreptitiously activating his pure white eye, and fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his gaze towards his mentor and declared, "Teacher, the 11 missing individuals cannot possibly be the work of a single perpetrator." "Oh, what led you to that conclusion?" Detective Ising asked, taken aback, as he began to appreciate his student's logical reasoning, unaware of the undue advantage. He inhaled thoughtfully from his pipe and continued, "Your deduction is astute. Among these 11 cases, 6 are particularly peculiar, exhibiting almost no connections or similarities, with their disappearances being the most absolute. I suspect they are the work of a group. Conversely, in the remaining 5 cases, 3 appear to be the actions of traffickers or their affiliates. Akin to the previous incident involving the clairvoyant who attacked Miss Hugh, the Steam Church has taken a keen interest in these 3 cases due to prior reports of cultists engaged in human trafficking. They have discreetly indicated that an investigation is underway, so we need not concern ourselves further. Then the last 2 cases have more defined clues?" Abner had gleaned some insights while in the state of his pure white eye, yet he acknowledged that he was still no match for the seasoned Detective Ising. "Indeed, and they are 2 independent cases," Detective Ising replied, rising to his feet. "You shall investigate these 2 cases on site. I will look into the 6 cases devoid of leads." "Very well, teacher." Abner felt a surge of excitement. He discovered a genuine fondness for the thrill of investigation, far more enjoyable than poring over Russell S. works. Sheriff Farson had already arranged for on-duty officers to await their arrival, though it was evident that the officers were not particularly cordial toward the private detective. "Hope you truly uncover something, Detective," Officer Atries remarked disdainfully, pursing her lips. Abner's first destination was at 17 Glavy Street, a standard garden villa occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Heidi and their 2 children. Reflecting on the descriptions in the files, Abner surveyed the spacious garden property and sighed, addressing Officer Atries. "Do you not practice any field exercises while investigating?" "What do you mean?" Atries replied, her expression bewildered. "Is your voice loud enough?" Abner pressed further. "Quite loud. But what does that have to do with the investigation?" Atries remained perplexed. "Could you stand here and call for young Mr. Heidi, ensuring that Miss Rachel, who resides in the opposite room, enveloped in delightful music, hears her brother's name?" Abner offered a simple example. "Unless one possesses extraordinary abilities, this would be a difficult feat to achieve." "Ah, are you implying that Miss Rachel is lying?" Atries finally grasped the implication, but furrowed her brow in confusion. "But why would she do that? She has no motive. It may not be her own volition. Perhaps someone is compelling her to act thusly. For instance, her brother. Young Mr. Heidi. Abner had suspected this particular missing individual was the most dubious, as he had vanished with a considerable sum of money and essential belongings, indicating he was aware of his impending disappearance. Upon arriving, he became increasingly convinced of this notion. "Mr. Heidi, what do you mean? Could it be that he kidnapped himself?" Atries found herself at a loss. "Ah, the imagination of people in this era seems somewhat lacking," Abner mused with a slight chuckle. "Why not? The file states that this young Mr. Heidi is quite passionate about collecting exquisite doll models and recently coveted a masterpiece, but lacks sufficient pocket money. Much like a future child of a certain bloodline moon." Chapter 23, Dolls. What is my perspective? My perspective is that detectives indeed ought to confront every challenge head-on. Having expressed every possible sentiment, what further opinions could I hold? Officer Atries secretly ground her teeth, and with a final huff, declared, "I have already made arrangements with Mr. Heidi. You may proceed with your investigation." "Thank you," replied the detective, and after exchanging a few barbs with the officer, they jointly visited the Heidi residence. Mr. Heidi's expression was somewhat inscrutable, as if he had something to convey, yet hesitated to voice it. In contrast, Mrs. Heidi displayed no warmth towards their presence, bluntly stating, "Why are you here?" Atries and Abner exchanged glances, both having arrived at a certain possibility, one that the detective had recently surmised. Ignoring Mrs. Heidi's impolite remarks, Officer Atries solemnly addressed Mr. Heidi. "You have received news regarding a ransom demand, have you not?" Mr. Heidi, taken aback, retorted, "How did you know?" At this juncture, Abner interjected, "Your demeanor has shifted too rapidly. Furthermore, from my observations, while Mrs. Heidi still exhibits signs of concern, she seems considerably more at ease." suggesting that you may have some inkling of the situation. Of course, the notion of her being more at ease was merely conjecture, spoken in an attempt to elicit more information. Such indulgence explains their son's behavior. Abner could not help but shake his head, disregarding Mrs. Heidi's tirade, and addressed Mr. Heidi. Sir, if I'm not mistaken, the so-called kidnapper is likely a notorious brigand, is he not? Indeed, the letter is signed by Red Devil Tannic, demanding a ransom of £100. Mr. Heidi pondered for a moment before deciding to inform the police, as he harbored doubts about the brigand's intentions. I have heard from my teacher that Red Devil Tannic is likely an operative of the Eternal Sun Church embedded within Beckland. He was slandered as the Red Devil after his identity was uncovered by the Storm Church's enforcers. Would such a figure resort to kidnapping a child for a mere £100? Huh. Perhaps young Mr. Heidi has only heard of this brigand's name and has carelessly invoked it. One must understand that while £100 may be a substantial sum for an ordinary person or even a middle-class family, for an extraordinary individual, it could merely purchase a handful of demon-hunting ammunition. Officer Atries, overhearing this, shook her head in disagreement. Though unaware that the Red Devil was an extraordinary being, she understood that a brigand capable of drawing a £3,000 bounty from the Storm Church would hardly stoop to such a trivial act for £100. It seemed the detective had indeed hit the nail on the head. Darling, how could you divulge such details to them? What if that person decides to target our little Beck? Mrs. Heidi then shrieked again, unable to endure her shrill voice. Abner struck his cane heavily against the ground several times, causing the chandeliers in the room to tremble. Instantly, the occupants of the room, including the high-pitched Mrs. Heidi, turned to stare at Abner in astonishment. It seemed that the cane's negative effect could indeed serve as a deterrent. Abner mused humorously, lamenting that he merely intended to capture the attention of the Heidi couple, never anticipating he would create such a commotion. At that moment, Miss Rachel, who had been hiding upstairs, rushed down in panic, exclaiming, "Mommy, Daddy was at an earthquake." Upon hearing this, the others once again focused their attention on Abner, who awkwardly cleared his throat and shifted the topic. "I happen to have a few questions for Miss Rachel." "Me?" Miss Rachel replied, somewhat bewildered. "I wish to inquire why you assisted your brother in deceiving your parents to extort money." As Abner spoke, he quickly blinked, activating his pure white eye, leveraging its innate suppression to further tighten Rachel's mental state. Because he discovered my relationship with Dick," she stammered. As expected, under the dual pressure of Abner's words and aura, Rachel began to tremble, her mental defenses crumbling instantaneously. This was not an extraordinary ability. Rather, it resembled the panicked response of individuals confronted with terror. Anyone possessing a strong will or rich experience would likely not be so affected. Yet it was evident that Miss Rachel possessed neither trait. Meanwhile, Mrs. Heidi's attention was diverted elsewhere, as she shouted, "Rachel, how could you be involved with that poor boy? Dick?" Rachel's complexion paled once more. She dared not face her mother and stuttered towards her father, Beck. "He should be seeking out a friend named Emlyn. He said if he couldn't get money from you, he would trade his unwanted dolls and that friend for money, and then buy it." Her words were evasive, glossing over her complicity in her brother's deceit. However, it was unexpected that the future Mr. Moon had a friend with similar interests. That seemed incorrect. Emlyn cherished his treasures far too much to sell them, like this young Mr. Heidi. As Abner's mind wandered, Atries had already agreed to investigate Emlyn's residence. They then briefly took a statement from Miss Rachel before bidding farewell to the Heidi family. While waiting for a public carriage at the corner, Atries cast a curious glance at Abner's cane, taunting, "I wondered why the carriage was so slow on the way here. It appears your cane was to blame. I believe the coachman ought to charge you for extra passengers. What is it made of? It's a wonder you can wield it." Abner ignored his jibes, his thoughts occupied with the fact that while the cane was indeed heavy, it shouldn't have caused the tremors in the house. It only increased in weight when striking a target. So, the negative effect that the artisan representative mentioned referred to this. The action of striking would amplify its weight to such an extent that it would be impractical as a weapon in its cane form. However, it was surprisingly effective when striking downwards. Could it truly be dubbed the destroyer of conveyances and structures above 2 stories? Just as Abner was silently lamenting, he suddenly noticed the Heidi servants carrying numerous dolls of various sizes past him and Atries, heading to a clearing by the street. It appeared Mr. Heidi, in a fit of anger, was taking out his frustration on his son's cherished toys, intending to dispose of them. Abner regarded the dolls with some regret, noting that many were quite exquisite and charming, and to see them destroyed was a lamentable waste. Just then, a half-body-sized cat-ear doll held by one of the maids sparked a flicker of inspiration within Abner. He instinctively glanced over, yet saw nothing unusual, only a peculiar sensation that it might hold significance for his future. What presence had stirred his intuition? Was it truly connected to his destiny? With no clear answers, Abner could not help but activate his pure white eye, seeking to discern its essence. However, after merely a glance, he collapsed to the ground, his head pounding with agony, and lost consciousness. Before slipping into oblivion, a single word resonated in Abner's mind: gray mist. He had seen the gray mist. Chapter 24. The results of Rest's investigation. When Abner regained consciousness, it was already deep into the night. Despite having slept for over 6 hours, he still felt a throbbing pain in his head. Clearly, his depleted spiritual energy had yet to recover. In this world, all things possess spirit. Everything has evolved from the original act of creation. Thus, even inanimate objects possess a form of spirituality. Extraordinary individuals lose control when their spiritual energy diminishes to a critical level. Abner now understood this knowledge. Recognizing that his prior state had been irrational, pondering, was it the pure white eye that protected my spirit from losing control? Or did the God of knowledge bestow upon me his favor once more? Neither seemed quite plausible. The spiritual body differs from the physical. Losing control due to spiritual depletion is difficult to remedy from the outside. Wait, everything is derived from the original creation, and all madness and pollution also stem from it. Yet I am not of that ilk. My soul must surely originate from another universe, perhaps even from a higher dimensional realm. Therefore, is there truly no foundation for my soul to be out of control? But then again, if there were no initial influence, from whence does my spirituality arise? This is a possibility that requires further validation. Despite my musings, Abner feigned a look of trepidation and remarked, while observing an extraordinary object I was suddenly backfired upon. That object may be related to a being of significant stature. You dare to gaze upon such a thing? How did you not transform into a monstrosity on the spot? Detective Eisinger retorted with exasperation. He was frustrated with his student's penchant for courting danger. I had no intention of delving into such perilous artifacts, Abner protested, feeling wronged. For this was not his desire. As for why his body remained unaltered, it was likely due to the protection of the pure white eye. After all, his physical form was a genuine product of this world, distinct from his soul. Noticing that Abner was still in a state of disarray, Detective Eisinger scolded him a few more times before departing, allowing him the opportunity to rest better. The teacher must suspect that I harbor some secrets. However, as long as he does not inquire, I shall continue to feign ignorance. Abner sighed inwardly, closing his eyes once more. The essence of that puppet was unexpectedly linked to the gray mist. How unfortunate! If the supreme ruler above the gray mist is not the gentle and benevolent Klein, then what was I deciphering earlier? Was it the source fortress? Or perhaps even the celestial sovereign? At this thought, Abner broke into a cold sweat. As his teacher had said, the mere fact that he had not perished on the spot was indeed a blessing from the divine. Now that I comprehend this essential connection, I could design rituals to imbue certain objects with special attributes, enabling them to resonate with the gray mist, becoming a red star upon it. Of course, this connection would be one-sided. It would require the fool's response to truly establish a link, akin to the effects of reciting the fool's name in ancient Hermetic tongue. Thus, this revelation may seem futile. Not entirely. At the very least, it presents a new avenue for my future induction into the Tarot Society. It is known that directly approaching Klein in reality is the worst choice for joining the Tarot Society. He is under the scrutiny of many great entities, making proximity perilous and likely to lead to manipulation. Even in future attempts to exchange information with him, one would have to go through the source fortress. Reciting his name might not yield the desired outcome. For given Klein's cautious nature, how could he respond to a stranger invoking his name without trepidation? What if it is truly the original creator or a mon sent to him? Instead, it would be more effective to pray for things of his interest using items associated with the source fortress, akin to the Lady of the Hermit or the Little Sun, as this would be the most probable means to achieve the goal of being drawn into the gray mist. As Abner pondered, fatigue finally overwhelmed the pain. His eyelids grew heavy, and he let out a yawn, reclining back on his bed, soon succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, in a dim alley of the East District, Hiu, cloaked in black, concealed herself behind a low wall, stealthily observing a pale-faced man loading the corpse of a homeless individual who had perished amidst refuse onto a cart. At that moment, the cart already bore 2 tattered, filthy bodies. It was rumored that the task of collecting corpses was under the control of the Night Church and the Spirit Society. Abner had once mentioned that the lower-tier extraordinary beings of the church were unaware of the art of masquerade, suggesting this man might be affiliated with the Spirit Society. I must remind Abner to exercise caution when investigating him. Just as Hiyu contemplated this, the man collecting the bodies suddenly turned towards her, clearly having detected her presence behind the wall. Hiyu was taken aback, unsure how she had been exposed, but her keen combat instincts prompted her to respond swiftly. She grasped her trident tipped with an unknown toxin and retrieved the brass talisman Abner had given her. To her astonishment, the man opposite her also produced a brass talisman, identical to the one she held. An awkward tension filled the air as they faced off for several seconds. The man, unable to contain himself, lowered his voice and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you spying on me? Are you an official extraordinary being? It seems you seldom venture into the East District, for you do not even know the Arbiter," Hiyu replied, slightly miffed that her title had failed to impress. "You are not a mortuary attendant from the cemetery. Why are you doing this?" Hiyu asked directly. "I apologize. I have my reasons. I can only assure you that I am neither stealing corpses nor engaging in wrongdoing." The man hesitated for a moment before continuing. "In a moment, I will conduct a soul consolation ritual. You are welcome to observe." This individual seemed to harbor little mistrust towards other extraordinary beings. A typical novice, much like I was in the past. Had I not encountered Vals? Hiyu sighed, realizing that this man likely projected his ordinary life habits onto the extraordinary realm. Ritual magic is perilous. Generally, only those who are absolutely trusted are permitted to observe. Otherwise, should someone tamper with the proceedings, the consequences could be dire. "Then let us proceed." Hiyu, feeling an unexpected pang of compassion, decided to assist this man for the night, intending to subtly warn him after the ritual concluded. The following morning, Abner awoke at 8 o'clock, having finally opened his eyes. After meditating for a moment, he discerned that his spirituality had fully restored, allowing him to exhale in relief. Thank goodness there are no aftereffects, he thought to himself as he exited his bedroom. Upon inquiring with a servant, he learned that Detective Eisinger had already departed to investigate a case, which reminded him of the 11 missing persons cases they had taken on from the Silvers venue the previous day. It appeared there would be no time to visit the public library today. After meeting with Hiyu, he would need to report to the police station in the Jewett district. He still had 2 unresolved cases assigned by his teacher. Having organized his plan of action, Abner promptly set out for the East District, successfully meeting with Miss Hiyu at a small diner. "You do not look well. Have you fallen ill?" Hiyu remarked, observing Abner's apparent fatigue with concern. "I merely experienced a backlash from an extraordinary object," Abner replied, reluctant to elaborate further. Instead, he inquired, "Have you made any progress on your end?" Hiyu hesitated, contemplating her response before delicately asking, "Is your classmate's father a bit simple-minded? His knowledge of mysticism is fairly extensive, yet he is rather naive in many respects." Hiyu recounted the events of her encounter with the individual from the previous night in detail. "He possesses my brass talisman?" Abner initially felt perplexed by this news, but then recalled the newcomer who had purchased his last talisman at the extraordinary gathering 2 days prior. That individual must be Mr. Grant. No wonder I found his figure somewhat familiar during my subsequent surveillance. Chapter 25. The Dream of Adventure. I never imagined Mr. Grant would become a corpse collector, clearly aware of the art of masquerade. Where did he acquire the potion formula and relevant knowledge? Abner habitually stroked his chin, pondering uncertainly. Could it truly be the Spirit Society? I recall that in the novel, the Spirit Society had a nominal leader in Beckland known as Patrick Breen. Wait, Breen? The same Breen whom Jane's father held in such high regard? Hiyu believed Mr. Grant, despite having a solid theoretical foundation, exhibited a naive attitude towards the extraordinary world. This was not unfounded. If he truly had been initiated into the extraordinary path by the Breen gentleman, who the messenger referred to as the immortal fool, it would indeed be quite normal. After all, Mr. Breen was merely a byproduct of the Artificial Reaper project, a hastily produced pawn, and he himself was largely unaware of the contemporary extraordinary world. Having clarified these thoughts, Abner resolved to conclude this investigation immediately. After all, regardless of how inept Mr. Breen may be, he remains a genuine demigod, and, as a Sequence 9, Abner dared not probe into matters involving such an esteemed figure. Moreover, this demigod will inevitably transform into a genuine devotee of the divine, and Mr. Grant's association with him poses no significant issues. Observing Abner's capricious expression, Hugh curiously inquired, "Is there a problem?" Abner shook his head, opting not to divulge the underlying suspicions to her, lest he unwittingly burden her with unnecessary worries. Noting her companion's reluctance to speak, he refrained from pressing further and shifted the conversation to another matter. Forsyth's new book, Storm Manor, has been published. Once the copies arrive, I shall ensure you receive one. Abner was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Please extend my congratulations to Miss Forsyth. Additionally, I commend you for taking a step closer to mingling with the aristocracy and uncovering the truth." "Thank you." Hugh beamed with joy, deeply grateful to Abner for illuminating her path and revealing a glimmer of hope in her quest to uncover the truth surrounding her father's death. No longer aimlessly wandering in confusion. After engaging in light banter with Miss Hugh for a spell, Abner took his leave and exited the Eastern District. He then made his way back to the police station in the Greenwood District. Upon seeing Abner enter, the foul-mouthed officer, Ethelis, approached him and scrutinized him for a while before stating, "Do you suffer from some peculiar mental affliction?" "Mental? Why do you ask?" Abner questioned in bewilderment. "Even if my fainting yesterday seemed odd, shouldn't you suspect a physical ailment instead? It is difficult to fathom that a robust individual who can lift that cane with one hand would faint from physical weakness. Hence, it must be a mental issue," Ethelis asserted confidently. "Who else could it be but me?" Ethelis raised her chin and added, "Your cane, while indeed heavy, is lighter than I had imagined." "Thank you." Abner expressed his gratitude, then remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Don't you find your roundabout way of speaking exhausting? Isn't this the hallmark of your detective ilk? You never state the key conclusion directly, instead listing seemingly unrelated matters before showcasing your deductions," Ethelis retorted with a smirk. At that moment, Ethelis continued, "Detective Icing Stanton has gone to investigate the evidence. Furthermore, there's a rather troublesome individual upstairs." Before she could finish, a frantic voice echoed from the second floor. "I have repeatedly stated that the fellow is merely staying at my home. I had no intention of kidnapping him, nor colluding to extort money from his parents. This entire charade is orchestrated by that scoundrel." Ethelis shrugged and remarked, "You heard him. This individual is Emlyn White, a friend of young Mr. Heidi. We located his address last night and detained him for questioning. However, he appears quite arrogant, always ready to mock regardless of the situation. His parents have summoned a lawyer for his bail. This is merely a final routine inquiry." "Isn't that quite similar to your own situation?" Abner nearly uttered. But before he could speak, he observed a dapper young man with his hair slicked back at a jaunty angle descending the stairs, presumably Emlyn. Following closely behind was a serious-looking middle-aged man with impeccably groomed hair, clearly his lawyer. Abner had no intention of conversing with Emlyn, but to his surprise, the future Tarot Moon approached directly and said to Ethelis, "What is it? I told you this matter has nothing to do with me. Yet you insisted on dragging me to the police station, claiming anyone who enjoys dolls must be abnormal. Can I receive an apology now?" Ethelis muttered an unsatisfactory apology under her breath, and then sarcastically remarked, "Dr. White truly ought to check the birth records at Beckland Hospital. How could such a respected physician have such a troublesome son? Surely, there must have been a mix-up," Ethelis provocatively challenged. It dawned on Emlyn what she meant. Yet he remained unfazed, as the possibility of a mix-up among bloodlines was non-existent. He merely cast a disdainful glance at Ethelis, as if utterly unimpressed, and strode out of the police station. Ethelis, infuriated by his attitude, felt her blood boil, nearly compelled to confront him. Abner restrained her, shaking his head. "Are you all children? You saw how infuriating he is. He is far more insufferable than you detectives," Ethelis retorted bluntly. Abner sighed in astonishment. What sort of character is suited for a police officer? "You would make a splendid hunter among the extraordinary." "I never wished to be a police officer. My father insisted I become one. I actually aspired to be an adventurer." Ethelis seemed to deflate, expressing her resignation. "And your father is?" "Sheriff Farson." Abner, disinterested in further conversing with this pretentious second-generation officer, proceeded to the office, diligently reviewing another missing persons case file. In a narrow alley surrounded by buildings on Conslate Street in the southwest of Greenwood District, Detective Icing Stanton and Sheriff Farson, accompanied by 4 officers, stumbled upon a horrifying scene. The ground was littered with gruesome dismemberments, severed thighs, calves, feet in leather boots, feet in high heels, ribs, hearts, and arm remnants, alongside an assortment of eyeballs. Several lengths of intestines hung from the walls, and while the surrounding blood was sparse, it still rendered the area reminiscent of hell. The four ordinary officers retched at the sight, one of them losing his stomach entirely. Sheriff Farson covered his mouth, forcing himself to maintain his composure for a time to preserve his dignity. Only Detective Ising, relying on his extraordinary abilities, remained calm, meticulously examining the grotesque remnants of humanity and discovering portions of tissue that had evidently undergone more severe decomposition. Living corpses? Detective Ising furrowed his brow deeply. In the police station, after thoroughly reviewing the case files, Abner had garnered a clear understanding and called for Officer Ethelis to accompany him once more. This missing persons case was not particularly intricate. Abner discerned from the files that the girl was quite resolute, possessing both ideas and initiative, and various indications suggested that she had been planning to run away from home since her mother introduced her to a suitor several months prior. Delving into her social circle, Abner quickly learned from one of her friends that she had arranged a false identity to embark on a sea adventure, one that was male, no less. This girl truly had some audacity. While Abner did not wholly endorse her decision to leave without notice, he nonetheless admired her courage in pursuing freedom. Tilsweg, or perhaps Enigwin. Truly remarkable. Appreciating her tenacity, Abner ultimately relayed his findings to the young lady's parents, thus bringing the missing persons case to a close. What her parents chose to do in search of their daughter was no longer the concern of the police. However, Ethelis seemed somewhat lost upon discovering that the young lady had ventured out to sea, only regaining her composure once the case was resolved. Our commission has concluded. Upon seeing his student, Detective Ising proclaimed directly. Concluded? Have you resolved those 6 missing persons cases? Abner inquired, intrigued. Not quite. The police department has transferred the cases to the Punishers. Ising replied nonchalantly, you understand, with those tyrants' minions around, we are not suited to be present. Transferred to the Punishers? Most of those families worship the goddess. Surely they cannot hand the cases over merely because they reside near the Sacred Wind Church? Indeed, it was a lapse by the Punishers previously, and naturally, they must address it. Chapter 26, The Siege. At the Bar of the Brave, Caspus limped across the bar and entered a secluded area near the kitchen. Suddenly halting, he gently tapped on a rather concealed door, only entering once granted permission. Inside was a card room, where a dozen individuals were engaged in a game of poker. Even though Casper had encountered similar scenes before, he still felt a shiver run down his spine. He swallowed hard and spoke, Mr. Merrick, there is news about the Jason you seek. He recently killed several individuals in the Jowood district, and a friend of mine informed me that the police have handed the case over to the Punishers. Merrick, his complexion pale, nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, when did this occur? Since last week, people have been going missing. It wasn't until noon today that a detective assisted the police in locating an alley littered with dismembered human remains, after which the case was transferred to the Punishers. Casper seemed to possess intricate knowledge of the matter, relaying the details to Merrick before taking his leave. Once Casper had departed, the spectral figure of Miss Sharon abruptly appeared by Merrick's side. Resting her hand on her right cheek, she spoke with an expressionless demeanor. What are your thoughts, Merrick? Jason may have sustained grave injuries in previous encounters, rendering him unable to suppress his craving for human flesh and blood. Merrick replied in a similarly unperturbed manner. Despite using the word may, his tone conveyed a resolute certainty. Even without injuries, he had never been able to control his desires. The injuries merely intensified his hunger. The hedonists may act recklessly, but they are not madmen, Sharon asserted with unwavering conviction. Fool! Jason wouldn't dare commit crimes in the Jowood district unless he had a fair degree of confidence in evading both the Punishers and our pursuit. Merrick analyzed calmly. I will head to the Jowood district next, staying close to the Punishers. As Miss Sharon's form gradually faded, her voice echoed ethereally, be cautious. The captain of the Beckland Punisher team has made a pact with the Holy Relic. Furthermore, it is possible that Jason has summoned allies. On Saturday morning, due to the recent sale of the abandoned manor in the northern suburbs, combined with the possibility that Miss Sharon might still reside there, Abner and Hugh refrained from practicing their shooting there. However, Abner had garnered some respect from Sheriff Farson for assisting in solving 2 missing persons cases, thus earning the privilege to use the police shooting range. They were greeted by the notoriously foul-mouthed Officer Atries, who led them to the underground range within the police station. Who is this young lady? Your fiancée, E? Why bring her here? Atries inquired, eyeing Hugh curiously. She had never seen anyone accompany a girl to the shooting range before. Oh, are you actually making excuses for a date? Atries was thoroughly skeptical, but fortunately, her interest level was low that day. Otherwise, her remarks would have been incessantly sarcastic. There is no need to elaborate on the shooting practice. Suffice it to say that Miss Hugh was particularly pleased, as she no longer had to reimburse the cost of ammunition when practicing at the police station. During the ensuing combat training, Abner saw Hugh's guidance on the use of the longsword. Although she was not particularly proficient in swordsmanship, she possessed a foundational understanding, as it was indeed part of knightly training. Time swiftly slipped by as Abner swung his sword repeatedly. By noon, after bidding farewell to Hugh, Abner made his way to Grant's clothing store. With the investigation yielding results, he felt compelled to inform Jane. Upon seeing Abner, Jane immediately sensed that he had something important to share. Aware that discussing such matters in the store was impractical, she promptly took Abner to a nearby CAF. "Abner, have you found anything out?" Jane asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Volunteering? At such an hour?" Jane, incredulous, retorted, "Please don't tell me the purpose of the volunteer work is to comfort lonely, empty women." The sharpness of her wit struck Abner, who silently applauded her insight. Fortunately, he had already prepared his response, replying with poise, "He is assisting the impoverished in the East District, striving to provide them with shelter, albeit in the afterlife." "But why at night?" Jane remained puzzled. "Ah, I see. I was mistaken. No wonder he was so busy opening a branch today, mentioning he needed to rent vehicles for the night. I initially thought it was for his mistress." Jane, inherently trusting Abner, or perhaps unwilling to see her life disrupted, readily accepted that her father was not being unfaithful. Having resolved Jane's concerns, Abner promptly immersed himself in reading and acquiring various knowledge. Time flew by, and soon it was June 12th. That Tuesday morning, Abner was at the public library, engrossed in a book titled The Revelation of the Night. Though he considered himself a devotee of the God of knowledge and wisdom, it was vital to understand the goddess's teachings in ruin. The Creator awoke from chaos, shattering the darkness and crafting the first ray of light, merging completely with the universe, transforming into all things. His body became the earth and the stars. One eye became the sun, the other the crimson moon. His blood surged forth as seas and rivers, nurturing and giving life. His lungs transformed into spirits, his heart into giants, his liver into tree folk, his head into dragons, his kidneys into feathered serpents, his hair into phoenixes, his ears into demonic wolves, his mouth and teeth into otherworldly beings. His residual bodily fluids morphed into sea monsters, with the essence forming nagas. His stomach, intestines, and the corrupted parts of his body became demons, malevolent spirits, and various unknown evils, while his spirit transformed into the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom. As Abner absorbed this passage, he pondered, if all things in this world stemmed from the original Creator's evolution, then any source would ultimately trace back to him. Thus, if I accumulate sufficient foundational knowledge, when the power of my pure white eye grows stronger, will I be able to trace any matter back to its origin? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Abner's pure white eye unexpectedly activated, plunging his body and spirit into a wondrous state, while the air around him filled with an ethereal shattering sound. He was astonished to discover something within him dissolving, merging with his consciousness under the influence of the pure white eye. It was an indescribable sensation. Abner half closed his eyes, quietly savoring the moment. In that instant, he intuitively understood that this signified the complete digestion of the reader's elixir. 2 weeks, Abner murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the southwestern direction of Jowood District, a grand yet contained battle was unfolding. This was a chase between the Punishers and the hedonistic faction of the Rose School. Leading the charge was the living corpse, Jason, whose face bore several indistinct black spots, reminiscent of scars left by healed wounds. The malice in his eyes was palpable, unrestrained and unapologetic. He moved faster than a peak steam locomotive, darting swiftly across the street. Unfortunately, despite his speed, the area appeared to be entirely sealed off by a formidable force, isolating him from reality and preventing his escape from the 2 Punishers hot on his trail. These were 2 wind-borne entities, enveloped in a tempest, soaring through the air. As another barrage of wind blades struck him, Jason gritted his teeth, desperately maneuvering in search of a breach in the sealing force. The black spots on his face had swelled to a luminous sheen, as if putrid fluid were on the verge of oozing out. Wherever he passed, puddles and liquids in the soil rapidly crystallized into white frost, freezing inch by inch. The leaves of nearby trees withered instantaneously, decaying visibly as they fell. Just as Jason endured the onslaught of wind blades and traversed the entirety of his limited space, he finally discovered a flaw in the sealing force. Overcome with elation, He expended all his strength to tear open a gap, ready to leap to freedom. Yet, he remained oblivious to the cold smirks on the faces of the two wind-born above him. As anticipated, a silvery bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Jason and shattering the seemingly decayed remnants of his body into numerous fragments. This single blow left him grievously injured. Though it was indeed a flaw, it was also a meticulously laid trap. As Jason was knocked to the ground by the lightning strike, he suddenly grasped the underlying truth. With the ambush successfully executed, the two wind-blessed beings prepared to deliver the finishing blow. However, at that moment, a werewolf emerged from the breach, scooping up Jason and swiftly retreating, heedless of the furious assaults from the Punishers that rained upon it, its speed leaving them in the dust. The Punishers, lacking such swiftness, could only watch in frustration as the creature fled. "Captain, I apologize. We let them escape," the two wind-blessed murmured, their expressions tinged with guilt as they beheld their captain, who had only just appeared after the barrier was breached. "I underestimated them. I did not expect the Rose sect to dispatch a vengeful spirit to ensnare me," the captain of the Punisher squad replied, shaking his head with a grave countenance. Meanwhile, from the glass of a window in a nearby household, a vengeful spirit quietly departed, as if she had never been there at all. Chapter 27, Sequence 8. Abner was blissfully unaware of the battle unfolding in the Jowood district. He was still immersed in the exhilaration of fully digesting the reader's potion. The rapid assimilation of the potion was attributable to two factors: the assistance of the pure white eye and the extensive knowledge he had acquired in his previous life about subjects such as physical chemistry, political history, and more, which enabled him to comprehend the world and analytically interpret its rules to a limited extent. This behavior clearly aligned with the essence of the reader's potion, allowing him to assume the role in advance. Since becoming a reader, he had employed the pure white eye during his leisure time to analyze the auxiliary materials for the reasoning students, utilizing the extraordinary characteristics of Sequence 8. As for the main material, the extraordinary characteristic itself constituted the primary ingredient. At that moment, Detective Asinger was still out investigating recent commissions and was not at home. Hence, Abner merely exchanged pleasantries with the household servants before entering his mentor's laboratory. Given that the low-sequence auxiliary materials were not particularly difficult to procure, he had long since gathered them in preparation. He began by cleaning the standard flasks, then placed the prepared auxiliary materials into them one by one, resulting in a pale green, transparent solution forming within the flask. Having completed the preliminary preparations, Abner's gaze turned to the blue gemstone, condensed from extraordinary characteristics. Since he had learned the construction method of the spiritual wall, he had kept it spiritually sealed, so although 2 weeks had passed, the gemstone had not lost much of its power. After steadying himself for a few moments, Abner took the blue gemstone and tossed it into the flask. The moment the extraordinary characteristic of Sequence 8 made contact with the solution inside the flask, it emitted a sizzling sound, and the surrounding air distorted with steam, revealing symbols whose precise meanings were indecipherable, only to quickly dissipate thereafter. Abner glanced down to find that the liquid within the flask had transformed into a blend of blue and green hues, intermingling yet remarkably clear, almost resembling a special cocktail. It appeared quite delectable. Abner felt an involuntary increase in saliva and hastily suppressed the absurd thought. Taking a deep breath again, he resolved not to hesitate any longer, raising the flask, tilting his head back, and gulping down the potion. However, it was anything but palatable. The potion was indeed not meant to be enjoyed. Its visually appealing exterior was nothing more than deceptive advertising. At this moment, Abner distinctly felt his face flushing with heat, and a sharp pain began to throb in his head. Yet, this discomfort paled in comparison to the pain he experienced each time he utilized the pure white to siphon off spiritual energy, allowing him to endure it with relative ease. After several seconds, the stabbing pain in his head gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. In that instant, Abner knew with clarity that he had successfully ascended, realizing that he was now a Sequence 8 reasoning student. Once the initial excitement subsided, he began to stretch his limbs, attempting to acclimate to the changes within his body. To his surprise, he found that even as a Sequence 8, there was no significant enhancement to his physical abilities. This was to be expected, as reasoning students were not combat-oriented professionals. Subsequently, Abner picked up a volume of astrological studies that had previously eluded his understanding without the activation of the pure white eye. only to discover that his observational reading abilities and logical analysis skills had indeed received a substantial boost. The improved efficacy was only slightly inferior to what he had experienced as a Sequence 9 when the pure white eye was activated. According to his mentor, the enhancement of logical analysis abilities would allow reasoning students to better understand ritual magic and even simplify or modify it independently. However, this bore little relevance to him, as he had already experienced such insights while being a reader, and due to the formidable analytical capabilities of the pure white eye, he comprehended those ritual magics even more profoundly. Contemplating further, Abner continued to explore another practical ability gained from his promotion to Sequence 8, spiritual sight. It was hardly surprising that reasoning students possessed this ability, as those who lacked spiritual sight would overlook numerous clues, undermining their capacity for deduction. Following the teachings of Old Neil in the novels, Abner successfully entered a state of spiritual sight, allowing him to perceive the world from an entirely different perspective. The mainstream domain of mysticism categorizes each person's non-corporeal aspect into 4 layers, from innermost to outermost: the spiritual body, the astral body, the mental body, and the etheric body. The potions belonging to the reader sequence primarily enhance the mental body, which pertains to reasoning ability, cognitive capacity, insightfulness, and the comprehensive presentation of understanding. What would happen if the pure white eye were activated during spiritual sight? This thought flickered through his mind, yet Abner refrained from acting on it immediately. He surmised what the outcome might be, until he could completely restrain and control the pure white eye. Activating it under spiritual sight would likely lead him to autonomously analyze the entirety of the spiritual realm. After all, spiritual sight is precisely about perceiving the spiritual realm. He had no desire to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Upon closing the spiritual sight, Abner began to comprehend the abilities he possessed following his ascension to reasoning student. He then reclined in the lounge and took a nap to restore the spiritual energy he had expended during the activation of spiritual sight. Abner donned a pair of glasses that obscured anomalies, took a deep breath, and activated the pure white eye through suggestion. He needed to continue testing how his ascension to Sequence 8 had enhanced his extraordinary abilities. Approximately a minute later, Abner removed the glasses, feeling slightly fatigued. While contemplating internally, the activation limit has increased to 1 minute and 10 seconds. This was not unexpected. Prior to fully digesting the reader's potion, the pure white eye's usage limit had already surpassed 30 seconds, making this enhancement quite reasonable. His observational acuity, logical ability, and other faculties had received another boost while in the pure white eye state, likely only slightly inferior to that of Sequence 7 keeper, and, consequently, the speed of item analysis seemed to have accelerated as well. Reflecting on this, Abner retrieved his cane and recited an incantation in ancient Hermetic to unsheath it. Instantly, the cane transformed into an exquisite rune-style general sword. Grasping the long sword, Abner felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. He then began to wield the sword, executing several techniques etched in his memory. Though he was not currently in the pure white eye state, the weapon mastery memories he had just acquired had not entirely faded. He still retained a fragment of them. With repeated practice, he might even manage to attain partial weapon mastery in a normal state. At the Braveheart Tavern, Maurich, who was playing cards with the corpses he controlled, suddenly turned his attention to his left. There, Miss Sharon had gracefully revealed herself. "Sharon, how did it go?" Maurich inquired, discarding the cards in his hand. "A Sequence 7 werewolf, a Sequence 6 zombie, and a Sequence 5 vengeful spirit. We cannot take them down in the short term." Maurich assessed, shaking his head. "Yes, Tyre and Jason have been severely injured and have lost their combat effectiveness. They will require at least a week to recover. Steve should have also been injured by the relic of the Punisher team leader, but I cannot ascertain the extent of his injuries." Miss Sharon paused for a moment, her voice ethereal as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Maurich's somewhat fierce gaze flickered slightly as he replied, "If that is the case, then it is worth a try. Do you know where they are hiding?" "Indeed, I tracked the fleeing Tyre at that time. They are currently concealed in a warehouse of a clothing store in the Jowood district." Sharon, resembling a doll, calmly nodded after finishing her statement. "Still in the Jowood district? This is precisely what Emperor Roselle referred to as the darkness beneath the lamp." Maurich initially furrowed his brow, then suddenly enlightened, he continued, "I require a day's time to prepare contingencies and an escape route. We shall launch a surprise attack on them tomorrow night. I will keep a vigilant watch over them." Draped in a black court gown and adorned with a petite soft hat, Sharon's figure swiftly faded, disappearing into the gaming room. In the underground headquarters of the Punisher team at the St. Wind Cathedral, the team leader inquired of a member belonging to the Wind Affinity. Have we discovered where that werewolf fled with the living corpse? Contact the police stations across various districts and instruct them to report immediately upon any missing persons or homicide cases. Members of the Rose School's debauchery faction are simply insatiable. The Punisher team leader snorted coldly. Understood, Captain. Additionally, disseminate the news of the 3 injured members of the debauchery faction to a select few informants among the wild, extraordinary beings, allowing them to spread the word through their clandestine gatherings. Perhaps those self-proclaimed abstainers are more adept at hunting these debauched rats. The Punisher team leader added. As he laid eyes on Abner, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. You have become a reasoning student already? In just 2 weeks? Chapter 28, Prelude. Confronted by his teacher's surprise, Abner had anticipated this reaction. However, he lacked a compelling excuse and could only offer a brief explanation. I have been an avid reader long before becoming an extraordinary being, and this has greatly aided my understanding of potions. Upon hearing the word understanding, Detective Isinger Stanton cast a profound glance at Abner, remarking meaningfully, So you have grasped the art of impersonation from the very beginning, due to the oaths imposed by the Knowledge Church. I cannot initiate discussions regarding the art of impersonation with others, but if the other party is already aware, then there is no issue. Once the extraordinary beings of the true God Church comprehend the art of impersonation, they are required to swear an oath before the relic, forbidding them from disseminating knowledge of it. Abner understood this, and thus he was unperturbed by the teacher's failure to impart such knowledge. Seeing the calm expression on his student's face, Detective Isinger sighed, saying, It appears you know far more than I had imagined. Whether you have deduced it yourself or gleaned it from other channels, it is ultimately a good thing. Your future shines far brighter than mine. I squandered over a decade in the reasoning student sequence without fully digesting it, only deducing the art of impersonation through experience after forcibly ascending to the keeper of knowledge. No wonder you, despite knowing the art of impersonation, remain only at sequence 7. It seems the issue lies not solely with the absence of a sequence 6 formula. Abner mused, but he did not wish to linger on this matter, as it would inevitably lead him to deceive. He had no desire to mislead his teacher. Though the Knowledge Church and the Storm Church were at odds, Abner could not help but think that such schadenfreude was somewhat excessive. Due to the original novel, he held a certain respect for the official extraordinary teams, for they were both victims and guardians. However, he swiftly gleaned from his teacher's discourse that the location of the battle seemed to be in close proximity to the public library he frequented, and not far from the clothing store belonging to the Jin family. But why did I not notice the ambush? Abner pondered, voicing his inquiry. That is because the Storm Church employed a special level 2 sealing artifact, the specifics of which I am unaware. But it functions to draw extraordinary beings within a certain radius into a peculiar enclosed space, Detective Isinger elucidated. Such a sealing artifact exists? I wonder what channel it originated from. Abner contemplated silently. In the late hours of the night, Mr. Grant, who rarely ventured out to collect corpses, was suddenly awakened, sitting up and surveying his surroundings. With the natural spiritual sight bestowed upon him by the corpse collector's potion, he could perceive all spirits within the shop. However, he found nothing amiss, and could only curiously light the gas lamp to peer outside. The outside world was eerily silent, with only the crimson moonlight casting a gossamer glow upon the ground. At that moment, his wife, Mrs. Grant, stirred awake, and, seeing her husband standing at the window, drenched in sweat, inquired, Dear, what has happened? In a warehouse of the clothing store, a figure clad in a black tailcoat and a dark red cloak gradually materialized in the air. It was a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s. His hair neatly combed back and glistening with oil, meticulous in appearance, with eyes that were black with a hint of green, devoid of emotion. Upon his arrival, he admonished a lean yet robust man concealed within the warehouse in a hushed tone, Tyre, rein in your malice. The master of this house is an extraordinary being, with a heightened sense. Lord Steve, I can barely contain myself. Why should I? The man named Tyre exclaimed hoarsely, tugging at his hair that stood upright like spines. I wish to tear apart this family's bodies, to hear their wails. If I keep suppressing myself, I shall lose control. The vengeful spirit, Steve, paid him no heed and vanished from the warehouse. Meanwhile, the living corpse, Jason, who was also concealed nearby, tossed Tyre a severed human torso, advising, Our prey has yet to bite. It is not prudent to kill indiscriminately here. Tomorrow night, or at the latest the night after, I shall permit you to strike at the 2 women of this family. For now, make do with this. I just killed it the day before yesterday. Not fresh at all, Tyre muttered as he accepted the offering. The following morning, being a Wednesday, Abner routinely invited Hugh to the underground shooting range of the Jowood District Police Station. However, this time, they were greeted not by the sharp-tongued police officer Atrees, but by an elderly officer named Breyer. Where's Atrees? On leave, Abner inquired, puzzled. The old officer Breyer cast a glance at Abner and exclaimed dramatically, "You do not know? That scoundrel Atrees has run away from home." It is evident that this old officer harbors no fondness for Atrees. Eager to publicize the mischief he had committed, Atrees left a letter for the captain, stating that he is off in pursuit of his dreams. That lad is utterly clueless. The captain had already secured him a promotion to inspector, and now he has squandered the opportunity. Officer Breyer remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. As for Atrees' dreams, I recall he aspired to be an adventurer. Was he spurred on by the actions of Miss Annie Gwynn in that recent missing persons case? He seemed rather disheartened at the time. Abner mused silently, choosing not to dwell on the topic further, instead offering a silent prayer for his troublesome friend. This left the old officer, who wished to continue the conversation, feeling quite stifled. Upon reaching the shooting range, after Officer Breyer had departed, Hugh furrowed her brow and earnestly remarked, "Regardless, one should not mock someone harboring dreams. She has her aspirations too, dreaming of one day vindicating her father." Abner sighed, dismissing his wandering thoughts, and focused intently on today's practice. Then, Miss Hugh was left astonished. She could scarcely believe that Abner, who had only reached an introductory level in both shooting and swordsmanship the previous Saturday, now exhibited the semblance of a master. Had his physique not remained unchanged, she might have found it difficult to best him. Yet even so, in this sparring match, Hugh found her victory exceedingly arduous. "How have you suddenly become so formidable?" Hugh gasped several times before inquiring in disbelief. Rest neither knew the exact moment he ascended to become an extraordinary being, nor could he discern his specific sequence. Yet he was not particularly astonished. Instead, he remarked with a hint of realization, "So that's how it is, congratulations." As he spoke, she retrieved a book from her bag and handed it to Abner, saying, "This is a sample of Forsyth's Stormhill Manor, a perfect gift to celebrate your promotion." Abner casually flipped through the pages and smiled. Has it finally been published? How are the sales? Although he was aware that this book had garnered significant acclaim in its original form, even being read by Mr. Fool, it was now merely a product of Hugh's relentless prodding. Well, after all, Miss Hugh deserves some credit for this book's early release, Abner mused internally, though outwardly he suggested. The next steps will depend on Forsyth's performance. She should ideally reveal a hint of her extraordinary abilities in front of certain targets during salon gatherings. Hugh merely pursed her lips upon hearing this, and after a pause, replied, "Abner, you are thinking too far ahead. Forsyth still lounges at home every day, claiming she needs rest. This might elevate the standards a bit, allowing her to gain the attention of salons frequented by nobility." Abner desperately attempted to defend the slothful Miss Hugh. Hugh looked momentarily taken aback before she resignedly remarked, "Forsyth will surely appreciate the excuse you've crafted for her. Are all these commissions you've taken on? Could there really be that many? How much money could this yield? Of course not. Where'd all those commissions come from? Yet, even if they're not commissions, should we not seek to understand the peculiar occurrences that present themselves before us? Moreover, the Emperor Roselle once said that preparedness is the key to avoiding misfortune. When a client approaches us with a matter we have already investigated, we can more gracefully and confidently showcase the allure of deduction to our employers, the detective Asinger asserted with conviction. Abner opened his mouth in surprise, ultimately exclaiming, "Indeed, the reader's sequence is merely a congregation of show-offs and those who revel in ostentation." At 10 o'clock in the evening, clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat, Merrick emerged from the back alley of the Brave Man's Tavern, accompanied by his undead companion. Chapter 29, a grim scene. Within the warehouse of Grant's Tailoring, the gaunt yet robust Thayer's crimson eyes glowed with a feral hunger, his gaze filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Had it not been for Jason's firm restraint, he might have charged forth in a frenzy. "Jason, how much longer must we endure? I am on the brink of losing control." Thayer struggled to suppress the roar that almost escaped his lips. "We still have to wait." Jason's soothing words were interrupted by the ethereal voice of the vengeful spirit Steve echoing through the air. "Go do what you wish. Sharon and the others have arrived. Indulge yourself one last time to incapacitate them, lest they retreat at the last moment." Upon hearing this, The lycanthrope Thayer could no longer contain his desires and let out a thunderous roar, transforming within mere seconds, sprouting dark fur and sharp fangs. He smashed through the warehouse door and, with a few leaps, found himself in the residential area on the other side of the tailor shop. Inside the bedroom, Mr. Grant, who had yet to succumb to sleep, immediately sensed the palpable malevolence and sprang to his feet, scooping up his slumbering wife before rolling away from the bed. Almost instantaneously, a shadow, armed with menacing fangs, crashed through the window, lunging precisely where Mrs. Grant had been lying. Mr. Grant, cradling his wife, rolled to the door, using his robust physique to smash through it. Just as he prepared to escape further, his peripheral vision caught sight of that shadow vanishing from his view, only to reappear behind him in the blink of an eye. Mr. Grant's pupils dilated, and with no time for contemplation, he summoned his strength to crush the wooden ring adorning his finger, an enchanted gift from Mr. Breen. As the ring shattered, a peculiar spirit resembling a shield materialized between him and the dark creature, blocking the ferocious assault. Yet, despite the unusual spirit intercepting the lethal blow, a fraction of the immense force still transferred through the air, knocking Mr. Grant backward. He crashed through the redwood door connecting the shop, toppling over counters and racks of clothing before finally coming to a halt. He coughed up blood. While such injuries were merely superficial for a collector of souls, he dared not linger and immediately scrambled toward the back corridor of the shop, for his wife remained in peril. In the next instant, Mr. Grant beheld an agonizing sight. His wife's delicate form was ensnared in the clutches of the dark monstrosity. At that moment, the commotion drew Jane from upstairs, and upon witnessing the chaos below, she shrieked and collapsed in fright. For at this juncture, the creature had already torn apart Mrs. Grant's clothing with one claw, while simultaneously dislocating one of her arms. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, just as the werewolf lunged into the bedroom, Jason suddenly found himself unable to restrain his arms, his pallid face twisted in horror, as two identical figures began to materialize within his gaze, clad in a black court gown, with pale golden hair and a finely featured, bloodless visage. Crack! His arms bent unnaturally as he grasped his own throat, the immense force causing his bones to creak ominously. This was the vengeful spirit of Miss Sharon's assault. Just as it seemed Jason would sever his own head, the warehouse, along with the tailor shop's courtyard, suddenly illuminated with a vibrant glow, the scarlet moonlight flooding the space. Jason's grip weakened, and he regained control of his body as a figure adorned with a small soft hat emerged behind him. Simultaneously, the apparition of the vengeful spirit Steve materialized above the warehouse, his right hand clutching a shrunken full moon. The scarlet full moon. It was a piece that radiated a tranquil glow, shaped like a round moon, adorned with numerous crimson gems. And at its center lay symbols representing the moon and various mysterious markings. Sharon instinctively squinted, retreating a couple of steps as the ethereal sensation rapidly dissipated. Her legs could no longer support her weight, and she collapsed to the ground. The deep red moon crown? How could it be in your possession? Surprise flickered in Miss Sharon's beautiful eyes for the first time, before she turned her gaze to Jason, who still seemed dazed and calmly stated, "You have used it to recover swiftly from your injuries. Therefore, this is a trap aimed at me. Indeed, I deliberately exposed myself, allowing the Punisher to severely injure us, feigning weakness to lure you into action." Jason rose, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he advanced to seize Miss Sharon and confine her. However, his motion was abruptly interrupted by a burst of golden divine flames that materialized out of thin air. Before he could comprehend the situation, Merrick, who had been lying in wait, swiftly dashed in front of Sharon, hoisting her upon his back and fleeing. Given that they had already fallen into the enemy's snare, it was evident that escape was crucial. Otherwise, they might truly find themselves unable to flee. Yet, his condition was not significantly better than Sharon's, as the malice and desire emanating from the full moon gnawed at his sanity, causing the speed of the undead he commanded to diminish notably. Even so, he gritted his teeth and managed to temporarily restrain Jason with the assistance of the undead he controlled. However, he had barely taken a few steps before he felt an invisible force gripping his ankle. His calves, arms, and the fabric of his clothing clung tightly to him. They were blurred and translucent figures, some disfigured, some drenched in blood, others charred, and some pale and chilling. "Huh, I thought, Merrick, you had some hidden trump card. It turns out you merely brought along the talismans of the sun god's domain." Perched atop the warehouse, Steve appeared to revel in a sense of assured victory. chuckling softly as he methodically ensnared Merrick with deathly spells. Merrick's countenance twisted into a grimace, and he activated a talisman, summoning a divine radiance that cascaded from above. This pure and untainted warmth enveloped the ethereal figures at his feet, purging them in an instant. Unfortunately, this delay allowed Jason to extricate himself from Merrick's undead minions and close the distance once more. In the corridor between the shop's front and back, the werewolf heard Jane's piercing scream and Mrs. Grant's wretched wail, his warped psyche brimming with a twisted satisfaction. With a thunderous laugh, he exerted his strength, effortlessly tearing the nearly nude Mrs. Grant asunder. He lowered his head to lick the blood from his claw, a grotesque expression of pleasure etched upon his face. "Mother, no!" Jane cried out, her legs trembling in fear as she instinctively crawled towards the werewolf, desperate to reclaim her mother. The werewolf, Tyre, revealed a cruel grin at the sight of the girl, presenting herself so willingly. Yet at that moment, an angry incantation in ancient Hermetic was uttered. "Blue Star?" This was Mr. Grant, witnessing the murder of his wife and the imminent peril of his daughter. Overwhelmed by anguish, he activated the brass talisman of chaos he had procured at the extraordinary gathering. The werewolf, struck by the spell, froze momentarily, reason abandoned in favor of utter madness. The so-called chaos spell overloaded the rational thought processes of its victim, and given that the werewolf's rationality was already scant, the result was all too predictable. Nonetheless, the spell afforded Mr. Grant a fleeting opportunity. He swiftly scooped up Jane and fled the werewolf's clutches, retrieving a brass whistle from his pocket as he dashed toward the exit, aware that he could not outrun the dark creature. He gazed at the whistle with a complex expression, recalling the moment Mr. Breen had entrusted it to him. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Grant steeled his resolve, vowing to sacrifice his life for his daughter's chance at survival. He prayed that an official extraordinary would be nearby. As the werewolf's savage howls grew closer, he hesitated no longer, placing the whistle to his lips and blowing with all his might. A torrent of formidable energy descended from the spirit realm, enveloping the dress shop in a suffocating black mist that obscured even the crimson full moon created by the scarlet moon crown. Mr. Grant glanced down at his tear-streaked daughter, feeling the life ebbing away as regret washed over him. "It's all my fault. I should have heeded the malice I sensed last night. Oh, Jane, seek out Breen after this." His words trailed off into silence. Jane's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the horrifying scene, tears cascading down her cheeks. Within the warehouse, the moment the deep crimson moonlight was shrouded by the dense black mist, both Miss Sharon and Merrick regained their strength. Jason, mere feet away, felt as if he'd been struck on the head, his vision blurring, blood filling his mouth, the world before him drowning in red. For a fleeting moment, all he could hear was a deafening buzz, drowning out all other sounds. Meanwhile, Steve remained ensnared in the backlash of the shattered scarlet moon crown, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him. Yet, Miss Sharon and Merrick dared not continue the fight. Besides the fact that the black mist would soon dissipate, the stirring of a demigod nearby would undoubtedly alert the Holy Wind Cathedral. They had to flee before it was too late. However, Miss Sharon was not solely focused on her own escape. With the abilities of a vengeful spirit, she was acutely aware of who had provided her with a path to survival. Thus, she utilized her peculiar ability to traverse through mirror-like objects to reach a shard of broken glass before the werewolf Tyre could unleash another frenzied assault. She seized the tear-streaked Jane and the lifeless body of Mr. Grant, hurling them toward the waiting Merrick. In perfect synchrony, Merrick caught them, and with the swiftness of the undead, they vanished into the night through a prearranged escape route, leaving behind the anguished cries of the hedonistic trio. Yet, even they dared not linger, nor pursue Sharon, for to do so would invite the wrath of the authorities, most likely demigods arriving to investigate. In the Hillston district, Abner, deep in slumber, was stirred by an ethereal sensation, jolting awake. Donning his robe, he stepped out of his bedroom, only to find his teacher gazing gravely towards the direction of the Jowood district. "Teacher, what has transpired?" "There is a demigod-level surge of power." Chapter 30. Retrospection. On Thursday morning, plagued by unease, Abner left his home early. Upon reaching the subway station, he suddenly heard the clear voice of a newsboy calling from nearby. "Extra, extra, another major incident in Jowood district. The Grant dress shop is awash in blood, and the authorities are at a loss." The Grant dress shop? Surely not. Abner's heart raced, a foreboding sense of dread swelling within him as he hurriedly called over the newsboy, purchasing a copy of the Bakeland Evening News. frantically flipping through the pages. He read of the brutal assault on the Grant dress shop, Mrs. Grant dead at the scene, and Mr. Grant and his daughter missing, suspected to have been abducted by the assailants. Jane is indeed in peril. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to steady himself before continuing to read. It soon became apparent that the timing of the attack on the Grant family coincided almost perfectly with the surge of demigod power from the previous night. The locations matched up as well. Damn it. What could have transpired in their home to invoke such demigod-level power? The thought of the spirited and vivacious girl potentially facing calamity weighed heavily on Abner's heart. Perhaps Mr. Grant had been discovered by the authorities? Or had he attracted some misfortune while out recovering bodies? After contemplating for a moment, Abner recognized that his unfounded speculations were futile. His heart remained in turmoil. After regaining some semblance of calm through meditation, Abner resolved to visit Jane's home. After all, in his pure white-eye state, he was akin to a half-keeper of knowledge. Moreover, the role of a keeper also encompassed that of a detective. Indeed, investigating clues and unraveling the truth of the case was a crucial duty of those studying deductive reasoning, was it not? Yes, Captain. By the time Abner arrived at the Grant dress shop, it was nearing 8 o'clock. Police had cordoned off the area. A throng of onlookers gathered, including reporters, neighbors, and mere bystanders, as well as friends like Abner, who were concerned for Jane's well-being. Among the crowd, a girl of average height with freckles spotted Abner and waved him over. "Abner, you're here too." As she spoke, a boy and girl beside her turned to look as well. Seeing Jane's friends gathered there, Abner felt a moment of relief, then nodded. "Susan, Roman, Castor. It's been a while. I came as soon as I read the paper this morning, learning that Jane was in trouble. We did too. We heard Jane was taken. Let's hope she's all right." At this, concern was evident on all three faces. Just then, a police officer, while clearing debris inside the shop, discreetly pocketed a melted and warped piece of copper. The action was subtle, yet did not escape Abner's pure white eye. He recalled the moment he had seen Jane and himself pursued by a creature with dark fur to the door, and Mr. Grant's complex expression as he blew the whistle, summoning a vast expanse of black mist. He recalled Mr. Grant's demise and the appearance of an exquisitely formed ghostly figure, donning a small black soft hat, emerging through shattered glass to rescue Jane. At last, he beheld an elderly figure descending from the heavens, adorned in a black robe embroidered with storm symbols and a soft black hat, his silver eyes imbued with an unusual gravity. As he retrieved the whistle that had fallen to the ground, as the retrospective concluded, the pure white eye closed in tandem, and Abner removed his spectacles, gently massaging his throbbing head, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. "Abner, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" inquired Susan, the freckled girl beside him, noticing his peculiar demeanor with genuine concern. Despite possessing the capabilities of a half-guardian and achieving a masterful level of combat prowess, he remained unable to intervene in the skirmishes between such formidable entities of the middle tier. "Had I the combat prowess that would earn Miss Sharon's admiration, akin to Klein in the novels, perhaps they would seek my assistance in ambushing the debauched faction, leveraging my connection with Caspis. Should I involve myself in such matters, it might just save Jane's family. Abner, this is not your fault. We know you care for Jane, but the foremost priority now is to pray for her safety and hope that the authorities locate her swiftly. Do not succumb to despair," Susan urged kindly. While he did have some fondness for Jane, it was not of a romantic nature. He cherished her radiant smile and her innocent, vivacious spirit, a girl capable of unconsciously uplifting other spirits. Yet, he wondered if he would ever witness such a smile again. The carriage showed no sign of stopping, merely circling in front of Grant's tailor shop before heading northward. Upon returning to his mentor's residence, Detective Eisinger observed his visibly troubled student and offered words of comfort. "Do not fret excessively, given that she has been abducted. The young lady should remain safe for the time being. You are aware of this?" Abner queried in astonishment. "It seems you have not left the house today?" Abner nodded. Then, with a determined expression, he looked at his teacher and resolutely requested, "Sir, I hope you might lend me 2,081, even just for a short while each day. I assure you, I will not take it outside the house." The 2,081 was the sealing artifact upon which Detective Eisinger relied heavily. It appeared as a brilliantly radiant ring, at its center encircled by a multitude of gems, housing a gem that resembled a human eye, derived from the uncontrolled sequence of the reader's pathway, sequence 6. This artifact endowed one with profound understanding, enabling swift discernment of an adversary's extraordinary abilities. comprehension of strengths and flaws, and even offered a chance to mimic them to some degree. Abner's purpose for borrowing it was unequivocal: to utilize the pure white eye to decipher the potion formulas of the reader's pathway, sequences 7 and 6. He had not initially felt such urgency, intending to wait for an opportune moment to approach his teacher. Yet Jane's predicament made him realize that unforeseen events would not refrain from occurring merely due to his current weakness, just as Mr. Grant of Sequence 9 had demonstrated. During that night's battle, he had performed beyond his usual capacity, yet it was only through desperation that he managed to protect his daughter. And that protection stemmed from the kindness and compassion of the strong. Only by swiftly strengthening himself could he safeguard his own life and his friends. Chapter 31. Jane's Choice. Detective Isinger narrowed his eyes at Abner, contemplating for a moment before stating, "I shall not inquire into your reasons for borrowing 2,081. But I must advise you that in this world, one must progress methodically. Haste and recklessness will only yield counterproductive results." Abner was deeply moved by his mentor's protective yet non-inquisitive demeanor. He straightened his expression and earnestly nodded. "I understand. Thank you for your counsel, sir." Abner silently clenched his fist, feeling that he had taken a step closer to Sequence 7, in the vicinity of the Brave Man's Bar. Within the apartment where Abner had once concocted potions to ascend to Sequence 9 as a reader, Jane sat motionless, her expression blank as she gazed upon her father's lifeless body, resembling a statue. Her face bore no tears, yet it seemed even more sorrowful than during her weeping. The silence of her grief was far more profound than any wailing. Opposite her sat the exquisitely doll-like Miss Sharon and the ominous young man, Merrick, clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat. "We have clarified the events to you. Both Sharon and I are immensely grateful for your father's sacrifice, which secured our escape, albeit unintentionally." As he spoke, Merrick, furrowing his brow, glanced at the still unresponsive young girl across from him, raising his voice slightly to continue. "As for recompense, I now present you with 2 choices. The first is a substantial monetary sum, along with arrangements for you to adopt a new identity and begin anew in another city. And the other option?" Jane interjected, her icy tone interrupting Merrick before he could finish. "Can I possess extraordinary powers like you? I want vengeance. Have you truly considered this? Understand that the risk of directly consuming the uncontrolled extraordinary characteristics of Sequence 9, while not excessively high, is far more hazardous than a complete potion." Merrick cautioned once more. Jane remained silent, her defiance evident in her unwavering gaze. At that moment, Miss Sharon spoke coldly. "Merrick, grant her request. Such resolve is commendable." After a brief silence, Merrick nodded, retrieving a preparation container, blending some harmless, commonly used ingredients with the extraordinary characteristics obtained from Mr. Grant, and, after mixing thoroughly, handed it to Jane. Without hesitation, Jane accepted the concoction and downed it in one gulp. As evening fell, Abner was engrossed in reviewing Detective Isinger's past assignments when the detective's servant unexpectedly entered, delivering a telegram to him. From Brave Man's Bar? A telegram from Caspis? I must pay him a visit. Abner perused the contents of the paper, contemplating for a moment before exiting his room and knocking on his mentor's office door. Caspis is a trustworthy individual. He generally does not harbor ill intentions towards you, Detective Isinger said, clearly aware of the purpose of Abner's visit, smiling as he spoke. Abner nodded, considering, even without the telegram, I had intended to seek him out soon. I merely did not expect him to take the initiative. It seems you possess some knowledge of the troubles that young lady's family is facing, Detective Isinger remarked, initially surprised, then quickly grasping Abner's intent, he chuckled. Rest assured, I still have some means of self-preservation. Even if they harbor intentions, they will think twice about my reporting. Abner felt a sense of relief at this, suspecting who had sought him out, yet he remained cautious of Merrick, Sharon, and others from the original narrative, knowing that while they were not malevolent, one must always guard against potential treachery. At that moment, Detective Isinger pondered for a moment and then handed Abner a hat, saying, Here, take this. It may afford you some means of defense should you encounter danger. What is this? Abner inquired, his curiosity piqued as he examined the hat. Could it be one of the sealing artifacts described in the original text that his teacher cherished? The equivalent of the sun brooch Klein had purchased? This hat was capable of altering its shape. Once worn, it allowed one to move freely underwater for at least half an hour and wield some water and wind domain-like spells. However, the drawback was a growing thirst for water, leading to increasing weakness once on solid ground. Of course, a brief visit to the bar would not manifest such severe negative effects. Detective Eisinger enthusiastically elaborated. "Thank you, sir." Abner expressed his gratitude once more before donning the hat, valued at no less than 2,000, and proceeded to take the subway to the Brave Man's Bar. In the Bridge District, Caspus remained unchanged, engaged in a game of billiards when he glanced up to see Abner entering the game room, expressing surprise. "Your demeanor has changed significantly since we last met. Were it not for your appearance, I might not have recognized you." Abner sighed, feeling somewhat reflective. "I have encountered numerous events recently and have grown a bit. Enough of that. Someone wishes to see you. I will take you to them." Casper set down his cue and hobbled toward the door. "Who could it be? Is it Mr. Malik?" Abner inquired, feigning curiosity as he followed. "Why would you think it was him?" "Huh, he hasn't dared show his face lately. It's a young lady who wishes to see you." Casper chuckled. "A young lady? Could it be Jane?" Abner's expression turned one of surprise. There were only a few girls he had come to know since his arrival, and Rest and Furs would need to go through Casper's to find him. Before long, they arrived at a building familiar to Abner. Casper stepped forward to open the door, gesturing for Abner to enter. Taking a deep breath, Abner stepped into the living room. Chapter 32. Farewell. Inside the living room, Abner beheld Jane. A Jane entirely different from the one he had previously known. Her once radiant, shoulder-length golden hair now appeared exceedingly dull, transformed from brilliance to gloom. The fair, rosy complexion that had once adorned her face had turned a ghastly pallor. Yet, these changes were not the most startling. What left Abner in disbelief was the absence of the sunlight, cheerfulness, and innocence that had once sparkled in her eyes, replaced now by an unyielding chill. Abner did not need to activate his pure white eyes to discern that she had recently become an extraordinary being, the power of the potion manifesting outwardly. The extent of this manifestation indicated that her ascension process had likely encountered some complications. After a brief mental deduction, Abner surmised the general truth, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "Jane, you've become a reaper and directly utilized Mr. Grant's extraordinary traits? Ascending in such a manner is perilous. Didn't those two warn you?" On the other side, Jane felt a surge of joy upon seeing Abner, a desire to unburden her grievances and release her anguish bubbling within her. However, under the lingering influence of the potion, she was unable to engage in such intimate gestures. Instinctively, she rushed to Abner, attempting to adopt a tone and expression that were less foreboding. "Abner, you truly know that my father was an extraordinary being. You once deceived me, claiming he was a volunteer. You are extraordinary as well, aren't you?" Seeing Jane approach with a somber countenance, resembling a specter, Abner nearly stepped back, readying himself to defend with his firearm. Fortunately, he quickly recognized that she bore no signs of aggression, managing to steady his actions just enough to extend his hand and support her as he would have done in the past. It was the same person, and although the gestures remained unchanged, the previous ease and comfort she had once bestowed upon him were now replaced by a sense of impending danger. Reflecting inwardly on this shift, Abner outwardly feigned ignorance to Jane's transformation, saying with a touch of resignation, "Jane, you must learn to control your actions. You are now a reaper. If you were to collide with me as before, given your enhanced physical prowess due to the potion, you could easily send me hurtling a few meters away." It seems her character remains largely unscathed. That is a relief. Abner silently exhaled, reassured that as long as her spirit was untainted, the residual effects of the potion would eventually dissipate, ensuring no imminent risk of loss of control. Jane, her expression icy, nodded in agreement, yet her words bore a weakness that contrasted sharply with her demeanor. "Abner, do you not wish for me to become extraordinary? However, without becoming extraordinary, I cannot seek vengeance." Abner sighed. "I merely wish to spare you from danger. Alas, at this juncture, such concerns seem futile. Moreover, I shall not dissuade you from pursuing revenge. While I cannot fully grasp the depths of your hatred, I can empathize with your suffering and sorrow. I only wish to caution you that the path of the extraordinary is fraught with madness and peril. You must be prepared for this. Miss Sharon and Mr. Malik have both imparted such wisdom to me. Furthermore, do not hold Mr. Malik accountable. He has repeatedly emphasized the dangers of directly consuming extraordinary traits. Yet, I have resolved to avenge my parents. I shall slay the werewolf that brought about their demise. I will utterly obliterate the Rose Society." As Jane spoke, her already pale complexion darkened further, the temperature in the room seemingly dropping a notch. Maturity often manifests in an instant. Yet the price is one not all are willing to pay. Abner was aware that this was merely a fanciful wish of his. He chose not to linger on this topic, redirecting his inquiry. By the way, what prompted you to summon me here today? Before arriving, I had assumed it was Mr. Malik. Jane attempted to smile, but failed, her expression twisting slightly as she replied. Miss Sharon and Mr. Malik have recently had to evade enemies and authorities, frequently changing their whereabouts, making it inconvenient for them to accompany me. Thus, they arranged for me to temporarily reside in Mat Harbor, entrusting others to teach me the knowledge of the arcane. I heard them mention that extraordinary beings require substantial funds to procure materials. I could borrow some from you. Abner interjected. That one be necessary. Jane shook her head. I do not seek to borrow money. My father had once confided in me that, should any misfortune befall the family, I should seek out the hidden treasures he had concealed in the basement of a house in St. George's district. In retrospect, perhaps he had an inkling of what was to come. This could have been his foresight as an extraordinary being, recognizing the dangers that lay ahead and preparing an escape route in advance. Abner habitually analyzed the situation. At that moment, Jane gazed earnestly at Abner. Abner, I find it inconvenient to venture out now. I need you to retrieve the items my father left behind. That poses no issue, but why not entrust Mr. Malik and the others? The fewer people who know your situation, the safer you will be. The Punishers are relentlessly searching for you. Abner gently cautioned Jane, urging her to recognize her predicament. Because I do not trust Mr. Malik and Miss Sharon, despite their rescue. Though they have been kind in their efforts to repay me, they are still members of that so-called Rose Society. I understand that my sentiments may seem irrational, but I cannot suppress my resentment toward them. As she spoke, Jane nervously glanced at Abner and asked, Abner, do you think I'm a terrible person? Not at all. That is merely human nature. However, I believe you will ultimately come to terms with this and manage to restrain your misplaced anger. After all, this matter is indeed not primarily their fault. Abner offered a reassuring smile. This was a matter of fact, regardless of whether Miss Sharon had attacked the hedonist that night. The werewolf would have been unable to suppress its urges and would have targeted the Grant family regardless. I will strive for that, for even though my disposition is quite poor, they have always shown me considerable patience. However, at this moment, I trust only you, Abner. That is why I am taking the risk to meet you. As Jane spoke, she handed Abner a note with an address she had prepared in advance. Abner quickly weighed the situation, concluding that the location likely contained only some of Mr. Grant's hidden arrangements, posing minimal danger. He nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I shall not betray this trust. At 1 a.m., the steam subway having ceased operations, Abner found himself spending double the usual time to reach St. George's district. Even so, this was only due to taking a shortcut. Emerging from the Tarsock River, Abner adjusted his expensive hat worth 1,000 pounds, disabling its extraordinary capabilities. After checking his belongings, he couldn't help but recall a humorous quip he had seen in the newspaper. Though I am not swimming and am not drenched, I have indeed just emerged. He chuckled at himself before heading straight to the address Jane had provided. 16 Chapel Street was a detached house with a small garden, renting for approximately £2 per week. Mr. Grant truly had no shortage of funds to hide his contingency plan in such a place. Gazing at the target residence from a distance, Abner couldn't help but mutter a few sarcastic remarks, yet he refrained from entering recklessly. The moment he stepped inside, his clairvoyance activated, revealing a grotesque and terrifying specter that, upon sensing his presence, lunged toward him with alarming speed. Anticipating the situation, Abner began to chant in ancient Hermetic, transforming his cane sword into the form of a long sword, while gracefully retreating to the door, enhanced by the speed granted by the cane sword. Meanwhile, the specter found itself ensnared just a few steps from the doorway, unable to advance further due to some unseen force. Indeed, guardians had been positioned, relying on breath to discern those who entered. If it were Jane, she would likely not be attacked. Merely a type of earthbound spirit, nothing more than a living target. After quickly assessing the situation in his mind, Abner adjusted his hat, summoning several blades of wind that materialized from thin air, instantly inflicting visible gashes upon the specter. The spirit, lacking in intelligence, succumbed to rage after being genuinely harmed, clawing and flailing in the air towards Abner, but alas, it remained confined within the room, unable to approach. The wind blades, while not purely energy-based attacks, could indeed harm it, albeit with diminished potency. Dealing with spirits would be far more effective with the solar brooch his mentor possessed. After a moment of reflection, Abner summoned several strands of wind to tenuously bind the specter, then advanced with his sword, executing a horizontal slash that cleaved the spirit in two. This cane sword possessed some abilities of the Dusk Giant as Pathway, Sequence 8, enhancing physical attributes while also aiding the wielder in diminishing the extraordinary effects of certain adversaries, such as the Spectre's immunity to physical harm. The basement was modest in size, spanning merely a dozen square meters, containing nothing but a single chest. Abner cautiously opened the chest, ensuring there were no surprises, while also appraising its contents. Inside lay 500 gold pounds in cash, approximately 300 gold pounds worth of gemstones, jewelry, potion formulas for the Sequence 9 Reaper and Sequence 8 Gravedigger, as well as a counterfeit identification document for Byam. This could certainly be considered a treasure. Upon discovering the items left by Mr. Grant, Abner was astonished and couldn't help but ponder the origins of such wealth. Was it gifted by that Mr. Breen? What exactly had he done to merit such generosity from a demigod? After pondering for a considerable time without resolution, Abner chided himself for his occupational habits while placing the items into a bag he had prepared earlier. "Jane, when do you plan to leave Beckland?" Abner inquired, observing the young lady who had neatly gathered her belongings, a note of concern in his voice. Indeed, Abner felt a sense of loss regarding the matter, realizing that the Punisher was conducting an investigation. Should the mechanical heart take over, and if it were to ruthlessly interrogate the licking dog Mirror? He feared even he might be exposed. Of course, if the mechanical heart were in charge, his mentor would have a say. Will we ever see each other again? At that moment, a flicker of past emotions crossed Jane's otherwise cold visage. "Never fear. I shall visit you in Inmat Harbor," Abner reassured her with a smile. That afternoon, Abner refrained from personally seeing Jane off from Beckland, as such an action would be unbeneficial for both him and Jane. Although Jane, as a friend, was temporarily distanced from him, having found her purpose and willing to strive for it, he felt there was naught he could do other than extend his blessings. Consequently, Abner soon regained his composure and devoted himself entirely to the tasks bestowed upon him by his mentor, including his studies and the analysis of 2081. Several days later, following Abner's successful assistance to his mentor in various tasks, such as locating lost items and uncovering illicit activities, he gradually garnered a degree of renown in the surrounding neighborhoods. On this day, June 25th, a Monday, a strikingly charming woman entered the office of the Asingstan Detective Agency. Chapter 33, The Commission. The lady who entered the Icing Detective Agency appeared to be in her mid-20s, clad in a flowing red gown, with fair, smooth skin, a voluptuous figure, and cascading black hair. Her blue eyes sparkled with allure, captivating all who beheld her. As the detective happened to be absent, a somewhat dazed servant escorted this lady to Abner's office. Upon hearing this, the lady squinted and smiled, a simple yet captivating gesture. She leisurely appraised Abner and, with a melodious voice, declared, "I have come specifically to seek you, Mr. Breen. You have gained quite the reputation as a detective in the vicinity, and I require your assistance with a small matter." Abner was taken aback, although he had gained some modest fame. Those who sought his services were typically individuals of limited means, seeking a bargain. Yet, this lady's attire and jewelry indicated affluence, suggesting she was not someone who could not afford his services. However, since someone was willing to pay, Abner did not hesitate. He led the lady to the reception area, where she took a seat before inquiring, "Madam, it is an honor to have your recognition. How may I assist you?" "Call me Ray," the lady replied, revealing her name. "I wish to commission you to investigate the interests and daily habits of these gentlemen, with as much detail as possible." As she spoke, she produced a neatly folded sheet of paper from her bag and placed it on the coffee table before him. Abner leaned forward, unfolding the paper and carefully reading the names inscribed upon it. Lord Nados, Viscount Conslec, Baron Glamiel, and Baron Newglass. "I understand. I shall provide you with a satisfactory price," Ray said, nodding gently and casting a flirtatious glance at Abner, offering a clear hint. Abner, ignoring her overtures, contemplated for a moment before stating 20 pounds. "Given the involvement of nobles, I must account for certain risks. Hence, the price for this commission is 20 pounds. Additionally, I will require at least 1 week to complete it." In truth, most of the information she sought was already available in his mentor's database, albeit somewhat outdated, merely requiring confirmation. "That price is quite reasonable. I accept," Ray replied, displaying her financial prowess without attempting to haggle. "I can provide you with an advance of 5 pounds. I shall return on Friday, and if there are developments, I will pay you another 5. The remainder will be settled upon completion." Ray appeared quite affluent, showing no inclination to negotiate. "Let us draft a contract," Abner suggested, retrieving a standard contract and signing it before handing it to Ray. She seemingly signed without even glancing at it. On the surface, Ray appeared to be a socialite merely sifting through quality men, a notion supported by her attire, demeanor, and the nature of her commission. Yet, she exuded an unsettling aura of danger and dissonance. Additionally, the list of noblemen she provided raised suspicions. Although all were single, their circumstances seemed rather dire. According to his Minor-S records, these individuals were either in decline, facing financial difficulties, or had fallen out of favor with those in power. In essence, they were individuals of status lacking substantial nobility. Ray's selection of these targets could suggest she was deceived by their polished exteriors. However, this seemed unlikely. She clearly was not naive, and even if one or two managed to fool her, it was improbable that all would do so. Alternatively, it was possible that these men were precisely the type Ray had meticulously chosen, with their misfortune and loss of status aligning with her anticipated goals. But what purpose did her selection serve? Did she, being wealthy herself, seek to elevate her social standing by associating with a man of status who was nonetheless down on his luck? This was a possibility. However, such women are typically the objects of pursuit for many nobles, requiring no detective to gather intelligence. Merely attending a ball would suffice to ensnare their interest, unless her wealth was of dubious origin. Another possibility was that she aimed to leverage these men for her own ends. For instance, using them as stepping stones to ascend to greater heights. This Baron Glamiel seems to have appeared in a novel. Baron Glamiel was, in fact, the unfortunate soul who would eventually be replaced by General Chillingers in The Tempest. Upon closer examination, it becomes evident that the nobles on that list share another commonality. None of them have employed extraordinary guardians. Thus, could it be that Lady Ray had pre-selected suitable targets for Silengis's disguise? Indeed, after usurping the unfortunate individual, Silengis swiftly acclimated to their habits, preferences, and mannerisms. It is clear that he received pertinent intelligence in advance. Such intimate information could only be procured with relative ease by a captivating woman closely associated with Baron Glamiel. As Abner pondered this, he began to unravel the threads of the situation. With just one or two more pieces of evidence, he could confirm his suspicions. This process of reasoning, wherein the outcome is known and the steps are deduced, is indeed the simplest. Upon reflection, one might even question the true beauty of Lady Ray. It is worth noting that Silengis's actions were orchestrated by an unnamed organization, which stands as an ally to the Witch Church amid the series of events in ruin. Furthermore, following Silengis's demise, his pirate fleet was subsequently commandeered by agents of the Witch Church. Thus, it stands to reason that sending a witch to gather intelligence in advance would be quite logical. With this thought, Abner felt a slight headache and extended his sympathy towards the seemingly soulless servant in the parlor. It is perhaps best for me to maintain ignorance regarding this matter. It involves the ancient sun god, and as long as she does not provoke me, there is no need for me to deliberately sow discord. The interference of the writer may yet yield favorable results in this affair. Moreover, those nobles on the list are hardly paragons of virtue. Apart from a select few, they are largely undeserving of sympathy. Having reached a resolution in his mind, Abner did not immediately set about organizing his findings. Rather, he intended to slightly alter his reasoning and confer with his mentor. One must always be wary. In the presence of a suspected witch, Abner harbored not an ounce of trust and was prepared for any unforeseen eventualities. After exiting the detective agency, Lady Ray wore a look of intrigued delight, murmuring to herself, "One amusing little detective, capable of ignoring my allure. I shall ensure you are ensnared in ecstasy before long." She then boarded a carriage that had been waiting quietly by the roadside. Inside the carriage, a young woman awaited her, a girl of pure countenance, exuding an air of literary charm. This approach feels far more natural, aligning seamlessly with the persona we project. Even in the event of an official investigation into extraordinary individuals, suspicions would be minimal, as they would merely perceive me as an opportunistic mistress. However, without this step, our familiarity with the habits of a noble would be inexplicable, making us easily liable to scrutiny, Lady Ray explained with a smile. But aren't those nobles in such dire straits that they lack extraordinary bodyguards? How could that possibly attract official investigation? The young woman remained perplexed. Who could have imagined that Turner would prove so inept, even failing at the trade of human trafficking? Lena expressed her frustration. Have you investigated how the individual you recruited was exposed? While I do not seek vengeance, one must learn from such experiences, Ray inquired. Chapter 34. Confrontation. As Abner met with Lady Ray, Hux entered a bar in the East District that served lunch, encountering a local resident who occasionally provided her with intelligence. This was a young man, around 23 or 24 years of age, with finely groomed eyebrows and shoulder-length brown hair. His features were not particularly rugged, and he wore cheap cosmetics, creating a rather dissonant impression. Upon spotting Hux, his countenance grew tense. He glanced around anxiously before quietly beckoning her. "Hux, I have something to tell you. Come with me." With that, he cautiously slipped into the shadows beneath the bar's wooden staircase, a common rendezvous for inebriated patrons seeking privacy. Hux furrowed her brow at this development. She was aware that this young man, named Sherman, often believed himself to be female, a cruel jest of fate having rendered him male, resulting in years of severe discrimination. Even if he sought assistance, he would not turn to women, much less someone capable of lifting him with one hand. This must be serious. Hux resolved, stepping into the shadows alongside him. "Sherman, has something occurred?" Hux asked, her expression serious. "Hux, have you angered someone? There's a rather peculiar woman inquiring about you everywhere," Sherman said, his voice trembling slightly. A peculiar woman? Hux contemplated this without arriving at a conclusion before asking earnestly, "What sort of person is she? Moreover, what strange occurrences have you experienced? Please elaborate." Sherman anxiously rubbed his hands together, glancing at Hux before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "She is a beautiful woman, exuding a scholarly aura, yet she is truly bizarre. Any man who gazes upon her is drawn to divulge everything, completely unaware of the abnormality. As you know, I have always preferred men, which is why I can somewhat resist her allure. Extraordinary abilities? I wonder which path she follows. Perhaps I should consult Abner." Hux mused silently while continuing. "What exactly does she wish to know about me?" She inquired whether you have investigated the two-faced man, Rosen, and his advisor, and asked where you reside and how she might contact you. Sherman added, "Beyond that, I truly lack further knowledge. But it seems several acquaintances of yours have promised that woman they would reach out to you promptly." Hux nodded, expressing her sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Sherman." At that moment, Sherman revealed a faint smile. "You are one of the few who does not discriminate against me and even offers assistance. If you truly wish to thank me, please treat me to a drink once this matter has passed." "Drinking is unwise," Hux cautioned earnestly, then quickly exited the shadows beneath the staircase, slipping quietly out the back door of the bar. She had already been recognized upon entering, and she wondered whether someone would inform the woman pursuing her, for safety's sake. It was best to leave swiftly. After disguising herself slightly at a safe house she had previously rented in the East District, Hux made several detours before taking the subway to the Isinger Detective Agency in the Hillston District. At that moment, Abner was busy organizing the noble's files. Upon seeing Hux enter with a servant, he expressed surprise. "Hux, what brings you here?" Once the servant had exited the office, Hux inquired, "Abner, do you know of any individuals with the ability to enchant men, compelling them to act irrationally?" "Witches," Hux murmured, then proceeded to recount in detail the events of her midday encounter to Abner. As Abner listened, his eyes narrowed, instinctively slipping into a mode of deduction. It cannot be the pleasure witch of Sequence 6. After all, with the allure of Sequence 6, even Sherman, with his differing inclinations, would be ensnared. He remains an ordinary individual. It must be a witch of Sequence 7, perhaps in possession of an extraordinary item that limits her enchanting capabilities. Upon hearing Abner's conjecture, Hux interjected, "Could it possibly be the witch Lena, who was mentioned as having cursed me by Turner?" But we left no clues or evidence regarding Turner, Hux recalled, feeling that the Isinger detective had managed the situation quite cleanly. Abner chuckled softly, explaining, "The Witch Church is not an official organization, nor are they your impartial arbiters. They have no regard for evidence. Mere suspicion suffices. Even if they mistakenly target the wrong person, it matters little to them. If they kill the wrong one, so be it." Hux's expression shifted to realization as she inquired curiously, "The Witch Church? Wasn't Turner affiliated with the Cognizant Society?" "The Cognizant Society is likely just another facade for the Witch Church," Abner suggested, before halting his discourse. He now faced another dilemma: how to resolve this matter. While it was Hux's predicament, he could not turn a blind eye, as she was not only his friend and mentor, but also his involvement in capturing Turner meant that neglecting the issue would inevitably lead the witches to his doorstep. Addressing the issue is indeed quite challenging. After all, it is highly likely that she is a Sequence 7 witch. A witch who has attained Sequence 7 possesses significantly enhanced survival and combat abilities, making her exceedingly difficult to eliminate. After pondering for a moment, Abner recalled Lady Ray, who had come to issue a commission that morning. She too was probably a witch, and her presence exuded a sense of peril, indicating that she was likely a formidable mid-sequence adversary. Observing their contrasting styles of conduct, it seemed plausible that Lena and Ray were two distinct individuals. Thus, while contending with Lena, Abner surmised that he would likely have to confront Ray as well. He felt a twinge of regret for having resolved earlier that day not to interfere. Having contemplated thwarting the witch's schemes, he now found himself needing to devise a strategy to confront them. Rest also recognized the gravity of the situation and braced herself for the impending danger. She lowered her head in contemplation, striving to devise a solution. Teacher, this pertains to the follow-up events regarding the instigator we captured last time. Abner recounted the incident involving Rest, followed by his deductions regarding Lady Ray's visit that morning. It was only then that Rest realized she might have to face an adversary of at least Sequence 6, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Her recent experiences over the past month felt decidedly amiss. According to Furs, was this a matter of needing to change one's fortune? Your speculation is astute. I have just received word that the Mechanical Heart team previously ambushed a witch at Rosen's gang hideout, but ultimately, the witch was rescued by the Joyous Witch. Detective Asinger remarked thoughtfully. So it truly is the Joyous Witch? Abner found the situation rather troublesome, as she was a powerful Sequence 6, and even his mentor might not stand a chance against her. After contemplating for some time without resolution, Abner turned his gaze toward the seemingly unperturbed Detective Asinger and felt a flicker of hope, asking, Teacher, do you have a solution? What solution? Rest and Abner echoed in surprise. Was this esteemed gentleman already formulating a plan? Detective Asinger leisurely lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before finally revealing. The solution? Simply report to the authorities. Rest, however, had deeper concerns and hesitantly inquired, if the authorities discover that I am an extraordinary being, I be imprisoned in the underground of the church? Ah, no wonder in the original narrative you and Klein share such a close relationship, both being adept at the art of reporting and sharing common ground. Abner mused inwardly while earnestly contemplating Detective Asinger's suggestion. After a brief moment, he appeared to grasp something and asked, Teacher, do you have a specific plan? Abner even wondered if his thoughts had been orchestrated by some celestial author. Indeed. But there is more. Detective Asinger nodded in satisfaction, continuing with his inquiry. Next, who should make the report? If either Rest or I handle it, our lack of necessary evidence and our unwillingness to expose our extraordinary nature may lead to a lack of official attention, not to mention the risk of being detected and retaliated against by the witch. At this juncture, Abner glanced at his teacher, realizing that given his connections with the Night Watch and Mechanical Heart, he would be the ideal candidate to report the matter. Detective Asinger understood his student's implication, but shook his head, saying, My involvement would not be the best choice either, as it would inevitably reveal our prior knowledge of Ray being a witch and our assistance in gathering information on the nobles. If it were a matter of immediate reporting, that would be one thing. However, a belated approach would likely lead to accountability. This is not Leuenberg, and though I have some understanding with the Night Watch and Mechanical Heart, I cannot challenge certain boundaries. Upon hearing this, Abner frowned and, after a moment of contemplation, uncertainly suggested, If you cannot report, how do we convey this to the authorities? Shall we fabricate some clues to lure them into investigating? Abner nodded thoughtfully, then, following Detective Asinger's hint, conceived a new idea. If we cannot create evidence, then we could gradually reveal the traces left by the witch and expose them to the official extraordinary entities, guiding them to investigate the witch. This way, we can extricate ourselves from suspicion. That plan does indeed hold merit. The information we have gathered indicates that among the two witches, Sequence 7 Witchlina is clearly an imprudent individual. Otherwise, Miss Rest would not have had the opportunity for warning, nor would the Mechanical Heart have laid an ambush against her. Detective Asinger advised his student. There is a saying by Roselle, wherever one treads, traces are left behind. Such careless individuals leave ample evidence in the eyes of professionals, and once the authorities take notice, they could trace back to Ray. My recommendation is to leave Beekland and retreat to another city for a while, Detective Asinger suggested with a smile. Those two witches clearly have tasks to attend to and will not easily vacate the area. Furthermore, their investigation into Turner is likely just a side endeavor. Once their target departs, they will certainly not squander time and energy For how long must we leave? Rest furrowed her brow, clearly reluctant to depart from Beakland, the place that represented her hope for strength and vindication for her father. About a month should suffice, Abner responded, maintaining his faith in the witch's operational capabilities. A month was ample time for her to gather the necessary information on Baron Grammar. A month? That is manageable. Rest sighed in relief. It was not too long, and she could accept it. I fear that without my supervision, she might merely lounge at home for an entire month. Rest mused, increasingly concerned as the thought lingered. She was not worried about Furz's safety, as aside from Abner, no one in Beakland was aware of her connection to Furz. Abner, my suggestion for leaving Beakland is not solely directed at Miss Rest. You must also depart. Detective Asinger interjected at this juncture. What? Why must I evade them as well? Abner inquired, perplexed. As long as Rest is not captured, they should not be able to trace it back to me. Right? The renowned arbitrator in the Eastern District, Rest, frequently shares breakfast with a gentleman at a restaurant on Dar Street. Even I, who did not intentionally investigate, have heard of this rumor. Do you truly believe the witches would be oblivious? Detective Asinger tapped the table, his tone laden with significance. That is indeed the case. If they cannot locate Rest, they may very well come looking for me, Abner acknowledged, reflecting on his oversight. However, if both Rest and I leave, will those two witches not come after you? Detective Asinger chuckled lightly, stating, I am not like you two. You are merely a Sequence 9 and an unarmed Sequence 8. The witches could effortlessly dispose of you. However, to deal with someone of my Sequence 6 caliber, they would have to weigh whether it is worth their while. Especially since they have their own missions to attend to and no need to create unnecessary enemies. But how would they know you possess Sequence 6 strength? Abner furrowed his brow. The seer or the witch cult, if indeed they have colluded with Military Intelligence 9, would certainly be aware of my capabilities, Detective Asinger replied, his tone playful. Even if they do attack, it will be challenging for them to truly detain me. I have ample confidence in my ability to escape. Moreover, such an attack would serve as the most compelling evidence, alleviating the need for me to guide the authorities to any clues. Then why didn't you suggest enticing the witches to attack you from the outset? Abner silently criticized, though he refrained from voicing it, fearing repercussions. Besides, the success rate was indeed quite low, as the teacher mentioned, while witches might not hesitate to eliminate a Sequence 9. They would certainly be reluctant to engage in a deadly confrontation with a Sequence 6 without substantial benefit. Just as Abner was lost in thought, Detective Asinger spoke again. Coincidentally, I have a commission that requires travel. Initially, I was hesitant to entrust it solely to you, but if Miss Rest can accompany you, then it poses no significant problem. Yes, I shall cover the commission fee. Mr. Stanton, you are exceedingly gracious. Your assistance has been invaluable, and it is only fitting that I attend to your commission without any expectation of remuneration. Hugh, upon hearing this, quickly waved her hand, indicating her lack of need for payment. Meanwhile, Abner, intrigued, inquired, Teacher, what commission are you referring to? Chapter 36, Port of Pritz. In Mattport, situated to the east of Tingen City and Eastchester County, is renowned as one of the foremost seaports in the central region of the Kingdom of Ruin. Together with Port Pritz, one to the north and the other to the south, they collectively sustain over half of Beakland's logistical supply. Abner, upon hearing this, felt a shiver of apprehension. This was a matter he had not disclosed to his teacher. A simple deduction, and a little jest at your expense. Judging by your expression, my conjecture appears to be correct, Detective Asinger remarked, taking a puff from his cigarette. He then seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to his student. Abner, you must learn to manage your expressions. Even if you cannot achieve the level of emotional restraint that Roselle espouses, you can emulate me by masking most genuine emotions behind a facade of smiles and seriousness. Upon hearing this, Abner rolled his eyes impassively. However, the unrefined gesture was obscured by the copper-framed glasses he wore. As for the third reason, Asinger continued, turning to Hugh with a grin. I believe Miss Hugh would also wish to take the opportunity to visit her family. Hugh abruptly stood up, her expression filled with astonishment. Stammering, Mr. Stanton, how did you know? Detective Asinger gestured for her to remain calm and slowly elucidated, for a well-connected detective. This information is not particularly difficult to ascertain. In fact, Miss Hugh, or rather, Miss Deal, you are currently under scrutiny by the Military Intelligence Division 9. The officer assigned to investigate you has connections with the Deal family, and given that you're only a Sequence 9, your investigation has been suppressed. This is yet another reason I advise you to lay low for a while. Hugh, originally the eldest daughter of the noble Deal family, had changed her surname to Diilcha after her father was falsely accused, and her entire family was subsequently hunted. She and her mother fled to East Chester County to hide. Abner was aware of this, which is why he consistently referred to her as Miss Hiu rather than Miss Diilcha, as the latter was a false surname. Can simply laying low resolve the situation? Hiu frowned, feeling increasingly endangered, worried that her predicament might even implicate her family. The Military Intelligence Division 9 was not initially inclined to investigate you. The order to scrutinize the Eastern District adjudicators only emerged in the past couple of days. Coupled with the warning you received, Abner's assertion regarding the collusion between the witch cult and the Military Intelligence Division 9 may indeed hold some truth. At the very least, some high-ranking officials within the division appear to have dealings with the witch cult. Detective Asinger maintained his smile, yet his tone bore a hint of sarcasm. Once the matter with the witch cult is resolved, the military will not squander resources pursuing someone as inconsequential as yourself. Moreover, I, along with the intelligence officer connected to the Deal family, will assist you in resolving any subsequent troubles. Hiu initially exhaled in relief. She had faith in Detective Asinger's judgment. However, a flicker of curiosity arose within her, prompting her to ask, "Connected to my family? A friend of my father's?" "I cannot say for certain. But once the witch issue is entirely settled, I suspect he may reach out to you. You can inquire further then," Asinger replied. Hiu chose not to press further. Sitting down again, lost in her thoughts. Abner, however, felt little concern, as he was well aware that the intelligence officer mentioned by his teacher was likely the same one from the original narrative who had shown considerable care towards Hiu. Perhaps he had succumbed to pressure from higher-ups, but at the very least, he did not harbor ill intentions towards her and might even lend a helping hand. "I will lend you this hat for now. Once we set sail, its efficacy will be significantly amplified compared to on land, serving as a reliable support for you." Detective Asinger once again handed over the hat imbued with a fraction of the wind favorer's abilities to his student. Abner accepted it with solemnity, knowing that he could encounter danger during their journey, and thus would not refuse anything that could enhance his combat prowess. "Teacher, does this hat possess a name or code name?" Abner casually inquired as he donned the hat, altering its style. Upon noticing the tin box, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. He dispelled the spiritual seal and opened it, discovering, as he had anticipated, a golden leaf from the tree of wisdom inside. This was one of the primary materials for the sequence 7 Keeper of Knowledge. After over a week of analysis, Abner had derived the potion formula for the Keeper of Knowledge through the extraordinary properties of 2-0-81, and he had even identified one primary material for the sequence 6 Scholar's formula. Thus, he felt a mix of gratitude and excitement at this moment. "As your teacher, I can only assist you up to this point. The other primary material, the Eye of the Dragon Eye Python, along with other auxiliary materials, will be your responsibility to procure," Detective Asinger stated, seemingly confident that Abner was already aware of the specific potion formula. "What is this?" Abner inquired with curiosity as he opened the box to find a black ring adorned with numerous intricate patterns. This ring is known as the Ring of Foresight. It enhances one's physical balance and coordination, allowing the wearer to rely on intuition to visualize the next move of their target in their mind. For someone like Miss Hiu, whose instincts are already quite sharp, it serves as a valuable augmentation to her combat capabilities. However, a negative effect is that it often leads to an inability to control facial expressions, resulting in rather comical facial contortions. Detective Asinger offered an introduction. "This ring is worth at least 400 to 500 pounds. You are indeed very generous, teacher. However, what significance does it hold for me to present a ring to Hiu? If Fur sees it, it would surely lead to wild speculation." June 26, 1349. At 3 in the afternoon. Having just disembarked from the steam train, Abner and Hiu observed the bright, clear sky outside the station, devoid of the familiar fog that often shrouded Beckland. The waves rolled in, dispersing all haze and allowing the clouds above to billow and shift into various shapes, reflecting the golden red sunlight. This was Port Pritz, the largest and busiest harbor in the Kingdom of Ruin, adorned with an exquisite triangular hat. Abner carried a leather suitcase and cane, while Hiu, having donned a simple disguise and attempting to appear taller, accompanied him. Together, they took a carriage to the Pritz Port Ticketing Company, located in a rather antiquated 3-story building, its entrance adorned with a wooden sign bearing notices. Written in runic script, it read, "Important notices. 1. Maintain order and queue strictly. 2. No urinating or spitting in public. 3. In case of disputes, please consult the guards in the hall. 4. Opening canisters of wolf fish is strictly prohibited in any room. Wolf fish canisters? Were those? Hugh, having never been to sea, was entirely unaware of this terrifying item within sailor circles. However, before she could finish her sentence, Abner heard a distinct click behind him, the sound of a canister being opened. Chapter 37, Blood Moon. As Hugh inquired about the wolf fish canisters, the sound made Abner's heart race, and instinctively, he prepared to unleash the extraordinary abilities of the sea breeze hat, summoning a gust of wind. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, executed with an alarming proficiency. Was he really about to open a wolf fish canister? Was there any need for such anxiety? Due to the guard's swift handling of the situation, Hugh did not catch a whiff of any unpleasant odor and, with curiosity, asked, "Miss, you are unaware of the dreadful stench of wolf fish canisters. Back in my days as a sailor, there was a rumor about a group of pirates who seized a merchant ship from Rolls. That was a city on the eastern shore of Frozak. In any case, those pirates eagerly opened their spoils, only to find barrels filled with pickled wolf fish. Can you imagine the outcome? They fainted, vomited, and lost their combat efficacy, becoming easy prey for the crew," the guard recounted, his face reflecting sheer terror. "Why would such a foul substance be made into food?" Hugh asked, bewildered. The guard was momentarily at a loss for words, as he too was curious about that very question. "Well then," with a reluctant nod, Shio followed in Abner's footsteps. The hall was remarkably spacious, boasting 7 ticket windows. Yet each was already besieged by a queue of a dozen or so people. Abner glanced around before approaching a tall, upright brown board. Affixed to the board were numerous white sheets, detailing the passenger ship schedules for the past week, including destinations, ports of call, and prices for various classes. However, it seemed that his timing was unfortunate. The majority of second and third class tickets for ships departing the next few days were marked with a red circle and the word "sold out." Abner frowned, surprised at the high demand for tickets. Oak Island, the Royal Navy base. Wasn't it true that 2 days hence would mark the inaugural voyage of the kingdom's first ironclad? The Plitz, heralded as a game-changer in maritime order? No wonder security was tight. Even the king would be in attendance. And it was likely that only a handful of archangels could pose a threat to him. Musing on this, Abner redirected his gaze to the papers on the board, seeking information on first-class accommodations, as the second and third-class options had already been exhausted. A first-class cabin, which included a servant's room, would suffice for both him and Shio. Ultimately, he settled on the Wan Chung Hui Guang passenger liner, scheduled to depart on the morning of the 27th. Unsure of the vessel's particulars, he inquired of a loquacious guard, "Are you familiar with the Wan Chung Hui Guang?" Nodding in affirmation, Abner felt a sense of satisfaction. The ship bore neither the ominous insignia of the Storm Church nor a strong military presence. Likely a venture by capitalists from Dixie striving to compete in the north. A perfect fit for him and Shio. On the morrow, June 27th, at 9 a.m., Abner, with his leather suitcase and cane in hand, arrived at Rose Dock alongside Shio, who was disguised as a maid. The Wan Chung Hui Guang lay anchored there, its vast hull and exquisite design a testament to the artistry involved in its construction, with several artists having contributed to its design. It boasted fresh characteristics distinct from the bygone era, with towering smokestacks, fluttering flags, and clean lines. Each side of the ship armed with 12 cannons and corresponding gun ports, a necessary precaution against pirates and rival ships. This instilled a greater sense of security among the passengers boarding, alleviating their fears about the upcoming journey. Standing below, Abner gazed upward, and as the undulating azure waves beckoned, he ascended the gangway with Shio, stepping onto the deck. With their luggage in tow, they leisurely joined the throng of passengers, making their way to the upper level and arriving at cabin 301, which he had procured. Upon entering, Abner surveyed the room, finding it far superior to his rented standalone house in the eastern district of Bakeland. The entrance hall spanned approximately 30 square meters, connecting to a master bedroom and 2 servant quarters, complete with a private washroom, standard wardrobes, and a writing desk crafted from mahogany. "Shio, you should take the master bedroom. I will settle for the outer servant's room," Abner said with a smile after setting down his luggage. "But I am the one playing the servant. Wouldn't that arouse suspicion if someone were to see?" Shio hesitated. Abner chuckled again, adopting a teacher's tone. "First, it's unlikely anyone will come to visit. We can simply close the door, and those outside will be none the wiser. Second, the people aboard are strangers to us. Even if they do see us, let them think what they will." Shio conceded, realizing the logic in his words. After all, having spent so much on a first-class ticket, Someone ought to occupy the master bedroom. Otherwise, it would be a waste. The pair arranged their belongings with minimal fuss, ensuring the cane sword was securely placed before they returned to the deck to mingle with other passengers. During this period, Abner became acquainted with the ship's captain, Edward Allinson, a gregarious fellow hailing from a colonial warship. He animatedly recounted the various customs and cultures of Byam, even sharing anecdotes from his family history. You know, my lineage is not entirely of pure Dixie descent. Over a century ago, we settled in Bakeland, residing in what was then the Northwest District. Before the surrounding passengers could respond, a nearby sailor burst into laughter, teasing, "Captain, have you had one too many drinks in broad daylight? What Northwest District is there in Bakeland?" Believe it or not, we still possess my ancestors' diary manuscript from that era. They lived on Delaware Street? Captain Allinson asserted earnestly. Yet, his insistence only prompted further disbelief from the others, who regarded his tale as mere jest. Only Abner observed him thoughtfully. That night, after tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity, Abner donned his coat and stepped out of the cabin, cautiously making his way to the deck. He tilted his head back to behold a crimson full moon suspended against a backdrop of black velvet, casting a serene glow. In the early hours of June 28th, under the blood moon's watch, he murmured to himself, gazing towards the northwest, as if he could pierce the veil of space to glimpse a shadowy figure in a dilapidated apartment in Tingeon City. The fool has arrived, hasn't he? As Abner leaned against the mast, gazing at the scarlet hue, Shio quietly emerged from the cabin, approaching his side. Noticing the thrill and anticipation etched across his face, she inquired in surprise, "Abner, what brings you to the deck at this late hour?" Abner, already aware of her presence, was unfazed. He turned to respond, "And you? Why are you not asleep?" Shio paused momentarily before sighing. "Tonight is the blood moon. I worry for furs." She might hear whispers during the blood moon. Though she often dismisses it, I suspect she merely doesn't want me to be anxious. After discovering Abner's absence, she felt a surge of concern and came to the deck to investigate. Seeing Abner's serious demeanor, Shio's expression shifted to one of alarm. "What is it? Is there some grave matter? Could there be danger?" Upon hearing this, Shio's expression fell. She pressed her lips together in resignation, saying, "Abner, you and furs must share a common affinity. You both enjoy toying with me. I'm not fabricating tales. I assure you, I speak the truth," Abner replied, chuckling as he did. Although he was indeed speaking truthfully, the essence of his remarks bore a playful undertone, as the arrival of that particular individual had eased his previously tense demeanor. Seeing Abner's genuine laughter, Shio felt no anger at having been teased. As a friend, she cherished witnessing Abner's heartfelt joy. Surely, when she avenged her father, she would be even more jubilant. The two stood there, embracing the sea breeze and admiring the crimson moon, each lost in their own thoughts, the deck enveloped in silence, until a somewhat teasing voice resonated from a bow. "Ahem. I belong to the type who becomes more lucid with each drink," Captain Edward declared, followed by a belch. "I am not joking. You must believe a devotee of the sea." His words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. A devotee of the sea? An oceanic devotee? This was an archaic term for sailors. Perhaps this captain was an extraordinary individual? Does he presume I am an ordinary person incapable of comprehending esoteric language, thus attempting to subtly flaunt his knowledge? The student of deduction focuses solely on the process of reasoning, while the detective demands results. Abner nodded slightly before posing a question. "Does your lineage include one named Longsel? If you were to encounter him, what would you say?" What nonsensical questions. I must have drunk too much and am hallucinating. Captain Edward took a moment to process Abner's inquiry before self-deprecatingly remarking, "He is a wanderer who has been unable to return home for over 160 years. Abner offered a brief explanation. Shio, contemplative, eventually remarked, "Abner, it seems you possess insights into everything. I now believe you are a devotee of knowledge. In fact, from the very beginning, I had intended to transition to become a devotee of the arcane." Abner inwardly mocked himself in a rather amusing manner. With the resounding blast of the ship's whistle, the magnificent Wancheng Huiwang vessel glided into the harbor of Demir. It was set to replenish its fresh water and provisions on this colonial island, embarking again the following morning for Tiana Harbor. But this was of no concern to Abner and his companion, for they had already reached their destination. After 3 days at sea, it was now the morning of June 30th. Mr. Fool should be accompanying the Inquisitor from the secret society to the church at this hour. Abner mused as he glanced at his pocket watch. He then hired a local guide to lead them to the only school in the port town. Demir Island was not extensive, with the port town being the sole settlement and a resident population of around 10,000. Thus, the school was naturally modest in size. It was this very institution's principal who had sent the commission to Detective Asinger. Abner and Hugh were soon introduced to a gentleman named Gaston Villepin. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, adorned with robust brass-framed spectacles, his hair neatly combed back, exuding the aura of a rather meticulous gentleman. Once they were seated, he wasted no time on pleasantries and directly addressed the matter at hand. "I have received a telegram from Asinger, and I understand that you are here on his behalf. To be frank, I am somewhat disappointed by your youth, but since Asinger has extolled your capabilities in his message, I am willing to give you a chance based on my trust in him. I shall endeavor to live up to the commendations of my mentor." Abner replied courteously before inquiring, "What precisely is the nature of the commission? It appears there is no urgency. £1,000? He recalled that in the original narrative, Recline had employed Miss Sharon for 3 days at the same sum. However, during those 3 days, they had eliminated a master of secrecy, caught a couple in the act, attended an extraordinary gathering, and ultimately escaped from the clutches of the malevolent entity known as the Red Angel of the Trinity. If he were to encounter such perilous circumstances, he feared he would be doomed. Surely, his luck could not be that dire? After a moment of internal reflection, Abner solemnly asked Mr. Gaston, "What are the specifics of the commission, and what is the level of danger involved?" "There's hardly any danger," Gaston replied, shaking his head before retrieving a peculiarly styled paper contract from his drawer. The document was a vibrant orange, inscribed with symbolic representations corresponding to the domain of the sun. A magical insignia encircled a rectangle, within which numerous clauses were inscribed in Hermes script, leaving only the signature line blank. "This is a magical item corresponding to the notary of the Solar Pathway Sequence 6. You must sign this contract before I divulge the details of the commission, as you are not Asinger, and I do not place my trust easily." Though Gaston's words were less than pleasant, both Abner and Hugh understood and were not offended. Instead, they carefully examined the contract's terms. The stipulations were relatively straightforward, delineating the rights and obligations of both parties. Notably, it specified that if the commissioned individual faced danger, they could withdraw at any time, and should they feel incapable of fulfilling the commission after the specifics were disclosed, they could also opt to withdraw, albeit at a significant reduction in remuneration based on the progress of the event at the time of withdrawal. Additionally, Abner and Hugh were obligated to guide Mr. Gaston through the 7th level of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. "What is this Dream Labyrinth Tower?" Abner inquired, furrowing his brow. "I cannot reveal the specifics at this moment. I can only say that there is no life-threatening danger in the 7th level compared to the previous floors, but it is quite challenging to navigate," Gaston explained before falling silent. "No danger, yet difficult." This implied that intellect or other qualities not relying on brute force would be essential in these layers. "And no penalties?" Abner speculated. Gaston cast him an approving glance, the first indication that he believed Asinger had not misled him. Indeed, this student possessed remarkable deductive reasoning skills. Chapter 39. Preparing to Enter. Abner continued to examine the contract, noting additional clauses that prohibited the disclosure of any information related to the Dream Labyrinth Tower and stipulated that all discoveries were to belong to the individual explorers. He discreetly activated his pure white eye, confirming that the notary document posed no issues before turning to Hugh for her thoughts. "What do you think?" Hugh, having also reviewed the terms without identifying any issues, nodded and replied, "I have no objections," with their opinions aligned. They each inscribed their names in Hermes script upon the contract. Subsequently, Gaston scrutinized the document before adding his signature. A fleeting warmth surged through Abner as he sensed an intangible yet profound connection forming between himself and the notary document. Once the notary was complete, Gaston finally spoke. "The Dream Labyrinth Tower is a wondrous entity residing deep within dreams, suspected to be a collaborative creation of high-ranking, extraordinary beings from the Generalist and Inquisitor sequences. I am unsure of the number of entrances, but there is one beneath this school, which I deciphered from a manuscript over a century old. I've spent nearly 2 decades searching for this entrance. What exactly is this tower? What lies within?" Abner inquired with curiosity. "It is an inverted tower filled with a myriad of labyrinthine realms straddling the line between reality and dreams. Upon entering, we will initially find ourselves in the 9th level due to its inverted nature. Here, we will randomly encounter a labyrinthine realm, and by solving it, We can access a reward chamber, from which we may acquire knowledge or intelligence at random. After claiming the reward, a passage to the next level will reveal itself. The subsequent 8 levels follow a similar pattern, albeit the knowledge obtained is of greater value, and the complexity of the labyrinths increases. Gaston elaborated on the general nature of the Dream Labyrinth Tower. What is the farthest you have navigated? Abner asked. Gaston sighed. I can reliably traverse the 9th level. The 8th depends on luck, and I have only succeeded once or twice. The 7th level is exceedingly difficult. I have never managed to pass through it. This labyrinth can be revisited? Abner remarked in astonishment, considering it akin to a game dungeon. Revisited? Gaston was momentarily taken aback by the term, then comprehended its meaning. Shaking his head, each individual may enter only once a month, and if one attempts to enter consecutively, the quality of knowledge received diminishes progressively. By the second entry, the rewards are often merely knowledge you already possess, and by the third, the information provided is of no value whatsoever. One must wait 6 months before re-entering to restore the initial rewards. I have managed to enter more frequently because I discovered it 3 years ago. This increasingly resembled a game dungeon. Abner mused internally while outwardly appearing contemplative. So, entering once every 6 months is the optimal choice? He speculated. Indeed, that would be the case, and thus there is no inherent danger, as you only wish to navigate through the 7th level. Abner realized, reflecting for a moment before asking, what sorts of puzzles might one encounter within these labyrinths? There are scenarios involving the search for key items to escape a structure. Others where clues lead to the location of explosives, and even more investigative situations. The specifics are unnecessary to detail, as each entry presents a distinct scenario, rendering past experiences entirely irrelevant. Gaston admitted with a hint of resignation, clearly recognizing his shortcomings in this endeavor. No wonder you would invest a considerable sum to hire a detective. Abner comprehended Gaston's motivations at once. Had the offered sum been lesser, perhaps merely a few £100s, the professor might have disregarded the matter entirely, for he had not even mentioned the Dream Labyrinth Tower in the telegram. Even the sum of £1,000 had evidently failed to sway the professor, or else he would not have sent Abner and Hugh. Moreover, had he sought a local detective, Gaston would likely have harbored doubts, fearing that such an individual might eliminate him and seize the entrance for themselves. Will the 3 of us be separated within different dream realms? Hugh interjected at that moment. Mr. Gaston shook his head and said, not at all. Before entering the tower, one has the option to form a team. While this does increase the difficulty somewhat, it allows us to confront the puzzles together. Moreover, in the first 3 layers, the difficulty does not escalate significantly. In my opinion, it is better to rely on a bit of luck. The team is already formed. Suddenly, Abner had a thought. Could this Dream Labyrinth Tower be the creation of that fellow Rosser? He is both the angel of the perfecter path and the emperor of knowledge for the hermit, which perfectly aligns with the high-ranking, extraordinary beings crafted by Mr. Gaston's scholar sequence and the seeker sequence. However, this was merely his conjecture, and Abner did not voice it, instead shifting to another topic, asking Mr. Gaston, could you tell me your rank? He needed to assess the other party's capabilities. Otherwise, carrying someone who would hinder their progress in the dungeon would only complicate matters. I am a Sequence 7 appraiser, Mr. Gaston replied candidly, without any intention of concealment. So he is from the affluent sequence. No wonder he is so wealthy. For those below Sequence 5 and the perfecter path possess little combat prowess, relying solely on extraordinary items to inflict damage. After feeling a twinge of envy, Abner nodded and said, we currently have no issues. Do you have any further reminders for us? After pondering for a moment, Mr. Gaston inquired, can you create dream sigils? Yes, is there a problem? Other deities can only provide their followers with abilities within their own authority to craft sigils, but the God of knowledge is different. He can respond to requests for the creation of nearly all types of sigils, albeit with slightly inferior effects. Entering the underground gate requires dream abilities as the key. Thus, dream sigils are indispensable. Of course, this does not apply if one is a nightmare or a dreamwalker. Originally, if you had none, I would have had to purchase a couple at the extraordinary gathering, but since you can create them, that resolves the issue. After explaining, Mr. Gaston added, you have had a tiring journey today. It is best to rest and prepare. We will meet here tomorrow night at 9 to set off. There is no need to elaborate on the ritual process. Given Abner's current expertise in ritual magic, crafting 2 low-level sigils is quite simple. After sealing the 2 dream sigils with spiritual energy, he refrained from dwelling on the dream labyrinth, for there was no use in speculating about the scenarios they might encounter. Instead, he contemplated how to establish contact with Klein, also known as Mr. Fool. Although he had previously discerned the method to create a connection to the source fortress through the analysis of the gray mist, this method is, in essence, also a ritual magic that requires invoking help from deities or unknown entities. Abner was reluctant to allow other deities to use him as a medium to threaten Klein, even if the god of knowledge and wisdom is currently amicable. This was the primary reason he had yet to produce the item. Never mind. Overthinking is futile. There is still time. Klein's spiritual capacity is currently insufficient to accommodate more members in the Tarot Club. Once I advance to the Keeper of Knowledge and develop more functions for the Pure White Eye, perhaps this issue can be resolved. If all else fails, I could invoke the name of the Fool in Ancient Hermetic and attempt to make contact after Klein has constructed it. However, this option would entail too many subsequent complications, and gaining Klein's trust would be exceedingly difficult. It is best to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, in an old apartment in Tingen City, a young man with black hair and brown eyes, exuding a distinct scholarly aura, aimed a gun at an unexpected intruder rolling out of his room. As the door slowly closed, he smiled faintly and muttered to himself, "You may not believe it, but this is actually a blank round." This young man is Klein Moretti. After waiting a moment longer in his room, he suddenly spotted Dunn Smith standing opposite him, clad in a knee-length black coat and a half-height top hat, his deep gray eyes glimmering. Upon learning from Dunn that the assailants were members of the mysterious society and that this achievement granted him the opportunity to become an extraordinary being, Klein did not immediately choose the diviner path, but resolved to announce his decision the following day. As Dunn's dream powers dissipated, not far from the old apartment, a handsome silver-haired man in a red shirt and black coat squinted and chuckled softly to himself. As expected, this is quite interesting. On July 1st, at 9 in the evening, Abner and his companion, accompanied by Mr. Gaston, arrived at the basement of the school warehouse and entered the true underground passage through a hidden door. At the end of the passage, they beheld a splendid door that existed between reality and illusion. "You just need to activate the dream sigils on the door," Mr. Gaston stated, demonstrating first. Abner and Hugh naturally followed suit. As the sigils activated, they felt the surroundings rapidly shift, and before them rose a towering edifice, inverted yet piercing the clouds. Chapter 40. The Ninth Layer. Although aware that this was a dream, the grandeur of the tower surpassed Abner's imagination. Its height rendered any human marvel insignificant. Even skyscrapers from his previous life that reached hundreds of meters appeared trivial in comparison. This is astonishingly tall. Upon approaching, Hugh, who was merely 1.5 meters tall, strained her neck yet could not glimpse the base of the tower, only the swirling black mist that enveloped its middle. As for the top of the tower, it was close at hand given its inverted nature. Even the relatively slender pinnacle must have a diameter of several miles. Gazing into the distance, one could vaguely discern other entrances, yet each entrance's region remained distinct, separated by an enigmatic force. Each dream gate will lead to its corresponding entrance, so we shall not encounter extraordinary beings who entered through other gates within the labyrinth. At least for the first 3 layers, Mr. Gaston explained while standing at the entrance. Then perhaps in the subsequent layers, there will be players to contend with? Abner increasingly believed that this dream labyrinth tower was indeed the handiwork of Emperor Rosser. After entering the entrance and confirming their trio's team status, Abner felt a flicker before finding himself inside a room. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing it was a spacious suite comprising 4 rooms, a living area, 2 washrooms, a kitchen, and a storage room. Do not question how he knew the layout so precisely. It was because a floor plan of the room was affixed to the wall. The furniture appeared somewhat antiquated, imbued with a pronounced Intis flair. At that moment, a line of text in Hermetic script seemed to float before him. Open the combination lock and exit the room through the main door. Concurrently, the fireplaces in every corner of the room flared to life, flickering with firelight. This was likely a scene where they needed to uncover certain numerical clues within the room, deducing the combination to unlock the door for their escape. The fireplaces were probably the added difficulty from teaming up. As time passed, the temperature would rise, and they would gradually dehydrate. Mr. Gaston, having traversed the 9th layer multiple times, quickly grasped the crux of the problem. This layer's secret realm turned out to be a time-limited escape room. Abner also comprehended their current predicament, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Can we not simply destroy the lock to exit? It shouldn't be challenging for extraordinary beings." Hugh also frowned. Having been half an arbiter since birth, she found herself ill-suited for a lack of extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, she quickly approached the door, carefully inspecting the intricate mechanical lock composed of countless gears and bearings. Shaking her head at Abner, she said, "It's a complex mechanical combination lock. If my arbiter powers were still intact, I might attempt a brute force dismantling, but alas, that is not feasible now." She sensed her body growing weak and refrained from making futile attempts. "Very well, let us see the detective's performance. Mr. Gaston directed his gaze toward Abner, seemingly awaiting an assessment of whether his investment was worthwhile. Approximately 3 seconds later, Abner completed his analysis, closed his eyes, and said to Hiu, "Try these numbers." He then recited a string of numbers extending to 15 digits. It seemed that the rank of the pure white eye surpassed even that of this dreamlike labyrinth tower. The tower's abilities were utterly incapable of restraining it. While Abner was still contemplating the nature of his golden finger, Mr. Gaston, who had been waiting for him to conduct his investigation, was left utterly dumbfounded, completely bewildered by what had just transpired. As for Hiu, he had a profound understanding of Abner's sudden revelation, harboring no doubts whatsoever, and promptly began to input the password. Accompanied by the clicking sounds of the mechanical lock, the door of the house slowly creaked open. Mr. Gaston remained speechless for quite some time, staring in astonishment at the scene before him, only breaking his silence when prompted by Abner, who expressed incredulity, asking, "How did you manage that?" Abner adjusted his glasses, his thoughts wandering as he imagined how Mr. Fool, or perhaps Sherlock, would confront this secret chamber. Surely, he would concoct an excuse to visit the restroom, then retrace 4 steps to decipher the password for the gray mist divination door lock. Finally, as he opened the door, he would declare, "This is deduction." With this image in mind, Abner couldn't help but indulge in a jest, smiling at Mr. Gaston and declaring, "This is deduction." Deduction? Mr. Gaston suddenly felt unfamiliar with the word. Meanwhile, Hiu stifled a smile, thinking to himself, Abner has begun his earnest deception once more. After this brief interlude, the three exited the house, and, as the surrounding scenery shifted, they found themselves in a vast library that stretched endlessly before their eyes, filled with neatly arranged rows of bookshelves, exuding an aura rich in knowledge. This is the reward chamber. The books on the shelves are protected by an inexplicable force, rendering them impossible to remove. "We can only obtain a portion of the rewards," Gaston remarked, his serious demeanor momentarily becoming intricate, oscillating between fervor and regret. "How do we claim the rewards?" Abner inquired after a cursory examination. Nodding, Abner proceeded to take a seat, and suddenly an ancient, stitched book appeared in his hands. He instinctively glanced at the cover, which bore the title The Adventures of Gwen in the Caves. Dragon Eye Python? Abner squinted at the word. The eyeball of a dragon eye python is one of the primary ingredients for the Keeper's Potion. The fact that this novel conveniently documented such a matter was evidently not without purpose. It appeared that this reward was providing information about the ingredients for the potion. Gaston had previously mentioned that if one attempted the challenge too frequently, the rewards would only consist of already known knowledge and worthless information. In other words, my first entry might instead yield knowledge I wish to understand or exceptionally valuable intelligence. After pondering for a moment and suppressing his excitement, Abner turned to Gaston, who had already finished his book, and asked, "Are you familiar with the Sword and Fire Tavern? Do you also have a penchant for hosting extraordinary gatherings? No wonder you are friends with the teacher." After internally scoffing, Abner continued, "So this tavern hasn't been established for long? Indeed, I only discovered the entrance beneath the school 3 years ago. Since then, while striving to navigate the labyrinth, I have organized extraordinary gatherings to sell some of the knowledge I acquired here," Gaston replied. Thus, it seems the information within this novel is not outdated. Although this dreamlike labyrinth tower has existed for at least a century, it appears to possess the ability to continuously acquire new intelligence and knowledge. Abner silently analyzed for a while before turning to Hiu and asking, "Hiu, what valuable information have you obtained?" Hiu looked somewhat bewildered, raising her head and pursing her lips. "This is just a romance novel. I've read it several times and found nothing useful." "What does the novel entail?" As the rewards books could only be seen by the recipient, Abner had no choice but to inquire. "It tells the love story of a beautiful girl named Sherman and a nobleman, but the worst part is that it's unfinished. The story halts when Sherman becomes the nobleman's mistress. I can't shake the feeling that her future won't end well." Hiu briefly summarized the plot and looked at Abner with expectation, convinced that he must have gained insight. This was because if she were to reveal the nobleman's name, the value of that information would likely exceed the limits permitted by the 9th tier reward. Hiu, upon hearing this, nodded helplessly, no longer dwelling on the matter. After a brief rest, the trio proceeded to the opposite side of the reward chamber, where a passage led to the next level. As for the knowledge Mr. Gaston had acquired, he chose not to disclose it, and Abner refrained from asking. With a shift in their surroundings, the three suddenly found themselves standing before a villa nestled among the mountains. This mountain villa was built against a sheer cliff, with the other three sides surrounded by precipices, connected to the outside world only by a wooden suspension bridge, which had now been severed. It had become an island unto itself. Gazing at the scene, Abner felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and before he could utter a word, a phrase written in Hermes' script drifted by. Identify the murderer. It appeared that this 8th level maze was a crime scene. The implication of having only one chance meant that if one identified incorrectly, they would be immediately deemed to have failed the challenge and ejected from the dream labyrinth. Mr. Gaston seemed to have had a similar experience and offered a brief explanation. Where's the murderer? Could be inside the villa? Hiyu turned to glance at the distinctly ruin-style architecture behind her, suddenly realizing it bore a resemblance to the Rose Manor on the outskirts of Beakland. We'll find out by going inside, Abner declared as he pushed open the door to the villa, his mind already forming thoughts. Inside the villa, 8 individuals were gathered, 4 men and 4 women, among whom one of the boys appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old. The dream labyrinth had assigned them some sort of identities, as their arrival did not arouse suspicion among those present. Conan? We've encountered him again. At that moment, Mr. Gaston looked at the child with a frown, his usually composed tone betraying a hint of exasperation. Conan? Upon hearing this name, Abner immediately thought of the infamous Shinigami elementary student and scrutinized the child closely. Dressed in a blue suit, sporting a red bow tie and wide-framed glasses, his attire matched. Yet this child bore the distinctive features of a ruined person and looked nothing like the Shinigami elementary student. Furthermore, the furnishings and decorations within the villa lacked any modern flair, appearing even more antiquated than Beakland. Just as Abner was lost in thought, Hiyu quietly asked Mr. Gaston, "Is there anything special about this child named Conan? I have encountered scenes featuring him twice on the 8th level and even several times on the 9th level. And every time he appears, my challenges have ended in failure. This boy named Conan always surfaces in scenes of murder, and he seems to be an extraordinary detective. His physical strength and arm strength far exceed that of ordinary individuals. The items he possesses, his glasses, bow tie, belt, watch, and shoes, are all powerful, extraordinary artifacts. His deductive abilities are formidable. If he identifies the murderer first, our challenge will be deemed a failure." Gaston took a deep breath to suppress his urge to curse. It seemed that Mr. Gaston had suffered several defeats at the hands of Conan. As Hiyu pondered this, she stole a glance at Abner. Meanwhile, Abner's mind was filled with thoughts. If he had previously harbored doubts about this so-called Conan, after hearing Mr. Gaston's words, he was now certain that this Conan was indeed the Shinigami elementary student he remembered, even if their appearances did not align. Consequently, he confirmed something he had long suspected. This dream labyrinth tower had indeed been crafted by Emperor Roselle. He was lost in thought when, on the other side of the room, the original quartet of men and women were engrossed in a discussion about a bandaged figure. This person had just launched an attack on Conan's sister in the nearby grove. Although the attempt was thwarted, it had thoroughly frightened everyone. This bandaged figure might very well be the so-called culprit. It seemed he had yet to achieve his nefarious ends. Should we lay in wait to see if we can capture him? Hiyu, who had been eavesdropping, suggested, though she had yet to harness any extraordinary abilities. She believed she could easily handle 1 or 2 ordinary individuals. It's not that simple. Cases involving Conan are invariably intricate. Such a figure, who appears to be the perpetrator, often turns out to be the first victim, Mr. Gaston remarked, shaking his head, his gaze profound. He seemed to have anticipated Conan's involvement. Moreover, upon closer inspection of the criminal's abdomen, one could easily discern certain discrepancies. "What?" Mr. Gaston exclaimed in genuine astonishment. He had never witnessed a detective deduce a case so swiftly, merely by glancing at the suspect. No, it was a matter of identifying a would-be assailant who had yet to act. "Is this credible?" His exclamation drew the attention of Conan and the others, who looked at Abner with a mix of uncertainty. Abner wasted no time in revealing his deduction, pointing directly at the rotund man with an unusually large face. "He is the bandaged figure. He is not truly overweight. His abdomen is stuffed with cotton or a similar material, enabling him to conceal items post-crime without detection. The reason he attacked this young lady is that she witnessed him changing clothes and may have discovered his secret. Abner's words left the surrounding individuals in shock as they turned to scrutinize the hefty man, with two other adult men swiftly cornering him. As the man displayed a sullen countenance and removed the stuffing from his abdomen, the scene around them suddenly shattered. Villas, cliffs, and Conan vanished, and Abner and his companions found themselves once again in the realm of rewards. The dream labyrinth required only the identification of the culprit without necessitating evidence. Mr. Gaston, still in disbelief, finally sighed, "My 1,000 was indeed well spent. Are detectives truly this formidable? I once thought Conan was the most adept among them. I never anticipated that all detectives familiar with the plot would possess such prowess." Abner silently scoffed at Gaston's misguided understanding of the detective profession, moving directly to his seat by the bookshelf, eager to discover the nature of this reward. Hugh, however, was unfazed. Ever since meeting Abner, his unpredictability had become the norm. As soon as he sat down, Abner found a notebook titled The Mystical Records of Elnos in his hands. It appeared that knowledge was the gift this time. Contemplating this, Abner opened the notebook and began to read attentively. Unlike novels, he held deep respect for knowledge, especially following his recent transition. Upon finishing the last page, he instinctively pinched his chin, pondering, "This Elnos appears to be an ascetic wizard of Sequence 7. Most of the ritual magic and arcane knowledge inscribed in this notebook I have already mastered, but the final ritual, which involves borrowing power from high-tier extraordinary items to create talismans, piques my interest, as it circumvents the step of beseeching deities." What Abner valued was not the precise method of talisman creation, but rather this novel approach. For an extraordinary individual adept in ritual magic from the White Tower path, a fresh perspective could lead to crafting methods more suited to his needs. Originally, I hesitated to request assistance from deities, thus unable to create items connected to the source fortress. Yet, following this methodology, I could easily borrow power from the Eye of Pure White to accomplish this. Its rank is sufficiently high, and the knowledge I acquired regarding the source fortress was derived from its analysis. Temporarily bestowing power upon an object should pose no issue. However, conducting experiments might necessitate my advancement to Sequence 7. The reasoning skills of a novice investigator are still too feeble to support such rituals. Though disappointed that I cannot yet apply this knowledge, Abner was nonetheless satisfied with the reward from the 8th layer. Indeed, the Dream Labyrinth Tower proved generous to those who cleared it for the first time. Turning his head, Abner noticed Hugh, smiling broadly, clearly pleased. "What did you obtain?" Abner inquired with curiosity. "It seems the two main materials for the constable are mentioned in the novel The Lord of Mysteries. I should find an excuse in a few days to share this with Hugh." Abner mused internally, yet outwardly asked, "Whose biography is it? Perhaps there are additional clues concealed within." "It is the biography of a Royal Navy chief sailor named Elran, detailing his journey from an ordinary sailor to a chief sailor, culminating in his retirement to become the captain of a passenger ship." Hugh remarked, somewhat perplexed once again. "It's an unfinished tale. Why do I always encounter these incomplete stories? Perhaps it's due to your frequent requests for draft from Force?" Abner humorously retorted in his mind. Chapter 42, The Seventh Layer. "I wonder what scene awaits in the labyrinth of the 7th layer. Mr. Fool, no, in this matter of chance, I must seek the favor of the God of Knowledge. I hope it remains within my familiarity." As Abner awaited Mr. Gaston to peruse his reward, he silently prayed. Despite appearing to grasp the previous two challenges effortlessly, that was merely an illusion. Objectively speaking, the scenes in the first 2 layers were quite challenging. The 9th challenge was manageable. With patience in searching the room, one could ultimately uncover the password. However, the heating device posed a risk. A moment's inattention could lead to dehydration and loss of mobility. As for the 8th layer, the complexity of the case itself was daunting. Identifying the culprit before Conan was a Herculean task. Were it not for Abner's knowledge of the plot, even his current logical and observational skills would scarcely rival Conan's. It was no wonder Mr. Gaston often struggled to clear the 8th layer. "All right, let us proceed." Just as Abner's mind wandered, Mr. Gaston had already risen once more. The trio wasted no time and resolutely stepped onto the passage leading to the 7th layer. As the scene transformed, Abner found himself in a dimly lit wooden chamber. Yet the floor beneath him was alarmingly unsteady, a sensation he recognized from his recent experiences on the deck of the majestic city. Thus, this was a scene aboard a ship. Before he could ponder further, a gust of malevolent wind assailed him from behind. Having acquired the combat techniques of a keeper, Abner remained unperturbed. He deftly sidestepped the attack, then naturally extended his leg to trip the assailant, who promptly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Abner lunged forward, pressing his knee against the assailant's neck while disarming him of his long sword. After securing the situation, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed Hugh had also subdued a sailor-like man. Mr. Gaston displayed remarkable decisiveness, drawing his revolver and swiftly eliminating the assailant charging at him. However, the man who lay on the ground did not respond. Instead, he emitted a sound unlike that of a human, a hissing noise with his eyes turning bloodshot. Abner frowned at this sight and glanced toward Hugh's captive, only to discover that the individual mirrored the state of the one he had subdued. Had they gone mad? Or were they under some form of mental duress? Hugh, unable to extract any information, rendered their captive unconscious and speculated. Could it be that the entire crew has lost their sanity? Then what are the criteria for clearing this challenge? Abner shared her sense of bewilderment. At that moment, Mr. Gaston pointed to a note on the table in the cabin, declaring the conditions for passing should be written there. Abner, emulating Hugh's demeanor, rendered the captive unconscious before approaching the table to glance at the note. Investigate the true cause of the internal strife aboard the ship. The conditions for passing are often presented as straightforward text before our eyes, yet at times they manifest in alternative forms, much like this note, or, as previously encountered during an encounter with Conan, where the criteria were inscribed on a banner hanging from an airship. At this moment, Mr. Gaston approached and, after shooting the two captives, remarked, "It is evident that you are still adjusting to the act of killing. However, whether within the labyrinth of dreams or in the genuine realm of mystery, you must swiftly relinquish that naivety. Hith, in my vie. Since death does not truly occur within the dreamscape, there is no harm in practicing your adaptation. Moreover, most of these assailants are scum, not even worthy of being called human." Abner and Hugh exchanged glances, recognizing the validity of Mr. Gaston's words, which stemmed from a genuine concern for their well-being. Thus, they humbly resolved to hold nothing back in any forthcoming battles. Of course, this did not contradict their principles. They would not indiscriminately slay the innocent. With a dawning realization, the three of them exited the cabin, providing mutual cover as they made their way to a secluded section of the starboard deck. The night was upon them, with thick clouds obscuring the crimson sky, rendering the deck shrouded in darkness and visibility exceedingly low. Seeing no enemies in sight, Abner instinctively searched for loopholes in the passing conditions, inquiring, "Is there no time constraint for this condition? Could we wait until the ship docks and have the watchman or substitute investigate the truth?" "Impossible," Gaston replied with a shake of his head. Though not explicitly stated, the vast majority of scenarios are time-bound. For instance, in the 8th layer's encounter with Conan, one had to identify the culprit before he deduced the murderer. Otherwise, it would result in failure to pass. This situation is likely similar. This hidden rule had ensnared him on several occasions. As they conversed, an anguished male roar erupted from around the corner, accompanied by a woman's intermittent sobs, followed by the sound of a man gasping for breath amidst the tearing of fabric. Having spent considerable time in the taverns of the Eastern District, Hugh quickly discerned the unfolding situation. She and Abner exchanged glances, both drawing their revolvers and hastening to the corner, while Mr. Gaston remained vigilant for an attack from another direction. What met their eyes was a scene that ignited Hugh's fury. A gentleman was impaled upon the ship's outer wall by a longsword, while two decently dressed men, with malevolent expressions, were viciously tearing at the dress of a woman on the ground. Without hesitation, Hugh refused to squander ammunition on these scoundrels. Instead, she swiftly advanced towards the two villains, utilizing a hidden trident dagger from her sleeve to pierce their necks before they could react. The woman, her clothing in tatters, initially appeared dazed, but then lunged towards the man pinned to the wall, crying out, "Darling, please wake up. Do not leave me." Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Hugh felt an unsettling ache in her heart, her eyes misting over. She retreated to Abner's side and deliberately shifted the topic, saying, "The suppression of extraordinary abilities on the 7th layer is not as severe as before. I can utilize most of the Arbiter's powers. However, the foresight ring given by Mr. Stanton is still unusable." After a moment of sobbing, the woman picked up a dagger discarded by one of the assailants and aimed it at her abdomen. Her face contorted in struggle, torn between the desire to end her life in grief and the fear of pain that held her back. Yet, Hugh would not grant her the opportunity to choose. She swiftly struck the dagger from the woman's grasp, comforting her, "You must live with strength. It is precisely because he risked his life to protect you that you cannot betray his sacrifice. You must survive. Though she understood that this woman was not a real person and could surmise that this scene had likely been reset countless times, she could not bear to witness the despair and sorrow leading to the woman's demise. Upon hearing Hugh's words, the woman stared at the man pinned to the wall in silence for a time, then clenched her teeth and declared, "Miss, you are right. I must live. I will avenge my beloved. I will bring the beasts aboard this ship to justice." Seeing her emotions stabilize, Abner stepped forward to inquire, "What exactly has transpired on this ship? How could such villains run rampant? Do you truly not know?" The woman responded incredulously. The intelligence of the characters within this dream labyrinth was surprisingly high, capable of questioning, far surpassing the encounter with Conan. Abner thought to himself, while outwardly he replied vaguely, "We were sleeping in the upper cabin, and upon awakening, we found people had gone mad. The king of the five seas, Nastor." Both Hugh and Abner exclaimed, the latter recalling the name mugwort with a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Indeed, the king of the five seas, Nastor, claims to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire, adhering to the virtue of not killing captives. As a result, we were merely robbed of our wealth, but our lives were spared. His subordinates even left us ample provisions. As she spoke, the woman regarded Abner and Hugh with perplexity. Surely, one would not be unaware of a pirate attack, even in a deep slumber? Nastor's men searched every cabin. Abner recognized the suspicion cast upon him. Yet he was more intrigued by the fact that this scenario was derived from reality, perhaps even reflecting a genuine occurrence. Everyone lost only a moderate amount of property. I initially believed the misfortune had passed, but during the subsequent voyage, the passengers and crew of the mugwort suddenly erupted into fierce internal strife, escalating from disputes to brawls, and ultimately to drawing revolvers and brandishing swords, engaging in mutual slaughter. They quickly descended into madness, killing indiscriminately while wantonly assaulting women and tormenting the weak. Some true perverts left limbs, hearts, and intestines strewn about. As she recounted these events, the woman bit her lip, seemingly channeling her anger to suppress her own weakness and fear. Hearing this account, Abner gazed at the night sky obscured by clouds, exhaling and murmured, "Perhaps this is an event that is currently unfolding." Chapter 43, Significance. July 1st. Is there something special about this date? Hugh inquired, somewhat perplexed. She did not believe it referred to the present moment, assuming it to be a historical event. Abner shook his head, offering no explanation. As he himself was uncertain of how to elucidate, he turned to Mr. Gaston, who was still guarding the rear passage, and stated, "I have discerned the source of the internal strife here. Follow me." "You already know? Must you be so quick? I am completely at a loss. In comparison to you, I feel like a simpleton." Mr. Gaston lamented internally about his intelligence as his expression shifted before numbly nodding. He was becoming accustomed to Abner's sudden insights. Finally, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and feigned calmness as he asked, "Where do we need to go?" The woman cast a grateful glance at Hugh's back and suddenly asked, "My name is Cherry. Miss, may I know your name?" "Hugh." The woman silently committed this name to memory before once more retrieving the dagger from the ground and retreating into a nearby cabin. Despite her fierce anger towards the villains, she knew she lacked the ability to confront them. Thus she chose to preserve herself, not wishing to squander the life granted to her by her benefactor and beloved. Walking ahead on the left, Gaston smiled at Hugh, saying, "What you are doing is ultimately futile. Once this scene concludes, she will cease to exist." Hugh shook her head defiantly, responding, "She is living with strength because of my words. Even if only for a few minutes or hours, that holds significance for me. Suit yourself." Such a spirited young lady, Gaston chuckled, shaking his head. He truly harbored no ill intentions. He merely believed that such naivety was ill-suited for the extraordinary realm of exceptional individuals. Shio pressed her lips together and gazed ahead at Abner, wrestling with her thoughts for a moment before inquiring, "Abner, what is your perspective?" After a period of contemplation, Abner replied earnestly, "Each person possesses their own convictions. If one believes something ought to be done, then they should pursue it vigorously, regardless of others' opinions. Such steadfastness is the very essence of human brilliance." Upon hearing these words, a faint smile graced Shio's lips, clearly delighted to be understood. The majority of the ruffians aboard the ship were engaged in an assault on the lower deck, and as Abner and his companions descended further, they encountered an increasing number of adversaries. Fortunately, Mr. Gaston seemed to have anticipated such a scenario, having prepared an array of area effect explosives. coupled with the masterful combat prowess of Abner and Shio, and the fact that their opponents were merely ordinary individuals. They managed to navigate through the chaos unscathed until they reached the entrance of the lowest cabin. This cabin had originally served as a storehouse for the ship's provisions and fresh water, sustaining those within as they endured their plight thus far. Upon witnessing Abner and his companions forcefully breach the cabin, the men stationed at the entrance were filled with a mix of surprise and joy. Joy for the arrival of reinforcements, and surprise at the combat capabilities of these three, which far exceeded their expectations. Were their intentions malevolent, they surely would have been unable to contend with them. Halt! Who are you? As the trio approached, a young man in a black suit raised a short sword and inquired. Shio furrowed her brow at the sight, and, exuding the authority of an arbiter, reiterated Abner's question in a low voice. Who is in charge here? This time, the men hesitated no longer and, trembling, pointed towards a middle-aged man dressed as a captain and a boy with a round, amiable face standing behind him. We all heed the captain and Triss. Please. Abner turned his gaze towards the shy boy in the corner, who appeared as timid as a young girl. It is I, sir. What do you require? Triss seemed somewhat startled, his demeanor betraying a sense of unease. Yet his eyes darted about, clearly contemplating retreat in light of the sudden upheaval. You incited the crew and passengers to turn against each other, leading them to slaughter one another. Am I correct, Mr. Triss, the instigator of the Oracle Society? Abner directly identified the source of the internal strife, and before anyone could react, drew his revolver and fired 6 shots at Triss. With the scene nearing its conclusion, Abner feared he might not have a second opportunity to act. Thus, prior to firing, he activated his pure white eye, and with the assistance of the weapon master ability he had experienced in advance, those 6 bullets effectively sealed off all possible escape routes for Triss. Though such an assault bore no real consequence for the Triss in reality, it was as Abner had previously stated, some convictions, once formed, must be acted upon. Having witnessed the misfortunes of the ship's passengers, he could not rest easy until he had eliminated the true culprit. However, Triss had once been an assassin, adept in the arts of evasion and concealment. Before the bullet struck, he had already devised a countermeasure, retreating to blend into the shadows of the cabin. At that moment, Shio's revolver roared, striking precisely at the shadows behind Triss. From the instant Abner identified Triss as the Oracle Society's insider, Shio had anticipated her friend's ensuing actions, for it was what she too longed to do, to avenge the innocent victims aboard this ship. Even if this were merely a fictive scenario, her heart was unsettled, compelling her to take action. Having previously encountered another instigator, Shio was well aware of the capabilities inherent to this sequence. Consequently, Triss' final escape route within this scene was sealed. A bullet pierced his skull, scattering fragments across the floor. Simultaneously, the surrounding scene shattered, vanishing entirely, leaving only 3 figures enveloped in the mists of dreams as they entered the realm of rewards. In the real world, at a corner where the deck met the cabin of the Alfalfa, faced with 2 assailants who had nearly torn her garments to shreds, Shelley wept in despair. Yet, at that moment, the assailants suddenly halted, their expressions appearing somewhat dazed. In an unexpected surge of courage, Shelley seized a dagger that had fallen to the ground and swiftly slashed it across the throats of the 2 men. As their lifeless bodies crumpled to the floor, she stood in shock for a brief moment before staggering to the side of her beloved, who was pinned against the wall. Tearfully, she caressed his cheek and murmured, "My dear, I once believed I could not survive without you. Yet in that fleeting moment, my heart found courage and strength. Perhaps this is your blessing from the realm of the divine." With that, she wiped her tears, her voice resolute as she declared, "I will survive. No matter what, I shall live on, together with your spirit." In the lowest cabin, hidden in a corner, Triss suddenly awoke with a start. He first glanced around cautiously, then wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering in confusion. "It seems I've had a nightmare, though I cannot recall its contents, only that I was eliminated." In mysticism, could this be a spiritual warning? As he contemplated this, Triss shuddered, fearing some unforeseen event might transpire. He reflected, the internal strife is nearly at its conclusion. It is better to end it preemptively to avoid actual chaos, though the death toll remains below expectations. At that moment, the captain beside him, noticing his unnatural expression, inquired with concern, "Mr. Triss, what troubles you?" Upon hearing this, Triss immediately donned a bashful smile. Abner and Shio's actions were not without purpose. Chapter 44, A Momentary Departure. Upon entering the realm of rewards, Mr. Gaston slightly shook his head. He could comprehend the motives behind Abner and Shio's prior actions, yet he did not concur. Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment, acknowledging that he was not their mentor and thus had no obligation to worry. Furthermore, despite their impulsive behavior, they had successfully guided him through the 7th level. Having crossed this threshold, he would obtain a modicum of authority within the Dream Maze Tower. His entire focus was now directed toward this goal, leaving him no mind for educating the younger generation. Meanwhile, as soon as Abner entered the realm of rewards, a multitude of information swirled around him like a cacophony of whispers. Fortunately, this information bore no malice and was devoid of high-ranking knowledge or contamination. Otherwise, he would have had to activate his pure white eye to analyze the dream maze and risk rendering himself unconscious. It became apparent that upon surpassing the 7th level, one would possess a limited array of privileges within the tower. No wonder Mr. Gaston was willing to pay £1,000 to have someone assist him in passing through. It was only at this moment that Abner truly grasped the situation. The privileges could be broadly classified into 3 categories. Firstly, upon re-entering the Dream Maze Tower, one would initially arrive at the realm of rewards, directly continuing from the 6th level. Of course, if one wished to access the 7th, 8th, or 9th levels, that was also possible. However, the rewards obtained upon clearing these levels would be replaced with a certain number of points, which could then be used to request corresponding targeted knowledge or information. However, if one repeatedly cleared the first 3 levels in a short span, the points awarded would diminish progressively. Points? Roselle is indeed constructing a large-scale dungeon-style online game, isn't she? Secondly, one could spend points to unlock a targeted dream maze within the first 3 levels. Here, targeted referred to the type of maze scene. It is worth noting that these scenes inherently contained vast amounts of knowledge and secrets. If one were not solely focused on clearing the levels, but instead sought to explore, substantial discoveries could be made. For instance, targeting a scene from the Quaternary period could yield insights into numerous historical secrets through the characters and backgrounds depicted within. I suspect Mr. Gaston's eagerness to pass through the 7th level may be precisely for this privilege. The third privilege was the establishment of a personal resting room within the tower, wherein one could store certain items brought from the real world. In my view, this feature appears rather superfluous. Unless one intends to linger here indefinitely, grinding for points, what is the purpose of residing in such a place? Furthermore, the dreams beneath the surface and the gates to reality cannot be relocated, nor can they serve as a portable storage space. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Abner had already seated himself before the bookshelf and retrieved his 3rd reward, an unexpected delight. It was the detailed information of an anonymous account at the Becklin Bank, containing a deposit of £500, originally belonging to a gentleman whose family had recently met with maritime misfortune. Does this tower presume that my most urgent desire for knowledge is wealth? How pedestrian of Russell. After a moment of internal scorn directed at the Emperor, Abner diligently noted down the account number and withdrawal password. After all, one can never have too much money. Moreover, if he did not withdraw it, would it not merely benefit the bank? At that moment, he who had also finished reviewing her reward, upon noticing Abner's gaze, she expressed a mix of joy and concern. I received the complete potion formula for the constable. Initially, I was quite pleased, but upon reflection, doesn't he that render the name of the main ingredient from the previous reward somewhat moot? I can't shake the feeling of having lost out. Besides the name of the main ingredient, you also learned about the early life of Erlin, which may prove useful in the future. Abner consoled her verbally, though inwardly he shared her sentiment of loss. After all, he had already planned to inform her of the identity of the other main ingredient once they exited. He, sensing her own greed, quickly adjusted her demeanor and inquired about Abner's findings. Upon learning he had acquired money, she fell into silence, feeling that the enigmatic allure of the dream labyrinth had diminished significantly. Mr. Gaston, observing their exchange, no longer wore the serious expression he had upon their first meeting. Instead, he smiled and remarked, having passed the 7th level, our contractual agreement is concluded. Shortly, I shall transfer £1,000 to Isinger. Abner nodded. The money was of no concern to him, as his teacher had already compensated him. However, after some contemplation, he seemed to recollect something and asked, Mr. Gaston, will we be able to return here through the underground door at the academy in the future? Although that door was not strictly private property, it had taken the other party years to discover it. Of course, you are always welcome. I too am curious about what lies in the next layer, but according to the manuscript I received, It is exceedingly perilous, Mr. Gaston said, casting a meaningful glance at Abner. I always thought you would attempt to push further, but it seemed to have changed your mind. Abner had indeed intended to brave the 6th level, relying on his familiarity with the scene and its narrative. Yet, the striking warning sign erected before the passage leading to that layer had temporarily quelled his aspirations, for it bore the following ominous inscriptions. 1. Once one enters the 6th level, departure is only permitted upon successful clearance or death. 2. In the 6th level, the boundary between dream and reality becomes blurred. Death within the scene equates to death in reality. 3. The extraordinary abilities of challengers ranked sequence and above shall be sealed within the 6th level, retaining only those ranked sequence 7 and below. 4. Time flows at the same rate as reality within the 6th level. Prolonged sojourn in the dream labyrinth will diminish one's lifespan in accordance with the passage of time in reality. The script on the warning sign was worn and poorly inscribed. Evidently not an original fixture of the tower, but rather a deliberate message left for future challengers by those who had come before. Although Abner was uncertain of its authenticity, he was unwilling to gamble his life on its veracity. After all, he possessed the white eye, which enabled him to circumvent the tower's ability to seal his powers. It would be wiser to wait until he ascended to sequence before attempting to return. He who shared a similar sentiment, for being only sequence 9, she dared not enter unprepared into the unknown peril. Though she relished recklessness, she would not act foolishly. Abner hurriedly followed and casually inquired, Mr. Gaston, when will the next extraordinary gathering at the Sword and Fire Tavern be held? His reward from the 9th layer had hinted that clues regarding another main ingredient for the keeper might be found at that tavern, and he was eager not to miss the opportunity. This Thursday evening, it appears you will be staying with me for a few more days, Mr. Gaston replied without probing into what Abner specifically sought from the gathering, instead elaborating on the scale of the event and its attendees. The gathering was, in fact, somewhat semi-public, likely to draw nearby adventurers, sailors, pirates, and even some military personnel. Does the Storm Church not intervene? Abner queried, puzzled, as the islands at sea were nearly all under the church's dominion. This town is relatively small and lacks a punitive squad station here, and moreover, this is overseas, a colony. The church's control over the extraordinary is not particularly stringent, as long as one does not openly promote the doctrines of profane gods or commit sacrificial atrocities. The Storm Church generally refrains from interference, Mr. Gaston elucidated. Even so, your ability to organize a semi-public gathering here suggests you possess a rather significant identity, Abner remarked, both in admiration and curiosity. Enough with the machinations. You are Eisinger's student, so it is of no consequence to tell you. I am an external member of the Steam and Machinery Church. However, due to my nationality being from Intis, I cannot operate openly within the Kingdom of Ruin, Mr. Gaston stated, casting a sidelong glance at Abner. Perhaps I may not match your deductive skills, but when it comes to cunning, you still have much to learn. An external member of the Steam Church from Intis? This identity was quite similar to his teachers, which explained their friendship. However, the fact that this gentleman had discovered the Dream Labyrinth Tower, yet had not reported it to the church or sought assistance from the Heart of Machinery, suggested a lack of unwavering faith. As Abner contemplated this, they were nearing the exit of the tower, and he hastily inquired once more, do you happen to know if there is a lady named Gwen attending the gathering? Mr. Gaston shook his head. At extraordinary gatherings, most attendees prefer to remain elusive. Names are seldom disclosed. Even those with code names are few. Just as Abner felt a sense of frustration, the trio had exited the tower. Utilizing his analytical prowess, he deduced that knowing this tower was constructed by Russell during the era of the Knowledge Emperor, in conjunction with the original novel, made it easy to surmise the Emperor's motivations behind its creation. Setting aside other intentions, it was highly likely that the deepest recesses of this Dream Labyrinth Tower concealed a blasphemous card. This could very well be the primary reason the Dream Labyrinth Tower had not been monopolized by other great powers to this day. It was the inherent secretive effect of the blasphemous card that obscured the perceptions of high-ranking, extraordinary beings. Chapter 45. Mr. Gaston's Extraordinary Gathering. The challenges posed by the first 3 layers of this dream labyrinth primarily tested the reasoning and analytical abilities of the challengers. The diverse abilities manifested in the generated scenes led one to speculate that this tower might be intricately linked to the omniscient and omnipotent 5 paths. Regardless of which potential blasphemous card might exist, it was something Abner desperately sought. Moreover, the White Tower card was the most likely to be hidden here. After all, This dream labyrinth existed in the form of a tower, and the deliberate testing of reasoning could not merely be coincidental. Taking several deep breaths, Abner suppressed the surging desire within him. He understood that, at his current level, it would be impossible for him to ascend to the first layer. Even if he were to miraculously succeed, he would undoubtedly be unable to retain what he had acquired, as the summit could very well be a multiplayer battle mode orchestrated by the Emperor. In the following days, Abner engaged in voluntary labor, teaching classes at the academy, assisting the island's residents in locating lost belongings, and diligently studying the mystical records of Urnos obtained from the tower during the evenings. His days were exceedingly fulfilling. Rest was also busy, leaving early and returning late, diligently seeking clues regarding the primary ingredients for the Sheriff's potion. A day prior, she seemed to have obtained information about the fear moth, which she is currently in the process of verifying. Meanwhile, Mr. Gaston spent 12 hours a day ensconced in the labyrinth of dreams, his obsessive demeanor evoking memories in Abner of those youth who perished suddenly in internet cafes due to their gaming addictions in a past life. The passage of time was swift, and before they knew it, Thursday evening had arrived. Due to an extraordinary gathering, Mr. Gaston, unusually, did not enter the Dream Labyrinth Tower, but instead arrived early at the Sword and Fire Tavern to prepare the venue. Abner and Rest did not accompany him. Instead, they disguised themselves separately, utilizing the secret signal Mr. Gaston had previously communicated to gain entrance to the tavern's private chamber. Being on a small island town, formal attire would draw too much attention, so Abner opted for a relatively clean sailor's outfit, adorned his face with the customary paint favored by sailors, and tousled his hair into a disheveled state. Upon glancing in the mirror, he hardly recognized himself, yet he nodded in satisfaction. However, when he encountered Rest in the tavern's back street, his lips twitched awkwardly, for she was attired in a remarkably similar fashion. The same somewhat worn sailor's garb, the same face paint, and her hair was even more chaotic than before. The only distinction was that Rest was a head shorter than him, and that was with the aid of some elevation. One individual dressed this way might go unnoticed, but the two of them together seemed to stand out conspicuously. Moreover, perhaps it was an illusion, but Rest's outfit appeared quite becoming, while his own, in comparison, seemed somewhat ludicrous. With a sigh of resignation, Abner mused internally. "What are you staring at?" Rest inquired, sensing the peculiarity in Abner's gaze. She glanced down at her attire, but detected no flaw. "I just think we need not enter separately. Others will surely assume we are a pair." Given the time constraints, it was too late to change disguises, and Abner resigned himself to the situation. As the saying goes, it's not terrible to share the same outfit. Rest did not perceive this as an issue. After all, no one would recognize them. Provided their faces were not memorized by officials or pirate spies, everything else was inconsequential. At 7:55 p.m., laden with all his savings and a few freshly crafted talismans, Abner stepped into the private chamber where Mr. Gaston was hosting the gathering, feeling a complex swirl of emotions. Ultimately, he draped a black cloak over his sailor's attire, shielding his face, adorned with paint, in the shadows of the hood. 845 pounds in cash, along with 5 low-level talismans. This constituted his entire fortune. He wondered how much would remain after this gathering. With a whirlwind of thoughts, Abner found a seat and scanned the room by the flickering candlelight. The assembly was predominantly male, with only 2 women present, excluding Rest. Among them, which one could be Miss Gwen? After a few minutes, Mr. Gaston, donning a specially crafted mask, clapped his hands and announced, "Let us commence." No sooner had his words left his lips than someone eagerly spoke up, a lady towering over 1.8 meters, cloaked meticulously, yet revealing a hint of curvature at her chest. One of the 2 women Abner had previously noted. She lowered her voice and asked, did the friend interested in purchasing the crown jellyfish venom crystal arrive? The tall lady visibly exhaled in relief, producing a box and urgently stating, "I require a weapon capable of subduing giant serpentine creatures. Anything will suffice, even if it has severe negative effects or a mere 1 to 2 months of efficacy. If available, it is yours. I do not possess such a weapon. May I offer payment? I am willing to pay 150 pounds. A gentleman in the corner inquired after a moment of contemplation. The tall lady's eyes lit up with joy, but she remained cautious, asking, what type of weapon? Extraordinary creatures like serpents that dwell in dark caves typically fear light. This is an arrow crafted from the feathers of the sacred sunbird. I recall you are skilled in archery, so you should be able to wield it. Upon striking a target, it ignites pure, divine light within their entrails, possessing considerable power, Regrettably, it can only be activated once, thus its affordability. It will remain effective for 3 months. If you are willing, we can exchange it now. The tall lady exchanged glances with the gentleman in the corner, understanding that the arrow was likely overvalued, given it was essentially a one-time use item. However, their need was pressing. She scanned the room, hoping for others to join the bidding, but alas, no one intervened, and ultimately, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. I will trade. But how could Abner initiate conversation with this lady? While he contemplated, the gathering's transactions continued, with someone purchasing a remarkable item known as the ocean boots for 600 pounds, allowing the wearer to move freely underwater for over half an hour and to cast limited water-related spells. An extraordinary material called the elder tree fruit fetched a staggering 750 pounds, astonishing the onlookers. Based on his knowledge of mysticism and the original text, Abner recognized it as one of the primary materials for Sequence 7 psychologists. Could the purchaser be a member of the Psychological Alchemy Society? Abner silently observed the lady who took possession of the elder tree fruit. Indeed, she was the last of the 3 women present at the gathering, aside from Rest and the tall lady. Subsequent transactions varied in success. The successful were few, while the failures were many, as the majority of extraordinary individuals present had clear intentions and would not squander their money and resources. Eventually, as Abner noted that no one proposed new trades, he spoke up. I require precise information regarding the dragon eye python, 200 pounds. His words elicited interest among those in the chamber, as that sum was sufficient to acquire a primary material of Sequence 9 or even Sequence 8, while the cost was merely for information. Although some considered fabricating a false tip to seize the money, a glance at Mr. Gaston, seated at the head of the table, possessing the ability to discern the truth of any information, quelled such thoughts. Abner's high offer was also a strategic move to attract the attention of the tall lady, making it more likely for her to approach him, thus facilitating trust. Through deductive reasoning, he had concluded that she would seek vengeance against the dragon eye python. The weapon she acquired at the gathering was evidently inadequate, with a low margin for error. Furthermore, having experienced a failed venture, she would likely struggle to gather funds to organize a new team. In this context, a willing participant offering a substantial sum for information about the dragon eye python would certainly captivate her interest. Predictably, after a moment of silence in the chamber, the tall lady lowered her voice, stating, I have precise information regarding the dragon eye python, but discussing it here is inconvenient. She glanced at Mr. Gaston, asking, May I request a secure location to converse privately with this gentleman after the gathering? It is a minor matter, Mr. Gaston replied, nodding naturally, pretending not to recognize Abner. He turned to him and inquired, My friend, do you consent to have a private discussion with this lady? Abner felt reassured, with Mr. Gaston overseeing the situation. Should there be any ill intentions, no one would be the wiser. Of course, he would never engage in such unscrupulous behavior, and Mr. Gaston would undoubtedly not condone it either. As for Hugh, her strong sense of justice would likely lead her to confront the situation head-on. I have no objections. Abner nodded towards the tall lady. Subsequently, Hugh expressed her desire to purchase the right paw of the silver-white war bear, offering a considerable sum. Yet regrettably, no one responded. As time ticked away, witnessing the silence on the trading front, Mr. Gaston declared the gathering concluded and began to usher individuals out, striving to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Half an hour later, apart from Mr. Gaston seated at the head of the table, only 3 members remained in the chamber, Abner, Hugh, and the tall lady. Mr. Gaston glanced at the trio and feigned an aged voice, saying, Follow me. I shall escort you to a secure location. The tall lady furrowed her brow and instinctively cast a glance at Hugh. She's my companion. Abner quickly interjected, given Abner's and Hugh's similar attire. The tall lady seemed to anticipate this, hesitating only briefly before nodding in acceptance of Hugh's presence. Mr. Gaston led the trio through a secret exit of the chamber, navigating several twists and turns before finally arriving at a spacious underground cavern, where he came to a halt. It seemed that Mr. Gaston had indeed excavated extensively beneath the town in search of the dream door. After silently mocking this in his mind, Abner turned to the lady and inquired now, May we discuss the information regarding the dragon eye python? Seeing that Mr. Gaston had strategically distanced himself by moving into an adjacent cavern, the lady composed her thoughts and replied, I possess knowledge of the dragon eye python's exact whereabouts and can furnish you with detailed intelligence. However, I have a condition. You must take me with you when you confront it, and I demand its snake skin. In return, I shall only charge you 100 for the information. What a clever calculation to profit 100 while employing 2 vengeful enforcers. However, this was indeed a seller's market. Internally, Abner had already acquiesced to the proposal, though he feigned reluctance, and, after a moment of hesitation, agreed, saying, "Very well, let us seek Mr. Gaston's validation." "Wait," the lady interjected. "I also need to assess your capabilities. That python is perilous, and I do not wish to court death." "What? You wish to verify, personally?" Abner chuckled, shaking his head. According to Gwen's Cave Adventures, this lady was merely a sequence 9, and without further ado, her hat alone could easily best her. A confrontation would indeed be splendid. Sensing Abner's confidence, the tall lady clenched her fist, unwilling to retreat. Hugh stepped forward, stating, "Allow me to spar with you." With that, she seated herself, removing the height-increasing insoles from her shoes, as they would hinder her performance. The tall lady regarded this paint-smeared girl, who barely reached her chest, and kindly cautioned, "I'm a Sequence 9 warrior. You should be cautious." Hugh rose once more, nodded, and succinctly replied, "Arbiter." Since it was merely a friendly match, neither woman wielded weapons. Hugh took a step forward, moving with remarkable speed to the left side of the lady, crouching to strike at her knee. Originally, this maneuver was intended for the ribs or kidneys, but given the lady's height, Hugh had to settle for a lesser target. The lady was taken aback by Hugh's agility. Though momentarily flustered, she effectively countered by raising her left leg to meet Hugh's elbow in an attempt to kick her away. However, at that moment, Hugh seemed to anticipate this action, evading the attack with an awkward yet effective maneuver, landing her elbow lightly against the lady's abdomen. Though the impact was not severe, it was evident that the match had been decided. I concede, the tall lady, not one to accept defeat lightly, lowered her head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Abner, observing from behind, understood that the opponent likely hailed from a rough background, having faced numerous adventures. While her combat awareness may have been lacking, it certainly did not warrant being nearly defeated by Hugh in mere moments. Hugh might have employed the predictive ring to secure a swift victory and intimidate her adversary. Both her extraordinary speed of advance and her ability to predict attacks, along with her exaggerated evasive maneuvers, were undoubtedly augmented by the power of the jester. The lady's momentary panic when confronted may have also been influenced by the Arbiter's imposing presence. The Dragon-Eye Python resides in an underground cavern on a small island I previously explored. The island is located over 200 nautical miles southeast of Demir. It is an uninhabited isle, devoid of any shipping routes. As she spoke, she glanced at Abner, somewhat embarrassed, adding, "I hope you can advance me 30 of my payment. I need to recruit new sailors. After my last adventure, my combat team perished, and the sailors left aboard the ship were too terrified to accompany me again." She refrained from disclosing the island's precise coordinates immediately, wary of Abner potentially abandoning her to pursue the venture alone. "So, you're a captain," Abner realized, acknowledging that without a vessel, one could not embark on such escapades. "Indeed, though my ship, the Arlenheim, is merely an outdated sailing vessel. One day, I too shall become a great adventurer traversing the 7 seas, much like Lady Edwina." The tall lady spoke with fervent aspiration. "Since we have reached an agreement, I shall readily advance you 30. Abner produced 3 10 banknotes for her, casually inquiring, "Where shall we reconvene afterward?" Mr. Gaston, having shed his disguise, leisurely remarked, "Though this lady has only been in the vicinity of Demir for about 2 weeks, her reputation is commendable. Apart from the recent mishap, those who have collaborated with her have expressed satisfaction. Validation is not infallible. Even demigods or certain Sequence 5 individuals can withstand its influence," Mr. Gaston added, shaking his head. As they conversed, Hugh emerged, looking revitalized. Yet the moment she appeared, Abner found himself momentarily frozen, exerting effort to maintain his composure and avoid any unbecoming expressions. "What is the matter?" Hugh queried, puzzled. Rather than respond, Abner took her to a half-length mirror in the room. Upon glancing into it, Hugh's mind went blank. The reflection revealed her with a distorted, slanted expression and a pouting grimace, a comical parody reminiscent of the humorous memes from Abner's previous life. This was the adverse effect of the predictive ring. The face paint had obscured its impact earlier, but now that she was cleansed, her true visage was unveiled. Chapter 47. An Unexpected Turn. How embarrassing. While it might be one thing to change faces in front of strangers, being seen by her friend Abner left her feeling too shy to lift her gaze. Now, she could only silently thank her stars. Thank goodness Vels wasn't present. If she were to see this and incorporate it into her novel, I would have to threaten all readers to burn their copies. Meanwhile, in another dormitory at the school, Abner was conducting a ritual. I beseech the power of knowledge. I implore the strength of reason. I seek the blessings of the gods of knowledge and wisdom. May you endow the items upon the altar with the ability to conceal one's visage. As a series of inexplicable words emerged and swiftly dissipated, Abner, after praising the generosity of the deities, picked up the sailor's hat from the center of the altar. Activating his pure white eye to examine it, he nodded in satisfaction. Reflecting, the potion's further digestion has enhanced the efficacy of my ritual. This hat will remain potent for at least 10 days. Yes, I shall gift it to Hiu tomorrow, so she can don it post-usage of the predictive ring, sparing her from the fear of social demise, which could pose a danger to her life. Just as Abner was tidying up the materials in preparation for sleep, he suddenly heard distant roars emanating from the streets to the north of the town. Given the small size of the town, the sounds echoed clearly from the north to the school in the south. In this moment, he dared not sleep any longer. Hastily donning his clothes and exiting the dormitory, only to encounter Hiu emerging from the adjacent room. The two exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to maintain their silence as they sprinted toward the school's storeroom, one following the other. At this hour, Mr. Gaston remained oblivious to the happenings outside, lost in the labyrinth of dreams, engrossed in earning points. Upon reaching the threshold between dreams and reality, Abner invoked a spell to enter the labyrinth tower, urgently rousing Mr. Gaston from his trance within the dreamscape. By this time, however, the commotion in the streets had escalated, as if the entire town had been stirred awake. With a grave expression, Mr. Gaston produced a finely crafted mirror, and after a moment of sensing, he addressed Abner. It is the creatures from the forest to the north of the island that have breached the seals left by the Storm Church. Creatures? How could there be such beings on this island? Abner asked in astonishment. This place is called Demir, so named because during the Quaternary, it was the territory of a demon known as Demir Andrelarad. I only discovered this information while searching for doors to the realm of dreams, Mr. Gaston explained, hastening towards a storeroom where he kept an array of potent and extraordinary items. Andrelarad? A demon family? Abner followed closely behind Mr. Gaston, feeling a headache forming. It seemed he had unwittingly become entangled in a formidable affair. That demon was ultimately slain by a saint of the Storm Church in the waters of the Sunia Sea, and the creatures and other entities on Demir Island have been thoroughly eradicated. Regrettably, the northern forest of this island had been tainted by the aura of that demigod-level demon, requiring time to heal. In the ensuing years, the polluted land would sporadically give rise to minor creatures, yet none were particularly formidable, instead attracting numerous adventurers seeking materials. This was one of the reasons a colonial town existed on this small island. Mr. Gaston continued his discourse as they approached the storeroom door. Is it true that the famous cured meats of Demirport are a result of this, allowing some individuals to temporarily enhance their spirituality? Abner recalled the character Donna from the original novel, who had seen Germain's messenger after consuming the local delicacy. I heard rumors of fear worms appearing in the northern woods a few days ago. Hiu suddenly spoke up. She had been inquiring about the main materials for the sheriff and was fortunate to have gathered some pertinent information. The fearworm's eyes are indeed one of the primary materials. It seems there were omens a few days back. I was so engrossed in the Tower of Dreams that I failed to notice. The Storm Church had just cleared the northern forest 2 years ago. It shouldn't be possible for formidable creatures to emerge so swiftly. Moreover, the northern forest is sealed off, while it does not affect humans or normal animals. The likelihood of creatures escaping is minimal. There must have been some unforeseen circumstances. Mr. Gaston lamented, retrieving 2 extraordinary items from the storeroom and distributing 30 demon hunting bullets to both Abner and Hiu. Given the island's peculiar nature, why is there no Punisher station here? Excluding the underground doors to the realm of dreams, this small island is also a hotspot for extraordinary events. Previously, Mr. Gaston mentioned that the island was too small to necessitate a station team, and while Abner had accepted this, it now seemed curious that no extraordinary individuals were present despite its uniqueness. You certainly have many questions befitting a detective. Mr. Gaston cast him a sidelong glance, but patiently elucidated. The reasons are quite complex. Firstly, as I mentioned, the town is too small and a colony. Thus, there is no stringent oversight of extraordinary events, making a station team unnecessary. Secondly, this area falls under the jurisdiction of the Rune military, which is quite resistant to the presence of extraordinary individuals from the Storm Church. Thirdly, Perhaps due to the fall of that demigod demon at the hands of the Storm Church, the longer the Punishers remain on the island, the faster the creatures in the northern forest will spawn. Ah, I see. Abner nodded, yet a sense of unease lingered in his mind, as if there were deeper mysteries at play. Suddenly, a vision of the lady from the extraordinary gathering who had acquired the psychologist's primary material flashed through his mind, prompting him to ponder. Could a suspected member of the Psychological Alchemy Society's arrival in Demir be related to the breach of the seals by these creatures? At that moment, the sharp crack of gunfire pierced the air, followed swiftly by the thunderous roar of naval cannons. Mr. Gaston's expression shifted, urgency evident in his voice. The colonial garrison has opened fire, indicating that a horde of creatures has reached the town's outskirts. We must hurry and assist. Abner and Hiu understood the gravity of their situation, nodding solemnly in agreement. In the capital of the Rostith Islands, the city of generosity, stood the Wave Church, the largest cathedral in the region. Its classical style showcased grand columns and arches, crowned by a soaring dome and twin bell towers. During the early days of colonization, pioneers often lacked the time to establish churches, leading to dire consequences. Surrounded by tribes, jungles, and ancient structures, even after conquering the area, they frequently met mysterious deaths without explanation, succumbing en masse. This alarming phenomenon diminished only after numerous churches were erected, transforming such occurrences into rare events. At this moment, a priest hurried in from outside, stepping into the grand prayer hall, illuminated by warm candlelight that delineated the areas of human activity. He clenched his right fist and struck his left chest, bowing respectfully to his bishop. "May the storm be with you." The priest then produced a telegram from his bosom and presented it to the bishop of the Wave Church, reporting, "A distress signal has arrived from Demir. Creatures have breached the seals and are attacking the port town." After a moment of contemplation, the bishop inquired, "Do any of the nearby Punisher teams currently have assignments? Does a listener require so many to intercept?" The bishop seemed surprised to hear this news for the first time. This directive was issued directly from the Cardinal Council. Though it is not compulsory, the rewards are substantial, and nearly all teams without assignments have joined the hunt. The priest clearly understood the situation well. The bishop nodded, then spoke gravely. "In my name, I command that all nearby Punisher teams be dispatched to eradicate the creatures. Our faithful are more important than the cultists." "Yes, Your Excellency." After accepting the order, the priest hesitated before asking, "But what of the Aurora Society? I've heard that their listener has abducted a boy named Jack from Inmatport." "Indeed. Do we have any forces nearby that can be mobilized?" The bishop pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Yes, he recently acquired the ghost ship, the Azure Avenger." From a quaternary, the priest seemed quite familiar with Alge, elaborating. "Then give him the order to pursue the listener from the Aurora Society." The bishop decisively concluded. Chapter 48. The Fierce Battle. In the streets of the port town of Demir, while the garrison exerted every effort to repel the oncoming horde of creatures, it was inevitable that sporadic monsters would breach the defensive perimeter, infiltrating the residential areas of ordinary citizens. Those with experience had already done their utmost to ignite every available source of light, striving to avoid being ensnared by the unseen horrors lurking in the shadows. Regrettably, unlike the continent cities such as Beckland, Inmatport, and Plitzport, Demir, being a colonial island, lacked gas, and the streetlights were sparse. Only a few dim candles flickered in concert with the faintly visible blood-red moon in the clouds, barely illuminating the contours of the ground and buildings. At that moment, a thin mist began to spread ominously, creeping towards the northern part of the town. In the two-story houses, the previously scattered lights began to flicker erratically, and in an instant, a large area was plunged into darkness. With the abrupt cessation of chilling screams, those houses became shrouded in complete blackness, devoid of sound, as if they had long been abandoned. Abner followed closely behind Mr. Gaston, one hand clutching a revolver and the other gripping a cane sword that had transformed into the shape of a longsword. Striding briskly along the streets that were gradually shifting from cacophony to tranquility. Meanwhile, Hugh positioned herself at Abner's flank, ever ready to provide support to the two ahead. A sudden gust of wind swirled in from a mist, sending a chill racing down Abner's spine. His instincts, now heightened, prompted him to halt in his tracks. Activating his spiritual sight as he cautioned Mr. Gaston ahead, "Beware of what lurks above." He was acutely aware that the extraordinary beings within the generalist sequence often possessed lower instincts, rendering them less likely to perceive impending danger. Having already triggered the foresight ability of a ring, Hugh swiftly raised her revolver, unleashing a series of shots toward a second-floor window of a nearby building. A vivid image had just flashed through her mind. In that vision, a shadow the size of a watermelon darted out from the darkness of the second floor, launching itself directly toward Mr. Gaston's ear. Mr. Gaston, evidently convinced by Abner's warning, acted without hesitation. As Hugh fired her shots, he instantly activated an extraordinary object on his left hand, a pebble-sized orb adorned with intricate, mysterious engravings of the solar domain, captivating to behold. In an instant, a beam of pure, radiant light pierced the darkness, transforming into a streaking luminescence that struck the assailant emerging from beside him. With a cry of anguish, the shadow, having barely approached, was met head-on by the brilliance, sustaining significant damage and retreating in fear of the holy light's might. Illuminated by this resplendent glow, Abner finally discerned the nature of the attacker through his spiritual sight. It was a bird-like creature, nearly decomposed, floating eerily in the air. Its diminutive head was covered in mold and maggots, and its skin, although sagging, grotesquely outlined its bony structure, revealing that it had once been a pigeon. Its eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs, replaced by two gaping voids through which maggots wriggled. The beak was horrifically damaged, yet it displayed teeth that were unnaturally sharp, glistening with a mixture of blood and fluid. A decaying pigeon with elongated fangs? Truly, the creatures of the abyss are remarkable in their grotesqueness. Abner marveled internally, yet did not pause in his assault. Several wind blades materialized from thin air, slicing toward the monstrosity. This was the extraordinary ability bestowed by the sea breeze hat, a gift from the wind patron. Remarkably, despite its lack of feathers, the creature exhibited surprising agility, evading the wind blades with deftness and lunging directly at Abner. That is a mist dove spire dispersed the fog surrounding it with wind. Mr. Gaston called out. Abner, having perused numerous tomes of mysticism under his mentor's guidance, was familiar with the mist dove spire but had not recognized it in its physical form until now. With Mr. Gaston's reminder, the pieces fell into place. Of course, the dove spire belonged to the pigeon family. I recall reading that a significant portion of its abilities relies on the fog enveloping it. Once dispersed, it would enter a temporary state of vulnerability. With this thought in mind, Abner reactivated the sea breeze hat, summoning a tempestuous wind that surged forth, creating a whirlwind that swept away the fog shrouding the streets. Caught off guard by the sudden disappearance of its fog cover, the mist dove spire plummeted from the air, providing Abner and his companions with a prime opportunity to raise their revolvers. Crack, crack, crack. 3 shots from different firearms pierced the creature's head, causing its lifeless body to crash to the ground, motionless. Mr. Gaston retrieved a small mirror to scrutinize the remains before relaxing, declaring, "All is well. It has perished." Both Abner and Hugh exhaled in relief. It was worth noting that the materials from the mist dove spire could potentially serve as key components for certain Sequence 7 potions, its essence at least on par with that level of power, had it not been struck by the holy light at the onset of the battle, inflicting considerable injury. Even with the wind patron's partial abilities, Abner would have found it challenging to dispatch the creature. Cover me while I gather materials. We shall divide the spoils once the matter is settled. Mr. Gaston, seasoned in such encounters, instructed swiftly. Agreed. Both Hugh and Abner concurred, recognizing the folly of dividing loot in such a perilous locale. After Mr. Gaston meticulously processed the mist dove spire's remains and secured them in tin boxes, the trio continued onward towards a building to the northwest, where the sounds of conflict were unmistakable. They steered clear of the military's outer defenses, well aware of the danger in becoming mere fodder. While they wished to assist in defending the town against the monstrous incursions, they were not foolish enough to sacrifice themselves in the process. The creatures breaching the outer line would be few, at most 3 to 5, and aside from ravenous entities like the mist dove spire, most would likely target the extraordinary beings first, given their superior instincts and more appealing essence. Mr. Gaston remarked as they proceeded. What is the purpose of this? Hugh inquired, perplexed. This hat is an artifact I crafted using ritual magic. It conceals the wearer's face, allowing you to don it without fearing the side effects of the foresight ring. Abner briefly explained. He admired Hugh's decisiveness earlier. Though she might feel bashful afterward, she exhibited no hesitation in utilizing the foresight ring in the face of danger. Truly, a trustworthy companion. Hugh, holding the hat, pressed her lips together, though the effect of the foresight ring rendered even this simple action comically exaggerated, her lower lip nearly reaching her nose. Meanwhile, in a two-story building to the northwest of the town. Angwin cast a wry glance at the now-dull arrow that lay on the ground, an arrow she had just acquired from a gathering, intended for hunting the dragon-eye python. Little did she expect that before she could even embark on her quest, it would be expended here. Even worse, though the arrow imbued with the light of the divine had forced the monstrous entity outside to retreat. Had it not been for its apprehension regarding the possibility of similar arrows still in her possession, it would have likely attacked once more instead of maintaining its standoffish demeanor. Yet, this reprieve would not last long. Within a minute or two, it would surely test her defenses, and should she reveal any signs of weakness, she would inevitably face its full fury. But the military was still engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of monsters outside the town, leaving her without hope for rescue. As Angwin contemplated this, a wave of despondency washed over her, invoking memories of her past, her father, her mother, her friends, and the once privileged life she led. Her mood gradually shifted from despair to regret, from regret to anguish, and from anguish to hopelessness. Just then, a glimmer of dark golden light seemed to flicker before her, an invisible force rapidly integrating into her being. In that moment, it felt as though she had been transported to a sun-drenched summer day, the warmth dispelling the chill within her. The courage in her heart surged anew, and Angwin gasped in realization that had it not been for the extraordinary power of the solar domain aiding her just now, she would have surely succumbed to the sinister influence. In that case, her fate would have been either to transform into a monster or to take her own life in despair. The monster had never intended to merely confront her. Its assault had long since commenced. Understanding this, Angwin felt a twinge of anxiety, but ultimately relaxed, knowing that her escape from the creature's grasp was due to the arrival of formidable reinforcements. Half a minute earlier, downstairs in the two-story building, Mr. Gaston regarded the grotesque hound repelled by the arrow imbued with the divine fire with a peculiar expression, remarking, "That appears to be the arrow I just sold." With its distinct vertical eyes and human ears, it had taken on a canine form. Surely, it was the Despair Hound? According to the records, this creature was a conglomeration of various traits, not a properly ascended demon. Its abilities were erratic, drawing from any type of demonic essence it encountered. Abner gazed at the hellhound that had turned its head towards them, unflinchingly declaring, what legitimate use of potions could a fiend possibly have? Yet, despairing hellhounds typically possess the ability to taint the mind. I shall first activate the solar halo, and then we will confront it. Chapter 49, Setting Sail. As soon as the solar halo unfurled, the despairing hellhound let out a mournful howl, its spirit evidently withering, clearly suffering from a backlash against its own mental sorcery. Seizing the opportunity, Abner raised his hand and fired 2 demon-hunting bullets. However, the hellhound's tough hide merely turned its head aside, allowing the bullets to strike its body, splattering blood in a crimson spray. Subsequently, it braved the gunfire and leaped, attempting to flee. In terms of cunning, it surpassed the previously encountered mist dove by leaps and bounds. Before the hellhound could regain its footing, a beam of radiant fire descended from the heavens, igniting its fur. The golden ethereal flames exuded a powerful solar essence, particularly effective against creatures tainted by abyssal influences. In immense pain, the hellhound bared its fangs and expelled a cloud of black smoke, barely extinguishing the sacred flames that engulfed it. However, at that moment, Abner had already soared through the tempest beneath him, raising his staff sword high and delivering a decisive strike aimed at the neck, where the hellhound had been most affected by the radiant fire. The despairing hellhound, caught off guard by this combination of attacks, found itself in a dire predicament, lacking the strength to evade. In a desperate attempt, it activated its life-saving skill, sacrificing one of its vertical pupils as a decoy. As Abner landed, the hellhound's head was effortlessly severed by the staff sword, rolling away a considerable distance. Its resilient skin and bones could no longer withstand the extraordinary power of the staff sword, which diminished supernatural forces. Soon after, black smoke billowed from the severed body of the hellhound, which then collapsed onto the ground, utterly lifeless. Yet, being well acquainted with the abilities of this creature through prior research, Abner did not let his guard down, but instead calmly awaited Mr. Gaston's final confirmation. As a pure, warm light descended from above, the body of the hellhound rapidly dissolved, leaving behind only a cold, vertical pupil. Indeed, the despairing hellhound had employed the magic pupil substitution technique. Abner sighed and sheathed his staff sword. Although he had not slain it, It would be incapable of causing further harm for the foreseeable future. The despairing hellhound, having lost its pupil, would require at least 15 years of slumber before it could once again stir. Mr. Gaston remarked, gently touching the jewel in his hand to deactivate the solar halo. At that moment, a sudden shift occurred, and a tremor that originated from the soul surged within the hearts of everyone present. An inescapable sensation that rendered any movement exceedingly difficult. Could there be another enemy lurking nearby? Abner's thoughts raced as he unhesitatingly activated the pure white eye. It was then revealed that, unbeknownst to them, a gigantic black insect, towering over a meter and stretching 4 to 5 meters long, had emerged from the ground. Now poised before Hiu, its mandibles open, ready to devour him whole. Drawn by the fluctuations of the extraordinary battle, it had previously remained hidden beneath the earth, its fear-inducing magic ineffective under the suppression of the solar halo. As soon as the halo was deactivated, it seized the opportunity to intimidate the remaining opponents, making a beeline for Hiu, its most enticing target. Without a moment to spare, Abner unleashed a flurry of wind blades to impede the insect's advance, simultaneously summoning a fierce gust beneath his feet, propelling him swiftly onto the creature's back. With a resounding thud, the insect's massive body was pinned to the ground by the staff. Regardless of how fiercely it struggled, the staff remained immovable. The staff's negative effect rendered it exceedingly heavy when swung in its staff form, necessitating a mere use of inertia for downward strikes. This drawback was splendidly advantageous against both modes of transportation and large creatures such as this one. Abner mused internally while drawing his revolver, firing 6 consecutive shots at the insect's head. At that moment, Hiu and Mr. Gaston finally shook off their fear, gazing in astonishment at the insect that had been dispatched by Abner. It turned out to be a fearsome fear insect, having been hiding underground all along. Mr. Gaston remarked with a hint of admiration, yet this time he had learned from the experience, promptly reactivating the solar halo to remain vigilant of their surroundings. You are indeed formidable. Miss Gwen's beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief, astonished that the creature that had once seemed destined to doom her was now utterly powerless, forced to retreat. This revelation led her, still somewhat inexperienced, to perceive Abner as a mid-tier powerhouse. Abner, too, confirmed that the lady before him was indeed the one who had prepared to recruit sailors with the 30 pounds he had set aside. However, as she approached, her striking features, indicative of Fursac lineage, and her impressive figure left Abner momentarily stunned, recalling the name that had emboldened Atres to leave home. He blurted out, "Miss Gwen?" Miss Gwen, who had been about to express her gratitude, was taken aback upon hearing her name, exclaiming, "Sir, do you know me? I have perused your records. Your parents are searching for you." Abner recalled the documentation that detailed how this young lady had frequently ventured out before her complete disappearance. It now dawned on him that she had been amassing funds to purchase a ship and potions even then. This was a meticulously planned and organized escape. Abner shook his head, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I am not here to apprehend you. I merely happened to glance at your records at the police station. Moreover, that noble scion, no matter how fallen, would not have waited for you until now." As this was not an appropriate place for discussion, Miss Gwen refrained from pressing further and instead proactively sought to join Mr. Gaston's crew, eager to contribute to the extermination of fiends. Abner and the others perceived that she was genuinely afraid of being alone again, but considering her status as a Sequence 9, they readily agreed. Subsequently, the group encountered another shadow creature, but under the relentless assault of 4 extraordinary beings and multiple mid-tier extraordinary items. The creature could not muster a counterattack and met a pitiful end beneath the radiance of holy light. Just then, several squads of penalizers arrived, taking over the task of hunting and sealing the fiends. On the safe waterways of the stormy sea, a ship spanning several dozen meters, clean and tidy, reflected golden hues under the sunlight as it sailed through the waves. This vessel stood out among its peers, for along its mid-axis lay a main cannon, adorned with symbols and intricate patterns, emanating a faint yet pure glow. It resembled not a traditional sailing ship, but rather the layout of a modern warship. At that moment, a beautiful lady emerged from the captain's quarters. Her face was oval-shaped, with a prominent nose and thin lips, complemented by a pair of pale blue eyes that sparkled like clear spring water. Her brown hair was parted down the middle and tied back in a simple yet exquisite knot, cascading smoothly down her back. She wore no hat, but instead donned a fitted beige coat cinched at the waist, adorned with large white lace floral decorations at the collar, paired with dark trousers and leather boots. She exuded an air of intellectual beauty coupled with a bold spirit. The lady approached a man who appeared to be in his 30s, with ash-blonde eyebrows, bright blue eyes, and a not particularly deep-set visage. Commanding, darn eyes, informed Brew that the Golden Dream must return to port immediately. We are to set sail for the southeastern waters of Demir in 3 days. Captain, are we not heading to West Bairang to retrieve an artifact from the twilight of the Bairang dynasty? Darn eyes asked, not out of skepticism, but rather out of habit. The captain fell silent for a moment before responding. With your current knowledge, you cannot comprehend why I must act thus. Consider it a divine mandate. A divine mandate? What does that entail? Darn eyes swallowed hard, struggling to inquire. We are to intercept a vessel belonging to the Aurora Society and retrieve an important item from a cave on a small island, the captain declared. Meanwhile, as dusk descended, on one of the sailing warships belonging to the subordinate fleet, a strikingly beautiful lady sat within the captain's quarters, attentively listening to a pirate's report. This enchanting woman possessed long, crimson hair cascading down to her waist, and a pair of azure eyes reminiscent of tranquil lakes. Indeed, as you anticipated, the lunatics of the Aurora Society have brazenly breached the seal of the northern woods of Demir. The pirate, lowering his head, dared not meet the gaze of the exquisite lady seated before him. The last reckless individual who had done so had found himself bound and plunged into the depths of the sea. Ah, the Aurora Society members truly lack intellect. However, I must admit that I unwittingly assisted them significantly this time. It remains a mystery why the organization is so invested in this matter. The red-haired lady initially curled her lip in disdain, then commanded the pirate, should they confront us out of frustration for their fruitless search, send an envoy to apologize, and provide them with the coordinates of the southeastern isle where the actual treasure lies. Yes, remember to delay this for a day or two. If we reveal the correct location too soon, even the madmen will realize we are toying with them. Upon hearing this, the pirate visibly relaxed. The pressure from the Aurora Society's fanatics weighed heavily upon him, and having clarity on the matter was a relief. At 6 o'clock on the evening of July 7th, Abner and Hiu arrived at the stone platform in the western part of Demir, as per their appointment with Miss Gwen. Chapter 50, The Golden Dream. The so-called stone platform is a term referring to a deep water area along the western coast of Demir, named for a naturally flat rock formation in the vicinity. With its deep waters and scarce reefs, the location is quite secluded, making it a favored private harbor for numerous adventurers. Abner and Hiu did not wait long before spotting a 20-meter-long brigantine appearing in their line of sight, with Miss Gwen already standing at the bow, waving at them. Rather than waiting for a small boat to fetch them, Abner adjusted his hat, summoned a gust of wind beneath his feet, and soared onto the deck of the sailing vessel alongside Hiu. Ah, so you are a windbender. Gwen's eyes widened with awe at the sight. Although she had witnessed Abner's prowess that evening, the darkness had limited her understanding. Now, witnessing his ability to fly in broad daylight, her mind began to race with speculation. Today, Miss Gwen was clad in a white shirt and dark trousers, topped with a black vest, presenting a somewhat androgynous appearance. This was understandable, as a beautiful lady captain adorned in flamboyant attire would likely have to guard against her crew's unwelcome advances. After all, Miss Gwen was merely a Sequence 9, lacking the imposing strength to suppress any insubordination among her sailors, unlike the formidable Vice Admiral of Future Diseases. After exchanging brief pleasantries with her, Abner retreated to the guest quarters aboard the ship, leaving Hiu to continue the conversation. It seemed that the members of the Aurora Society were on a quest for an important artifact within the northern woods, thus breaching the seal. Yet, they appear to have found nothing. This all felt like a scheme to pin the blame on the lunatics of the Aurora Society. Moreover, that very evening, individuals from the Dusk Admiral had disembarked at Demir. The Dusk Admiral. Dusk. Was this the twilight of the Dusk Giant, or that of an unspeakable organization? Perhaps it could be both. It was not uncommon for such organizations to have spies within the upper echelons of various churches. As Abner pondered these clues, he suddenly realized that his progress in reasoning had surged forward dramatically. What was happening? Could it be that my deductions involve high-ranking entities, thus yielding significant feedback? Abner stood in astonishment. Having advanced to Sequence 8 through exceptional traits, he had effectively gained an additional Sequence 9 to contend with. Now, he estimated that within a week, he would have fully digested this knowledge. It wasn't merely about involving high-ranking entities. It was about the evidence. Clues that reasonably pertained to them during reasoning would yield feedback. Such a feat was likely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary reasoning student. Only with the aid of the pure white could he perceive the faint traces left by high-ranking entities and contemplate intelligence related to them under its veil. Having come to this realization, Abner settled back into his seat, recognizing this as the boon of his unique ability. Compared to Klein's audacity in Sequence 9 to divine the eternal sun, this was merely a basic operation for him, on a concealed isle to the northwest of Demir. A certain envoy of the Aurora Society coldly regarded the pirate before him. His expression was composed, but his tone was chilling as he inquired, "You claim you miscalculated?" The pirate trembled like a leaf, summoning immense willpower to resist fleeing immediately. Yet he stammered, "We were mistaken. It is not in Demir, but on a small island southeast of Demir. I know the exact coordinates. I hope that little girl from the Einhorn family has not deceived me. If so, even though she belongs to an angelic lineage and has a demigod backing her, we of the Aurora Society shall exact our vengeance." With these words, the envoy turned to his remaining compatriots and commanded, "Yes. Understood, esteemed envoy." On the afternoon of July 8th, the Arlenheim, captained by Miss Gwen, raised its sails and sped away in a frantic bid for escape. Just an hour prior, a large three-masted pirate vessel had set its sights on them. The Arlenheim was merely an antiquated sailing ship, unable to match the speed of steam-powered vessels under less than ideal sailing conditions. Were it not for the presence of a suspected windbender aboard, the crew would have capitulated long ago. Who were these pirates? Numerous enforcers had recently arrived in the waters near Demir. Did they not fear an encounter? Abner furrowed his brow, posing the question from the deck. He was not overly anxious, as even should the ship be sunk, he could escape underwater with the aid of a sea wind hat. However, he found himself without a viable plan, while the hat possessed water-related spells. The pirate ship was still too distant for him to cast effectively. Utilizing a steamship likely indicated a connection to certain trading companies, as only they would invest in pirates to undermine their competitors. Miss Gwen lamented her recent streak of misfortune. Nothing seemed to go right. At this moment, Hugh interjected, "Can we draw closer and engage in a boarding battle? I cannot take that risk. If they approach and open fire, the Arlenheim will be finished." Miss Gwen shook her head, her demeanor tinged with despair. All she could do was hope for a church vessel to fortuitously pass by. Before she could finish her thought, Abner keenly observed that the pursuing pirate ship seemed to be decelerating. What was happening? He levitated into the air with the wind at his feet, scanning the horizon, only to witness a magnificent, pure column of brilliant light hurtling towards them from the southern horizon, piercing through the pirate ship and creating a gaping hole nearly 5 meters in diameter. Then, as Gwen, Hugh, and Abner stood in stunned silence, a sleek and immaculate sailing vessel, reflecting golden hues in the sunlight, sped toward them at an astonishing pace. The Golden Dream. Gwen gazed dreamily at the ship, as if it had emerged from her fantasies, murmuring to herself. The Iceberg Admiral had always been her ultimate goal and aspiration. The Golden Dream? Was that just now the purification cannon? According to tales, it could only be fired 10 times before requiring 6 light priests to perform a ritual, beseeching the divine for replenishment of its spiritual essence. The Iceberg Admiral had actually fired a shot to save us? Abner was taken aback, but soon entertained thoughts. Perhaps the Knowledge Bender, known for flaunting their power, was indeed genuine? Nonetheless, the Golden Dream did not pause for their sake, but rather sailed past the Arlenheim, continuing its course northward. Abner sensed a curious gaze briefly appraising him from the vessel. On board the Golden Dream, Danny's perplexed voice inquired, "Captain, why do we divert to assist others in vanquishing pirates?" Meanwhile, in the city of Tingen, Klein was presently situated within the amber crystal chamber of the Divination Association, preparing to conduct a reading for a lady clad in a pale blue gown, whose demeanor was marked by melancholy and despondency. "Good day, Mr. Moretti." The woman in the pale blue dress seated herself. Klein gazed at his very first true client in his divination career and cautiously inquired, "Which divination method would you prefer to employ?" Chapter 51, Anomaly. Upon hearing Klein's question, Anna, with her exquisite eyes, hesitated for a few moments before ultimately deferring the decision to him. Klein pondered briefly, resting his elbows on the table's edge, clasping his hands before his mouth and nose. His gaze tranquil as he solemnly declared, "Let us utilize the astrological chart." He then proceeded to calculate using the name of Anna's fiancé, along with his physical characteristics, residence address, and date of birth, swiftly drawing up the astrological chart. At this juncture, the divination was effectively complete. However, Klein placed significant importance on this inaugural transaction. aspiring to build a good reputation for future endeavors. Thus, he picked up a fountain pen and inscribed a line in hermetic script on the paper, the condition of Joyce Meyer. He recited this phrase in his mind, memorizing the date of birth and other details inscribed on the paper, repeating it 7 times. After the 7th repetition, Klein grasped the sheet of paper and leaned back against the chair's backrest. In his mind, he envisioned a luminous orb, his eyes turning jet black as he swiftly entered a meditative state. The surroundings transformed into an ethereal realm, where intangible entities and illusory mists seemed to stretch infinitely above. He was employing the method of dream divination. Everything began to blur, as Klein found himself in a state of half-consciousness, half-daze. Then, the scene distorted and materialized. He beheld a young man with a hawk-like nose and golden hair, who was frantically swimming through a sea of blood, terror gripping him as he narrowly avoided being engulfed, ultimately managing to escape to the shore. The imagery shattered and transitioned, revealing a garden villa that looked strikingly familiar, accompanied by prominent signs adorning the buildings across the street. The golden-haired young man, now appearing deranged with bloodshot eyes, hid in a shadowy corner, fixated on the text of a sign, Divination Club. At that moment, the scene shifted again, and Klein found himself inside a majestic palace. The walls were crumbling and dilapidated, with some areas overrun by moss and weeds. Through the surrounding breaches, the towering peaks and nearly adjacent white clouds were visible. At the pinnacle of the palace stood a colossal chair carved from stone, inlaid with dim gemstones and gold, seemingly unfit for human use. This immense chair lay empty, marked with age, as if it had endured the ravages of time. Klein looked around in confusion, unable to comprehend why he dreamed of such a scene. His stupor began to fade as he instinctively moved towards the palace's exterior, seeking to ascertain his location. Suddenly, he felt a gaze upon him, an unsettling scrutiny from behind. Klein abruptly turned, facing the enormous stone chair, where he perceived what seemed to be a mass of transparent maggots entwined together, slowly writhing and growing unchecked. Gasp! Klein's eyes flew open as he emerged from the dream. He rubbed his forehead in bewilderment, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The initial dream was the result of the divination, but what of the subsequent visions? They seemed to be directed at me. He could ascertain that this was not merely a manifestation of his subconscious fears, for he was actively engaged in divination. Moreover, the foreboding results were alarming. Anna's fiancé was indeed outside the divination club, and, judging by his demeanor in the dream, it appeared he was poised to prey upon someone. No, his state is troubling. This is an extraordinary event. Klein's mind immediately formulated a judgment, prompting him to decisively alert the authorities. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door and stepped into the reception area, where he found Anna gazing out the window, entirely oblivious to the cup of red tea before her. "Ah, Mr. Moretti, have you reached a conclusion in your reading?" Upon catching sight of Klein, Anna hastily rose. What could this mean? Initially, Anna refuted in disbelief, but then, as if struck by a thought, she asked uncertainly, could it be that Joyce has gotten himself into some trouble? Once the commotion settled, he envisioned the luminous orb and began to recite in his mind, "It is dangerous for me to venture out now." After 7 iterations, Klein opened his eyes to see the amber crystal pendant spinning rapidly in a clockwise direction. This indicated that, indeed, venturing out now would pose considerable danger. Could it be that Anna's fiancé believed she was here at the club to engage in an affair with me? Therefore, he might attack me as well? What should I do? Klein rubbed his temples, gradually formulating a plan. After divining whether it would be dangerous for other women, excluding Anna, to step outside and receiving a negative response, Klein approached the front desk of the club, tapping lightly on the table to capture the attention of the lovely Angelica, who was leisurely engrossed in a magazine. "What is it, Mr. Moretti? Is the divination not going well?" The beautiful Angelica inquired with curiosity. "Goddess, is this truly happening?" Upon hearing this, Angelica gasped, dropping the magazine to the floor in shock. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Angelica stepped outside, while Klein took a seat at the front desk. This way, should Anna's fiancé burst in, it would be easier for him to intervene. Within the Blackthorn Security Company, Captain Dunsmith unfolded a decoded telegram on his desk, his expression turning grave after a brief glance. He rose and proceeded to the night watcher's lounge, summoning a green-eyed youth with a poetic demeanor. "Captain, what is the mission?" The poetically inclined young night watchman inquired with a smile. The youth, Leonard Mitchell, expressed astonishment. "It's him again. It seems he is always finding trouble." Inside the divination club, Klein glanced at the clock in the hall, estimating that the captain and his team should be nearby. He then stood and walked to the window on the second floor, facing the street, where he indeed spotted Leonard feigning interest in a newspaper at the roadside. At that moment, Klein felt a wave of disorientation. His seasoned instincts immediately informed him that the captain had pulled him into a dream state, so he steadied himself and focused ahead. Indeed, he saw Dunn's figure appear at the end of the corridor by the window. Klein hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired, concluding with, "I believe there is something amiss with Mr. Joyce. There may be others instigating him from behind." Dunn nodded in agreement, instructing, first, ascertain whether he is still below, and then descend with Anna to draw him out. After the dream dissipated, Klein performed another divination, confirming that Joyce remained outside. He then called upon Anna and the already returned, albeit curious, Angelica to accompany him downstairs. As they stepped through the entrance of the building housing the divination club, a figure suddenly emerged from an alleyway. It was the hawk-nosed young man with golden hair, his face contorted in rage, brandishing a handgun, poised to shoot at Klein and the two women. This rendered Anna and Angelica momentarily paralyzed with shock. Joyce! Anna had now recovered from her stupor, and upon recognizing the subdued figure, she gasped in disbelief. "Why would you be the one to attack me? Do you have any idea how worried I have been about you?" Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Yet the golden-haired youth, Joyce, continued to glare at her with bloodshot eyes. Had Leonard not restrained him, he might have lunged at his fiancée. Leonard then chuckled. "Sing? Allow me to recite a poem for him. Why be so impulsive? Is it not better to show kindness to one as beloved?" His grip remained firm, yet his expression shifted to one of tranquility and sorrow as his deep, resonant voice began to resonate. "Ah, the thread of fear, the crimson hope. At least one truth remains. This life flies swiftly. One truth prevails, while all else is mere deception. Once the blossoms have flourished, they will bid farewell to the world." The once ferocious visage of Joyce, subdued by Leonard, has transformed into one of serene tranquility. His bloodshot eyes gently close, and he succumbs to slumber. The latter shook his head and murmured, "I have not detected anyone influencing him. Perhaps they have already sensed something amiss and fled in advance." Meanwhile, after nearly 2 days at sea, Abner and his companions finally arrived at the diminutive island described by Miss Gwen. Standing at the bow of the ship, Abner gazed into the distance, contemplating the veracity of Miss Gwen's claims about the island's size. It spanned merely 2 or 3 miles, devoid of any vegetation, resembling not an island, but rather a massive reef. Such a minuscule landmass, amidst the vast ocean, appeared as a mere grain of sand in a desolate desert. Without a guide, even with coordinates, Abner doubted he could locate it swiftly. After instructing the sailors to anchor the Arlenheim in a nearby area free of hidden reefs, Abner, along with Rest and Miss Gwen, disembarked and quickly followed her lead to the rear of a colossal rock. Miss Gwen pointed to the ground beneath the rock, where distinct signs of sand and soil accumulation were evident, and said to Abner and Rest, "The cave is right here. After I narrowly escaped last time, I placed a straw mat over the entrance and covered it with some dirt." Confirming that no one else had been there, she removed the dirt-covered mat, revealing a pitch-black opening beneath. Miss Gwen glanced at Abner and, holding a gun in one hand and a lantern in the other, bravely ventured into the cave. Abner and Rest followed closely, one wielding a cane sword and the other brandishing a revolver, prepared for any unforeseen dangers. The cave sloped gently downward, not steep but treacherous enough that a careless misstep could lead to a tumble. The cavern was 4 to 5 meters high, still descending, but apart from the entrance. The other directions were shrouded in darkness, leaving their depths a mystery. To the left and straight ahead are several other passages, but they're dead ends, inhabited by some monsters, though I cleared them out during my last visit, Miss Gwen explained, gesturing toward the right. Only the right leads to a winding passage that descends further. However, I do not know where it leads. As we were ambushed by the dragon, I pythoned halfway through our last venture. Do you wish to explore the left or the front? Unbeknownst to Miss Gwen, Abner was already aware of their course of action, prompting her inquiry. Exchanging glances with Rest, Abner smiled and shook his head, responding, "Let's first deal with the dragon-eye python. My primary purpose for coming here is to secure the main material for the Keeper of Knowledge. The rest is of little consequence. Then follow me. But be cautious. That beast excels in ambush tactics, and it may already be lurking in the shadows, watching us." With that, Miss Gwen carefully made her way towards the right at about 2 o'clock. After approximately half an hour of traversing the cave, The trio reached the edge of a cavern surrounded by thick stone walls, with a passage approximately 2 meters high and 4 to 5 meters wide spiraling downward. Abner refrained from imparting any lofty philosophies. Had it been his friend who had perished, he too would be consumed by rage. At this moment, the best way to assist her was to aid in her quest for vengeance. Continuing forward for another 10 minutes or so, Abner was suddenly enveloped by a haunting, ethereal cry. The sound was both melancholic and piercing, instantly saturating the passage. It possessed a haunting beauty, yet was chilling to the bone, penetrating the very soul. Abner froze in place, his mind inundated with a cacophony of information, akin to an overburdened server that had reached its limit and crashed. Fortunately, he was accustomed to such states while using the pure white eye to analyze objects, allowing him to swiftly recover and activate it. At that moment, a massive azure serpent's tail swiftly emerged from the passage, whipping through the air and aiming for Abner, who had just regained his composure. With a resounding crack, Abner activated the powers of the sea wind hat, generating a fierce gust of wind that served as a shield, clashing against the serpent's tail. The tail rebounded, and the lurking monster could no longer conceal itself, revealing its formidable form to Abner and his companions. Before them lay a colossal python measuring over 10 meters in length, its body adorned with tough scales, and its molten eyes, vertically slit, coldly fixated on the trio. Miss Gwen and Rest, now regaining their composure, gripped their weapons warily, casting apprehensive glances at the enormous serpent. Meanwhile, Abner quietly exhaled in relief. The prior clash, though seemingly equal, had involved one side executing a calculated ambush, while the other merely reacted in haste, revealing a significant disparity. This gigantic python, despite its formidable size, was merely of sequence 7. With this realization, Abner continued to utilize the pure white eye to discern its weaknesses while adjusting his sea wind hat to conjure dozens of wind blades that sliced toward the dragon-eye python. Even with its protective scales, the creature was unable to withstand the onslaught of the wind blades, suffering numerous lacerations that elicited a pained roar. Its cold demeanor replaced with sheer fury. In its battle against the wind blades, its defense proved inferior to that of the earthbound spirit left behind by his father in a simple house in the St. George district of Beekland. In a frenzied state, the dragon-eye python retaliated, striking at the trio's position with its tail and manipulating the blood flowing from its wounds into tendrils that lashed out like whips. At that moment, Abner deactivated the pure white eye, having successfully pinpointed the creature's vulnerable spot, and he concentrated a wind blade to strike forcefully at the section of scales beneath the python's neck. With a sharp exclamation, the vital point struck. A flicker of fear flashed in the python's human-like eyes, and it began to shrink, attempting to flee. Witnessing this, Abner drew his cane sword and hurled it into the air, calling out Rest. Understanding the unspoken cue, Rest leaped into action, catching the cane sword midair. With the wind's assistance bestowed by Abner, she deftly landed on the python's neck. Skillfully dodging the blood tendrils that Abner could not control in time, Rest reversed her grip on the cane sword and plunged it deep into the creature's vital spot. At the moment the sword penetrated, the once vibrant gaze of the dragon-eye python dimmed, its scales began to shed, and its massive form began to dehydrate and wither. In mere seconds, its colossal body crashed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, its life force rapidly diminished, its spirit disintegrating at an alarming rate, and its body continued to contract. As the serpent collapsed, Rest, thanks to the extraordinary coordination and balance bestowed by her enchanted artifact, landed gracefully on the cavern floor. After a brief moment of vigilance, Abner confirmed that the dragon-eye python was indeed dead, and he cautiously approached to extract its pair of eyes, placing them into a prepared tin box. In truth, the analytical prowess of these eyes was the python's most formidable attribute. Regrettably, its intellect was lacking, and it possessed no education, rendering its potential for analysis virtually non-existent. With the primary materials for the Keeper of Knowledge finally assembled, all that remained was for the reasoning students to digest the findings. And then he would ascend to sequence 7. Since that fateful day when her companion was slain, this lady had exhibited remarkable fortitude, never once wavering in her quest for vengeance, even amidst numerous adversities encountered along the way. At this moment, having avenged her great grievance, she could no longer suppress the torrent of emotions surging within her. Both sorrow and elation ultimately erupted forth, although she had contributed little in the battle. Witnessing the demise of the colossal python that had claimed her friend's life was sufficient consolation. Abner and Hiu remained silent, methodically gathering the remains of the dragon-eye python as she vented her feelings. Aside from its pair of eyes, its scales and skin were also of considerable value. After a considerable time, Miss Gwen managed to compose herself, wiping away her tears, and sheepishly remarked, "I apologize for my display." "Not at all. I can empathize with your sentiments." Abner waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to linger on the topic. Instead, he retrieved the serpent skin he had just flayed, stating, "This is the spoils I promised you during the notarization." Although the dragon-eye python had been immense in life, it had shrunk significantly upon death, and the skin he successfully removed measured only 2 meters in length. In simpler terms, it was a rather lackluster prize. "Thank you." Miss Gwen paused, seemingly taken aback. Before accepting it, recognizing the importance of materials that could aid in her advancement, she felt a pang of guilt for her lack of contribution. Well then, having concluded matters here, let us press on to discover where this passage leads. In response to Abner's suggestion, both women nodded in agreement, and they resumed their journey, descending further along the winding corridor. In less than 10 minutes, the trio arrived at the end of the passage, which opened into a large pool approximately 5 meters in diameter. Beside the pool lay a nest, filled with a plethora of human debris, evidently remnants left behind by previous adventurers who had met their demise. Abner surveyed the nest, noting it was cluttered with tattered clothing, ordinary weapons such as swords and firearms, and numerous backpacks. However, his attention was drawn to a deep red, jelly-like object resting on a stone platform in the depths of the nest, accompanied by a blue, water-like entity reminiscent of a jellyfish. That must be the extraordinary traits of Jones and Roy. They were my companions once, one a sailor, the other a hunter. Regrettably, both fell victim to that monstrous python, Miss Gwen lamented. It is worth noting that even Hiu, a second-generation extraordinary individual, only became aware of the existence of extraordinary traits after encountering him. Chapter 53, The Shipwreck. The knowledge of extraordinary traits and the closely related law of the immortality of extraordinary traits, as well as the law of conservation of extraordinary traits, belong to the realm of advanced understanding. It is no surprise that Hiu, who had yet to join the Tarot Society in the original narrative, nor even Darn Eyes, who had been with the Iceberg General for so long, were unaware of such concepts. Yet here stood Miss Gwen, a novice wild, extraordinary individual, accurately naming the extraordinary traits, which was quite intriguing. Upon hearing Abner's words, Miss Gwen's expression turned somewhat bewildered, and after a lengthy pause, she nervously inquired, "Is it strange to know about extraordinary traits? This indicates you possess a lineage of mysticism. If your knowledge is not derived from legitimate sources, do refrain from displaying it in front of strangers. Otherwise, should you encounter malicious individuals, you may find yourself in peril," Abner advised her. At this moment, Hiu cast a perplexed glance at Abner, as if questioning his authority to make such a statement. Abner feigned ignorance to Hiu's teasing, feeling somewhat aggrieved. When he first crossed over, his guard was not as high, and faced with her and the other protagonists from the original work, he inevitably felt a degree of familiarity, leading him to divulge more information than prudent. Once Miss Gwen grasped Abner's intent, she breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "I trust you both. The reason I am so drawn to adventure, and why I became an extraordinary individual, is due to a notebook I stumbled upon in my childhood. This notebook not only contained a wealth of mystical knowledge, but also included recipes for warrior sequence potions. At the end of the notebook, the author mentioned this cave, expressing a desire to embark on an adventure here. I wonder if any of his belongings are among this debris." Abner nodded thoughtfully at her words, then approached the pile of debris in the nest, casually inquiring while rummaging through some of the bags, "Who authored that notebook? Does it contain any autobiographical notes?" Upon hearing this, Abner halted his actions, furrowing his brow as he retorted, "Descendants of the giants from the Quaternary? What did he describe?" While the signs of the Seven Gods Alliance in the Pale Disaster were evident, such knowledge would not be accessible to lower-tier individuals or ordinary folk. The author of the notebook must have been at least a mid-tier power. Yet, there were no remnants here that matched his identity. Had they been taken by later individuals? Or had he never perished here? Or perhaps this cave holds deeper secrets. Despite having formed a decision in his mind, Abner did not hasten to plunge into the water. He had just fought a battle and needed to regain his spiritual vitality before continuing the adventure. Moreover, this was an opportune moment to distribute their current spoils. After tallying the items from the nest, the three discovered several ordinary weapons, 22 gold coins, 50 pounds in cash, and 2 extraordinary traits of Sequence 9. Abner and Hugh deliberated and decided to each take the extraordinary traits of the hunter and sailor, while the cash and gold coins would serve as the outstanding guide fee for Miss Gwen. As for the ordinary weapons, they held no utility for Abner and Hugh, and lacking the manpower to carry them, they generously offered them to Miss Gwen, who found her newly recruited crew in dire need of weaponry. Miss Gwen raised no objections. After all, she had contributed little in the previous battle, and receiving such an abundance of weapons was a most unexpected delight. In Tingen, within the Blackthorn Security Company, Miss Anna's fiancé, Joyce Meyer, had returned to normal after regaining consciousness, yet he was unable to shake off the memories of his former madness, engulfed in deep regret and guilt. Fortunately, Miss Anna's feelings for him remained steadfast, and she did not cast blame, instead showering him with gentle comfort. At this juncture, Klein, who had not participated in the interrogation, curiously inquired of Dunn, "What do you make of it?" Dunn, clad in a black trench coat without a hat, glanced at him and casually handed over a piece of paper, saying, "Take a look at this wanted notice. Ah, it seems a particularly vicious and cruel, extraordinary individual has entered Tingen." Klein took the notice and was immediately struck by the sketch accompanying it. The subject bore a round face, exuding an aura of warmth combined with a hint of shyness, appearing to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Triss, suspected extraordinary individual, preliminarily assessed as a Sequence 8 instigator, possibly affiliated with the Knowledge Association and the perpetrator of the Clover incident. Witnesses confirm he departed from Inmat Harbor and subsequently arrived in Tingen, whereabouts currently unknown. Triss, Clover, could it indeed be an extraordinary individual's doing? Klein suddenly recalled the vision from the afternoon's dream divination, where Joyce was seen swimming in a sea of blood. This instigator had intended to masquerade as the hero who saved the Clover, yet somehow exposed his true colors, leading many who had fought alongside him to identify him as the true culprit. Regrettably, at that moment, no extraordinary team was present, and ordinary police were unable to prevent his escape. Dunn, with his gray eyes devoid of emotion, added, "So he made a direct escape to Tingen?" Not directly. He had committed numerous crimes prior at Inmat Harbor. Most of those who testified against him were coerced into murdering their loved ones under his influence. Dunn responded after a moment of silence. In that case, was Joyce also? Klein posed the question, but his mind began to wander elsewhere. Could this instigator be playing a role? Yet wasn't the massacre he had orchestrated enough to satisfy his appetite for potion consumption? Why continue instigating murders? This matter was indeed perplexing. Logically, two ordinary individuals would find it challenging to uncover the flaws of an instigator. Once Mr. Meyer has regained his mental stability tomorrow, have him cooperate with you for a dream divination. Understood, Captain. Klein nodded in agreement. Wait, you should go with old Neil as well. This will serve as part of your training. Dunn contemplated for a moment before adding. Certainly. Klein nodded once more, then continued to gaze at the captain, awaiting his further instructions. Just a moment longer. I shall send a telegram to Dolly, requesting her to inform you of the necessary auxiliary medications. Deep within the island's cave, Abner, having nearly restored his spiritual energy, resolved to explore what lay at the bottom of the pool. This time, he intended to venture alone, leaving Miss Gwen and Hugh behind, as neither possessed the ability to navigate freely underwater. In the event of danger, their chances of escape would be severely limited. Abner nodded to the two ladies who remained behind, adjusted his sea breeze hat, and leaped into the water. Thanks to the extraordinary items lent to him by his mentor, he was equipped with abilities such as night vision, underwater breathing, freedom of movement, and pressure resistance, allowing him to breathe effortlessly and swim swiftly within the depths of the pool. The passage was not long. After merely 2 minutes of swimming, he entered an expansive cavern. This cavern was largely devoid of anything but seawater, resembling more of a trench than a cave. As Abner surveyed his surroundings, he discovered a large, ancient sailing ship resting at the bottom. Could this be the object that Miss Gwen's notes indicated the giant sought? Abner pondered as he swiftly swam toward the sunken vessel. However, upon nearing the ship, a rust-stained suit of armor on the deck unexpectedly rose to its feet, brandishing a radiant greatsword that had swung down toward Abner. Though Abner felt a pang of regret, there was no time to dwell on such matters. Seizing the moment afforded by the destruction of his staff sword, he activated his pure white eye, which swiftly unraveled the nature of his adversary. It became clear that the luminous greatsword was the true entity, while the armor merely served as a puppet for its movements. This was an extraordinary artifact possessing the characteristics of life. Chapter 54. The Key. Confronting this living artifact was neither entirely difficult nor exceedingly simple. Success hinged upon identifying its limitations and restricting its actions, as it was not a true creature. With his expertise and analysis afforded by the pure white eye, Abner chose not to engage in a direct confrontation with the armored figure wielding the greatsword. Instead, he utilized the water manipulation ability of his sea breeze hat to create turbulent currents, propelling the armor toward the hull of the sunken ship. Although the vessel appeared to have been lying dormant for countless years, the pure white eye revealed numerous magical traps and powerful seals scattered throughout. Recklessly approaching them could result in dire consequences. The living greatsword was evidently aware of this as well. As it struggled to maneuver the armor away from the ship's magical inscriptions, albeit with little success against the relentless water currents. Just as it seemed the armor would collide with the vessel, it suddenly hurled the greatsword away, and almost simultaneously, the already rusted armor shattered into dust. Dissolving into the seawater, Abner paid no heed to the fate of the armor. The moment the greatsword was cast, he deftly maneuvered through the water to reach its side and grasp the hilt. The instant he made contact, he felt his hand being assimilated by a peculiar metal. If he did not act swiftly to detach himself, he feared he would soon become another suit of armor, a puppet for this sword. Fortunately, Abner had anticipated such a scenario during his earlier analysis, and without hesitation, he activated the pure white eye once more. The suppression from his elevated status immediately interrupted the process of assimilation. In that moment, he sensed a flicker of reverence emanating from the greatsword. If only I were a learned scholar capable of emulating the powers of the Path of the Reaper, perhaps I could engage in meaningful discourse with it, he mused. Recalling the amicable exchange between Klein and the writhing hunger in the original text, contemplating the possibility of adopting a similar approach in the future. At that moment, perhaps sensing the overwhelming pressure of Abner's elevated status, or perhaps intimidated by his mischievous smile, the radiant greatsword abruptly dimmed, retracting all its light. Its once brilliant blade now dull and marred by rust. Such living entities indeed know when to cower, though they appear not overly intelligent. Abner chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement, then tore a sleeve from his attire to wrap around the sword before deactivating the pure white eye. This arrangement held little significance for the greatsword. However, what it truly feared was the pure white eye, for it lacked the wisdom to deduce that Abner could not maintain the suppression indefinitely. Thus, upon the closure of the pure white eye, it refrained from retaliating immediately. Seeing the sword momentarily subdued, Abner breathed a sigh of relief. Had it remained unruly, he would have had no choice but to destroy it upon the ship's magical inscriptions. Grasping the sword swathed in fabric, Abner was propelled by the currents to the deck of the sunken ship. This deck was precisely where the armor had once stood, and under the scrutiny of the pure white eye, it was the only part of the vessel devoid of magical traps and seals. If my deductions hold true, this deck must have once been protected by seals that were subsequently destroyed, and the culprit was none other than this greatsword. Or rather, the progeny of the fourth epic giant before it became this sword. Examining the traces surrounding the deck, Abner gradually formed a hypothesis. After the progeny of the giant mentioned in Miss Gwyn's notes arrived here, it attempted to dismantle the seals on the deck, but ultimately fell victim to the remaining inscriptions, which unleashed deadly spells due to its insufficient power. After its demise, the extracted extraordinary characteristics, through the passage of time, evolved into this sword-shaped sealed object, while its original corpse likely became integrated into that suit of armor. As for the other remnants of the giant's progeny, they probably scattered throughout this cavern, consumed by various creatures, thus giving rise to the myriad extraordinary monsters encountered in the previous cave. Reflecting upon the downward passage, Abner speculated that the connection between the two caverns might have been forged by the dragon-eyed python. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he turned his gaze back to the sunken ship, although he remained unaware of what lay within its hull. The multitude of protective measures suggested it was not a trivial matter. Regrettably, I am currently unable to access it, he lamented internally. According to my deductions, the giant's progeny that perished here should have been a Sequence 6 Dawn Knight, if even it fell victim to the ship's traps. What hope would I have as a Sequence 8? Even with the pure white eye's ability to analyze the flaws in the seals, I lack the capacity to dismantle them. Moreover, there might exist demigod-level powers within that cabin. Casting a final wistful glance at the sunken vessel, Abner relinquished any lingering desire for unattainable rewards and turned back toward the cavern from whence he came. He was well aware of the dangers that exceeded his capabilities and would not act recklessly. In contrast, Miss Gwyn displayed little reaction, merely considering it a tale of adventure, as she lacked the ability to dive to such depths. Hugh furrowed her brows in concern, exclaiming, "Abner, that sword is perilous. You must discover a suitable method of sealing it." Unaware of Abner's elevated status, she remained wary of the greatsword. Miss Gwyn regarded the sword wrapped in fabric, pondering that it might belong to the previous owner of her notes, and inquired, "Mr. Abner, do you suppose it is still alive? Has it perhaps been given a name?" Bestowing a name could, in a sense, signify a form of rebirth for that giant's progeny. Abner regarded her with surprise before responding with a smile. "It has an affinity for sunrises. Let us call it the Sword of Dawn." Name: Sword of Dawn. Sealing method: to be placed within a container of non-biological material, accompanied by a ritual invoking the powers of the Grim Reaper or the realms of darkness for confinement. Description: the object manifests as a large sword, marred by rust, which, once its activity is heightened, glimmers with radiance. This item is imbued with the extraordinary essence of a deceased Dawn Knight, possessing characteristics of vitality. Analysis reveals that upon contact with this object, one will gradually be assimilated into a suit of armor under its control. Should the user disengage from the item before full armorization, they will slowly revert to their original state. However, once the armorization is complete, the transformation becomes irreversible, rendering them a puppet of the object. This item can be utilized, but necessitates a ritual bath in the morning light the day after usage. Its blade is sharp and resilient, each strike purifying malevolence. It can actively summon a storm of light once a day, devastating the vicinity, annihilating corporeal beings, and vanquishing vengeful spirits. It can coalesce a weightless full-body armor upon the surface of the user. The above constitutes the analysis report of the Pure White Eye. In the early hours of July 9th, Abner and his companions departed from the small island, and shortly after embarking, the golden-hued ship, the Golden Dream, glimmered under the sun as it arrived. Notorious pirates, such as Flame Darnayes and the floral bowtie-clad Yoder-san, leaped from the deck, making their way to the cave entrance behind the stone hill. Following them was the strikingly beautiful and poised Ice Mountain General, Edwina Edwards, who appeared to have sustained a minor injury, her shoulder wrapped in bandages adorned with mysterious patterns. "That thing is still down there." Edwina closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, then spoke with assured conviction. Upon seeing the captain's determination, the others refrained from further persuasion, and they swiftly arrived at the edge of the water pool at the cave's deepest point. After a preliminary examination of the traces left by Abner and his companions, Edwina, accompanied by Darnayes and Yoder-san, utilized an underwater action charm to plunge into the depths, ultimately locating the perilous sunken ship. What appeared to be an insurmountable magical trap to Abner posed no obstacle for Edwina. After a brief analysis, she skillfully dismantled most of the seals and traps on the deck and hull, opening the cabin door. However, she halted her progress upon discovering that the interior was inscribed with demigod-level runes. Faced with such divine power, even the Ice Mountain General dared not act recklessly without proper preparation. Yet, at this juncture, she could discern the nature of the object concealed within the cabin. Darnayes craned his neck, peering intently, and beheld a massive black iron key, one that had languished in seawater for countless years, yet bore no signs of rust. On the morning of July 9th, Klein paced restlessly in his home, seemingly lost in contemplation. His footsteps silent, he circled repeatedly, finally exhaling a long breath, his expression transforming into one of exhilaration. He then muttered, "Fool of an era gone by, you are the mysterious sovereign above the mists, the king of black and yellow who wields fortune." Chapter 55, The First Encounter. After solidifying the title to which he aspired, Klein recalled the events of that morning when he visited the Blackthorn Security Company to conduct a dream divination for Mr. Meyer. At that time, he and Old Neil had nearly reconstructed the true nature of the Clover incident. However, despite Mr. Meyer's cooperation and Old Neil's assurance that the divination results were unobstructed, Klein felt an unsettling dissonance with the images revealed during the divination. Step by step, he abruptly halted, a revelation striking him. If we posit that Mr. Meyer and his associates indeed discerned a flaw in Triss, and my inability to divine it stems from either an insufficient sequence or external interference, then perhaps a shift in environment is warranted, one that is more enigmatic and incomprehensible. Klein's spirit invigorated. He opened a drawer and retrieved a silver dagger. He concentrated, allowing his spiritual essence to flow from the dagger's tip, merging with the surrounding nature. As he moved, a wall of spirituality gradually enveloped the entire bedroom. Klein intended to divine above the mists, to probe that mysterious realm. Amidst the boundless and nebulous gray-white fog, within the majestic ancient temple, Klein's figure sat at the head of a bronze-long table. Before him lay a freshly materialized piece of parchment. He picked up a round-bellied steel pen and, following previous attempts, inscribed the divination statement. Joyce Meyer discovered that Tris Flaw is influenced by extraordinary factors. Grasping the pendulum, he let the pendant dangle, allowing his spirit to swiftly settle into tranquility and clarity. With half-closed eyes, he recited the divination statement 7 times, aligning his essence with the spiritual realm that transcends all. Sensing a gentle tug from the silver chain, Klein opened his eyes to behold the pendulum. What he witnessed left him momentarily speechless. The yellow crystal pendant was rotating clockwise. This indicated that Joyce indeed discovered Tris Flaw under the guidance of extraordinary factors. This contradicted the divination results gleaned by Klein and old Neil in the outside world. Klein carefully set down the yellow crystal pendant, pinching his brow in curiosity. After a few moments of contemplation, he inscribed a new divination statement. Joyce Meyer discovered the true cause of Tris being the real culprit of the tragedy. Holding the paper, he recited it 7 times, leaning back against the chair, and fell into slumber above the mists. Soon, he beheld an expanse of boundless, ethereal gray-white fog. The mists slowly parted, unveiling a passenger ship traversing the ocean. As the scene zoomed in, the perspective entered the ship's lowest hold. Klein strained to see, only to witness a young man clad in uniform, donning a triangular hat and copper-framed glasses, suddenly point at a round-faced youth amidst the scrutiny of Joyce and the captain. Then, without hesitation, fired 6 shots in rapid succession. The round-faced youth attempted to retreat into the shadows, only to be intercepted and shot dead by a petite girl beside the young man. At that moment, the cabin scene before him collapsed and shattered into fragments. Within the grand temple, Klein abruptly straightened his back, feeling his heart race inexplicably. He felt as though he had glimpsed something horrifying. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions, he began to ponder. That round-faced youth was undoubtedly Tris. I've seen his photograph. But why was he shot? Could it be that what I just witnessed was not reality, but some form of illusion or dream? And this illusion or dream must influence reality, which is why Joyce and the captain, having witnessed the truth within it, suddenly perceived Tris Flaw. Tris likely became alarmed due to being killed within that illusion or dream, prompting him to prematurely halt the tragedy, preventing the potion from being fully consumed. As thoughts swirled, Klein gradually found his composure. Regardless of how frightening the place he sought to explore may be, from the fragments of imagery thus far, the man and woman who killed Tris within the illusion were not villains. In fact, their actions likely spared many lives in the Clover incident. They appeared as though they were navigating a dreamscape. While Klein delved into the truth of the Clover incident, Abner, aboard the returning Allenheim, suddenly sensed the pure white eye activating autonomously, conveying some information to him. This unbidden activation had become rare since Abner ascended to the reader level, only manifesting in response to mental attacks or curses. Thus, he solemnly attuned to the information transmitted from his golden finger, instantly left in a daze. The Source Fortress is divining me? Klein is investigating the truth behind the Clover incident? But what does this have to do with me? Until this moment, Abner had only just come to the realization that his actions within the 7th layer of the Dream Labyrinth Tower had indeed influenced reality. Furthermore, his previous analysis of the gray mist had inadvertently forged a subtle connection between the pure white eye and the Source Fortress. Deep down, his subconscious had not rejected this linkage due to a trust in the Fool, which is why the pure white eye did not obstruct it, allowing Klein to glean some results through divination. After deducing the cause and effect based on the information provided by the pure white eye, Abner resolutely began to mentally resist this connection, hoping that the pure white eye would receive his intent and sever the link. While he certainly aspired to become a member of the Tarot Society, he believed that the connection to the Source Fortress could be anything but his most relied upon advantage. Should the Celestial Sovereign truly awaken in the future and contend with Klein for the secrets, having the pure white eye as a covert backup would undoubtedly assist Mr. Fool more readily, wouldn't it? Fortunately, the connection established through the analysis was not profound, and Abner soon received feedback indicating that the pure white eye had indeed shielded it. After exhaling a sigh of relief, Abner began to reflect earnestly. It seemed imperative to join the Tarot Society without delay. Klein rarely resorted to divining the Tarot Society members unless necessary, preferring instead to exchange intelligence. The stature of the Source Fortress was too elevated, and its divination capabilities were exceedingly formidable. Even though Abner had confidence in his external assistance, he could not guarantee that it would consistently shield him from the Source Fortress's perception. It appeared that he must hasten to enhance his own strength. From previous experiences, it was clear that the stronger he became, the more potent the abilities exhibited by the pure white eye. Having grown familiar with it through numerous battles fought side by side, Abner resolved to procure some materials from his collection to complete the sealing of the Sword of Dawn. Mr. Gaston listened with a mix of amusement and exasperation to Abner's bold request. He was not stingy with those materials, but reminded him, the power effects from the dark that one prays for through rituals to the God of Knowledge are generally not very effective and may very well fail to seal that object. You might not believe me, but the God of Knowledge does seem to have a certain favoritism towards me. The effects of my rituals are astonishingly good, although they may not rival the blessings of the goddess. They are more than sufficient for sealing an item of sequence 6 caliber. After some internal grumbling, Abner sincerely thanked Mr. Gaston for his advice, then extracted a considerable amount of brass from his collection and had it fashioned into a sword case by a blacksmith. He then conducted a ritual to endow the brass sword case with the sealing power of the dark domain before solemnly placing the Sword of Dawn inside it. Once the Sword of Dawn was sealed, Abner and Hiu proceeded to purchase tickets for a ship bound for Inmatport. With the commission completed and the main materials for the potion located, it was time to leave the island. Their journey was far from over. Chapter 56. On board the ship. This was her first venture into the sea, and the experience was undeniably thrilling and memorable. What are you thinking? Abner asked with a smile upon noticing her lost in thought. I was reflecting on how ever since I met you, I seem to encounter extraordinary events, making my life feel surreal, Hiu replied, not out of complaint, but rather with a profound understanding of how her current exhilarating life starkly contrasted with her former monotonous work in arbitration and notarization. This is just the beginning. Once you become a Tarot Society's Judgment Mississippi. No, it won't even take that long. Once you meet Miss Justice of the Firs, those days will be truly exhilarating, investigating the science of the evil god, occasionally keeping an eye on the King of Angels, and even participating in the hunting of demigods. In comparison, my experiences pale in insignificance. Abner silently scoffed at this, yet maintained a smile as he asked, do you not enjoy adventure? The truth is not particularly significant. What matters is strength. If the other party were a demigod at this moment, he could elucidate the entire situation in a heartbeat. I am quite familiar with Inmatport. It is hardly an adventure upon arrival, Hiu retorted, regaining some of her spirit. Look at the ticket in your hand. Recite the name of the passenger ship we are about to board, and you will realize that our journey into adventure has not concluded. Abner waved the ticket, implying, the white agate, Hiu exclaimed, her eyes widening after glancing at the ticket. The protagonist of the biography she had read within the Dream Labyrinth Tower had indeed become the captain of the White Agate by the end of the story. This is rather uncanny. Could the tower truly influence one's fate? Otherwise, what accounts for such a coincidence? Hiu remarked incredulously. It is most likely that, while providing us with the information we yearn for, it is inherently based on our own circumstances, Abner speculated. This also aligns with the high-tier capabilities of the White Tower path. Ah. So you suggest that Miss Sherman may possibly cross paths with me in the future? It seems you had your suspicions back then, Abner, Hiu realized suddenly. What do you think I might acquire from Captain Erlin? Hiu pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps a clue regarding another main material you require, or information concerning your father's case? Abner replied, uncertainly. That Erlin should also be associated with the Ninth Bureau. Yet merely as an outer member, he ought to be unaware of high-level affairs. However, one can never be too sure. Hiu clearly contemplated these possibilities, appearing unfazed as she looked at Abner. You truly know my background. The teacher even addressed you as Miss Dear at that time. How could I not uncover it? Abner shrugged. I always felt you were aware all along. Hiu paused before continuing. My father's injustice is related to the military, isn't it? Though not entirely accurate. It was close enough. While thinking this, Abner countered, what led you to that conclusion? You had hinted at it several times before. It was just that your subtlety eluded my attention. But regarding Erlin, I have read his biography's first half and know his sole background is military. And you suspect he might possess information about my father's case. Hiu's eyes sparkled, feeling closer to the truth than ever. Could it be? My father discovered the military's involvement in the cult's human trafficking, and thus was framed? Hiu inquired, gazing at Abner. Not wishing to deceive her, Abner could only remain silent. Seeing his reaction, Hiu felt a twinge of disappointment. It seems my guess was incorrect. The truth is likely even more astonishing than I imagined, to the point where you cannot even speak of it. That is because we are too weak, Abner sighed after a moment, then added, we must become demigods. Only by attaining that level can we have some leverage in this matter. Demigods can have leverage? Hiu appeared momentarily bewildered, but her expression soon hardened with determination. The White Agate was a steamship that retained its sails. Its size was remarkably vast compared to humans, reportedly capable of accommodating hundreds of passengers. As soon as they stepped onto the deck, before even entering the cabin, Abner caught a glimpse of a familiar figure weaving through the crowd towards him. A well-known voice rang out. Abner from afar. I thought it was you. What a surprise. How did you end up here, Demir? Traveling with your shooting instructor? I see. You haven't changed a bit. The person who spoke in a tone reminiscent of provocation was none other than the well-known second-generation police officer, Atreus. Of course, he was no longer a police officer now that he had run away from home. Abner assessed his attire and demeanor, pondering for a moment before replying. I have previously met Miss Gwen. She is faring far better than you. Both having run away from home, the difference between having a plan and lacking one was vast. Though this remark was unflattering, Atreus surprisingly perked up, smirking, I will surely surpass her in the future. What are you doing now? Have you become an adventurer? Abner asked curiously. Becoming an adventurer is not as simple as it seems. Without funds, one cannot even afford a ticket. Atreus vented her frustration, then partially turned her body to indicate another spot on the deck, saying, I am currently serving as a temporary bodyguard, tasked with protecting my employer's family on their journey to Inmat Harbor. Abner followed her gaze and spotted a group of 8 individuals gathered together, led by a gentleman in the prime of his life, his cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling with vitality. Adorned in a double-breasted formal coat that showcased a gold chain of a pocket watch and a gem-encrusted lapel pin. Beside him stood a lady wearing a wide-brimmed round hat, her face entirely concealed by a draping deep blue veil, her figure notably elegant. In front of them stood 3 children, 1 large and 2 small. The eldest, a boy around 10 years of age, was attired in a well-fitted tailcoat, his youthful visage already displaying hints of handsome charm. The 2 younger ones, twins who appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old, wore matching dresses, their adorable smiles revealing dimples that enhanced their cuteness. Surrounding them were 3 servants, 1 man and 2 women, all clad in servant attire, with the 2 maids possessing a distinctly reddish-brown complexion, indicative of southern continental descent. Is it just you guarding all these people? Abner inquired casually. Atreus shrugged her shoulders and replied, After all, it's merely a short journey. Moreover, it is curious. There are many adventurers aboard this ship, most of whom have notable reputations, so safety should be assured. Common pirates would hardly dare to assault this vessel. Hearing this, Abner felt a flicker of curiosity, for he had noticed shortly after boarding that many passengers were dressed in practical and efficient clothing, predominantly in white shirts, black vests, dark trousers, and sturdy leather boots, all indicative of adventurers, each exuding sharp gazes and composed demeanors. Initially, he had assumed this style was a recent overseas trend, but it now appeared that they truly were adventurers. Are you wondering why so many adventurers are traveling on the same ship? At that moment, a somewhat teasing voice suddenly emerged from behind Abner. He frowned slightly, feeling that the level of familiarity today was perhaps a bit excessive. Nevertheless, he turned to see who had spoken. The voice belonged to a youthful man with short golden hair styled in a side part, his emerald eyes focused and earnest. Noticing he had garnered attention, the young man's lips curled into a warm smile as he said, I know the reason, but I shan't tell you. Well, what a delightful way to deliver the most infuriating of remarks. Abner mused, feeling his composure elevate. Meanwhile, Atreus, utterly impressed, exclaimed, Brother, you are quite remarkable. Since I began my adventures at sea, my temper has improved significantly. How did you recognize me? Anderson, initially taken aback, soon donned a look of realization and remarked, Of course, I'm the strongest hunter under the demigods, so it is only natural you would recognize me. This is exceedingly theatrical. If I could overpower you, I would certainly have offered you a set of Huanggong's secret papers to ensure your next half-year would not be lonely. While Abner silently ridiculed, he maintained a stoic expression and nodded. Since you are Anderson, it is clear to me why these adventurers have gathered. Someone must have summoned you all, yes? According to the original text, the one who summoned them likely sought to explore the ruins of the Divine War. Regrettably, apart from Anderson, the rest had met their demise. Chapter 57, Anderson's Message. Abner imitated Anderson's earlier demeanor, smiling. "I won't tell you." Anderson's expression faltered momentarily before he sighed. "When did people like you start possessing the talents of a hunter?" Noting the implication behind his words, Abner raised an eyebrow and retorted, "People like us? Is he targeting me specifically?" He seems to be another lackey of the knowledge church. "Oh, why the word also?" "Indeed, you and that old prophet are quite similar, both rather charlatan-like." Anderson emphasized the word prophet. "If you have something to say, please just say it." Abner, unwilling to continue the cryptic exchange, made his intention clear. Primarily, it was evident that Anderson lacked the talent for covert communication. His previous demeanor was more suspicious than straightforward. Anderson cast Abner a placating glance, then surveyed their surroundings before addressing the others. "I have some private matters to discuss with this gentleman." Turning back to Abner, who had given a slight nod, he continued, "I will first pay a visit to the captain." Once the two had departed, Anderson gestured for Abner to follow him. They made their way to the luxurious cabin Anderson had acquired, at which point he remarked, "Do not be anxious. I merely passed by Zibbalang and was entrusted by an old man to deliver some items and a message to you." Pondering this, Abner scrutinized the cabin, confirming the locations of windows and escape routes before inquiring, "Zibbalang? What items and message did he send?" With the original text in mind, he had begun to form a suspicion regarding the old man Anderson referred to. "The item is this invitation letter. Take it." Anderson retrieved a stack of papers from his bag and handed them over. Abner carefully accepted it, reading through the contents swiftly, only to furrow his brow in concern. The essence of the letter was an invitation for him to join Zibbalang for exchange and learning after he became a mentor of secret arts. The latter part contained specific addresses. Though the old man was often enigmatic, he was not malevolent. "Provided your academic capabilities are commendable, it should be fine. By the way, your learning aptitude should be decent, right? If not, it would be better not to seek unnecessary hardship." As the invitation was loosely packed, it was evident that Anderson was aware of its contents. However, he seemed to have misinterpreted Abner's frown. It wasn't due to the invitation itself, but rather the series of profound implications it hinted at. Internally, Abner mused, "If I'm not mistaken, the old man Anderson mentioned is likely someone from the knowledge church stationed at Zibbalang, possibly the demigod behind the rebel faction in the original text. If I truly become a mentor of secret arts, I will indeed require vast knowledge of mysticism and various spells, necessitating exchanges. Indeed, my teacher has expressed satisfaction with my learning progress and has reported to Lundberg several times, hoping to send me for further study. However, the responses from Lundberg were rather lukewarm. Reflecting on this, it seems he does not wish for too many traces of himself to emerge as I grow." Having deduced this, Abner refrained from further speculation. Continuing would lead him to ponder the thoughts of deities. His current level was too low, and his perspective insufficient to comprehend divine machinations. Forcing an analysis would only lead to greater confusion. Regaining his composure, Abner turned to Anderson and asked, "I've received the items. What then is the message?" Anderson gave him a peculiar look and remarked, rather than a message, "It resembles a news brief." "A news brief?" Abner was taken aback, then intrigued. "Pray, enlighten me." "The listener brings their children to seek the sanctuary. The members of the Einhorn family falsely claim the key is in Demir under the guise of the Duke of Dusk. The general of the iceberg has slain the emissary of the Aurora Society." Anderson recounted the three messages, having pondered their meanings for some time, though he had yet to find clarity. However, to Abner's ears, these three messages perfectly filled the gaps in his previous reasoning, allowing him to instantly discern the underlying connections of all events transpiring in Davil. The listener of the Aurora Society, accompanied by children, ventured to the forsaken lands of the divine to seek the true Creator's sanctuary. This was the precursor for the abandoned citizens of Silver City to open the gates to the slumbering place of the Dark Angel, which could not be thwarted by the executors. Hence a figure suspected to be from the Alchemical Society or an unnamed organization disseminated false information, prompting the emissary of the Aurora Society to breach the seal of Demir. Consequently, the executors were diverted by the incident of magical beasts assaulting Demir, allowing the listener's vessel to successfully reach the Forsaken Lands. At this moment, the red-haired woman from the Einhorn family is likely divulging the true location of the key to the Aurora Society. How amusing it is to discover that the sunken ship conceals the black iron key mentioned in the original narrative. The reason I have not encountered the messenger of the Aurora Society is that he has been slain by the Iceberg Monarch. Now, that black iron key should have fallen into the hands of the Iceberg Monarch, just as it did in the original tale. right? This is the cunning of the deities and the king of angels. Even though I have perused the original novel and am privy to so many secrets, I still require this message to restore the true appearance of events. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Abner felt something within him dissolving and merging completely with his consciousness. Without needing to be told, he recognized that the deduction potion had been fully digested. However, instead of feeling joy, he wore a bitter smile, contemplating the message that Anderson had deliberately sent, pondering, is even this part of the divine plan? Truly terrifying. In the rebel general's estate in Zibelang, an elderly man clad in a white robe interwoven with brass-colored silk threads rose to his feet. His hair had turned completely white. It was impeccably groomed, and his deep gray-green eyes seemed fathomless. At that moment, he appeared to sense something, first offering a few devout praises to the deity before smiling and commenting. Anderson has performed his task commendably. With that, he retrieved a tattered notebook and made a gentle mark upon it with a fountain pen. Chapter 58, The Keeper of Sequence 7. Anderson recalled that he had found a young man quite likable. He intended to test him and then offer him a hunter potion to join his newly formed adventuring team. However, to his surprise, the young man was already an extraordinary being of another sequence. Thus he abandoned the idea. Why haven't you left yet? Anderson inquired with mild curiosity, remembering that he had previously instructed the other to depart. Abner, observing the considerable shift in demeanor of the strongest hunter before him, felt no surprise. After all, why would a tool be left uncleaned once it had served its purpose? He was uncertain whether the young man had his memory stolen or had been hypnotized beforehand, considering that the perpetrator could be a demigod from the White Tower. It might even be a combination of skills. While Abner indulged in such thoughts, he refrained from lingering with Anderson and exited his room directly. Just a few steps out the door, he spotted Atres in the corridor, smoking, evidently on guard for any unforeseen circumstances concerning him. A warmth spread through Abner's heart at the sight. Despite the foulness of her tongue, she genuinely considered him a friend. Yet, she remained oblivious to the true extent of Anderson's terror, not realizing that approaching him might become a liability during his escape. Just like Ryu, who knew that with the sea wind hat, he could escape the ocean more easily without her burdensome presence, chose not to follow. Seeing Abner safely emerge from the room, Atres sighed in relief and withdrew her hand from her gun holster, casually retrieving a cigarette and offering it to Abner. I've learned my lessons the hard way. Nearly lost my life. On the sea, lacking strength means one must tread cautiously, she remarked with a wry smile after a moment of silence. Even with strength, one must exercise caution. Abner shook his head, recalling Miss Gwen, who had also run away from home. She possessed both intellect and initiative, and her trio of warriors, hunters, and sailors was no weakling. Yet, due to inadequate preparation, they lost two reliable companions, resulting in the hunter's extraordinary trait ending up in his possession. Atres inhaled deeply from her cigarette, seemingly steeling herself before looking at Abner and inquiring, Abner, you are an extraordinary being, aren't you? Why do you ask? Abner was not surprised that she had become aware of the existence of extraordinary beings. After all, overseas, extraordinary individuals were less restrained than on the continent, increasing the likelihood of ordinary people witnessing the extraordinary. Abner regarded her seriously, asking, do you truly comprehend the implications? I once heard someone say, extraordinary beings are a pitiful lot, perpetually battling madness and danger. Even so, do you wish to become one? I understand. I've witnessed uncontrollable extraordinary beings. My initial companion perished at the hands of that monster. Atres's emotions surged as she spoke, taking several deep drags from her cigarette to regain her composure before continuing. I apologize. I do not mean to direct my feelings towards you. But before they died, they entrusted their Na'vi dreams to me. Therefore, I must carry their aspirations and become the most renowned adventurer across the 5 seas. I will uncover those legendary treasures and achieve greatness. So you believe that without strength, one cannot succeed? You aspire to become extraordinary? Abner sighed, reflecting on the weight of carrying others' dreams. Isn't that exhausting? Hearing this, Abner recognized that there was no need for further persuasion, regardless of her reasoning. She had evidently come to a resolution. I possess something that can grant you immediate extraordinary status. It is valued at 400 pounds. You understand? I cannot simply give it to you. Abner thought that since he would eventually sell the hunter trait, he might as well offer it at a fair price to a friend, ensuring he wouldn't charge a premium. 400 pounds, Atres's face contorted with indecision as she asked. Is this something that can immediately enhance my combat prowess? Indeed, Abner nodded, explaining, it will transform you into a hunter, significantly enhancing your physical attributes beyond that of an ordinary human. For someone who had run away from home, 400 pounds was no trivial sum. It seemed Atres had some connections at Inmat Harbor. Abner mused, not probing further, as he only needed to secure the funds. Upon returning to his cabin, Abner first took a moment to adjust his emotions, then employed the wall of spirituality to seal the entire cabin before retrieving various vessels and pre-prepared potion components from his luggage. Anticipating that the potion might be entirely digested at any moment before boarding, he had already procured various auxiliary materials for backup. He meticulously added the components into a beaker in the order of auxiliary materials, followed by the main ingredients. Once he had included the eyes of the dragon-eye python and the golden leaves of the wisdom tree provided by his teacher, a hissing sound ensued. When everything calmed, Abner stirred the liquid until it was uniformly mixed, and it revealed a rather peculiar appearance. No matter from which angle one gazed at the liquid, it seemed to possess an eye filled with scrutiny. This is the keeper potion. Abner opened the pure white eye, briefly analyzing it to confirm the quality of the potion. Then, he meditated to quell the stirring of his heart, allowing all emotions to temporarily drift away. Once he had completed these preparations, he grasped the glass beaker, tilted his head back, and consumed the keeper potion. Gulp, gulp. The icy potion coursed down his throat, accompanied by countless bubbles erupting. As Abner savored this sensation, a torrent of vast information surged into his mind, inundating his brain like a relentless flood. Veins on his forehead throbbed visibly, as if his head were about to burst. After an indeterminate period, his vision returned, and he felt an itch pervading his entire body. Abner hastily rolled up his sleeves, discovering numerous fine, thread-like openings had manifested on his arms. However, as the power of the potion gradually stabilized, those fine lines vanished without a trace. These fine lines felt akin to fissures for eyes. Could it be that if I lost control, I would become covered in eyes? I chose to fully digest the potion of Sequence 8 before opting for advancement, and my body bore such severe residual effects. Those extraordinary beings honed by time must find it even more arduous to transcend this hurdle. No wonder my teacher took over a decade to master the acting method. Upon contemplating this, Abner let out a silent sigh and then waved his noticeably more powerful arm, feeling a surge of excitement within as he mused. At last, I have become a keeper of knowledge. In the present age, Sequence 7 can be regarded as the threshold of the mid-sequences. This signifies that the extraordinary have finally bid farewell to the state of being merely slightly superior to ordinary individuals, now possessing a relatively rich array of supernatural abilities. And with my pure white eye, I shall grow even stronger. Chapter 59, New Abilities. After tidying up the vessels, Abner stretched his body, shook his wrists, and then performed a set of training punches according to Professor Hughes' nightly training methods. Reflectively, he pondered, strength, agility, and bodily flexibility have all seen substantial enhancements, surpassing that of an ordinary person. In terms of mobility, I have truly attained the extraordinary. Additionally, my memory, observational skills, concentration, and analytical capabilities have also been augmented to varying degrees. This was his initial impression of his transformation. Beyond these, the Keeper of Knowledge has finally acquired the most pivotal ability of the White Tower pathway, the capacity for analysis. Based on existing knowledge and observation, I can trace back to the essence of things and phenomena, gaining a comprehensive understanding. The core function of my pure white eye is analysis, which should serve as one of the foundational stones for the subsequent sequence abilities and authority. Moreover, the potion has inundated my mind with vast knowledge regarding weapon usage and combat techniques. However, I had already grasped this information through the pure white eye beforehand. It merely served to reinforce my foundational understanding. Reflecting on this, Abner casually analyzed the materials laid out on the table, only to discover that the analytical capacity of Sequence 7 and that of the pure white eye were not even in the same dimension. The former took nearly 3 seconds to analyze a table he was quite familiar with, while the latter had already managed to analyze the primary materials of a Sequence 9 potion within 3 seconds during his initial passive usage. Abner was not disheartened by this. He had long known that his golden finger was at least of the angelic tier, and likely on par with the source material itself. How could the analytical power of a mere Sequence 7 compare to such an existence? Even if much of the pure white eye's capabilities were still aiding him in resisting the taint of outer gods and the prying of divine entities. After testing his analytical ability, Abner recalled what his mentor had told him. If the potion bestows certain spellcasting abilities, the extraordinary individual will become aware of them and discern exactly what they are. At the forefront is breath extraction. The second type of spell is mechanical mind, which, once activated, allows one to enter a state of absolute calm for a short period, diminishing emotional influence and granting immunity to certain charm effects. This type of spell is exceedingly practical, whether in combat or academic pursuits. Well, with this, I shall no longer fear the seductive temptations of witches or the emotional provocations of demons. No wonder my mentor was unafraid of witches, and, in the original novels, he could interact with desire apostles who were 2 sequences higher than him. Abner self-deprecatingly chuckled in satisfaction. More importantly, as he digested the potion and advanced in sequence, the immunity of mechanical mind would significantly increase, eventually allowing him to completely exempt himself from similar effects. This is also the hallmark skill of a keeper of knowledge, or rather, a detective. After gaining a rough understanding of a keeper's various abilities, Abner donned his glasses and activated his pure white eye, eager to discover what new changes awaited him after ascending to Sequence 7. A few minutes later, Abner, feeling somewhat fatigued, removed his glasses, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. The limit for the activation of the pure white eye had increased to over 5 minutes, which was sufficient to sustain an entire battle. With its level of analytical assistance, I now possess a degree of self-preservation within the mid-sequences. From recent test results, aside from its astonishingly potent analytical ability and my elevated status, the primary function of the pure white eye seems to allow me to utilize portions of the skills from the next sequence in advance. In the current state of the pure white eye, I can learn by analyzing extraordinary abilities previously employed by others. The more thoroughly I mimic and analyze, the closer the mimicked ability's effect will be to the original. Furthermore, all the abilities I had previously observed and analyzed with the pure white eye are now preserved within. With this thought, Abner could not resist activating the pure white eye once more to test his mimicking ability. Discovering that learning and mimicking skills of Sequence 7 and below were not particularly difficult. With a few attempts, success was achievable. However, the abilities of Sequence 6, such as the spell from his sea breeze hat, proved quite complex. At his current level of learning, it would likely take him nearly a month to master just one. As Hugh entered, he immediately noticed that Abner's condition was somewhat unstable, remnants of the potion's power spilling over, requiring prolonged meditation to gradually calm. "You've advanced to Sequence 7? Hugh remarked, having known that Abner had gathered the potion but not expecting his swift ascension. "It has only been a month, right? Just last month at this time, while we were practicing at the shooting range in the police station. You had just informed me of your advancement to Sequence 8 due to your dramatic improvement in combat skills. I just thoroughly digested the potion, so I advanced directly," Abner replied, not wishing to elaborate further on the matter. Instead inquiring, "You seemed quite pleased upon entering. Did you have fruitful results from your visit to the captain?" "Indeed." Hugh's spirit lifted at the words, a delightful smile gracing her somewhat cherubic face. "Captain Erland possesses materials he hasn't utilized since his upgrade in Sequence. He recently organized a small auction among the extraordinary individuals in the adventurers community, and among the materials up for bid was the right paw of a silver-white warbear. I exchanged it using my extraordinary sailor's traits." "Very good. The values are roughly equivalent. I suspect Erland aims to cultivate more sailors among his subordinates. Otherwise, he would have certainly sold it for a higher price," Abner commented with a smile, then continued, "Now that your primary materials for the potion are complete, it won't be long before you become a constable." Hugh nodded knowingly. He had effectively been playing the role of an arbiter before his official appointment. Had it not been for the past half-month of adventures with Abner, he likely would have already completely digested the potion. After conversing for a while, Abner, due to excessive spiritual expenditure, had to rest early, while Hugh remained outside in the servants' quarters to avoid any unforeseen incidents. 6 hours later, Abner awoke punctually. After consuming a modest amount of provisions, he took a seat at the table in the cabin. Previously, within the Dream Maze Tower, he had encountered a conceptual ritual for borrowing power from high-tier items within the Elno's mystical notes, but at that time, he lacked the spiritual capacity to experiment. Now, however, he could attempt it. The question remained, how should he design a prayer that accurately points to the pure white eye? Chapter 60, The Unknown. What manner of description should be employed to indicate the pure white eye? The pure white eye from another dimension. Unlike Klein, who needed to inform others of his prayer incantations. It mattered not if this phrase revealed his origins from another world, as it would only be utilized when he himself made the request. You are the embodiment of all truths in the world. You're the analyzer of all things in the universe. He was uncertain of the precise status of the pure white eye. Thus he refrained from employing titles, such as sovereign or king like Klein did, while crafting the fool's honorific. Next, I shall transcribe a version in ancient Hermetic script, and then attempt to analyze it with the pure white eye. After all, ancient Hermetic script is imbued with power, even if not spoken aloud. The analytical results should reveal whether it has the potential to connect with my pure white eye. With this thought, Abner began to transcribe, while simultaneously activating the pure white eye. However, after a second of analysis, his brow furrowed once more. There appears to be no connection. Furthermore, the analysis indicated that the issue lay within the first sentence. Abner narrowed his eyes, rephrasing several similar sentences, yet the results remained unchanged. He could not establish a connection with the pure white eye. Perhaps my thoughts require a bolder approach. Seizing the moment, Abner rapidly inscribed a multitude of varied statements, each directed towards the deities of knowledge and the exalted entities of the White Tower, only to discover that neither the divine essence of knowledge nor its very existence could evoke a response from the pure white eye. Ironically, it was a spontaneous line he penned in frustration, one pertaining to the unknown, that garnered a modicum of feedback from the enigmatic pure white eye. He retrieved a brazier, incinerated the other papers, and fixated on the note inscribed with the phrase "from the unknown," falling into contemplation. From the unknown? But how does this differ from the realms of alternate dimensions? Are not alternate dimensions also territories of the unknown? No, clearly, the term unknown is the crux. Perhaps I ought to venture bolder in my conjectures. Perhaps I have misapprehended a crucial point all along. The pure white eye may not be the source of analytical power. It can merely be a fade. Thus, the true elevated existence may lie not within the pure white eye, but rather in that unknown realm. With a burgeoning hypothesis, Abner promptly set about verification, altering the incantation to connect with the unknown territory linked to the pure white eye. You are the embodiment of all truths in this world. You are the decipherer of the universe's myriad mysteries. This time, the analytical feedback from the pure white eye was markedly more intense, and Abner even sensed a hazy expanse manifesting within his vision. Yet, he could only perceive it faintly, unable to grasp it fully or establish a direct connection. Further exploration was beyond his current capabilities. Indeed, the so-called pure white eye was merely a fade, a conduit. The unknown realm it connected to was the true source of power. This also elucidated why I experience elevated status only when activating the pure white eye. If the eye itself possessed an inherently high status, then regardless of whether it is activated, that status would remain unchanged. Naturally, this was a realization Abner arrived at post facto. He had never doubted this before. As for the nature of that unknown realm, I can assert it is certainly not the spirit realm. Otherwise, the spirit would have been able to leverage the connection to the past while deciphering the incantation. The star realm seems equally implausible, as several sets of incantations that yielded no feedback clearly indicated a connection to that dimension. Thus, it appears to be a genuine unknown territory, an unknown within this very universe. After contemplating for an extended period with no resolution in sight, Abner decided to temporarily set it aside. Upon destroying all the written incantations, he noted that dawn had arrived, and the clock struck 6 on the morning of July 13th. Feeling the discontent of his growling stomach, he resolved to summon Hugh to join him for breakfast at the ship's dining hall. Since conditions permitted, it would be unwise to subsist solely on dry rations. As the hour was still early, the dining hall was sparsely populated. Upon entering, Abner and Hugh immediately spotted Atrice accompanying his employer's family at a table, indulging in breakfast. Observing that Atrice was at work, Abner initially refrained from greeting her. However, the employer, clad in a double-breasted formal suit, noticed the distinguished demeanor and attire of Abner and Hugh, and felt inclined to forge an acquaintance. Recalling that his bodyguard had previously exchanged pleasantries with the gentleman upon boarding, he inquired of Atrice, "Are those your friends?" "Indeed, Mr. Vernal," Atrice affirmed with a nod. "They appear to be remarkable young individuals. Invite them to join us for breakfast," Mr. Vernal suggested with a smile. "Very well, sir," Atrice replied readily, approaching Abner. "They wish to treat us to breakfast?" Abner was taken aback upon discerning their intent. Yet why refuse a complimentary meal? Thus, he graciously accepted the invitation. Only Hugh sighed beside him, As a former noblewoman, she found Abner's brazen demeanor somewhat disconcerting. So too did Forth, as did Abner. Why are all my friends reliable in significant matters, yet possess such peculiar quirks in trivial ones? Hugh inwardly mused. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. I am Abner, a detective. This is Miss Hugh. As Abner took a seat at the dining table, he introduced himself, not concealing his true name. For both Abner and Hugh were common names, and there was no harm in revealing them. Greetings, Mr. Abner. I am Constance Vernal, an archaeologist. The gentleman introduced himself amiably, gesturing towards his wife and children. This is my wife, Katrina, my son, Lot, and my two lovely little angels, Elena and Phyllis. Lady Katrina was a graceful woman with a gentle countenance, her features bearing a slight resemblance to the Vasek people. Upon hearing her husband introduce her, she inclined her head slightly. The 10-year-old Lot stood up and, like a miniature adult, solemnly bowed. The twin daughters, however, being too young, remained indifferent to the adult conversation, engrossed in their food. An archaeologist? How fascinating. So you are a learned scholar. Abner expressed interest upon hearing the gentleman's profession, offering compliments before deliberately steering the conversation towards the ruins he had previously excavated. Having perused numerous historical documents at the Detective Eisinger's, he could engage in discussion effortlessly, allowing the gentleman to revel in sharing his knowledge. Mr. Vernal, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected erudition of a stranger, disclosed a wealth of information and ultimately revealed that his recent return from overseas was prompted by a student's discovery of intriguing ruins in the mountains of West Valaris, possibly remnants from the Quaternary period, and he wished to invite him to lead an expedition to investigate further. Mr. Vernal spoke with enthusiasm, unaware that Abner had privately begun to pray for him, beseeching divine protection that he would not unearth anything perilous during this archaeological endeavor. In an era when deities trod upon the earth, would the inhabitants daring to dwell within the Hanachis Mountains be mere commoners? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. After breakfast, Abner intercepted Atrice and said, "Once we deliver Mr. Vernal to Inmat Harbor, you should promptly resign from this bodyguard position. Additionally, if possible, advise Mr. Vernal to refrain from archaeological pursuits in the Hanachis Mountains. It is perilous there. Is it truly that dangerous?" Atrice inquired thoughtfully. "Exceedingly dangerous. If there are no discoveries, it is one matter, but should anything be unearthed?" Abner shook his head, unable to fathom what calamities might befall those who delve into ancient sites. "I understand." Atrice nodded solemnly, then hesitated before inquiring further. "Abner, is that Anderson trustworthy?" Anderson has approached Atrice. While Abner had his suspicions, he harbored no intention of dissuading her. After some contemplation, he offered a relatively objective assessment. "To my knowledge, though Anderson's reputation is less than stellar, and he can be rather indiscreet, he remains reliable in significant matters. His acquaintances are generally commendable." Atrice frowned at this remark, nodded in acknowledgement, and then bid farewell to Abner, following her employer's lead. Subsequently, Hugh sought out Captain Erland to exchange intelligence, hoping to glean some desired news from him. Having identified the incantation pointing towards the pure white eye, or rather, the source of power behind it, it was also time to create items associated with the source fortress. O unknown realm connected to the pure white eye, you are the embodiment of all truths in this world. You are the decipherer of the universe's myriad mysteries. I beseech you for the power to commune with the spirit realm, to connect with the knowledge of the gray mist, to seek the blessings of the unknown territory. I implore you to grant this pen the ability to become the red star within the gray mist. Chapter 61. Above the Gray Mist. Klein, clad in his inexpensive formal attire and grasping a black cane with silver inlays, ascended the stairs step by step, arriving at the entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company. His tailcoat, damaged in yesterday's skirmish with the clown, had already been sent to the tailor for mending. Klein was about to greet Rosen when he suddenly spotted Captain Dunn emerging from the partition. "Good morning, Klein. Did you sleep well last night?" Dunn inquired with genuine concern, given that he had personally taken a life during the pursuit of Rail Bieber the previous day. "I'm well, so I can rest assured," Klein replied, to which Dunn nodded with a smile. Just then, Klein felt a peculiar stirring within his essence, though he could not discern its source. Could it be that Miss Justice or Mr. the Hangman was once again beseeching the fool? Contemplating this, he noticed the captain seemed to be engaging in small talk about the weather, prompting him to take the initiative. "Captain, I wish to visit the restroom." Dunn paused momentarily, then donned his hat and casually gestured towards the door. "Go ahead. I must also inspect the Raphael Cemetery." He continued, "Oh, I forgot to mention, Leonard and the police department have made some progress in their investigation of the members of the secret order. They located the coachman who transported them and confirmed their temporary residence in Tingen, though they are remarkably cautious and have left no particularly valuable clues behind. Truly, they are a venerable secret organization, Klein mused in agreement, preparing to take his leave. After watching Dunn depart, Klein hesitated to use the company's restroom, as it was the headquarters for the night watchers. Thus, he exited, heading directly to the Old Vale restaurant, which provided lunch for the company. After utilizing the restroom there, he locked the door and closed the valve. He then retrieved a silver knife he had previously requested, envisioning a luminous sphere in his mind, entering a semi-meditative state. He concentrated his spirit, directing it through the blade's tip, allowing it to surge forth and intertwine wonderfully with the environment, sealing the restroom. After setting down the knife, he took 4 steps counterclockwise. A boundless gray mist enveloped him, while deep crimson stars flickered in and out of view, and majestic temples loomed like the remains of fallen giants. Everything before Klein remained unchanged compared to before, with the silence and antiquity accumulated over millennia washing over him. He glanced down at the nearby red stars belonging to Justice and the Hanged Man, noticing they neither contracted nor expanded, leaving him puzzled. This is not a supplication. But what then could it be? Klein surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing else amiss. Furrowing his brow, he manifested paper and pen, inscribing the divinatory phrase, "The reason my essence has been stirred." Within the hazy, surreal dreamscape, Klein beheld the towering temple and a deep crimson star shimmering amidst the limitless gray fog. As this scene faded, Klein withdrew from the dream. He then summoned the twinkling star from his vision, seeking to discern who had spoken and what had been said to provoke his spirit. He soon heard a series of exceedingly familiar words: Honakis, Antigonus, half a fool. On the white agate, Abner, having set down his pen, wore a peculiar smile, contemplating, "I wonder if Mr. Fool will be frightened?" While this would undoubtedly make him more vigilant, Klein's understanding of the world's cruelty was still superficial at this juncture. He was deeply troubled by the events brought forth by the Antigonus family's notebook, and just last night had been startled by the resurrection of that deceased jester, had the plot unfolded as expected. Thus, he thought to occasionally drop hints with keywords, without providing explanations, knowing that sooner or later, he would draw Klein into the gray mist. This trick can only be employed while he is still Klein. Once he becomes Sherlock, it won't be so easy to deceive him. Should he become Germain, I fear I might be compelled to participate in the tarot assembly as an extraordinary characteristic. Well, Germain is not as ferocious as he seems. This is likely due to his influence from furs. Afterward, Abner, in a buoyant mood, continued to study the extraordinary abilities already analyzed by the pure white eye. Although he was aware that this analysis stemmed from the unknown realm beyond the pure white eye, he still preferred to refer to it as such, as it served as a concealment of the true source of power. Later that afternoon, having enjoyed his lunch, Abner picked up his pen once more and casually grabbed a novel to feign interest, then sincerely murmured the name Fool, softly muttering a string of names. Antigonus. The Fourth Archangel Family. The War of the Four Emperors supporting the Tudor dynasty. Afterward, he settled in to read the novel, planning to log off after a bit more pretense. In Tingen, at the Golden Phoenix district, Klein successfully obtained a library card using a letter of introduction from his university mentor. As he perused the small card in his hand, he inquired with several librarians, "Do you have research on the ancient ruins of Mount Honakis published by the Rune People Publishing House? Please hold on a moment. I will check." One librarian replied, turning to face the drawers, opening the one corresponding to the initial letter of Honakis and methodically extracting several cards filled with words. After a careful examination, he shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir, but we do not have that book in our collection." At that moment, Klein felt a familiar stirring within his spirit, identical to that of the morning. "Excuse me, could you direct me to the restroom?" The librarian hesitated for a moment, but dutifully provided him with the directions. Upon entering the restroom, Klein adeptly sealed the space with his essence and retraced his steps into the gray mist. Through divination, Klein discerned that the source of his stirred essence was again that very deep crimson star. This time, he inhaled deeply and, employing the method he had previously used to peer into the Hanged Man, allowed his essence to spread and touch that crimson mass. Before him materialized a hazy and distorted image, revealing a young man with brown, curly hair engrossed in reading, holding an intricately designed pen. The youth was clad in proper rune-style attire, and although the surrounding furniture was somewhat modest, it was tastefully arranged, resembling a carefully decorated guest room. Due to the unclear nature of the image, only the outline of the figure was discernible. Klein, recalling that Abner had always worn the sea breeze hat during their encounters in the dream labyrinth, failed to recognize that this young man was indeed the one who had slain Triss during his previous dream divination. Klein focused intently on the image, only to awkwardly realize that the individual appeared to be conversing with himself while reading, his words disjointed and incomprehensible. He does not seem to be intentionally praying to me. However, the book he was reading seemed to contain numerous secrets of the Antigonus family, precisely what Klein sought to uncover, hence the stirring of his essence. Perhaps I should draw him into the gray mist and inquire about the specifics? Yet, that would contradict my principles. I do not wish to violate another's will by forcibly pulling them into this mysterious space. However, the youth's unguarded utterances could attract the attention of the secret order or other clandestine organizations. I should warn him. After much hesitation and internal struggle, Klein ultimately resolved to pull the young man into the gray mist to offer a warning, leaving it to the individual's discretion whether to remain as part of the gathering. I will summon him as a deity. Even if he is reluctant to establish contact with me, he should not speak carelessly afterward. Though there is some risk, it is worth the endeavor. With this thought in mind, Klein reached out his right hand to touch the deep crimson star, but paused midway. After a moment of silence, he allowed the yellow crystal pendant at his left hand to dangle naturally before him. Once its swaying subsided, he delineated the luminous sphere, mentally repeating, "Touching this deep crimson star will bring me danger." Again and again, he opened his eyes, gazing at the pendulum, which was rotating slightly counterclockwise. No, there is no danger. The crimson mass immediately erupted, its radiance flowing like water. Chapter 62, The Tower. After finishing the novel in his hands, Abner was about to murmur a few keywords regarding the Antigonus family before logging off, when he suddenly noticed his steel pen erupting with a burst of deep crimson light. Anticipating this occurrence, his spirits lifted. He recognized it as a portent from Mr. Fool beckoning him into the gray mist. Thus, he hastily employed his abilities to envelop himself in a mechanical mindset. Abner was aware that Klein could now observe the emotional fluctuations of others through spiritual vision. So to avoid revealing that he had been plotting this encounter out of excessive excitement, he deemed it prudent to maintain an absolute state of calm. He did not wish to divulge his identity as a transmigrator to Klein just yet. It was best if Klein perceived him merely as an extraordinary individual inadvertently drawn into the gray mist. After all, Klein was still relatively weak and under the scrutiny of numerous powerful figures, making it challenging to keep secrets. While mere knowledge might be tolerable, his origins were a matter of utmost discretion, for they were far more suspicious than that of an outer god. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the light emanating from the pen enveloped him entirely. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing within a majestic palace, supported by colossal stone pillars. Before him lay an ancient, weathered bronze long table, across which sat a figure shrouded in dense gray mist. Surrounding them was an ethereal emptiness with no discernible boundaries, and a thick haze of gray-white fog swirling around, punctuated by illusory, deep crimson points of light. This, he surmised, must be Mr. Fool. With a mix of calm and caution, Abner gazed at the figure cloaked in mist. This must be the unknown entity behind the pure white eye. Compared to some outer gods, the pollution from the Source Castle seems far more severe. Is it attempting to shield me from being eroded here? Moreover, as the knowledge of the outer gods resurfaced in my mind, I recalled that Mr. Varnell, Aethelus's employer, was indeed a character from the original text, who ultimately established a connection with the outer gods' ever-shifting mist while excavating the quaternary relics in the Hanachus Mountains. This is even more perilous than I had initially surmised. While he harbored numerous speculations, Abner took the initiative to bow to the silent figure and inquired, "Esteemed sir, may I ask where this place is?" At that moment, Klein was also scrutinizing Abner intently. Although the mist obscured his features, he could distinctly sense that this individual, whom he had drawn into the gray mist, appeared remarkably composed. Instinctively, he employed his spiritual vision to observe the aura emanating from Abner. The hue of his emotions was a calm blue, indicative of rational thought and tranquility. Perhaps I was mistaken. He is not an ordinary person endowed with divine tomes, but rather a well-versed, extraordinary individual, possibly significantly stronger than I. With this realization, Klein, who had intended to caution Abner against the indiscriminate recitation of mysterious knowledge and to inquire about the contents of that tome, swiftly abandoned the thought. His primary concern now was how to preserve his enigmatic image before this seemingly formidable and experienced extraordinary individual. If he were to be unmasked, the shame would be trivial. Yet losing his deterrent power could lead to potential exposure. As for gathering intelligence on the Antigonus family, he could subtly probe for information. If Abner expressed interest in joining the gathering within the gray mist, that would simplify matters. Due to Klein's shift in strategy, a brief silence enveloped the gray mist before a light chuckle broke the stillness. The figure seated at the head of the long table spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "This is my abode. You may refer to me as Mr. Fool. I summoned you here upon hearing your call. Quite the charade you were putting on. I wonder if I were to call you Zhou Mingrue or Klein, would you still maintain your composure?" Despite maintaining a forced calm, Abner could not suppress a mental retort. "Mr. Fool, I had no idea you were a true deity. Please forgive my earlier rudeness." He feigned a look of trepidation. He understood that Klein could discern his genuine emotions, yet he had to maintain the facade, as displaying too much familiarity would be suspicious. Moreover, when confronting a deity, even if one feels composed internally, failing to exhibit a semblance of reverence would be highly dubious. To deduce my divine status merely from hearing the name of the fool? What is the basis for such a conclusion? Does the term fool carry any particular significance? Why did Mr. Hangman not react in such a manner? Klein pondered internally, yet maintained a vague smile as he replied. "I heard you mention half a fool previously. Are you beginning to inquire about information? The entry point is indeed appropriate. Perhaps I shall share a modicum of innocuous insights, for we are in the Source Castle, and I need not fear prying eyes." With this thought, Abner feigned humility and lowered his head, stating, "Please pardon my ignorance. I was unaware that the seer sequence birthed the fool," which led me to utter those nearly blasphemous words. The fool was birthed from the seer sequence? So, the fool is connected to the seer? Could it be that the higher tier potions of the seer sequence bear the name of the fool? Is it sequence 1 or sequence 2? Though Klein longed to seize Abner by the collar and extract every piece of information he possessed, doing so would clearly contradict the lofty image of the fool. Thus, he repressed the growing multitude of questions within him, smiling instead. "It's of no consequence. You did not intend any offense, and I shall not condemn you for such a misstep. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Fool." Abner feigned gratitude before realizing that he had largely accomplished his initial goal of interacting with Klein. What remained was to find an opportunity to express his desire to join the Tarot Club. With that in mind, he deliberately surveyed the array of seats surrounding the bronze long table and curiously inquired, "Mr. Fool, it seems there are others who frequent this place?" Klein's eyes lit up at this remark. Contemplating how to weave his web of deception while responding with a relaxed smile, "There are several individuals akin to yourself, drawn here for various reasons. They desire me to convene regular gatherings for the exchange of formulas, trade of materials, sharing of information, and commissioning of tasks. I have acquiesced to their requests. To solicit assistance from a deity, one must naturally provide the knowledge I seek. Once you join the gathering, what is there to fear in extracting information about the Antigonus family? Of course, this is contingent upon whether you seek help that I am capable of providing. If not, I shall still need to maintain an air of mystery." With this thought, Klein added, "Additionally, I am a proponent of equitable exchange. I shall not allow you to assist me unconditionally. I commend your fairness and magnanimity, Mr. Fool." Abner openly praised before displaying an eager expression and asking, "Mr. Fool, may I join this gathering?" "Certainly, every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, free from disturbances." Klein smiled as he gestured towards the suddenly materializing cards on the surface of the bronze long table. They had decided to use tarot cards as their respective pseudonyms. "You may choose one, though Justice and the Hangman already have owners and cannot be selected. At this moment, although Abner could choose his card in the future, he would only be able to draw blindly. Under typical circumstances, Abner might have chosen the Pope or Strength, cards that symbolize positive meanings, especially since the Pope embodies the connotations of a mentor and sage, representing wisdom and assistance, aligning well with his sequence. Strength signifies courage, confidence, and unwavering will, qualities he greatly admired. However, under the influence of the mechanical mindset and in a state of absolute calm, Abner ultimately drew the Tower card. Not only was the reader's sequence 0 known as the White Tower, but the symbolism of this card resonated deeply with Abner's identity as a transmigrator. The Tower is the only card in the major arcana of tarot that carries no particularly favorable connotation in either its upright or reverse position. It symbolizes change, its positive aspect serving as a warning before impending disaster and destruction, prompting proactive transformation. This card perfectly encapsulated Abner's situation of traversing to this world just before an apocalypse and joining the gathering of the fool, the sole variable in this cataclysm. Moreover, the calamities of this world stem from its very essence, its primordial source. The Tower of Knowledge, which seeks to explore these origins, inadvertently breeds yet another form of disaster. Thus, can the self, which is not of this world, alter this predicament? At this moment of contemplative reflection, Abner transformed into the Tarot Society's Mr. Tower. Chapter 63, A Corner of the Veil. This mechanical intellect, indeed, enables me to maintain absolute composure, yet it also exerts a certain influence over my disposition. I had no intention of adopting such a utilitarian stance towards Mr. Fool, and even contemplated seizing an opportunity to advise him on matters deserving attention. However, under the influence of this mechanical mindset, I merely considered gains and losses, and by offering trivial pieces of information, I effortlessly achieved my objective. It appears that this ability is best reserved for combat and research. Overindulgence in it during everyday dealings would inevitably skew my temperament. If every action were dictated solely by utilitarian calculations, and if I only pursued optimal solutions, could I still be deemed human? Shaking my head to dispel the excessively divergent thoughts clouding my mind, I glanced at the fragmented pen beside me and whimsically pondered. Whether Klein will lose his hair remains uncertain, but Captain Dunn, whose hairline is already quite receded, now faces a particularly vexing situation. He was patrolling the Raphael Cemetery when suddenly, the surrounding space became enveloped by a peculiar force. This sensation bore a resemblance to his ability to draw others into dreams with nightmares, yet it was starkly different. After all, although this space distorted by special powers was peculiar, it lacked the feeling of a dream descending. Captain Dunn drew his revolver, warily surveying his surroundings for any potential escape routes. At that moment, a figure clad in a red shirt and a black high-collared coat materialized nearby. It was a young man, strikingly handsome with an otherworldly allure, his silver hair cascading down, and in his right hand, he held an exquisite wine glass filled with a crimson liquid. Upon noticing Dunn's gaze, he elegantly raised his glass in a gesture of greeting. Instinctively, Dunn felt an oppressive force emanating from this man, reminiscent of a higher being, one that seemed to originate from the realm of darkness, rendering his nightmare's ability nearly ineffective. "Who are you? What do you seek?" Dunn inquired calmly, refraining from immediate aggression. The young man swirled the wine glass in his hand, observing the rippling crimson liquid, and chuckled softly. "I am here, of course, to await you, Captain Dunn." "Await me? For what purpose?" Dunn asked, after a brief moment of surprise. However, he did not believe that this individual was specifically waiting for him. As a mere sequence 7-Night Watcher squad leader, the presence before him felt more formidable than that of Lord Sesama, perhaps even a demigod. How could such a significant figure be here solely for him? Might their true objective lie with the Black Church of Tingen? This thought rendered Dunn's complexion even paler, and he scrutinized the man with sharpened eyes. The young man shook his head, setting down the wine glass and taking a leisurely step closer as two ethereal bat-like wings unfurled behind him, enveloping the entire cemetery in shadow, the black light shimmering like rippling water. A vampire? Dunn squinted, raising his revolver. Even without a chance of victory, as the captain of the Night Watcher squad, would not surrender easily. "There's no need for such tension. I harbor no malice. I merely wish to extend a favor to a friend I have yet to meet," the young man said, approaching Dunn with a relaxed smile. "And indeed, I am truly waiting for you. According to the decree of the ancestor, this friend holds significant regard for this city and appears intent on altering some predetermined fate. I have observed for quite some time, and your fate bears the most conspicuous traces of human interference. Hence, I came to provide you with assurance." "What?" At this moment, Dunn felt his fingers immobilized under the pressure of the man's aura. Yet this did not prevent him from failing to comprehend the meaning behind the man's words. Of course, aside from befriending that individual, there may be additional benefits to gain. The young man glanced toward the direction of the DeVille Library and then stepped behind Dunn, revealing 4 gleaming fangs that jutted from his otherwise pristine white teeth. Rather than appearing terrifying, there was an uncanny beauty to them. After a prolonged moment, Dunn abruptly awoke, instinctively touching his neck, his face a mask of confusion. He only remembered falling asleep in the cemetery. But how could a nightmare be unaware of its own slumber? Even a curly-haired baboon would deem that impossible. Surely, My memory hasn't deteriorated to the point of forgetting recent events? Dunn muttered to himself, his expression grim. On the outskirts of Tingen, there stood a house adorned with lush green lawns. It boasted a spacious garden still in bloom, complete with a dark red chimney. Behind the bedroom window of this house stood a desk, upon which lay an ordinary notebook. A feather quill, in a peculiar manner, was inscribing the following words in the notebook. Dunsmith fell into a sudden slumber while patrolling the cemetery. Awakening to find he had forgotten how he had succumbed to sleep, he intended to report this bizarre incident to the church headquarters. But the lack of tangible evidence and subsequent repercussions left him hesitant, even questioning whether he had begun to exhibit signs of losing control. However, he soon realized that his condition was unexpectedly favorable. Even the frequent episodes of disorientation following his encounters with the Antigonus family's notes had dissipated. Ultimately, he decided against reporting it for the time being, instead opting to increase the frequency of his patrols in the cemetery in hopes of uncovering new clues. This seemed reasonable, just as Abner finished tidying up the shards of the shattered pen and disposed of them in the trash bin. He sensed the spiritual barrier he had set up being disturbed. Upon investigation, he discovered that Atres was standing outside his room. After lifting the spiritual seal, a knock promptly echoed through the air, and Abner leisurely walked out to open the door, allowing Atres to enter. Abner, do you still have that item in your possession? I will purchase it for 400 pounds. Atres eagerly inquired as soon as she stepped inside. Have you already managed to gather the funds? Isn't it a bit premature? Abner replied, somewhat astonished, before quickly deducing the source of her newfound wealth. Is it Anderson who provided you with this? True to your detective instincts, you guessed it immediately. Atres exclaimed with a hint of admiration, adding, but it is not a gift. Rather, it is a loan. Once we reach Inmat Harbor, I must gather funds to repay him. Having already come to appreciate Atres as a friend, Abner expressed his concern. Even if it's merely a temporary loan, I fear there may be a cost involved. What did you promise him? Actually, it is better to borrow from a stranger than from him. At least he does not impose any conditions. I need to join his hunter squad. It is not a loss for me, as he will teach me the knowledge of hunters, along with subsequent potion formulas. This is precisely what I require, Atres declared firmly. She understood Abner's concerns, as he too shared similar apprehensions. Yet, having resolved to become a significant figure among adventurers, some risks were an inevitable price to pay. It seemed Anderson was forming a hunter squad with the intent of advancing through a ceremony. There should be no life-threatening dangers involved, at most. It would be an experience devoid of joy. After all, that inept fellow had actively drawn the ire of all squad members to foster camaraderie. While Abner internally criticized Anderson's future antics, he retrieved a tin box sealed with the extraordinary traits of hunters from his luggage. After unlocking the spiritual seal, he opened the box to reveal a jelly-like deep red substance, showcasing it to Atres. Indeed, it is the extraordinary trait of a hunter. Atres exclaimed, excitement spilling forth. Do you recognize it? It seems Anderson has imparted quite a bit of knowledge to you within this day. Abner remarked with a knowing glance. It is not an overwhelming amount, merely a sum that Mr. Anderson had previously presented to me, an identical one at that. As Atres spoke, she retrieved a bag and counted out 40 10-pound notes, which she then handed to Abner. Upon receiving the money, Abner opened his pure white eye to meticulously analyze and verify the bills. Counterfeit currency could not deceive him. Considering that Anderson possesses the hunter trait, why would he seek me out to purchase? Abner casually inquired after confirming the authenticity of the notes. At that moment, Abner sensed an unsettling discord. It was plausible that Anderson, having gleaned fragments of ritualistic clues from the exploits of his predecessors in the Iron-Blooded Knights of Sequence 4, was consciously attempting to assemble a team. However, the clear indication that at least 30 individuals were required could not simply be attributed to mere analytical deduction, suggesting that Anderson had acquired the potion formula of Sequence 4, at least a portion of it. Yet, in the original narrative, he certainly did not possess such knowledge at this juncture. Wherein lies the discrepancy? The most significant deviation from the original plot must be the delivery of items and messages to me. Could it be a reward bestowed by the Church of Knowledge? As Abner reached this point in his analysis, his confusion deepened. If this indeed was the Church's machination, then it implied that they had far grander designs for Anderson. After all, merely conveying a message, even if I am held in high regard, could hardly equate to the value of a Sequence 4 potion formula. Chapter 64, Arrival at Inmatport. Abner pondered for a moment. Devoid of the original plot support, the divine machinations appeared increasingly opaque. Thus he decided to set it aside for now. He did, however, caution Atres once more, It is permissible for you to learn how to be a hunter under Anderson's tutelage, but do not partake in the divine war relic expedition that they are organizing. From this point onward, Anderson would become the ill-fated Anderson, while those accompanying him evidently lacked his resilience. Mr. Anderson mentioned that they would require at least half a year for preparations. Merely surveying the initial routes would take considerable time, not to mention gathering such a multitude of adventurers. Atres, despite her enthusiasm for such adventures, expressed some disappointment, noting that he shared similar sentiments, but articulated them more bluntly, stating that if she could not ascend to the intermediate sequence before their official departure, she ought to avoid courting death. It seems Anderson is indeed aware of the situation. However, even at the intermediate sequence, unless one possessed an advantage akin to Klein or had a powerful backing like the Star General, venturing there would still be fraught with peril. The guardian of knowledge, at first glance, merely refers to one who safeguards knowledge or understanding, a clear enough concept. Yet, the manner of embodying this role poses a significant challenge. One cannot merely act as a security guard in a library, can they? Moreover, Abner did not believe one should adhere strictly to the literal interpretation. For the guardian of knowledge bears another name in modern parlance, detective. The vocation of a detective is intrinsically linked to the discipline of deduction, and from this perspective, one might uncover the true essence of the role. As Abner contemplated this, he glanced at the time and realized it was already 6 in the evening. He then tidied his attire and made his way to the ship's dining hall. Klein looked around and noticed Leonard, Cohen, Laya, and Shiga were present, with only Flane absent. Stationed at the Charney's gate. "Captain, has something occurred at the cemetery?" Leonard inquired, voicing the collective concern of the night watchman present. "I do not know," Dunn replied, his deep gray eyes scanning an undelivered telegram draft on the table before shaking his head. "You do not know?" The night watchman exchanged glances, surprised by this response. "In any case, exercise caution. Should you notice anything unusual, report it to me immediately." Dunn reiterated with emphasis. "Understood, Captain," they replied in unison, only to slow their pace deliberately after Dunn waved his hand, indicating dismissal, waiting for further instructions. To their astonishment, Dunn did not call them back even after everyone had exited the office. "This is peculiar," exclaimed Shiga, the midnight poet with white hair and black eyes, his voice laced with dread. Something must be amiss with the captain. The reserved and composed black-haired lady, Laya, furrowed her brow and asked her companion, "Do you know what has transpired?" At that moment, Leonard deliberately lagged behind, murmuring to himself, before seemingly exhaling in relief and jesting, "Let us not be so grave. Perhaps the captain is simply in good spirits today, and nothing is amiss." Before he could finish his thought, the sleepless Cohen interrupted. "Does anyone have a way to contact Miss Deli?" "I have her contact address." Klein raised his hand, having previously reached out to Miss Deli for advice regarding Joyce's dream divination at the captain's behest. "Document the captain's anomalies in a letter and send it to her promptly," Laya instructed. After determining how to handle the matter, the night watchman dispersed, leaving Leonard awkwardly standing alone in the corridor. He extended his hand, only to let it fall helplessly, finally whispering, "Old man, are you certain the captain is truly unharmed?" As Klein approached the company's entrance, intending to greet Roshan, who was on duty, he was met by Miss Anna, Joyce's fiancée, who entered with reddened eyes. Due to Triss' protracted evasion, Joyce Meyer remained under protective custody at the Tingen Night Watchman's headquarters. Miss Anna, entangled in extraordinary events and eager to see her beloved, had thus sought a clerical position at the Blackthorn Security Company, much to Roshan's delight, as she had long complained about the burdens of night shifts. It was not yet time for Miss Anna's shift, and Klein recognized she had come to visit her fiancé, so he escorted her to the confinement room. Without formal personnel accompanying them, even clerical staff lacked the authority to enter. "Anna, why are you crying?" Joyce immediately noticed his fiancée's swollen eyes and inquired with concern. "My dear, our friend Bogda has passed away," Anna exclaimed, breaking into tears once more. Upon hearing this, Klein too mourned for the unfamiliar Mr. Bogda. Reflecting inwardly, surgical procedures in this era are still quite rudimentary. Undergoing surgery is akin to gambling with one's life. Alas, if only this gentleman had sought my divination. I could have suggested he consult the apothecary who cured Mr. Gracious's lung ailment. Recalling the apothecary, Klein suddenly surmised that this individual might very well be an extraordinary being. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to visit them when next he had the chance. Should any issues arise, he would report them promptly. "I have officially become a night watchman. My weekly salary should be £45. But what are the wages I am owed? Why have they not been dispersed? July 16th, Monday. Just as Klein completed his first official case as a night watchman, securing compensation for the Haley family, the white agate passenger ship slowly docked at Matport. Numerous adventurers disembarked from the vessel. Although this was not the conclusion of their journey, after 4 days at sea, they were eager to set foot on land for a respite. Abner watched as Atries escorted Mr. Varnell's family away, then turned to see Hugh bidding farewell to Captain Ireland. Perhaps you might anticipate some results from Furs. Abner smiled, offering her encouragement before gathering his belongings to disembark. Forsh, I cannot say for certain whether she has perished from hunger in her bed, Hugh quipped, having spent enough time alongside Abner to sharpen his skills in sarcasm. Is Miss Magician truly that unreliable? Abner replied, somewhat exasperated. I actually seek to obtain information from you. Hugh remarked earnestly, gazing at Abner. To learn from me, you must have strength. Abner began, only to be preempted by Hugh. Since you understand, it is best to elevate your sequence as swiftly as possible. After all, your adversary is an angel on the verge of divinity. Hugh pursed his lips and kept pace with Abner. Abner glanced at the time. It was already 2:30, and with the tarot gathering approaching, he decided to preemptively seal the room with spiritual barriers. He then settled on the edge of his bed, contemplating the demeanor and persona he should adopt at the gathering. Perhaps I could position myself as an erudite scholar, generously sharing insights and knowledge at no cost, ensuring that anyone with future inquiries would think of me first. After all, what is free often carries the greatest value. Speaking of which, Klein is currently occupied with gathering Roselle's journal. Should I also seek out some? Perhaps I shall forego that this time, as I'm still uncertain whether the fool requires it. But where to procure a journal? It seems my teacher does not possess any, and Mr. Gaston is not particularly keen on collecting Roselle's artifacts. Ultimately, I must write the Chinese characters in a distorted, unsightly manner, considering that the inhabitants of this world pen Chinese in a rather awkward fashion. Just as Abner was lost in these whimsical thoughts, he was suddenly engulfed by a tide of deep crimson light, overwhelming him in an instant. The tarot gathering had officially commenced. Chapter 65, the inaugural tarot gathering. As his vision returned, a world of gray and white, vast and desolate, unfolded before Abner's eyes. He observed the figure seated at the head of the room, shrouded in thick mist, and hurriedly feigned reverence, bowing his head to greet. Hail to you, Mr. Fool. Simultaneously, he discreetly surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of other attendees. And with the clock not yet striking 3, a suspicion arose within him. Has Klein summoned me ahead of schedule? Klein, seated in the primary position, was quite pleased that this gathering had proceeded without incident. It appeared that his previous intimidation had deterred any reports. However, today his demeanor was notably animated, in stark contrast to his previous calmness. Is this confirmation that I am indeed a benevolent deity? Thus he no longer feels fear? How bold of him! This will not do. I must remind him of my elevated status, ensuring that he maintains a sense of reverence. But how might I impart this reminder without compromising my own dignity? Klein swiftly pondered a strategy and soon devised a plan. Tower, we meet again, he said with a smile. The other members will require a moment. Let us first address a matter we did not discuss last time. Abner sensed that Klein was about to put on a show. Thus he cooperatively replied, I am eager to hear your teachings. Why do I sense that while you speak humble words, your heart may be harboring mockery? Klein, perceiving the hues of Abner's emotions through his spiritual sight, could not help but twitch his lips. He pressed his hand to his forehead, feigning solemnity as he declared, I permit you to utter my name. Remember the following titles: the fool of a bygone era, the enigmatic sovereign above the gray mist, the king of fortune clad in yellow and black, a being not of this era. So, you are the resurgent ancient god. It is no wonder that the individual from the Antigonus household nearly thwarted your ascension to divinity. Abner stifled a laugh, feigning admiration. Is he truly pleased? What could be the source of his joy? Is it the prospect that my might may afford him opportunities? Moreover, this Mr. Tower indeed possesses extensive esoteric knowledge. Alas, I must maintain the guise of the fool and refrain from inquiries. As the hour approached 3, Klein gestured toward the deep crimson star that symbolized justice, and the hanged man Abner observed with a smile as radiant lights erupted from across the table, forming 2 indistinct silhouettes. Audrey Hall glanced around in surprise. Then she heard Mr. Fool's eternally steady voice. This is our new member, Tower. This is Miss Justice. And this is Mr. the Hangman. A new member has joined the gathering. Audrey was initially taken aback, then filled with delight. She was eager to witness the tarot gathering's growth, embodying a spirit of stewardship. Meanwhile, the hangman, Alger, scrutinized the newly arrived Mr. Tower, attempting to discern his origins and background. He appeared youthful, yet exuded confidence, showing no trace of fear in this mysterious realm. Is this foolhardiness, or does he possess genuine assurance? Abner, too, quietly observed Miss Justice and Mr. the Hangman Audrey, as the original text described, was a radiant and optimistic girl. Even without seeing her face clearly, her presence radiated positivity. Alger, on the other hand, was distinguished solely by his seaweed-like hair. Well, I concede that compared to Justice, the hangman scarcely draws attention. After the three exchanged greetings, Audrey cheerfully bowed to the fool, smiling, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Alas, there is no fine wine here, otherwise we could toast to your success." At this moment, she likely referred to the ritual magic that garnered the blessing of sweet dreams, also testing whether Klein's title held significance. Abner mused as he observed this scene. "Your strength surpasses our wildest imaginations," Alger Wilson echoed in praise. To ensure Abner understood their conversation, Audrey kindly recounted the experiment conducted by the fool earlier and inquired whether he required details of the ritual. Abner, however, shook his head, smiling as he politely declined. "My extraordinary pathway excels in ritual magic. I am well versed in such invocations." Which pathway could this be? The Seeker? The Diviner? Both Klein and Alger entertained the thought in their minds. After watching Klein awkwardly perform the role of a mysterious entity, Audrey presented the manifested Roselle journal. "This is Mr. Fool's reading time. Mr. Tower, please bear with us." Noticing that Abner seemed distracted, Audrey kindly reminded him. "Thank you for your reminder, beautiful Miss Justice." Abner replied with a nod and a smile. Meanwhile, Alger remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the surface of the bronze table, behaving as though in the presence of a true deity. What was it that Audrey contributed in this journal? Let me think. Right. It seems to involve the emperor lamenting the inadequacies of the craftsman's church, along with Charlito's collaboration, informing him of a rough time frame for his role in digestion, and hoping he could pilfer a dangerous relic of the Antigonus family from the craftsman's church. "Apologies for the wait," Audrey began, turning her gaze to the hangman. Organizing her thoughts, "Where might I find the Psychological Alchemy Society?" The Psychological Alchemy Society. How much does Alger know? This is my opportunity to showcase my ability to provide information and knowledge. Just as Abner contemplated how much of the society's secrets to unveil, the hangman, Alger Wilson, shook his head. "Miss Justice, first, I do not possess any leads. Secondly, I believe you need not rush to find a Psychological Alchemy Society. Your current focus should be on the potion for digestion." Audrey quickly glanced at the fool, seeing that he had no intention of adding to this, and feeling slightly disappointed, when Abner suddenly spoke up. "Miss Justice, you are of the upper nobility in the ruined kingdom, are you not? If so, finding the Psychological Alchemy Society should not prove difficult. Is there a connection between the Psychological Alchemy Society and the nobility of the kingdom?" Initially, the Psychological Alchemy Society was merely a gathering of enthusiasts, all believing in the boundless power and wonders of the mind. Eventually, this gathering obtained a treasure map and discovered the relics left by Hermes. As Abner spoke, he surveyed the room and noticed not only Audrey, but also Alger and Klein were subtly focused on him, which brought him considerable satisfaction as he continued. The relics left by Hermes ultimately established the foundation and direction of the Psychological Alchemy Society's research, which is to unveil the secrets of the mind in the audience sequence. Normally, one would never dare speak so freely outside. It feels liberating. Hermes? The Hermes of Hermes texts? Audrey inquired with keen interest. The Psychological Alchemy Society is quite active among the upper echelons of Beckerland, with many members drawn from the families of nobility or affluent merchants. They even have informants embedded in various secret extraordinary circles. If you wish to engage with them, the process is rather straightforward. Simply seek out a clandestine gathering to procure or trade for the potion recipes of the audience. Should your family possess sufficient influence in the rune authorities and ample wealth, it is likely that before long, a lady or gentlewoman of notable standing will approach you of her own volition. Upon uttering these words, both Audrey and Klein Alge experienced a profound trepidation towards the Psychological Alchemy Society, acutely aware of the immense power that such an extensive network of connections could wield. Concurrently, they began to speculate about Abner's identity. How could he be privy to such secrets? Could it be that Mr. Tower is an insider within the Psychological Alchemy Society? Yet, He appeared to harbor no fondness for the organization, even lacking respect when discussing Hermes. However, did the Psychological Alchemy Society operate without the oversight of the various churches? Audrey posed her question hesitantly, momentarily forgetting her initial intent. Thus, the Psychological Alchemy Society refrains from approaching the aristocrats who frequently visit the church, yet chooses to cultivate relationships with their kin. For instance, with me? Audrey suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, Abner nodded affirmatively before shifting the conversation, advising, I would not recommend that you immediately seek contact with the Psychological Alchemy Society. Moreover, it would be wise to secure Mr. Fool's permission before proceeding, and to obtain his protection. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult to conceal your secrets in the presence of an extraordinary individual who is at least a psychologist. I see, Audrey remarked, glancing at the still impassive Mr. Fool, letting out a slight sigh of disappointment, and quickly corrected her posture, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your elucidation, Mr. Tower. Meanwhile, Klein, seated at the forefront, was enveloped in a haze of confusion. What? Am I to gather sufficient contributions to provide protection? What excuse could I possibly concoct to decline? Chapter 66. Reminder. Klein had been grappling with how to offer protection, yet a thought struck him. Isn't the determination of whether contributions are adequate entirely within my purview? As long as I lack the requisite capability, my contributions will always be deemed insufficient. On the other side, Miss Justice, invigorated by Abner's counsel, inquired, Mr. Tower, thank you for your suggestion. During the process of accumulating contributions, I will have ample time to prepare and approach the clandestine gathering more naturally. By the way, I have another question. When will I be able to digest the audience potion and cease my role-playing? Is there a standard for this? I have scarcely experienced any agitation or auditory hallucinations lately. Without employing the role-playing method, the general guideline is to wait at least 3 years, ensuring there are no signs of mania, hallucinations, or delusions. A straightforward method to ascertain this is to push one's self to the limits. In such a state, if you still do not hear maddening whispers or see peculiar phenomena, it indicates readiness for advancement. As for the role-playing method, I have only recently engaged with it and found it promising. 3 years may not be necessary. In the lower sequences, as long as one adheres strictly to the role, digestion can be completed within 6 months, and even a month is not out of the question. The signs of complete digestion will become apparent to you in due course, without the need for others to instruct you. Upon concluding, Klein focused intently, scrutinizing the reactions of the 3 individuals present. Miss Justice's elation was palpable, while Mr. Hangman appeared to be both delighted and perplexed, with the latter sentiment prevailing. As for Mr. Tower, he seemed to exhibit no particular reaction. He had already been aware. This only deepened the enigma surrounding him. A wave of intense curiosity surged within Alge, pondering why no one within the church had been able to formulate such practical methods. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the composed Abner. He had formed a profoundly impressive impression of this gentleman, and after a moment's contemplation, he tentatively inquired, Mr. Tower, you seem quite familiar with the role-playing method? Upon hearing this, Abner glanced at him, fully aware of the question he was about to pose, and with a smile, directly countered, I can surmise what you wish to ask, Mr. Hangman. You are affiliated with a church, are you not? Based on your attire, I would deduce it is the Storm Church. How did you know? Olge exclaimed in surprise, nearly rising from his seat. He had deliberately donned non-identifying clothing for the tarot meeting to avoid suspicion. How could he be discerned so easily? Klein and Audrey shared a look of astonishment, their expressions concealed by the fog. This is deduction, Abner chuckled, elucidating further, I am quite adept at this path. Moreover, I possess a reasonable familiarity with the Storm Church, particularly with the true name of the Lord of Storms. Proficient in rituals, deduction, and the reader sequence? No wonder he possesses such a wealth of information and knowledge. Given that the Storm Church itself held some potion recipes related to that sequence, Alge's understanding led him to hypothesize and feign excitement as he queried, Mr. Tower, are you also a member of the Storm Church? As for the reasons behind this, you may ponder them yourselves. It is not that I wish to withhold the laws governing extraordinary traits from you, but frankly, you likely have yet to encounter what constitutes an extraordinary trait. Thus it is best discussed at a later date. This evasive stance made Alge realize that Abner was not a novice devoid of experience. Even if he enjoyed displaying his knowledge, he would not recklessly divulge everything. The pose of faux naivety he had adopted had been seen through. With this in mind, Alge hastily offered a sincere apology to Abner. Simultaneously, he began to contemplate the underlying motives of the church. Abner waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was not concerned. Klein observed the exchange between the two and, having heard Abner's words, found some resolution to his curiosity regarding why the night watcher was unaware of the role-playing method. However, another question swiftly followed. What were the higher-ups in the church aiming to achieve? Noticing that everyone was deep in thought, Abner deemed that if this continued, the tarot meeting might end prematurely, while he had matters he wished to convey to Klein, hoping to alter the narrative surrounding Tingen. Thus, he carefully chose his words to initiate a new topic. It appears that suspected members of the Psychological Alchemy Society have breached the Storm Church's prohibitions on Demir Island, unleashing monstrous entities. Isn't that the work of the Aurora Society? Alge queried in astonishment. The information he had received did not mention the Psychological Alchemy Society. Indeed, the Aurora Society was responsible for the actions, but they were incited by an individual suspected to be from the Psychological Alchemy Society, Abner explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Alge pondered for a moment before voluntarily adding, I also possess information regarding the Aurora Society. It is said that a listener is in search of traces of the true creator, which they proclaim to be the holy sanctuary. At this juncture, he felt a vague connection between this matter and what Tower had described. The true creator? Audrey inquired with intrigue. An ancient entity venerated by numerous mysterious organizations and secret cults, they believe that the creator has not completely perished. What remains is the essence of the true creator. Alge summarized, since the fifth epoch, the true creator has manifested in various forms, such as the hanged giant and the eye behind a shroud of shadows. At this point, he turned to Klein and inquired, I'm not mistaken, am I, Mr. Fool? Testing Tower, only to turn the tables on me? Mr. Hangman seems to be rather bold lately. Perhaps it is time to put him in his place? Klein mused internally as he chuckled softly. I prefer to refer to him as the fallen creator. This name is indeed fitting, for within the true authority of creation lies the essence of the fallen. Abner, wishing to elaborate further on the origins of the true creator, recognized that these future luminaries currently lacked the foundational knowledge required for such an explanation, deeming it too cumbersome to pursue at present. Thus, he decided to let the matter rest for now. As the hanged man stood in awe, rendered speechless by Mr. Fool's unwavering gaze towards the true creator, Justice Audrey turned her attention to Abner, half in wonder and half in curiosity, and inquired, that sounds rather terrifying. Mr. Tower, could you elaborate on the various mysterious organizations and clandestine sects? In my daily life, I find it quite challenging to encounter such matters and must rely on you for insight. I am willing to offer compensation. I wonder what you might desire in return? Well asked, Miss Justice. You have unwittingly assumed the role of the straight man to my jest, Abner mused. Given Mr. Tower's penchant for ostentation, he would undoubtedly mention the mystical order, the Antigonus family, and even half of the fool himself. Klein felt a surge of excitement, but meticulously concealed his emotions, betraying not a hint through his expressions or movements. Well posed, Miss Justice. This presents an opportunity for me to divulge some intelligence to Klein. However, regarding compensation, I desire the extraordinary characteristics of Sequence 6, or perhaps monetary remuneration would suffice. Alas, even if Justice is willing to pay, I currently lack a reliable means of receiving payment. I shall wait until Mr. Fool's delivery function is operational before I charge. For now, I must establish my persona and attract clientele. Abner chuckled inwardly at his own self-deprecation before organizing his thoughts. I require the heart of the elder tree. Please keep an eye out for it. If you come across one, procure it directly, and I shall reimburse you afterward. This was one of the primary materials he had previously deciphered for the scholar's potion. The heart of the elder tree, a material of the middle sequence. Is Tower at Sequence 7 or Sequence 6? Alger silently assessed, utterly unaware that he had just lost a lucrative deal worth £1,000. In the original course of events, he had merely secured some basic intelligence about secret organizations disseminated to lower-tier members of various churches and had obtained £1,000 from Miss Justice. The heart of the elder tree? Very well, Mr. Tower, I shall check our family treasury for it. Miss Audrey responded cheerfully, resolved to inquire among her friends if it was not available at her own home. Goodness, I suspect that even before Mr. Fool's delivery service is launched, you may have already procured it for me. Abner thought enviously of Audrey's family treasury, yearning for one of his own. Subsequently, Abner elucidated various secret organizations originating from the Quaternary and Canary periods, mostly in broad strokes, revealing little of the esoteric. Except for a few extended discussions on the more ascetic order, the cognizant society, the witch sect, and the mystical order, which served as subtle hints for Klein. The concealed sage has become a personified, malevolent deity? How is that even possible? Audrey responded incredulously upon hearing Abner's description of the deities worshipped by the more ascetic order, her tone reflecting her inability to comprehend. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly exited the role of a mere observer, much like a ghost story, with that ghost being a deity. Klein's heart roiled with tumultuous thoughts. At that moment, Abner cast a furtive glance at Klein before speaking with a tone of lament. I cannot fathom how he survived, but his existence poses a lethal calamity for many extraordinary individuals within the sequence of secret keepers. For if one unwittingly establishes a connection with him, they risk being inundated with perilous knowledge. Tragically, the formation of such connections is often passive and utterly unpredictable. Klein shuddered at this revelation, involuntarily recalling the terrifying presence behind Old Neil during his first awakening of spiritual sight. Old Neil was also a seeker of secrets. What a coincidence that would be. Perhaps he could change something. After Abner finished speaking, he too sighed inwardly, fully aware that from the moment a low-sequence extraordinary being connected with a concealed sage, barring a miracle, the outcome had long been predetermined. Chapter 67, Reflection. Abner then recounted the origins of the witch sect and the various abilities possessed by extraordinary individuals within the assassin's pathway. Klein listened intently, recognizing that the instigator lurking in Tingen City had yet to be captured, and it was quite possible that the organization provided assistance to him. Having been forced to temporarily flee Bakeland due to the witch's pursuit, Abner held no fondness for this sect and divulged all he knew about them. But I have heard that during the Quaternary, the witch sect was also known as the witch family. At that time, their numbers were scarce, sustained solely through bloodlines, and they would kill the fathers of their children, discarding male infants. Thus, all their members were female, while the cognizant society has many male members. Alger interjected with a question. Discard male infants? Kill the fathers? No, they would never do such a thing. Abner shot a glance at Alger, countering, Do you know what Sequence 7 of the Assassin's Pathway is called? Alger shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Sequence 7 of the Assassin's Pathway is known as the Witch. Abner stated succinctly. Witch? The word caught Audrey's attention, conjuring associations in her mind, and she could not help but ask if a male were to consume this potion. How would he perform? Would he don beautiful dresses, apply exquisite makeup, and imitate a lady in every gesture? She mused, feeling a mix of disgust and inexplicable fascination. A witch? Surely it cannot be, as I imagine. The more astute Klein began to form a hypothesis. Indeed, he suddenly recalled the night when numerous official extraordinary beings surrounded Triss, only for her to miraculously escape the encirclement. He thought she must have already become a witch by then. By the gods, does the witch's potion have the power to alter one's gender? Audrey exclaimed. This is truly unfathomable. Mr. Fool's silence implies its veracity. This is nothing short of a miracle. This is the realm of the mysterious and the extraordinary, a world teeming with the unbelievable. This is the world I yearn for. Why do I feel a twinge of excitement? After regaining some composure, Audrey cast a quick, guilty glance at Mr. Fool, feeling a tinge of remorse for uttering the name of the night goddess in his presence. Abner continued, Indeed, but it can only transform males into females, while females will correspondingly enhance their allure. Their appearance and skin condition will significantly improve from what was already a fine foundation, which explains why the higher echelons of the witch sect are predominantly female. Moreover, they are quite eager to cultivate male instigators. I suspect this is related to the primordial witch. Why? Audrey instinctively asked, and then as if struck by a realization, her eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Her words trailed off, yet the three gentlemen understood her implication. Alger deemed the topic too perilous to entertain, even in the presence of Mr. Fool. Yet speculating about a malevolent deity was a notion he had never dared to conceive. Audrey, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. She merely felt that her following words should not have escaped the lips of a lady, and instead curiously inquired, What manner of existence is the primordial witch? Is she truly a malevolent deity? Abner was taken aback by Miss Justice's audacity to inquire about divine knowledge without any external aid. This information would be revealed to Klein in just over a month through the Roselle diary, so disclosing it now should pose no significant issue. Moreover, Abner was curious to see if Klein and Mr. Azek would discuss this matter and whether it might jog any premature recollections. The more variables introduced, the greater the potential deviation in the narrative of Tingen. At this moment, both Alger and Klein were left dumbfounded, simultaneously contemplating. Did the combined might of the seven gods fail to vanquish the primordial witch? While it was highly probable that the majority of the seven gods' attention was directed towards the god of death, this nonetheless indicated that the primordial witch was indeed of divine stature. In that instant, an eerie silence enveloped the ancient, weathered bronze table, leaving Abner, who had anticipated a few gasps of astonishment, feeling somewhat awkward. He could not help but think that next time he should prepare a few pages of the Roselle diary, filled with substantial content to present, allowing Mr. Fool to cooperate by tapping the table, thus providing corroboration for his explanations. After all, watching idly as we do now seems quite foolish. Breaking the silence, Abner proceeded to discuss the secret order. He did not delve deeply into the subject. As for the matter of the diviner, it would be best for the master of the Source Fortress to engage with that on his own. He merely completed the explanatory duties regarding Alger from the original text. Once Abner finished speaking, the group exchanged information for a while, and Klein, whose spiritual energy was nearly depleted, announced the conclusion of the gathering. As you wish, Audrey. Both Alger and Abner rose simultaneously. Severing their connection and witnessing their forms fragment and vanish, Klein rubbed his temple, attempting to conjure an alter ego. The sensation of knowing so much yet being unable to inquire was rather distressing for Mr. Tower. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a silhouette appearing at the far end of the bronze long table. The figure, clad in a black tailcoat and wearing a half-high siltop hat, bore a vacant expression and moved awkwardly. Even shrouded in ethereal gray mist, its oddity was unmistakable. It simply would not do. Klein experimented multiple times, sighed, and reluctantly abandoned the idea of creating an alter ego. Just as he prepared to leave, he instinctively reached for a nearby, illusory star. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a faint, unremarkable plea within the deep crimson. Lacking the enhancement of mechanical intelligence, many of my expressions seem rather inappropriate. Although it was intended to establish a persona, there was no need to appear so contrived. It must be the inexplicable superiority complex of a traveler that has affected my emotions, compounded by the relatively safe environment of the Source Fortress, which has somewhat led me to indulge myself. This is not good. Being overly calm and utilitarian is not acceptable, nor is it wise to be too self-indulgent. I must find a balance between the two. Speaking of which, the ideal state resembles that of an iceberg, where one maintains absolute calm, yet still exhibits emotional fluctuations. What insights did you gain from your visit? Abner inquired with a smile, noticing her good mood. Quite a bit. I sold off the remaining materials from the dragon-eye giant python for 50 pounds. Abner, I learned of a clandestine extraordinary gathering happening tonight. Would you care to join me? After slaying the dragon-eye giant python within the cave, Abner had taken the eye. Miss Gwen received the snake skin, while the remaining bodily tissues were given to rest. Abner pondered for a moment. Since they were to depart by train to East Chester early the next day, time was limited, and he had also planned to visit Jane, who was in seclusion at Inmat. Regrettably, he replied, I have other matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Rest nodded and inquired, Is there anything you wish for? I can keep an eye out for you at the gathering. The heart of the elder tree. If it appears, please acquire it for me. Abner thought for a moment, retrieved 500 pounds from his wallet, and then took out 5 brass charms from his pocket. If the funds are insufficient, sell these charms. These charms were crafted from materials sourced from the monsters of Demirport, and their effects were largely peculiar. In Chapter 68, Re-Encounter, during the battle against the monster invasion at Demirport, Abner and his companions collected the complete bodies of 3 monsters and the vertical eye of a despair hound. When it came time to distribute the spoils, Rest claimed the eye of the fear worm, which could serve as a primary material for a constable. Mr. Gaston took the most valuable vertical eye along with all materials from the final shadow monster. As for Miss Gwen, having joined the latest and not being particularly formidable, she received a token share of scraps. What ended up in Abner's possession was the initially encountered mist pigeon and the remaining body parts of the fear worm. The latter held no special significance. Abner merely ground the body into powder to use in various ritualistic magic as auxiliary material. However, the former, the body of the mist pigeon, was a valuable find. It inherently contained many materials tainted with the properties of Sequence 7. Not to mention the aura it had absorbed from the demigod-level demon known as Demir, which was truly precious. At that time, Abner, merely a Sequence 8 detective, lacked the capacity to handle such valuable materials and could only seal them away. But not long ago, after becoming a keeper of knowledge, he acquired the ability to extract auras, and with the high-level pressure of the pure white eye, he successfully utilized that sliver of demigod-level aura. Although most of its power remained squandered, he managed to create 5 intermediate charms and repair a previously acquired extraordinary item. The 5 charms, which he just handed over to Rest as consignment, could each invoke a demon's foul word once, with the specific effects being random. Due to Brass being a poor vessel for demonic auras, these charms would only retain their potency for 6 to 8 months before gradually losing their efficacy. In the outskirts of the Pirlo cemetery near and Matt, a middle-aged man clad in a black classical robe was stealthily observing the nearby watchman's cabin, a lewd smile creeping across his face. Typically, the sentinels of such cemeteries are either burly men or elderly individuals nearing death. However, here, it was oddly occupied by a young and not unattractive maiden. Of course, this young woman often dressed maturely when going out, leading one to assume she was at least in her 30s. Yet, this worldly man saw through her disguise at a glance and marked her as his next target. Originally, he was prepared to flee to Beakland, but upon discovering such an enticing quarry, he decided to take a risk and attempt one last score. Judging by her youth and beauty in such a line of work, she was likely one of those unwilling to sell herself, a type he particularly relished in snaring. Adjusting his attire, Ed Sheelan approached the cabin, glanced at the ajar door, and politely knocked, asking, "Excuse me, is anyone there? I require assistance." "What?" Ed Sheelan was taken aback by the response. He had rehearsed various conversational scenarios in his mind, yet none had prepared him for this reaction. "It may appear desolate here, but there are plenty of little cuties nearby. They have long since informed me of your misdeeds." The young woman rose and approached the door, her gaze cold as she looked at Ed Sheelan, continuing in an emotionless tone. "If you hadn't come to provoke me, that would have been one thing. But since you've come knocking, I suppose I'll reluctantly assist you with your corpse retrieval." The more Ed Sheelan listened, the more uneasy he became, and a growing sense of fear enveloped him. Although he had never encountered a true, extraordinary being, numerous terrifying tales surged through his mind, and he immediately entertained thoughts of fleeing. However, before he could move, the young woman before him seized his neck with one hand. No matter how he struggled or fought back, it was futile. Her slender hand gripped him as firmly as a mechanical arm, slowly tightening its hold. Ed Sheelan felt his breathing become increasingly labored, his strength fading, and his resistance waning until, ultimately, his eyes rolled back, and he ceased to breathe. "How does it feel to inch closer to death? Scum like you deserves such a demise." She spat, then sighed, bending down to fulfill her earlier promise, to collect his corpse. Just as she crouched down, she suddenly heard another voice outside. "Jane, I never imagined you had become a grave digger." The voice belonged to Abner, who, after Rest had left for the extraordinary gathering, followed the address Jane had relayed through Casper. Upon seeing the man, who clearly harbored ill intentions, he surmised that the fellow was likely doomed. In his spiritual vision, the spirits lingering throughout the cemetery were glaring at him with fury, indicating that Jane had sensed the danger long before. Thus, Abner concluded that Jane had successfully ascended to Sequence 8 as a grave digger, for only a grave digger possesses the ability to communicate with nearby spirits. However, the wandering spirits hold little power, and evading their watchful gaze is hardly a challenge for Abner, who is already capable of simulating multiple sequence abilities in his pure white eye state. Thus, he easily approached Jane. Upon hearing the voice, Jane instinctively rolled back, but she quickly recognized Abner's voice, lifting her head with surprise. In a few swift steps, she reached him, her joy evident as she exclaimed, "Abner, you finally came to see me." Yet, despite her happiness, her tone remained cool. "It has been a long time, Jane," Abner replied with a smile, pleased to see the girl radiating such a bright smile. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that this joyful expression differed significantly from her previous carefree demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, Jane ushered Abner into the house, and after hastily addressing the body of Mr. Ed Sheelan, she changed into a purple hunting outfit before continuing to entertain Abner. "I never imagined you would handle such matters with such proficiency now," Abner remarked, marveling at her transformation. Just over a month ago, the mere sight of a corpse would have likely sent her into a fit of screams. "You indeed grasped the art of disguise. That must have been imparted to you by Merrick or Miss Sharon, correct?" Abner posed the question with an air of certainty despite its interrogative form. "Did Merrick instruct you? Has she arranged for numerous teachers?" Abner inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his voice. It was crucial to note that the bounty on Jane and the Rose School was still in effect. The more people knew about her, the greater her peril. Thus, Abner had refrained from discussing this matter, even with Hugh. An influential figure, Abner continued, having recently grown sensitive to prominent individuals due to a recent arrangement by the God of Knowledge. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Why would such a lady personally instruct you? Perhaps she sees me as pitiable?" Jane mused, harboring her own doubts, but feeling unworthy of such an esteemed individual's attention, hence refraining from probing further. "Perhaps," Abner replied non-committally, attempting to discern other residual energies surrounding Jane. However, aside from the detestable Ed Sheelan, he failed to extract any other traces, leading him to conclude that the influential figure was at least a demigod, adept at handling traces of energy. After a thoughtful pause, Abner chose not to activate his pure white eye for further investigation, instead shifting the conversation back to their earlier topic. "In truth, I wish you would not advance so rapidly. The Rose School is not so easily destroyed. At the very least, I would prefer to ensure my strength is sufficient to protect you before you delve deeper." "I understand. I am no longer the naive little girl oblivious to the mysterious world," Jane replied, glancing out at the crimson sky and smiling again. "In fact, had you arrived a few days later, I would no longer be in a Martport." "Are you not planning to seek vengeance now?" Abner asked in astonishment at Jane's words. He did not believe she would act so irrationally, yet the intensity of hatred could be unpredictable. Furthermore, the enmity stemming from parental loss was a matter of life and death. Though Russell did not transform this sentiment into a proverb, the truth remained universally acknowledged. Jane shook her head, chuckling lightly. "Do not perceive me as so impulsive. Moreover, as a grave digger, I currently resemble a corpse more than a living being. Have you ever seen a corpse act recklessly without regard for consequences? That would only occur if it had not encountered the asked copper whistle, and even then, it would be just as fervent." Abner inwardly scoffed at her remark, but maintained a thoughtful demeanor as he replied, "So, you intend to seek subsequent potion formulas and materials? You wish to find the spirit cult? But they are quite wary of the Lunarians and would not easily accept you." Abner furrowed his brow, feeling dubious about her choice. Moreover, the Rose School's stronghold lay in the southern continent. Should Jane venture there and fail to disguise her enmity, it would be exceedingly perilous. "I do not intend to join the spirit cult, nor am I heading directly to the southern continent. I plan to travel through the Rasta Isles first," Jane quickly clarified, sensing Abner's concern for her safety. Observing her apparent confidence in securing the potion formula, Abner began to speculate. He looked at Jane and inquired, "Did that influential figure assign you a specific task?" Jane's expression illuminated with admiration as she responded, "Abner, you truly live up to being Mr. Asinger's assistant. Your deductive reasoning has developed remarkably in such a short time. You are correct. That lady entrusted me with certain tasks, and soon a ship will come to take me out to sea." Abner, however, felt no sense of pride from Jane's praise. His mind was preoccupied with pondering the peculiarities surrounding the Grant family. The demigod Bran, affiliated with the artificial Reaper faction, had deliberately nurtured Mr. Grant, providing him with substantial wealth and potion formulas. Now, another influential figure was cultivating Jane. This was undoubtedly no coincidence. Yet, regardless of perspective, Jane remained merely an ordinary sequencate. With too few clues at hand, Abner found himself at a loss, compelled to temporarily dismiss the issue. The only consolation was that as long as this influential figure required Jane to fulfill a task, she would likely not be left to face danger alone. Her safety should be assured. As for why Mr. Grant had encountered misfortune, he had crossed paths with a fool who was immortal. Of course, this was merely a self-soothing rationale in a moment of helplessness. Had Abner already attained demigod status, he would never have permitted Jane to take such risks. Yet reality dictated otherwise, leaving him to hope that the influential figure was trustworthy and reliable. Seeing Abner fret over her well-being warmed Jane's heart, and her expression softened considerably as she smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I hold a favorable view of that lady. She is not one to regard lives as mere trifles. At times, I even find her somewhat naive. Since she has chosen me to undertake certain tasks, there must be a reason behind her decision." Recognizing that Jane remained tight-lipped about the specifics of her undertaking, Abner understood that it might be bound by some vow, and thus refrained from pressing further. As for Jane, her role was rather unremarkable. She merely played the part of a corpse collector in the graveyard, occasionally receiving instruction from the influential figure, which encompassed not only knowledge but also various practical skills. Otherwise, She would not have appeared so composed when taking lives previously. Conversely, Abner's journey was far more exhilarating. Although he could not divulge details about the Dream Labyrinth Tower, Divine Gambits, or the Tarot Society, merely recounting experiences of battling monstrous invasions alongside companions and exploring caves captivated Jane, her eyes sparkling with interest. After listening, she glanced at the sword case Abner had been carrying on his back, playfully asking, "Is that where the sealed item is hidden?" Before long, Jane emerged with a large cello case in hand. "You're set to take the train to Eastchester first thing tomorrow morning, right? That case is far too conspicuous and will likely attract scrutiny. It would be better to conceal it within the cello case." She offered the cello case to Abner. "Thank you," Abner replied, momentarily taken aback before gladly accepting it. Although he could already simulate part of the illusionist's sleight of hand to cause ordinary people to overlook the sword case, this gesture came from Jane's heartfelt intention. Furthermore, should there be any extraordinary individuals aboard the train capable of penetrating illusions, the sword case would indeed be quite conspicuous. As for when Abner had deciphered the illusionist's abilities, it was during the time he had just become a reader. When Caspis had delivered a revolver to him, an illusionist had concealed themselves in the shadows using illusions, only to be unveiled and analyzed by Abner when he activated his pure white eye. "I'm glad to be of assistance," Jane said with her eyes narrowed in happiness. Jane gazed at him with a hint of reluctance, sighing, "I wonder when we will meet again. I should be heading to West Byrang afterward. Perhaps we will cross paths there," Abner mused, recalling the invitation letter passed to him by Anderson. Shortly after Abner departed the graveyard, carrying the cello case beneath the morning light, a lady clad in beige trousers and black leather boots, her upper body adorned with a light brown knee-length skirt, suddenly approached with remarkable swiftness, seemingly disregarding the distance, and effortlessly made her way to the night watchman's cabin. Jane was taken aback upon encountering the strikingly beautiful lady, hastily clarifying, "I have not disclosed the matter you entrusted to me." The lady nodded slightly, her deep azure eyes reflecting the vastness of the ocean. As she observed the visibly flustered Jane, "You have a good friend," she remarked, her tone revealing an undercurrent of admiration. Noting the tension and worry that had been evident in her previous demeanor, clearly concerned for your impending perilous undertaking. "Yet, my heart was consumed with hatred." Jane sighed, refraining from voicing her thoughts. Abner was not disheartened by this. After all, the primary materials for Sequence 6 are not easily procured. He had merely hoped to chance upon something extraordinary at the gathering, while secretly yearning for the treasures of Miss Justice's family. "Did anything particularly noteworthy occur at the gathering?" Abner inquired casually, noticing a peculiar expression on Hugh's face. "Indeed, several things." Hugh nodded, continuing, "Firstly, the organizer revealed that a treasure had been procured from a small island at dusk. The precise value of this information was £500, though I did not inquire further. However, I observed individuals who appear to be pirates engaging in private discussions with the gentleman." "The gentleman from the Aurora Society?" His actions seemed clearly directed at the dusk figure. What could be his motive? Before Abner could ponder this further, Hugh continued, "Additionally, the Lord of Stars is reportedly near in Mad Harbor. Someone has sighted the vessel, the Future, in nearby waters. Moreover, at the gentleman's gathering, the notorious underwater assassin, Nina, with a bounty of £3,600, seemed to have been recognized, corroborating this claim." Abner, contemplating the implications of the Future's proximity to in Mad Harbor, felt a flash of insight connecting various clues and information he had gathered from the novel. Jane mentioned she would soon be arranged to embark on a sea voyage. The Future had indeed arrived near in Mad Harbor. In the narrative, the identity of Reigelman was entrusted to Merrick, ultimately bestowed by the significant figure, the lady, somewhat naive. The accumulation of these clues precisely pointed to the identity of that lady. Chapter 70, Eastchester County. The eldest daughter of Emperor Russell, leader of the Element Dawn, Bernadette Gustave. Upon recalling the name of this notable figure, Abner had a fresh association with the peculiarities surrounding the Grant family. Bernadette had long been seeking the true reasons behind her father's drastic change in temperament during his later years. Thus, the task she assigned to Jane must surely be related. The Emperor's concealed tombs, or the numerous relics he established in his twilight years. Regardless, this place must be connected to the Grant family, perhaps even linked to the artificial Grim Reaper. The more fortuitous news was that if this truly was the enigmatic queen, then Jane should be in minimal danger. At this juncture, Hugh turned to Abner and asked, during the scene on the 7th level of the Dream Maze Tower, "You inquired about the date from the lady we rescued. At that moment, you already possessed all the knowledge, did you not?" It was no wonder her expression had been somewhat peculiar earlier. Had she been startled once more by my charlatanry? One would assume that after so many experiences, she would have grown accustomed to it, right? Abner blinked, contemplating whether to fabricate an excuse to brush it aside or to remain silent and allow her imagination to run wild. Upon observing Abner's expression, Hugh surmised what he was likely thinking, given their prolonged companionship. Abner, the sensation of knowing everything yet being unable to articulate it is quite distressing, is it not? I can perceive that you carry a heavy burden in your heart, feeling a certain distance from those around you. With a sigh, she earnestly gazed into Abner's eyes and resolutely declared, I will strive to elevate my sequence, so I may soon be qualified to learn those secrets. Abner, touched by Hugh's determination, thought to himself how remarkable was that she had garnered so many friends in the original narrative, including a profound bond with furs. For once one became her friend, she would genuinely consider your well-being without selfish motives. Thus, Abner smiled sincerely and said, very well, I await the day I can unveil all truths to you. It's a promise. Hugh beamed, lifting her chin proudly. At the ticket checkpoint of Inmat Steam train station, a beautiful lady clad in a matte black morning dress, draped with a purple overcoat, approached from the direction of the ticket counter. She stepped before another, slightly taller lady, raising the ticket in her hand and smiling. I have secured a ticket to Tingen City. I have come to a realization. This is the life he fought for me. I shall live each day joyfully and blissfully on his behalf. This is surely what he wished to see. As she spoke, the corners of Sherry's mouth lifted slightly, and an inexplicable sense of happiness welled within her. Isn't it rather cruel to say such things to a single woman like me? The lady with an alluring beauty remarked disdainfully. Dear Lady Dolly, your standards are simply too lofty. There are indeed many suitors among your colleagues, and exceptional gentlemen around you. Yet you perpetually overlook them, Sherry replied, her eyes sparkling with gossip, inquiring mysteriously, pray tell, what type do you actually fancy? Lady Dolly cast a knowing glance at her young assistant before remarking, despite your brief tenure, there are indeed many in the company who harbor feelings for you. Had you not been dressed in mourning attire and appeared so sorrowful, I dare say someone would have already made a move. Sherry pouted in discontent at this comment, retorting, I actually believe they are merely seeking to approach you through me. Enough jesting. The steam train is about to arrive. Hurry and fetch your luggage, Lady Dolly instructed, glancing at her watch. Yes, Lady Dolly. Despite the light banter, Sherry was quite earnest about her responsibilities. She swiftly picked up a moderately sized suitcase and followed closely behind Lady Dolly. Curiosity piqued as she asked, but weren't you reassigned to Beckland? Why purchase a ticket to Tingen? A friend there seems to be encountering some issues. I received a letter from one of his subordinates and wished to confirm the situation. Lady Dolly's expression grew serious as she explained. Is it yet another extraordinary incident? Could it possibly relate to that devil, Triss? Sherry muttered quietly, falling silent thereafter. As they stepped onto the platform, Sherry spotted a young gentleman dressed in a gray suit, wearing a top hat, and carrying a cello case, accompanied by a disheveled, petite girl. Upon her first glance at the girl, Sherry felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before, yet she could not recall when. Unable to resist, she hurriedly approached the girl and, under the astonished gazes of Lady Dolly and the duo, asked with a tone filled with curiosity, Pardon me, but have we met somewhere before? As time was of the essence, Abner and Hugh hastily made their way to the steam train station after checking out their hotel. Upon passing through ticket control and stepping onto the platform, they were approached by a lady in mourning attire, hastily carrying luggage, who inquired with a perplexed tone, Madam, have we met somewhere before? Was this an advance? Oh no, it was Hugh. Then it was nothing to worry about. Abner silently scoffed while scrutinizing the somewhat clumsy lady before him. Hugh felt similarly but quickly reacted, pretending to be frightened and retreating behind Abner as if she were a timid girl confronted by a villain. I apologize for taking your time, Sherry curtsied, stepping aside. Do not speak foolishly, Lady Dolly. I genuinely felt she looked familiar, and despite this being our first encounter, I felt an innate fondness, Sherry expressed earnestly, dismissing any notion of jest. Dolly remained impassive upon hearing the words. Yet she gazed intently at Che Li for a considerable moment before stating, They are not individuals associated with the Clover. Furthermore, there are no signs of mental manipulation upon you. Perhaps it is merely a matter of fate. As a member of the Night Watch, she had thoroughly reviewed all the documentation pertaining to the Clover incident. Maybe, Che Li replied, casting a wistful glance at the train that had already begun its journey, silently adding, I hope to encounter them again. Seated on the moving train, Abner and Hugh exchanged glances, both taken aback by the unexpected presence of an acquaintance at the platform, one they had just discussed in relation to the clover. For a moment, words eluded them. After a prolonged silence, Hugh hesitantly inquired, "If Che Li is present, then what of Triss?" Emmett Harbor is neither far nor close to Stone City. The steam train took a full 10 hours to glide into the station of this capital city of Eastchester. Upon exiting the station, Abner found himself momentarily at a loss in this unfamiliar city. Their reason for coming here was Hugh's belief that her family required a change of residence. At that moment, Hugh hesitated before asking, "Abner, my mother and brother are hiding in the countryside near Stone. If you have nowhere to go, would you care to visit?" Chapter 71, Encounters. "That sounds fine, but I must also relocate my mother and brother, leaving me little time to host you." "By the way," Hugh said, retrieving a lady's bell-shaped hat with a slightly upward curving brim from her luggage and handing it to Abner. "What is this for?" Abner asked, puzzled. "The previous hat that concealed your face has ceased to function. Could you perhaps use this hat for your next ritual?" Hugh continued, biting her lip in embarrassment, murmuring softly, "The last I was simply too ugly." "Too ugly," Abner echoed, momentarily stunned. He had always perceived Hugh's demeanor as somewhat boyish, forthright, and gallant. But upon hearing her words, he realized that misjudgment, too, was merely a young lady. Even if she appeared somewhat unkempt, it was merely a guise. How could a former noblewoman not appreciate beauty? "Very well," Abner acquiesced, taking the bell-shaped hat and examining it closely. It was indeed far more aesthetically pleasing than the hat he had carelessly chosen before. "How long will it take to relocate your mother and brother? Will 3 days suffice? Shall we depart Friday evening or Saturday morning?" Abner inquired after stowing the hat. "That won't take so long. I believe 2 days will be sufficient. Please assist me in purchasing a ticket for Thursday evening." Hugh contemplated for a moment before responding. Subsequently, after confirming the specific time and place for their reunion, they parted ways. Thereafter, Abner summoned a cab, asking the driver to recommend a nearby, respectable inn. Soon, the cab delivered him to the Croft Inn in the heart of Stone City. The inn was well located, nestled in a picturesque and tranquil neighborhood, and only a 10-minute walk from the city's most bustling streets. Observing the lavish and upscale decor of the inn's facade, Abner harbored grave suspicions that the cab driver might have received a commission for bringing him here. In Bakerland, at the Constance Club in the Hillsdon district, a prestigious literary salon was in session. Forsyth, a newly acclaimed author, was among the invited guests. She donned her sole decent outfit, a cream-colored long dress with ruffles, as she approached the long table to partake of the desserts. At that moment, Viscount Graylant approached her with a smile, inviting, "Beautiful lady, may I steal a moment of your precious time for a private conversation over there?" Forsyth scrutinized Graylant, ensuring there was no malice in his gaze. Convinced that her previous request might have borne fruit, she finally offered a graceful smile and replied, "It would be my honor, my lord." Thus, amidst the envious glances of several female authors, Forsyth accompanied Graylant into a nearby lounge. Upon entering, Graylant smiled and said, "Ms. Wall, there will be a salon on Thursday afternoon at my residence focused on literature and music. I sincerely invite you to attend. Many influential nobles' children will be present, including the Countess Holber's daughter. I believe you might achieve your goals there." With that, he looked at Forsyth with keen interest. On Wednesday morning, an early rising Abner, accompanied by the somewhat restless sort of Dawn, observed the sunrise from the rooftop. After enjoying the luxurious breakfast provided by the inn for 10 souls, he set off for Stone University. This institution, the finest in Eastchester, boasted a commendable academic reputation, particularly renowned for its history and archaeology programs. In the original tale, Audrey had acquired a note written in the dragon tongue from Associate Professor Michelle Diet at the History Department to fulfill a task assigned by the Psychological Alchemy meeting, donating land and estate worth £10,000 near the university and establishing a foundation for the collection and preservation of antiquities. However, Abner's purpose for visiting was not to bask in the allure of Miss Justice's golden pounds, but rather to access the university's public library. Although the books housed within public libraries are inevitably mass-produced and secondhand, given the library's vast collection, Abner gleaned some insights after spending a considerable part of the day reading. For instance, had Emperor Russell once set foot on Sunia Island, encountering a beautiful indigenous maiden, leaving behind tantalizing legends? Did Emperor Russell briefly consort with the royal descendants of the former Bylan Empire in the southern continent, allegedly begetting offspring? Had Emperor Russell explored the Misty Sea, inadvertently stumbling upon an isolated island, where its inhabitants were entirely unaware of the four great kingdoms, only knowing of the Solomon Empire? Abner closed the book with a slight headache, reflecting, indeed, libraries seem to be Russell's domain. This holds true for both Bakerland and Stone. The only silver lining was that he now had material for the upcoming Tarot Gatherings Russell Diary. Exiting Stone University, Abner glanced at the sky, determining that it was still early. He decided to visit the steam train station to purchase a ticket for Thursday evening to avoid being caught without one. He called for a public cab, swiftly arriving at the station. However, just as he was about to step into the ticket office, a peculiar force enveloped the surroundings, causing pedestrians, drivers, travelers, and ticket agents to vanish without a trace, leaving only a faint crimson hue diffusing through the air. In the next moment, a strikingly handsome and ethereal man dressed in a red shirt and black high-collared coat appeared directly before him. Abner was struck by fear at such a bizarre scene and the extraordinary manner of the man's entrance. Without a second thought, he attempted to activate his pure white eye and retrieve the Sword of Dawn from his back. Yet, he soon realized his efforts were in vain. Not only could he not move, but even his attempts to awaken the pure white eye yielded no response. This was the first time he had lost contact with the unknown realm behind the pure white eye. Do not attempt to activate that space again. Even I find it challenging to shield that passage. Should you try once more, the forces from that realm may descend, and the zero-level ceiling object that conceals this restricted area cannot remain undetected. The exquisite man, frowning, warned. Who are you, sir? Abner fortified himself with mechanical intellect, quickly regaining his composure. Do not be so anxious. I harbor no ill intent towards you. Moreover, I come to meet you at the behest of the ancestor. With the tacit approval of the god of knowledge and wisdom, the man explained with a gentle gaze and a smile. The god of knowledge's approval. The ancestor's will. Is this man a vampire? One of the three dukes of the bloodline, wielding a zero-level ceiling object? But when did the old dragon ally with Lilith? Wait, when did the god of knowledge and wisdom become so closely allied with the progenitor of the bloodline? Is this a coalition? It appears that there is a design laid upon me. They even seem to be aware of the unknown territories. Abner's mind was filled with questions and trepidation, which overshadowed the calm that his skills typically afforded him. Yet, maintaining a facade of composure bolstered by a mechanical mindset, he inquired steadily, "What brings you here to meet me?" The ethereal man, with a gentle flick of his flowing silver hair, responded, "I merely wish to remind you to steer clear of Tingen. Do not approach him while he is out of sight of that pen." At this moment, Abner felt an unsettling impression that the man's demeanor and smile were somewhat effeminate. Not daring to dwell on this possible misperception, he simply asked, "Is this also the will of the god of knowledge and wisdom?" Indeed, the enigmatic man nodded, then observed Abner's composed visage, a result of his abilities, and added with a smile, "But fret not. For the sake of amusement, I have orchestrated a bit of mischief for that pen and its current master. Were it not for your absence of monocles, I might have mistaken you for a mon." Abner inhaled deeply, pressing for clarity. What lies beyond the space behind my eyes? Chapter 72, Secrets and Influence. Very well, I cannot tarry here too long, lest I attract unnecessary trouble. Until we meet again, the handsome, otherworldly man finished his words without granting Abner another chance to inquire, as enormous, illusory bat-like wings erupted from his back, enveloping his form, and in an instant he vanished, leaving the surroundings to return to normalcy. Despite being a mid-July afternoon, Abner felt no warmth, only a chilling cold that coiled around his heart, as if seeking to freeze the blood within his veins. Although this high-ranking being, a representative of the will of the progenitor of the blood race, seemed devoid of malevolence, generously offering him a warning, he could not shake the thought that one should trust the might of the divine, but not their benevolence. This ancient adage echoed in Abner's mind, casting doubts about the god of knowledge and wisdom and the progenitor of the blood race genuinely fostering him without conditions. He would undoubtedly have to pay a steep price to repay such goodwill in the future, having deduced the scrutiny of the god of knowledge from various clues and evidence. Abner, though somewhat prepared psychologically, found the recent appearance of the blood race's enigmatic figure, along with his words, confirmed his previous conjectures. This left Abner unable to deceive himself any longer. He must confront the issue of why the divine took such interest in him. Was it merely because he was a traveler from another realm? Yet, they seem to possess intimate knowledge of my golden finger. Is what I deem a secret truly a secret? Do they know everything I know? If the god of knowledge and wisdom truly comprehends the entire narrative, why has there been no action taken? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Abner suddenly recalled Anderson, who had obtained a formula for the Iron Blood Knight's potion ahead of time. Narrowing his eyes as he continued to ponder, what role am I to play in all of this? And why have I been summoned? Fortunately, at least thus far, the god of knowledge and wisdom had shown him relative kindness. Comforting himself with this notion, Abner ceased to dwell on matters that held little significance at present. He turned away from the steam train station, hailed a cab, and proceeded to the canal dock to purchase 2 tickets for a passenger ship. In the outskirts of Storn City, at St. Helena Church, the exquisitely handsome and otherworldly man, clad in a red shirt and black high-collared coat, stepped into the headquarters of the Knight Church in Eastchester County, only to witness the tall pillars adorned with the insignia of a knight being suddenly engulfed in shadow, stained with ink-like darkness. The colossal stained glass windows, featuring angelic motifs, flanking the pillars, also transformed into profound blackness, while a clear, crimson moon hung silently beyond the church's skylight. Despite it being daytime, the once-lit candles and lights within the church had vanished, leaving only the vast, dark night and the brilliant red moon. Beneath this night, the worshippers who had been praying within the church were shrouded in a veil of darkness, as if they had transformed from the living into a watercolor painting. In this peculiar juxtaposition of black and red, shadow and pillar, tranquility and silence, the scene unfolded before the eyes of the vampire. Upon witnessing this tableau, the strikingly beautiful blood race man displayed no signs of anxiety. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the pulpit in the hall. For from behind the initially empty pulpit, a figure suddenly emerged. This figure donned a simple linen robe patched from wear, cinched at the waist with a belt woven from tree bark, with flowing black hair cascading down and bare feet covered in dust and scars. This was a lady of exceedingly ordinary features. Her dark eyes bore no distinction from those of an average person. Yet, an aura of calm and peace surrounded her, instilling a sense of reassurance upon first glance. A servant of the hidden? The blood race man inquired with a light chuckle. Indeed, the lady replied, stepping forward to bow gently before the blood race man. I did not expect your divine descent. The goddess has sent me to welcome you. Merely an experiment through the body of a special descendant, the blood race man remarked, waving his hand dismissively and adding, there is no need for such formality. I cannot remain here for long. Just a few words before I depart. Please give your orders. The lady said calmly, inform the knight that I have observed and approved of the individual she favors. Shortly, an interesting little fellow will be sent to engage with him. The lady paused for a moment before whispering, the goddess has understood your intentions. In Tingen City, at 2 Daffodil Street, Klein stepped backward 4 paces onto the gray mist. The clues of the clown potion. At the head of an ancient and mottled bronze table, Klein read the divination statements repeatedly, leaning back and entering a deep slumber. The surroundings quickly became serene and quiet, the visions before his eyes hazy and indistinct, as countless distorted and unrecognizable images flashed by. Akin to droplets of dew upon the tender petals of morning, he beheld a dimly lit room filled with various mysterious individuals seated upon numerous sofas and chairs, with a woman cloaked in a black robe and an iron mask occupying a corner. This woman handed a blue, jelly-like item to an elderly gentleman with graying hair seated at the center of the sofas. Is there a clue to the clown potion here? But who is that elderly gentleman? What connection do I have to the clues of the potion he has acquired? Could that elderly man or woman be someone I know? Klein's thoughts barely flickered before the surrounding scene shifted dramatically. It was a gray-white warehouse, hidden in the innermost recesses of the same building. Inside, numerous stark white bones were scattered about, alongside clumps of flesh resembling bloodied muck crushed by boulders. At the center of the warehouse lay a fist-sized gray-white object, its surface riddled with grooves, exuding a softness reminiscent of freshly unearthed brain matter. Just as Klein recognized the location and began to comprehend what that object was, the imagery before his eyes twisted and shattered like a reflection disturbed upon water, morphing into new, nebulous scenes. A naked body lay upon a long table draped in white cloth, with a bluish blood sphere floating before it. Klein furrowed his brow, murmuring, is this the manifestation of the wrist brand from the tailcoat clown? Is the object the elderly gentleman received also the remnants of someone who has passed? As he attempted to decipher the meaning of these visions, the scenes began to change with heightened intensity. A marble coffee table, a leather sofa arranged in a primary and 2 secondary configurations, and a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Klein Moretti, with black hair and brown eyes, exuded an air of scholarly refinement, while a rotund man with fair skin and a prosperous demeanor donned thin, veiled gloves, accompanied by a youthful lady of exquisite beauty. A middle-aged man with thick, coarse brown hair, standing stoutly, with a disheveled brow and sparse, brown locks, completed the tableau. The man of 50, with gray-blue eyes, sat across from another at a round table, upon which rested a deep black notebook, imbued with an ancient and distant aura. It was the notebook of the Antigonid family. Klein straightened abruptly, the remnants of his dream dissipating completely, gazing out at the vast gray mist and the deep crimson stars beyond the grand temple. He was struck with astonishment and confusion. I was divining clues about the clown's potion. So how did the Antigonid family's notebook come into play? Let me think. That rotund fellow is Welch. Yes, Welch, the unfortunate soul who acquired the Antigonid family's notebook, triggering a subsequent series of events. The young lady, adorned with lace gloves and possessing a delicate beauty, is Naya. I remember now. The combination of the marble coffee table and leather sofa is emblematic of Welch's residence, where I encountered the medium, Dolly. This means I just witnessed the living room of Welch's abode, observing the original owner discussing the notebook with two classmates. What could that last scene signify? The appearance of a notebook and Welch? Could it be a glimpse of the moment he purchased that artifact? One of the other two individuals present seems rather familiar. That middle-aged man clad in a black classical robe must have been seen before, with hair like a hedgehog and heavy dark circles under his eyes. Yes, I recognize him now. Heinaz Vincent of the Divination Club, who after Selena clandestinely learned a secret incantation, was drawn into a dream by the captain and met his peaceful demise. Was that notebook sold to Welch by him? What a convoluted connection, truly. The world is small. No, Tingen is astoundingly small. Upon reflection, it is indeed plausible. Heinaz Vincent was no ordinary diviner, having evidently delved into the realms of the arcane, under the watchful gaze of some ancient malevolent deity. He had the channels, the ability, and the opportunity to acquire the notebook that had accidentally leaked from the secret society. It is no wonder the captain and his team have been unable to trace where Welch procured the notebook. Their inquiries were entirely misguided, focusing on the antiquities market. Later, when the specific whereabouts of the notebook emerged, they abandoned that line of investigation altogether. Alas, if only Heinaz Vincent had not recently passed away. He could undoubtedly have provided insights regarding the notebook. As someone who had ventured deep into the esoteric, he should have studied that very notebook. His untimely death, how fortuitous. Yet there remains another individual present, a man in his 50s who might also possess considerable knowledge. But I was divining clues about the clown's potion. This defies logic, no. This defies the principles of mysticism. After becoming a diviner, Klein had once attempted to discern where Welch acquired the Antigonid family notebook, but at that time, he had not considered the particularity of the gray mist above, failing to gain any revelations. Now, while attempting to divine something entirely different, the truth unexpectedly emerged. After a moment of calm, Klein began to piece together the content of his dream, integrating it with the entries from Roselle's diary and Mr. Tower's exposition on the secret society. The first possibility is that Calatu, or the secret society, is in pursuit of the Antigonid family's relics. Thus, the symbolic meaning of this dream could be to lure the secret society into revealing themselves through matters related to the Antigonid family, thereby obtaining the formula for the clown's potion. The second possibility is that the Antigonid family's notebook directly contains the formula for the clown's potion. According to the snippets Mr. Tower has shared, the Antigonid family is connected to the so-called half-fool. Based on Mr. Tower's observations of the fool's reactions, this name is likely associated with a high-grade potion within the diviner sequence. Therefore, it would be entirely reasonable for the Antigonid family to possess the clown's formula. However, this second symbolic interpretation cannot be linked to the items branded with the tailcoat clown. How I wish it were the second scenario. Once the sanctuary finds an expert to decipher the notebook, I could safely acquire the clown's potion. As it stands, the first interpretation seems most probable. Yet my instincts as a diviner whisper to me that there must be a deeper symbolic significance. Perhaps if I were to share the dream's content with Mr. Tower, he could deduce even more. But how should I approach him? As the fool, that would be impossible. In any other manner, I would inevitably expose Klein. Contemplating this, Klein rubbed his forehead, suddenly acutely aware of the limitations of a diviner, unless faced with very simple and direct symbols. The interpretations of a diviner must be approached with utmost caution, akin to walking on the edge of an abyss or upon the surface of thin ice. A misinterpretation or failure to grasp the most critical meaning could lead to the tailcoat clown being an all-too-real and blood-soaked example. In that moment, Klein felt as if he had grasped the true essence of being a diviner, as though he stood on the precipice of a great revelation, ready to fully assimilate the potion. "Thank you for enlightening me with your life. Praise the goddess," he murmured, tracing a crimson moon across his chest. That night, Hush suddenly awoke with a start. She had just secretly relocated her mother and younger brother to a village called Hedrak that afternoon, believing it to be a tranquil and secluded haven, a perfect hiding place. Yet, she seemed to have dreamt of a dragon. Chapter 73, A Homicide. "So, you dreamt of a dragon in that village called Hedrak, and successfully adjudicated multiple events within the Dragoness game, thereby assimilating the potion?" It was now Thursday afternoon, and Hush had successfully reunited with Abner, recounting her strange dream from the previous night. Abner rubbed his temples as he listened. The name Hedrak was not unfamiliar to him. In the original mysterious novel, this village concealed within the collective subconscious the ancient dragon or hog, an observer of Sequence 2. But there is no need to share this with Hush, lest it frighten her. Indeed, it is peculiar. I had no doubts about the authenticity of those events while in the dream, and I diligently fulfilled my role as an adjudicator, Hush remarked incredulously. "And what are the other individuals you encountered in the dream? Do they remember those events upon waking?" Abner inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Hush shook her head, gravely stating, "My brother and mother also appeared in the dream as events, yet upon waking, they recall nothing at all. They merely feel as though they had a dream, yet have forgotten its content. It seems aimed directly at me, assisting me in fulfilling the role of adjudicator. Is it attempting to entice me with a taste before collecting interest? But that is hardly characteristic of an ancient dragon. Aside from the deities of knowledge and wisdom, what ancient dragon possesses a good temperament? Intimidation and threat are the norms. Moreover, I cannot discern whether this ancient dragon is her hog or the phantasmal dragon Angelwood. According to the original text, the latter should not yet have awakened under the former's influence at this time. However, if the deity of knowledge and wisdom has foreseen the plot, that may not hold true. The tome The Travels of Gross is currently in the possession of Edwina, hidden within the icebergs that worship the deity of knowledge and wisdom. It would not be difficult to use it to facilitate Angelwood's revival. Furthermore, the deity of knowledge and wisdom has motives for such a revival. Angelwood is the progenitor of the nightmare dragon Elusahad, closely tied to 008. His premature resurrection to seize 008 would undoubtedly exert a restraining influence on that particular individual. The only issue is that Angelwood is not only an enemy of that individual, but also harbors enmity towards the deity of knowledge and wisdom. The situation may become difficult to control. Yet, if I can contemplate these possibilities, how could that individual remain unaware? Would they not have corresponding contingencies? The schemes of the deity of knowledge and wisdom cannot be so simplistic. Hush observed Abner's furrowed brow and sighed. "It seems I have encountered yet another troublesome matter. Even you cannot easily pass judgment. So it seems Hush genuinely believes I know everything." Abner thought self-deprecatingly before organizing his thoughts and responding. "The matters you're facing may be quite complex. I am still unable to ascertain whether they bode well or ill. For now, it is best to steer clear of that village. The ancient dragon's intentions are unclear, but Hush herself should have nothing that it covets. Next time at the tarot reading, I shall inquire of the fool whether he might divulge his esteemed name to someone trustworthy. In such circumstances, it is wiser to employ gray mist to ward off any potential threats." Previously, while at Inmat Port, arrangements had been established via telegraph with the Beckland authorities, as well as with Detective Eisinger and Ms. Forth, regarding their estimated time of arrival in Beckland. Abner pondered for a moment, concluding that even if the ancient dragon had ulterior motives, having initially offered a taste of sweetness, it would not likely turn hostile so soon. Therefore, there should be no immediate concerns. Remaining idle here served no purpose, so he nodded and said, "Rest assured, I shall convey your message." In the study of the Viscount Greylint, Audrey entered through the door to find Greylint sitting at the table, idly toying with a fountain pen, while Ms. Forth stood before the bookshelf, casually browsing the collection. "Audrey, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce you to Ms. Forth, a genuine, extraordinary being," Greylint said, setting down his pen and approaching her. "Is that so?" Audrey feigned skepticism, leisurely walking to the wall, extending her right palm to touch its surface, performing a seemingly miraculous act that left the two nobles wide-eyed in astonishment. What an astonishing ability, Graylin exclaimed. Audrey took a gentle breath and remarked, I'm no longer in doubt. Meanwhile, Miss Forth's displayed abilities piqued her curiosity. Which path does this extraordinary being hail from? Perhaps next time at the tarot session, I should inquire of Mr. Tarot. Alas, it appears my family's treasury lacks the heart of the elder tree. I must pen a letter to Alfred to inquire about it. As Audrey contemplated her thoughts, she endeavored to maintain the demeanor of a mere spectator. Miss Forth chuckled softly. Let us converse candidly. I was once a physician at a clinic, and by a twist of fate, I became an extraordinary being over 2 years ago. I seek your assistance in uncovering a matter, and in return, I shall grant you entry into the true circle of extraordinary beings, providing you with certain potion formulas and the corresponding materials. Upon hearing such a promise, Graylin eagerly inquired, What is the matter? Audrey scrutinized the expressions and body language of the two, weighing her question carefully. What did your friend do to attract the attention of the Military Intelligence Section 9? On board the inland passenger vessel, the Mat, Abner was initially standing on the deck, admiring the picturesque scenery along the canal. Suddenly, he was disturbed by a heated argument erupting nearby. You should seek the real culprit rather than wrongfully accuse me. Yet, the man and woman beside him refused to heed his protestations, firmly grasping him, while security personnel on the ship surrounded him to prevent his escape. Has a murder occurred? Abner's mind stirred as he recognized his role as a keeper of knowledge, and formally dubbed a detective. Although he was yet to fully comprehend his role, taking the initiative to conduct some investigative work seemed prudent. With this thought in mind, he maneuvered through the crowd of onlookers and approached the gentleman who was being accused. The man, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his face etched with weariness and indignation. Both he and the woman accompanying him bore the marks of modest means, suggesting they were not affluent. Having formed a judgment, Abner stepped forward and introduced himself. Good sir, I am a detective, and perhaps my assistance is required here. Regardless of the truth of your claim, someone must verify it. If it is true, I imagine you would not wish for the real culprit to remain at large. If false, then we can bring you to justice. What do you think? The gentleman paused, visibly hesitating, before finally gritting his teeth and stating, Detective, I truly need assistance. What are your fees? Abner, aware of the man's financial constraints, smiled and replied, We can discuss payment after the case is resolved. I believe you, too, wish to discover the identity of the perpetrator as soon as possible. Chapter 74. Coins and Apothecaries. After much deliberation, the gentleman agreed to commission Abner and briefly recounted the events leading to his current plight. His name was Scannard, formerly a manager at a maritime trading company. Yet due to a series of misfortunes and his son's sudden illness, he had lost his job, depleted his savings, and even sold off his ancestral estate. Their journey to Beckland was in search of a more competent physician for their son, Alan. However, shortly after embarking, Alan's condition had taken a turn for the worse. In their moment of desperation, the loud man who had been shouting earlier stepped forward, claiming to be a skilled apothecary. For a mere £10, he promised to concoct a remedy to restore Alan to health. Initially skeptical of the man's intentions, Mr. Scannard, witnessing his son's evident suffering, eventually surrendered the last of his savings for the preparation of a potion. The concoction appeared effective at first. Alan, after consuming it, experienced relief from his pain and even managed to fall into a rare, peaceful slumber. Abner, upon hearing this, cast a glance at the still bellowing apothecary, pondering. Based solely on Mr. Scannard's description, this man resembles a charlatan selling counterfeit remedies. However, my observations suggest that his expression of grievance is sincere. Despite his outcry, he does not appear particularly anxious, indicating either a clear conscience or confidence in his escape. May I examine the scene of Alan's demise? Abner inquired after a moment of contemplation. That would likely require the captain's consent, Mr. Scannard replied, somewhat apprehensive. Not to worry. I am quite skilled at persuading others to see my perspective, Abner smiled reassuringly. Having traveled with Hugh for so long, his authority as an arbitrator had been effectively analyzed and successfully emulated. Though the results were not as potent as Hugh's personal touch, they sufficed for ordinary individuals. As expected, under Abner's compelling charm and sufficient gravitas, Captain Matt readily acquiesced to his request and escorted them to the cabin where young Alan lay. Upon entering the chamber, Abner meticulously observed the 10-year-old boy, whose hands were clasped around his neck, face swollen and discolored, with blood oozing from his mouth and nostrils, leaving no detail unexamined. This appearance suggests asphyxiation rather than drug toxicity, does it not? Yet, certain substances can also induce asphyxia, thus I cannot be certain. With this in mind, Abner proceeded to investigate the room for evidence while discreetly employing his breath extraction technique, collecting the various lingering scents present and analyzing them for any signs of extraordinary interference. He discerned the scents of a young boy, the scannered couple, a sailor, and the remnants of crushed nuts. This must be the potion, he mused. To his surprise, he soon discovered traces of extraordinary corruption within the bowl that had contained the apothecary's concoction. Is there truly something to this? Abner thought, astonished that his impromptu involvement in a murder case had entangled him with extraordinary beings. He glanced at the portly apothecary, who was being guarded outside by security personnel, and proceeded to analyze the residual extraordinary essence. This potion indeed possesses analgesic properties and the ability to alleviate bodily ailments. It appears the apothecary is genuine in his profession. However, the child's death must truly be unrelated to him. Subsequently, an additional scene unfolded. Mrs. Scannard, having left to tend to her son, had entered the washroom, while young Allen opened his eyes, retrieving a seemingly treasured nut from his pocket and placing it in his mouth. Unfortunately, at that very moment, the vessel encountered a sudden jolt. Allen, caught off guard, found the nut lodged in his airway. He struggled to cough it out, pounding his throat in vain, ultimately succumbing to asphyxiation. As the recollection concluded, Abner found himself at a loss for words. It turned out that, after all the commotion, young Allen had perished due to a mere nut lodged in his throat. It is uncertain whether it is he who is particularly unfortunate or if the corpulent apothecary is the more afflicted. However, a new thought soon ignited within him. Could it be an extraordinary coincidence? Furthermore, I have an inkling that there is something I have overlooked in this place. Abner meticulously re-examined the list of clues, yet no new revelation surfaced. He pondered for a moment, and for the sake of caution, he once again activated the pure white eye. The aura it emanated did not seem to possess a high rank, yet its presence felt exceedingly faint. Was this a remnant of an extraordinary means that naturally restrains investigative or divinatory abilities? The scene gradually unfolded, revealing the young boy, Allen, toying with an ancient coin, its design quaintly archaic. Yet, illness swiftly extinguished his interest. He subconsciously rubbed his finger against the coin's surface, erasing a dark red stain. The scene shifted, and the boy boarded a ship, where his ailments soon flared up. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, a rotund apothecary approached him, providing a prescription. The medication proved remarkably effective, and the pain that had plagued him for nearly a year astonishingly vanished. Allen, who had not enjoyed a good night's sleep in ages, immediately succumbed to a blissful slumber. The scene transitioned once more, and, after the boy choked on a nut, a drop of blood oozed from his mouth and nose, fortuitously landing on the ancient coin that had slipped from his pocket at an unknown moment, once again creating a bloodstain. Yet, how did young Allen come into possession of that coin? Abner first simulated an illusion, feigning an investigation of the traces on Allen, and discreetly pocketed the inconspicuous ancient coin that had rolled to the edge of the bed. Having previously analyzed the coin's function with a pure white eye, he was aware that it bore no adverse effects under normal circumstances, which emboldened him to handle it directly. He had indeed made some discoveries. Abner nodded. Invoking the authority of the pure white, I dissimulate the gravitas of hues, and inquired, I hope you can enlighten me, Mr. Scard. Has her family been beset by a series of misfortunes of late? Were they? Since when did this begin? How do you know, Mr. Scard's reaction was exceedingly intense. He immediately recognized this himself, and hastily took a few deep breaths, retorting, what does this have to do with Allen's death? This was a sentiment he deeply wished to suppress. Moreover, this unwillingness to divulge resisted the simulated skill I employed. Abner furrowed his brow inwardly, his thoughts racing as he altered his strategy, responding, please remain calm, Mr. Scard. I have indeed made a discovery, but it requires the captain and other gentlemen of standing aboard to serve as witnesses. Having said this, he inquired of Captain Matt, who was also present in the cabin, whether he could summon one or two authoritative gentlemen. The captain promptly understood and personally fetched Mr. Mike Joseph, a journalist from the Daily Observer, and Mr. Karen, a shareholder of the Beclancame Company, from the first-class cabin. As the Matt was not a lavish luxury liner, even a first-class cabin did not host true noblemen or wealthy merchants. These two gentlemen were quite respectable and carried significant weight in discourse. Mike Joseph from the Daily Observer? Isn't he the journalist who will eventually meet Sherlock at the Crag Club? What a coincidence! Abner mused internally. He recognized Karen as well. the one who had purchased the abandoned estate of the Deer family on the outskirts of the Northern District. He and Hughes had once eavesdropped on the entire transaction from their hiding spot in a storage room. Abner scrutinized the two gentlemen who had come to witness. The former, nearing 30, had sparse eyebrows, remarkably rough skin, and prominently visible pores. Nevertheless, his features were relatively handsome, particularly his captivating azure eyes, complemented by two charming little mustaches, exuding a mature charm. The latter was around 50, tall and somewhat portly, with broad shoulders that seemed to incline him to bow. He was clad in typical ruined formal attire, complete with a tie, embodying the demeanor of an elite businessman. This is the nut we purchased for Alan just the day before boarding," he exclaimed. He even concealed one that he did not consume. Captain Matt clapped his hands at this revelation, exclaiming, "At 10 o'clock, a massive wave struck. I recall it was quite a tumultuous moment. The onlookers momentarily appeared bewildered, then cast regretful glances at the bedridden Alan, feeling deeply for his misfortune. At that moment, a derisive whisper suddenly broke the silence. "I told you it had nothing to do with me. It is you who have been perpetually unfortunate." It seems I was right. The assembly in the room frowned at this statement, deeming it excessively disrespectful to the deceased, and turned to discover the speaker was the suspected apothecary, which brought them some relief. Nearly wrongfully accused, his irritation was evident, yet his lack of decorum was apparent. Most in attendance thought along these lines. Only Abner regarded the apothecary with contemplative eyes, thinking, rather than mere mockery, it seems more like a cautionary note to the scarred couple. The manner of speech suggests he is indeed an apothecary. Could he be Dacquer of the school of vitalism? Chapter 75, Misfortune. Besides Abner, the other to react to the apothecary's words was Mr. Scard, who murmured with uncontrolled emotion, "Unfortunate. Detective, you just asked me if I've always been unlucky. It is my fault. It is my fault." Mr. Scard continued to lament in anguish, allowing his wife's fists to rain upon him. Abner, witnessing the chaos unfold, and sensing the possibility of the couple revealing further secrets, gestured for Captain Matt to intervene while personally escorting the witnesses, journalist Mike Joseph and Mr. Karen, along with the former suspect apothecary, out of the cabin. Once outside, journalist Mike was the first to applaud Abner, exclaiming, "What a splendid deduction. I hear you discern the truth after merely searching the room once." It seems another esteemed detective is on the rise in ruin. Internally, Abner acknowledged this but feigned difficulty, stating, "I have no issues, yet this matter requires the consent of Captain Matt and Mr. Scard. Rest assured, it's not a grave matter. Old Matt will seize any opportunity to promote his ship." Mike confidently assured, "As for Mr. Scard, I am certain I can persuade him." After Mike's confident promise, he extracted a business card from his pocket and presented it to Abner, saying, "This is my card. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to visit me at the Daily Observer." They were exchanging business cards, yet Abner lamented inwardly that he had none printed, thinking it inappropriate to conjure a charm on the spot. After a moment of self-deprecation, Abner politely replied, "I apologize, but I have yet to undergo my mentor's assessment. Hence I do not possess my own office. Such a breadth of knowledge and deductive prowess has not yet passed assessment. May I inquire as to who your mentor is?" Mike asked, astonished. "My mentor is Detective Ainsworth Stanton." Abner saw no reason to conceal the identity of the renowned detective. Upon hearing the name Ainsworth Stanton, before Mike could respond, Karen, who had been silent thus far, interjected, "So, Mr. Brain, you are a pupil of the illustrious Ainsworth detective. Truly, a remarkable prodigy. How pragmatic he was. Just moments ago, he had appeared somewhat impatient, reluctant to associate with someone of my humble stature, yet upon hearing my mentor's name, he perceived value in me and offered his card." Abner merely thought this, while the apothecary behind him snickered once more, remarking, "Ah, this truly is a pragmatic world." Hearing this, Karen's expression faltered, and he shot the apothecary a fierce glare, taking several deep breaths to suppress his ire before forcing a grim smile, stating, "I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Abner and journalist Mike did not wish to offend anyone over mere words. Thus they both politely bade him farewell. Once Karen departed, Mike shook his head and advised, "Apothecary, your manner of speaking can easily offend others. Indeed, it is truly a dark affair." Abner murmured to himself, subsequently advising him, "Some individuals, while incapable of aiding your endeavors, possess the ability to undermine them." He had perused numerous quotations from Russell, and this particular phrase was likely absent from the collection. Undoubtedly, this statement bears substantial truth. "Mr. Breen, You must have received an esteemed education in grammar, exclaimed the journalist Mike, his eyes lighting up with admiration. At this juncture, the Skade couple's fervent emotions had largely subsided, gradually calming under the captain's soothing presence. Mr. Breen, I'm aware of your inquiries. I shall impart what I know, for I too wish to leverage your extensive experience to ascertain how to definitively resolve this matter. Mr. Skade, upon noticing Abner's entrance, clenched his teeth and spoke directly. Abner was taken aback by the swiftness of the other party's comprehension, yet deemed it advantageous and nodded, stating, I shall endeavor to assist you in your analysis. Once Captain Matt had tactfully exited, Mr. Skade exhaled deeply and recounted, the tale commences over a year ago when I accompanied the company's shareholder, Mr. Lunster, aboard a vessel to Byam for the procurement of raw materials. On our return journey, we rescued an elderly gentleman from a maritime disaster. This was inconsequential, as it is a customary practice at sea. Even pirates save those who are adrift. Get to the point, Abner interjected, feeling somewhat exasperated yet reluctant to interrupt. Thus he continued to listen. This elderly gentleman was an enigmatic figure. We initially suspected him of being mentally unstable. Nevertheless, his repeated suggestions to alter our course fortuitously led us to evade danger, causing most aboard to regard him as a remarkably skilled prophet. Ultimately, the old man disembarked at a small harbor west of the Rasta Isles. Before his departure, he imparted a direction to us, claiming that if we followed it, we would discover a treasure, which he deemed as payment for our rescue. However, he cautioned us to take only what lay on the surface and warned against opening the inner door. With a mix of skepticism and hope, we navigated according to his indications and, a day later, stumbled upon a small island featuring a diminutive valley filled with various relics, possibly from a bygone era, including gold coins, vessels, and ritualistic artifacts. We were elated, and under Mr. Lunster's guidance, we divided the treasure. Yet at that moment, our attention was drawn to an iron door embedded in the stone wall at the valley's end. Despite the old man's prior warnings, greed clouded our judgment, and we ultimately forgot his words, leading Mr. Lunster to push open that very door. Captivated, Abner inquired what lay beyond the door. Mr. Skade's demeanor appeared somewhat dazed as he replied in a dreamy tone, nothing at all. Merely a few peculiar murals. What kind of murals? In what way were they peculiar? Abner pressed further. What transpired thereafter? Our trading company succumbed to bankruptcy for reasons that were utterly inexplicable. My colleagues and I encountered a series of misfortunes, prompting us to realize that there was something amiss with that treasure. Mr. Skade lamented. So, you reported it to the authorities, correct? Indeed, shortly thereafter, military personnel arrived and confiscated all the items we had acquired, sending a mysterious individual to perform a mass for us. Ultimately, we were informed that all would be well. At this point, Mr. Skade appeared to suffer from a headache. Furthermore, it seemed that Mr. Skade's memories had been tampered with during that mass by the so-called mysterious individual. Otherwise, he would not have resisted the arbitrator's authority beforehand. With this line of questioning, Abner had gleaned a substantial understanding of the situation. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, May I ask what your faith is? The god of steam and machinery. You, a merchant of the seas, worship the god of steam? No wonder your company collapsed. Abner silently scoffed, then spoke gravely. I cannot definitively ascertain the root cause of your predicament, but if you wish to cease enduring misfortune, I suggest that upon your arrival in Beckland, you immediately visit St. Hilarian's Church and confide the entirety of your tale to the bishop in prayer. Mr. Skade, perceiving the seriousness on Abner's face, adopted a more solemn demeanor and replied, I shall heed your counsel. Upon witnessing that his words had resonated, Abner felt a sense of relief and refrained from demanding his consulting fee, as that single gold coin could suffice as remuneration, despite the other party's unawareness. After Abner's departure, Mrs. Skade quietly sobbed, My dear, what should we do now? According to the detective's advice, we must pray at St. Hilarian's Church, and we should also pay a visit to Mr. Lunster's shareholders in Ansidon. I wonder if his son Will's affliction has been cured in Beckland. Alas, Mr. Skade sighed in melancholy. Chapter 76. The Cello and the Violin Name. The bloodstained Solomon gold coin danger level. 3. Presents a certain level of danger. Must be sealed promptly after use. Sealing method. Do not, under any circumstances, wipe away the bloodstains covering the visage on the coin's obverse. Should the stains be removed, they must be reapplied within a day using the blood of an extraordinary individual from the adjudicator's path. Description. The coin is characterized by its gold appearance, with the left half possessing a slightly darker hue and the right half gleaming brightly. The background patterns on either side are entirely dissimilar, evoking an uncomfortable sensation. The central visage on the coin's obverse is marred by dark red bloodstains. Upon their removal, one can discern a monarch's face, half smiling and half displaying anger. This item originates from the fourth epic gold coin of a sequence 7 fortunate individual, who was reportedly slain by a knight of retribution, thus becoming tainted with a vestige of Order's power. Analysis reveals that this coin possesses a low presence, counter-surveillance, and counter-divination capabilities. As long as the bloodstains remain intact, the possessor may enjoy a day's worth of fortuitous blessings. The degree of luck is uncontrollable, passive in nature, and fluctuates unpredictably, sometimes exceedingly powerful, at other times akin to that of an ordinary person, rendering it difficult to rely upon entirely. Extraordinary individuals with divination abilities may utilize the coin, cleansed of bloodstains, to achieve superior divination results. This item can be utilized, however, on the subsequent day following its use. The coin's central visage must be re-stained with the blood of an extraordinary individual from the Judicator's path. Otherwise, depending on the previous day's fortune, equivalent misfortune will befall the user. Under such misfortune, the user may suffer injuries or, in severe cases, lose their life. Should the user perish, bloodstains will reappear on the coin's surface. If the necessary blood sealing is not provided for an extended period, the user's misfortune will increment daily until death ensues. Given the coin's anomalous design, it is evident that it is a relic from the era of the Solomon Empire. A fortunate individual perished at the hands of a knight of retribution. It seems improbable that they were not a steadfast ally of the Black Emperor, a servant of the true Creator. After all, the potion formulas pertaining to the Wheel of Fortune, aside from the small serpent school of life and that which cannot be named, are exclusively held by the Great Serpent, who is entirely loyal to the true Creator. Moreover, the murals behind the door described by Mr. Scade are likely connected to that angel of fate. Upon contemplating this, Abner glanced at the gold coin in his hand with a sense of resignation, musing, this coin's effects are quite commendable, but utilizing it necessitates the blood of an extraordinary individual from the Judicator's path for sealing. Am I to seek out someone to draw blood on a whim? This truly presents a challenge to articulate. Tingen City, Blackthorn Security Company. In the well-ventilated yet eerily silent underground, the dim glow of gas lamps, shielded by glass, illuminated the deserted, tranquil corridors without flickering. Klein sat within the guardroom, idly perusing the stack of newspapers, magazines, and books before him, while maintaining a portion of his attention on the outside, vigilant against any intruders approaching the Charney's gate. The rich aroma of coffee wafted through the air, prompting Klein to involuntarily inhale deeply, massaging his temples to combat the heaviness in his head and the fatigue in his body. He casually picked up a novel left by either the captain or another night watchman from the desk. The Storm Manor, authored by Fursworth Klein, vividly encapsulates the essence of its cover. In the tranquility of a deep night, with a soft golden glow, the book, bound in cover, evokes fond memories of his childhood days spent perusing rented tomes, prompting him to read on with a sense of nostalgia. The Storm Manor narrates the tale of Miss Cece, a petite figure standing at 165 meters and weighing 98 pounds, who takes on the role of a governess at the Freest Manor. Is this an alternate realms rendition of Jane Eyre? Klein's fingers caress the pleasantly textured pages, hinting at his conjectures regarding the ensuing narrative. Yet, when he anticipated a romantic storyline, he encountered a vexatious spirit, one who relished in flaunting knowledge yet never completed its sentences. The spirit's portrayal bore a striking resemblance to Mr. Tower, inciting a desire to seize it and extract all the secrets it withheld. As Klein grumbled about the characters, suspecting the narrative might veer towards the supernatural, the protagonist, Miss Cece, unveiled the true nature of the spirit through her elegant deductions. It was merely a detective colleague attempting to obstruct her investigation. Ultimately, it still resembled a romance novel. Klein closed the book, nursing a headache as he sipped his coffee. Thud, 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 thud. Startled, Klein's senses heightened, instinctively grasping his revolver as he turned towards the source of the noise, the Charney's door. At that moment, a jarring scraping sound pierced the air, and he witnessed the Charney's door slowly creaking open, revealing a narrow gap. From within that jarring sound, which was almost painful to the ears, Klein's almost petrified gaze fell upon a toy doll, roughly the height of an adult man's forearm, clad in an elegant black, miniature court gown, its hem marred by conspicuous stains. The doll bore a face that was not particularly refined, with deep black eyes and a tightly shut mouth. This was 30265, the cursed doll, a dangerous artifact capable of bringing misfortune and possibly death. Almost as soon as he recognized it, Klein instinctively raised his gun, aiming at the doll. However, the doll in the black court gown pressed determinedly against the ajar Charney's door, unfurling the paper it clutched. The paper was adorned with numerous arcane symbols, some familiar to Klein, others he had yet to master, collectively forming an upright eye. Having endured such a terrifying incident, Klein dared not delay. He quickly activated the internal alarm, summoning other night watchmen. Following a thorough examination, it was confirmed that no dreadful transformation had occurred. Subsequently, through divination, he deduced that the eye pattern was the key to the Anagon family's hidden treasure. Since the demise of Riel Bear had severed the lineage of the Anagon family, was that notebook considering me, the living diviner who had encountered it, as its successor? It influenced 30625, revealing the treasure's key to me while I was on duty at the Charney's door. This logic seemed sound, yet it failed to convince me. After all, I am a completely unrelated individual. Wait a moment. As this thought crossed his mind, Klein suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, recalling Mr. Tower's inadvertent disclosure, the Anagon family. Half a fool, and I am currently playing the fool in the mist. Is this mysterious misty space and the diviner's sequence related to the Anagon family? On Saturday morning, after a month's absence from Beakland, Abner finally set foot on the soil of this grand metropolis once more. After bidding farewell to the journalist Mike and the apothecary Darkwell, with whom he had grown quite familiar during the voyage, he hefted his cello case and hailed a cab, heading straight to the office of the teacher in the Hillsdon district. Upon arriving at the office's entrance, he noticed a slightly antiquated villa with a carriage bearing the emblem of the night church parked outside. Abner furrowed his brow and asked the servant who had come out to greet him upon his return, "Does the teacher have another commission?" Abner nodded without further inquiry and proceeded directly into the hall of the office. Just then, the office of Detective Asinger swung open, and a gentleman in a black trench coat and white shirt, appearing to be in his 30s, emerged accompanied by the teacher. Abner casually glanced over and noticed that the gentleman had very short, golden brown hair, and his emerald eyes resembled a moonless lake at midnight. The collar of his shirt and trench coat standing tall, shrouding his chin in shadow. What drew attention even more was the silver metal case slung over his back, resembling a violin case, mirroring Abner's own cello case. Upon seeing Abner, Detective Asinger immediately smiled and introduced the gentleman. "Lord Cresset, this is my student Abner Brennan. You may have heard of him." Lord Cresset glanced at the case behind Abner, then smiled and said, "You did quite well, uncovering the major case of gang human trafficking alongside that bounty hunter lady. As a young detective, you have performed admirably. Thank you for your praise." "I merely had good fortune," Abner replied, momentarily unable to recall who this man was, but judging by the teacher's demeanor, it was evident that he was a significant official, likely affiliated with the night church. Cresset nodded slightly, then turned to Detective Asinger, stating, "The transaction for today has been completed, so I must take my leave." Detective Asinger responded with a smile, "I did not expect someone of your stature to visit in person. Please forgive my inadequate hospitality." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the man named Cresset departed with the case on his back. Only after his carriage had driven far away did Abner exhale in relief, curiosity compelling him to ask, "Teacher, who is that gentleman?" "He is the Sword of the Goddess, one of the 9 senior stewards of the night church," Detective Asinger said, exhaling a puff of smoke. "The Sword of the Goddess? What brings him here?" Abner pondered aloud as he arranged his luggage, inwardly questioning what relevance this could hold for him. He was weary of drawing the attention of such high-ranking individuals. "Do you remember the potion formula for the diviner sequence you sold at my extraordinary gathering?" Detective Asinger inquired with a smile. "That was my first time attending your gathering. I recall selling the Sequence 9 diviner and Sequence 8 fool formula." Abner nodded, noting that this event had occurred less than 2 months ago, his memory still intact. "The formula you sold was purchased by a lady codenamed Poison Rose. She sold me a copy of the Fool's Extraordinary Trait at the last gathering." Detective Asinger remarked with significant implications. Could it be that the lady trained the fool to sell? Abner initially mused in astonishment, then found it somewhat ludicrous. However, the Fool's Extraordinary Trait would only fetch around 600 to 700 pounds. Such a move would surely result in a loss. Detective Asinger observed him with a knowing glance, having surmised that his student was again indulging in errant thoughts, and continued, "I suspect the Lady Poison Rose's fool betrayed her. She appeared to be in poor condition at that gathering, presumably suffering from severe injuries. But what does this have to do with the visit of the Sword of the Goddess? Abner questioned, perplexed. Because the Night Church has been quietly collecting items related to the diviner's sequence, and extraordinary traits are no exception, Detective Asinger explained with a smile. So, you sold that trait to the Night Watchman? Abner pondered thoughtfully, yet soon detected a discrepancy. Realizing that such a transaction could not possibly attract the attention of a being with combat prowess at a demigod level, a covenant of relics. He cast a skeptical glance at his teacher, sensing that there was undoubtedly more to the story. Detective Asinger could hardly discern the thoughts of his pupil. He shook his head and remarked, I am equally perplexed as to why His Excellency, the Sword of the Goddess, has chosen a visit in person. However, I surmise it must pertain to some extraordinary event he is currently addressing. You mean divination? Abner responded, suddenly enlightened. Despite gaining some experience from this journey, he felt he still fell short compared to seasoned extraordinary individuals like his mentor. Indeed, the Night Watch possesses potions associated with the diviners and seers, and they undoubtedly possess divinatory capabilities. They must have encountered something in their interpretive readings regarding you or myself, which is why the Sword of the Goddess would come personally. Detective Asinger nodded with satisfaction at his student's insightful reaction, reflecting, with your current reasoning abilities, it won't be long before you fully grasp the potions for aspiring detectives. Abner, taken aback, straightened his posture and proudly proclaimed, Teacher, I am now a keeper of knowledge. Detective Asinger paused in disbelief, scrutinizing his student with incredulity before hesitantly asking, Is that truly the case? Although this skill lacks outward manifestation, Asinger, who could also sense and extract essences, quickly realized the significant absence of a particular aura within the room, and thus comprehended what Abner had just accomplished. I never imagined you could traverse a path that took me over a decade in merely a month. Detective Asinger found himself at a loss for words, feeling a complex mixture of envy, pride, regret, and unwillingness. After a considerable pause, he adjusted his mindset, took a deep puff of smoke, and exhaled before inquiring, What precisely did you experience during this assignment? Abner pondered for a moment, omitting details related to the Dream Maze Tower, the Tarot Society, the Mysterious Queen, the Vampire Duke, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. He slightly altered some other experiences before recounting the tale. I did not expect your journey to be so thrilling. No wonder you have ascended to Sequence 7. Detective Asinger, upon hearing the entire narrative, accepted the reality of Abner's rapid advancement with a degree of understanding. Teacher, what has become of those two witches? Abner recalled the report and instruction he had received before departing from Bakeland and could not help but ask. Lady Ray visited once afterward, and I provided her with the information concerning the single nobleman. However, she appeared somewhat disappointed not to find you. Detective Asinger, at this juncture, concealed his inner emotions, teasingly remarked, Teacher, please do not jest. Abner replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had no desire to attract the attention of a witch. About 2 weeks after Lady Ray took the information, I designed the Punisher to uncover the actions of the rather imprudent witch, Lena. The Punishers primarily rely on their own cultivated keepers of knowledge, making it quite easy to guide them, Detective Asinger stated with a hint of pride. He never concealed his disdain and schadenfreude towards the Storm Church. Punishers? Teacher, you are placing the blame on the Storm Church again, Abner thought, noting that he was distancing himself from the situation, for as a covert operative of the Church of Knowledge in Bakeland, he theoretically lacked the audacity to report the Storm Church. Abner silently commended his teacher's cunning while feeling a tinge of anticipation as he asked, So, those two witches have already been apprehended by the Punishers? Detective Asinger shook his head. The Punishers remain as unreliable as ever. Even while employing a Level 2 sealed object, they allowed those two witches to escape. Nevertheless, rest assured, the Storm Church has disseminated their physical descriptions to the Night Church and the Steam Church. Even if they re-emerge, they will not dare act as recklessly as before, nor will they have the leisure to trouble you and Miss Hiu. They managed to escape? Could it be that someone from the military or the royal family is shielding them? Though reassured by his teacher's guarantee and now confident in his ability to safeguard his life from mid-sequence witches, Abner could not shake the unease and felt a burgeoning inclination to take the initiative to eliminate them. In Bakeland, Queen's District, Audrey Hall sat in a shaded corner of a swing chair, gazing at the vibrant blooms flourishing beneath the sun, reflecting on the matter in which Furzwall had requested assistance. According to the verification by Viscount Grelint, there was indeed a young lady named Hoodie Urcha under investigation by the Intelligence Department of the Ninth Bureau. Forswall's explanation was that the gentleman in question was no paragon of virtue, He was a gang leader from the Eastern District of Bakeland, profiting from usury and selling to relatives of bankrupt commoners under the guise of debt repayment. The situation arose when a borrower, discovering the interest to be several times higher than anticipated, found himself unable to repay even after declaring bankruptcy. After failing to reach an agreement with the gentleman, he sought the assistance of the nearby renowned arbitrator, Hoodie Urcha, hoping she could persuade him to waive the unreasonable charges. Upon learning that Hoodie Urcha was investigating, the gentleman sent threats and even clashed with her, with police records to corroborate the events. Ultimately, he acknowledged his crimes and disbanded the gang under Hoodie's adjudication. However, the Ninth Bureau initiated an investigation against her, citing other issues. Viscount Greelant investigated the circumstances, confirming Forswall's account and verifying the gang leader's numerous transgressions. Moreover, he uncovered who was orchestrating the investigation against Hoodie Urcha from behind the scenes. Chapter 78, The Ball. Lieutenant Bernard Calavi, head of the Domestic Security and Counter-Espionage Division of the Ninth Bureau, previously served as the secretary to Viscount Stafford. As Audrey pondered this string of titles, she felt contempt for Lieutenant Calavi, suspecting he must have accepted bribes from the gang to investigate a bounty hunter who sought justice for the impoverished. However, after some contemplation, she decided against directly utilizing her connections to intervene. Instead, she resolved to handle the matter through formal channels via a friend within the Ninth Bureau, as the investigation order itself was highly questionable and could not withstand scrutiny. For her, the most crucial task was to avoid any overt association with Forswall and Hoodie Urcha. After the events involving the Tarot Society, Audrey felt she was no longer the naive girl she once was. Greelant also wished to resolve the matter through proper means. Thus he planned to host a ball and invite cons. Yes, having cons lead an examination of certain internal departments within the Ninth Bureau would be quite normal. That is indeed a splendid idea, Audrey mused to herself, leaning towards her friend's suggestion. Cons was the younger son of Viscount Learson, and the families of the Hall and Learson had a strong rapport. From Audrey's understanding, Cons had entered the Ninth Bureau after graduating from Tingen University, and due to his noble lineage, he currently held a significant position in the Internal Oversight Division. However, organizing a ball through Greelant seemed overly conspicuous. If a discerning party were to connect it back to her, it could lead to unwanted attention. I recall there is a ball at Count Wolf's tomorrow evening, and Cons should be in attendance. I shall have Greelant mention the need to investigate officers accepting bribes at that event. Audrey decided with a slight nod. At that moment, she suddenly noticed her golden retriever, Susie, sneaking into the garden behind the clusters of flowers, heading toward a place accessible only to the gardener. "Susie, where are you up to?" Audrey was taken aback. The golden retriever appeared to be distracted by the fragrance of the blossoms, having failed to notice her presence. It opened its mouth and emitted a series of odd sounds that resembled a vocal exercise. Shortly thereafter, it caused the surrounding air to ripple, producing the unrefined words, "Hello, how are you?" Audrey's mouth gradually dropped open, completely forgetting the decorum expected of a refined lady. She abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Susie, you can talk? When did you learn to speak?" The golden retriever, startled, leaped up and turned to face its owner. In a flurry of panic, it wagged its tail vigorously, opening and closing its mouth several times before finally breaking the surrounding stillness with its words. I do not know how to explain. I'm merely a dog." Within the bedroom of a garden villa on William Street in the West District, a lady with porcelain skin and cascading black hair was gracefully donning her attire. Her movements resembled a series of exquisite paintings, each gesture imbued with an enchanting allure. Meanwhile, her azure eyes brimmed with a springtime tenderness as they gazed upon a robust man, approximately 30 years of age, who was panting heavily on the bed. The enchantress, aptly named the Joyful Sorceress, was indeed formidable. After a prolonged moment of gasping for breath, the man managed to regain a semblance of his strength, only to find himself nearly overwhelmed by the captivating sight before him. Fortunately, being an extraordinary individual himself, he forcibly entered a meditative state to retain his clarity. "Lieutenant Bernard, you are quite impressive. I was almost compelled to beg for mercy just now." The alluring lady cast a flirtatious glance at him, laughing softly. "Tell me, are you satisfied with this token of gratitude for saving my life?" "Very much so, indeed. However, Lady Ray, it would be even better if dear Lena could join us." Bernard replied with a rather lascivious grin. "Are you suggesting that I cannot fulfill your wishes? Besides, you ought to be aware that Lena lacks experience in this regard. She is still quite innocent," Ray retorted, pausing in her task of fastening buttons. casting him a disapproving look. Every innocence has its own charm. Furthermore, the troubles surrounding the Punisher are of her own making. She ought to make amends, don't you think? Bernard was clearly unwilling to relent. Ray tilted her head in contemplation, then descended from the bed, elegantly gathering her raven hair into an updo before addressing Bernard. If you desire Lena, that is not out of the question. But you must agree to assist me with a certain task. What task? Pray enlighten me. Despite his lustful inclinations, Bernard maintained a modicum of caution, aware that he was in the presence of sorceress. It is not a matter of great peril. I wish for you to investigate the details of the Punisher squad from Beckland, including the personnel involved, their respective ranks, and any level 2 or below sealed items they possess. If you could procure personality traits or specific family information, that would be even better, Ray stated, delicately sipping from a cup of now-cold red tea. Her casual tone, however, startled Bernard, who leapt to his feet, incredulously exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? You still intend to take revenge on the Storm Church? Retribution against the Punishers? Not to mention the divine songstress. Even the captain of the Punishers is a formidable wielder of a sacred artifact. This red tea is delightful, but alas, it offers no effect on the joyful sorceress," Ray remarked as she set down her cup. "Do not be so agitated. This necessity arises from the mission itself. Vengeance is merely a convenient byproduct. While the divine songstress may be powerful, there are those who can keep him in check. As for the captain of the Punisher squad, his contract with a sacred artifact is still recent. To him, it is merely a burden at present." Upon hearing that it was part of the mission, Bernard's expression softened somewhat. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved, "With my authority, I can only gather general information about the regular members. If you wish to learn more, seek out Lockhart. He is currently more informed than I." Lockhart, the secretary of Duke Negan? Ray, who had spent the past month mingling among various noble gentlemen, was well acquainted with the upper echelons of society. Indeed, he is also an operative of the 9th Military Intelligence, serving under the Duke. As for how to contact him, I believe it will not pose a challenge for you. Bernard nodded. His expression then turned suggestive as he asked, "And what of Lena? Once you have gathered the intelligence for me, I shall send her over." "It is indeed time for her to take this step," Ray replied with a chuckle. "By the way, while the contents of your red tea may not have an effect on me, they will certainly be beneficial for her. I must acquire that special level 2 sealed item capable of creating a mirrored space that the Punisher possesses." Ray thought to herself, simultaneously enacting a magical barrier around the room. She then carefully retrieved various vessels and, with meticulous care, extracted materials accumulated from previous missions, placing them in glass vials in an orderly fashion. In the Hillsdon district, at the Isinger Detective Agency, despite having the inclination to actively search for the two sorceresses, Abner currently found himself devoid of leads, lacking direction, and with no original plot to reference. Thus, he could only set his plans aside for the moment and inform his mentor of his intent to officially become a detective, accepting commissions to assume that role. "Although I cannot divulge the specifics of the acting code, due to the oath, I can affirm that your reasoning is broadly sound," Isinger Detective responded ambiguously. This was sufficient for Abner. It had been less than 2 months since he became extraordinary, and it was indeed time for him to reflect. The upcoming Sunday evening would see him hosting a ball at a nearby public ballroom, inviting his fellow practitioners for Beckland, as well as friends from the police department and the press, to gather and, incidentally, introduce them to each other. Do not assume that fellow practitioners are always competitors. In the face of complex commissions, our collaboration is often more frequent. By the way, feel free to invite your friends as well. Isinger Detective seemed quite adept at navigating such social intricacies. Is this what they call a social gathering at a ball? Abner did not find himself averse to the idea. During his previous life as a university lecturer, he was not a recluse, maintaining basic social interactions, albeit limited to outings with friends for barbecues, clubbing, singing, and traveling together. A ball of such grandeur, however, was a novelty he had yet to experience. As for other casual acquaintances, perhaps he could invite Reporter Mike and Darkwell. I can certainly try to extend an invitation to Reporter Mike, but Darkwell is best left out. I do not wish for the ball that my mentor is organizing to be marred by his loose tongue, he resolved internally. After making up his mind, Abner rested briefly in the lounge before venturing out again, taking the subway to the Bridge District. Unbeknownst to him, he had no idea where Forsyth resided. Rue was quite discreet regarding her friend's privacy and would not divulge such information lightly. Even for Abner, she would not reveal the specific address without Forsyth's consent. Having previously traveled with Rue, staying in the finest hotels and enjoying the best accommodations while relishing local delicacies, sitting in this modestly decorated and unremarkable restaurant made Abner feel somewhat disoriented. He soon realized that this was indeed the place he ought to be, having previously spent rather lavishly due to the swift influx of money. After a brief wait, as the restaurant door swung open, Forsyth finally appeared before Abner. Chapter 79, The Giant. Forsyth was not adorned in her favorite cream-colored dress with ruffled collars, but instead wore a blue female riding outfit adorned with beautiful embroidery, the neckline tied with a beige lace scarf, lending her an unexpected air of vigor. Regrettably, her pale blue eyes lacked any spark of vitality, appearing as though she might succumb to slumber at any moment. Her demeanor bore a hint of despondency, which detracted from her overall spirited appearance. Upon entering, she instinctively scanned the establishment and, upon spotting Abner, expressed surprise as she slowly approached and took a seat across from him. After exchanging pleasantries, she could not help but inquire, "Where is Rue? Where has she gone?" "Ah, I see. I noticed you, but did not see Rue. If we were to follow the storyline from my novel, one might expect to hear something unpleasant." Forsyth sighed in relief, her previously tense expression relaxing, and a familiar teasing glint returned to her eyes. "Thus, your narrative is flawed, particularly concerning the characterization of a certain malevolent spirit. Although Abner and the salted fish may not be as intimately acquainted with you, they are still comfortable enough to share such light-hearted banter." "You actually know?" Furs initially expressed surprise, then suddenly realized, he must have brought you a sample copy. "As far as I am aware, Stormhill Manor has been selling exceedingly well throughout Rune in the past month. You have indeed become a renowned female author, Miss Wall." Despite Abner's numerous critiques of the book's plot, he could not deny that the stories within were quite captivating. And after all, one must read popular novels. Who knows if the subsequent layers of the dream, Maze Tower, might transform these narratives into dreamlike scenes. Given the tower's capability for real-time updates on external information, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. "By the way, why are you dressed like this? You seem quite exhausted," Abner observed, noting Furz's lack of enthusiasm regarding his newfound fame and thus shifted the topic. "I accompanied Viscount Glent to hunt in the outskirts today." "Why are nobles so keen on such a dull and meaningless activity?" Furz lamented, recalling the animals that were relentlessly driven toward the nobles by servants and hunting dogs, only to be shot dead. "Because hunting is a pastime for men, while the ladies merely endure the ordeal of watching." Abner mentally scoffed at the hunting practices of this era before his attention turned to Viscount Glent, pondering aloud. "It seems you have successfully connected with the upper-class youth?" "Indeed. I met Miss Audrey, the daughter of Count Hall, 2 days ago." Given that Abner had been the one to propose this plan to get close to the noble offspring, Furz had no qualms about revealing this information. "You didn't directly ask her to investigate Hugh's father's wrongful case, did you?" Abner inquired with concern. If you were to pose such a direct question at this stage, with their relationship still in its infancy, Audrey might be reluctant to assist with such a significant task, potentially distancing herself further. "Do you think so little of me?" Furz replied, slightly indignant. "If you knew Hugh believed you might starve at home, you would understand that I actually do have some trust in you." Abner internally scoffed at his own thoughts, but, seeing Furz's reaction, felt reassured and asked, "So, you must be using the investigation by the Military Intelligence Department regarding Hugh as an excuse for your initial contact?" "Exactly, as expected of a detective. Your reasoning is indeed impressive." Furz admired Abner with a glance before continuing, "While this serves as an excuse, both Hugh and I genuinely wish to uncover who is behind the scenes. I wish to know as well, for this individual is likely connected to the witch." Abner mused inwardly. "Today, I participated in Viscount Glent's hunt to seize the opportunity to learn the outcome of this matter." At this juncture, Furz's stomach audibly growled, momentarily causing her to blush despite her usual demeanor. Bernard Calavy, Abner murmured the name, rapidly searching through his memory of the original novel but yielding no results, leaving him somewhat disappointed. It seemed he would need to consult his teacher's relevant documents. After dining with Furz, Abner recalled the banquet his teacher was hosting the following evening and extended an invitation to her. However, Furz displayed little interest, having recently attended numerous banquets, balls, and book clubs. She simply wished to relax in bed on Sunday and declined with clarity. Knowing her temperament, Abner was not disheartened by her refusal. After settling the bill of 1 so and 4 pence, he bid her farewell. Upon leaving the restaurant, Abner followed the address provided by reporter Mike to a row house in the Southern District, where he placed the invitation letter he had prepared in the mailbox out front. By this time, darkness had entirely enveloped the surroundings, and as Abner traversed the dimly lit streets illuminated only by a few functioning gas lamps, he hurried toward the subway station, hoping to catch the last train before it ceased operations. Suddenly, a spark of intuition ignited within him, drawing his gaze toward a nearby corner where a tall figure appeared to be lurking. In the adjacent apartments, faint candlelight spilled forth, mingling with the struggle of the crimson moonlight filtering through the clouds, barely outlining the shape of the figure. It was a tall man in a brown, clerical garb, likely in his 40s or 50s, who sat on the ground, his breath uneven, his face alternating between a grimace and a benevolent expression, as though he were on the verge of losing control. Merely sitting there, he resembled a small mountain. Is he a descendant of giants? Wait, this is the Southern District. A giant, dressed like a cleric. Could he be Father Otrosky? Abner pondered this, but did not delay. He quickly retrieved the revolver from his bag while activating his pure white eye, hoping to discern the current state of this suspected giant cleric. Child, do not approach any closer. I am struggling to control my actions and may inadvertently harm you. It will be wise for you to distance yourself and alert the police. The giant, seated at the corner, warned. Hearing his tone, Abner felt a sense of relief. It seemed there was still hope. In the brief span of a few seconds, the pure white eye had preliminarily analyzed the root of the giant's current dire situation. In essence, he had been struck by a mental curse from dark magic, triggering his psychological afflictions and leading to a tendency for loss of control. Witnessing the cleric's concern for not harming others, even as he approached the brink of chaos, Abner felt a twinge of compassion. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Father, I can simulate a ray of holy light from the domain of the sun. Might it alleviate your condition? Upon hearing this, the giant cleric's eyes, hidden beneath his soft hat, visibly brightened, and his sparse brows lifted slightly as he replied in a steady voice, It is worth a try. Chapter 80, The Mask. The holy light from the domain of the sun. Abner had witnessed Mr. Gaston wield it with extraordinary items on several occasions while combating monsters on Demir Island. Thus, the pure white, I possessed a relatively comprehensive analysis of it. At this moment, simulating it would yield at least an efficacy of over 80% compared to the original. As the clear and pure warmth descended from above, landing upon the giant cleric's head, a scream erupted and a golden flame materialized above the priest's head, tracing the outline of a humanoid figure. The apparition momentarily resisted the golden light before swiftly succumbing. Subsequently, within the warm and radiant glow, all coldness, all malice, and all dark shadows rapidly dissipated. Observing the holy light he had summoned, Abner nodded in satisfaction, though he couldn't help but feel that, by mere coincidence, his simulation of the omniscient and omnipotent abilities was far superior to those of other extraordinary paths. For instance, even though Hugh's authority was merely a Sequence 9 ability, Abner could only emulate it to about 50 or 60% of its potential. In contrast, the abilities related to the Wind Affinity and the Solar Priest, despite their high difficulty, yielded better results in simulation. If I had been able to prepare the ritual in advance, while simulating the holy light, beseeching the eternal radiance for aid, the exorcism effect would likely not pale in comparison to that of the original Solar Priest. Of course, this is merely conjecture. As a knowledge affinity practitioner, would I dare to invoke the eternal radiance? Surely, it would bestow upon me a lance of unshadowed light on the spot. After a moment of self-deprecation, Abner shifted his gaze back to the giant cleric. At this point, the signs of his loss of control had vanished. His wrinkled face restored to tranquility. He tightly closed his eyes, clasped his hands together against his chin, seemingly engaged in the most devout of confessions. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes, revealing a pale blue hue, and smiled warmly at Abner, saying, Child, thank you. I am well now. It appeared he had temporarily subdued the fragmented aspect of himself. Indeed, the giant cleric's condition was not as dire as it seemed. Had it not been for the mental curse of dark magic, he would not have approached the brink of chaos. From this perspective, although the Dawn Knight possesses the ability to exorcise, there remains a noticeable disparity when compared to the domain of the sun. My name is Ivanov Ilyich Utrilovsky. You may address me as Father Utrilovsky. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, my child. With a voice that exuded both calmness and profound emotion, Bishop Utrilovsky rose to his full height of over 2 meters and 20 centimeters, his robust physique straining against the clerical garb, reminiscent of a legendary giant reappearing on the northern continent. Rather than addressing you by name, It is indeed more convenient to call you father. Abner internally scoffed at the naming conventions of the First Sac Empire, while outwardly inquiring with genuine concern, "Father, how did you fall victim to a malevolent spirit's curse?" "I was caught off guard and ambushed while pursuing a thief," Father Utralowski vaguely explained, then earnestly confided in Abner. Abner, not feigning modesty, acknowledged that while saving the priest was merely a fortuitous act, since he had already drawn the attention of Lilith. It was only natural to seize an opportunity to benefit from her subordinates. As for thoroughly curing the priest's schizophrenia, that task could be left to Klein, who sought the performance of a magician. Abner had no intention of risking himself for someone who was still somewhat unfamiliar, even towards the members of the Tarot Society, whom he held in high regard. Aside from rest, Abner's current thoughts were to provide limited assistance within his capabilities without exposing himself. This priest had spoken candidly to Klein, who had intruded upon the Harvest Church, yet when it came to Abner, his words were shrouded in ambiguity. No, he had been forthright with Klein concerning his own affairs, which explained his openness. Hence, it was likely that this incident was entwined with the official matters of the Mother Earth Church, being ambushed while pursuing a thief. Given the priest's formidable combat prowess, it was evident that the adversaries had premeditated this scheme. Moreover, the use of dark magic for cursing bore the hallmarks of a witch's handiwork. If indeed a witch was involved, what could she have stolen from Father Utralowski? The following day, on the morning of July 22nd, after a simple breakfast, Abner was preparing to visit the Harvest Church in the Southern District to see what gratitude Father Utralowski had in store for him when Detective Stanton approached. Carrying a stack of newspapers which he placed upon the table, Abner glanced down and noted that the topmost article was from the Daily Observer, where the journalist Mike was employed. Considering this matter may pertain to the Mercury Serpent, it would be prudent for someone of your Sequence 7 status to remain uninformed. Stanton remarked, "Well, although I too am a Sequence 7, I have already attracted considerable attention. The more lice there are, the less one notices the bites." Abner internally mocked himself. He then briefly recounted the incident involving the child who choked on a nut, omitting any mention of the gold coin from the Solomon Empire. How does it feel to be a bit too coincidental? Stanton, ever the astute veteran, immediately sensed the inconsistency in Abner's account. However, seeing that Abner showed no inclination to elaborate, he refrained from probing further, instead commenting, "That journalist, Mike, is quite the friend. He even published this incident in the second edition. It seems you will soon enjoy a surge in popularity." The Daily Observer, while not among the very best newspapers, boasted a substantial circulation, only slightly inferior to the likes of the Taysok Report and the Bayclan Daily, which covered the entirety of the Ruined Kingdom. Securing a mention in such a publication, even if just a minor segment, would undoubtedly elevate Abner's reputation significantly. The Harvest Church is one of the few churches belonging to the Mother Earth Church within a Ruined Kingdom and is the sole church in Bayclan devoted to the Mother Earth. This golden-hued church features a striking spire and an emblem of life inscribed on its exterior walls, depicting a simplistic infant surrounded by symbols of wheat, flowers, and springs, setting it apart from the surrounding architecture. Abner pushed open the grand entrance and stepped inside, where he was greeted by rows of neatly arranged pews, a massive emblem of life overhead, and candles flickering on either side. Although the space was clean and bright, it appeared devoid of any congregants. Upon seeing Abner, the middle-aged priest's lips curled into a gentle smile as he warmly greeted, "My child, you have arrived. Once again, I sincerely thank you for saving me. Additionally, I have prepared a token of gratitude for you." As he spoke, he retrieved a mask from the pocket of his brown, clerical robe. The mask, adorned with exaggerated colors and bizarre patterns, resembled that of a jester. This is a jester's mask? At the moment, it resembles a disguise for a cross-dressing performer. Abner mused, pondering what the towering figure with a delicate, beautiful face might look like in it. An image from a comedic animation flickered in his mind. But he quickly shook off the unsettling thought and inhaled deeply, asking, what are its limitations and potential hazards? Father Utralowski glanced at the mask adorned with peculiar patterns and explained in detail, it may possess characteristics akin to being alive. It anticipates the performance you will undertake while wearing it. Thus, it is advisable to devise a character and stage for your impersonation before donning the mask. Otherwise, should it find your performance unsatisfactory, it may take control of your body to enact its desired portrayal. Moreover, there's another concern. If worn for more than 2 hours, you risk being overtaken by the character's personality, potentially leading to a split in your psyche. Upon hearing this negative side effect, Abner felt a quiet sense of relief. While the living characteristics might pose complications for others, they could be manageable for someone with an extraordinary advantage. Even if his pure white eyes failed to suppress the mask, it was evident that such an item, clearly associated with the diviner sequence, would remain compliant within the fog. It would also serve to enhance the air of mystery surrounding Mr. Fool before the Tarot Society members. Chapter 81. Fabricating a Diary. Overall, Abner was quite pleased with the mask. Though he had no immediate use for it, its significance would become apparent should he ever need to don a disguise. As for its living characteristics and other side effects, he mused that once he achieved Sequence 6, he could thoroughly analyze this lower-tiered, faceless transformation ability. Although the results might be subpar, they would still be preferable to this maleficent sealed object. With such thoughts in mind, Abner accepted the seemingly unsealed jester's mask and placed it into the bag that the priest had prepared for him. "I'm glad you like it. Originally, I had another extraordinary item for you to choose from. Unfortunately, it was stolen last night." Noticing Abner's satisfaction with a token of gratitude, Bishop Utrilovsky nodded gently and casually remarked before turning to stand before the emblem of life of the Mother Earth. He opened his arms and solemnly intoned, "Thank you, Source of Life. I praise you, Mother of all things." Abner, witnessing this, found himself at a loss for words. Uncertain whether his prior encounter with the priest had been mere coincidence or a subtle orchestration by Lilith. Perhaps it was a blend of both. In a novel, Klein had assisted Father Utrilovsky in resolving his psychological turmoil, and the priest had offered him a choice between a universal key and a sealing object composed of a syringe and a container as compensation. The universal key would not yet be in the priest's possession, as it had been left behind by Emlyn when he wandered there at the end of August or early September. At this moment, not only was Emlyn still enamored with figurines, but even the young man from the Abraham family, who was the precursor to the universal key, might still be alive. However, the sealing object composed of a syringe and a container was also nowhere to be found. Was it that it had yet to come into Father Utrilovsky's possession? Or was it indeed the very item that had been stolen last night? Previously, I speculated that the ambush on the priest was the handiwork of a witch. Might it be inferred that a witch is indeed coveting that extraordinary item, an ability of healing and assistance? What purpose could this serve for the witch? Glancing at the time, I realized it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and the evening ball was fast approaching. Thus, I resolved to relax my mind and began to compose a faux diary intended for Mr. Fool for the upcoming tarot meeting. First, I would craft a page of light-hearted gossip. There's no need for excessive detail. Merely a reflection on how vivacious a certain lady is would suffice for Mr. Fool would hardly take the trouble to verify her enthusiasm, even if he wished to investigate. That could only be addressed once he attained the status of an ancient scholar. Next, I would jot down a few notes in the tone of Emperor Roselle regarding the nightmarish dragon's penchant for weaving genuine tales of nightmares into reality. Such knowledge would soon flow from my lips after the sun's arrival. Thus, I believed it prudent to extract a bit in advance. For the sake of caution, I should refrain from explicitly naming the nightmarish dragon as Elisa Hod. No, it would be best not to mention the nightmarish dragon at all, merely referring to him as the son of the Dragon King. I hope this will afford Klein a clearer understanding of his predicament. Lastly, should I touch upon the Forsaken Land? If the narrative remains unchanged, Alger would likely inquire about it during tomorrow's tarot session. Should I prepare answers in advance for Mr. Fool? After revising and rewriting 3 pages of diary entries in Chinese, Abner diligently transcribed them in an enlarged, decorative script, subsequently committing them to memory. For someone of the reader's sequence, recalling such trivial information posed little challenge. Upon completing this task, Abner incinerated all the papers and glanced at his pocket watch, realizing it was nearly 6 o'clock. Although the ball was organized by the teacher, as a de facto protagonist, he could not afford to arrive too late. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Abner, impeccably attired, stood beside the teacher in the foyer of the public ballroom, awaiting the arrival of the guests attending the ball. Numerous detectives were present, most of whom he had never encountered before, yet a few names were quite familiar, having been mentioned in the original text, such as Detective Stewart, Detective Caslana, and that unfortunate Detective Zerial, who met his demise at the hands of a rat upon his entrance. As for the latter, the Farsac spy, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered him somewhere before. However, he did not dwell on this for long, for soon he beheld a familiar face entering. Sheriff Farsin, the head of the Wood District Police Department, entered through the main door, carefully escorting his wife, who was discreetly cradling her modestly protruding belly. How cautious! Is she expecting? Abner was taken aback. pondering. Could it be that he feels the need to abandon his larger form and relearn in a smaller guise? As a polite gentleman, Abner, of course, refrained from gazing at another man's wife. At that moment, Detective Asinger approached, greeting, "Good evening, Sheriff." "Ah, madam, you look as radiant as ever this evening." "Apologies. My wife is with child and nearing a month along. It poses certain risks," replied the sheriff. "It appears you are soon to be a father again. Congratulations," responded Detective Asinger, accepting the gift from the sheriff and inquiring, "Has Atries sent any word?" Abner, listening nearby, felt a stir within him, intending to share Atries' experiences with them, but upon reflection, deemed it meaningless and potentially burdensome for Sheriff Arsene. Thus he ultimately refrained. After exchanging pleasantries, Detective Asinger handed the gift to a footman, instructing him to place it in the designated lounge. Before long, as Sheriff Eli and Inspector Wayne, among other police personnel, arrived, more familiar guests entered Abner's view. Among them were Lady Fiona Ravenwood, the sheriff of the North District, and her daughter. Due to the influence of the Night Goddess Church, the Rune police system boasts a considerable number of female officers. However, due to various factors such as differing beliefs and social ideologies, they often face a degree of discrimination in promotions and positions, primarily serving as internal clerks, with an invisible glass ceiling limiting their advancement. Abner's familiarity with them stemmed from the fact that this spirited Lady Sheriff's daughter was none other than a schoolmate. Susan, the freckled girl he encountered outside the Grant clothing store following the incident at the Jane household. Before Abner's arrival in this world, she, like Jane, had supported the original owner with her pocket money, preventing him from falling into destitution. Spotting the familiar upperclassman, young Susan, now just 17, was naturally elated. She approached and exclaimed, "Abner, I saw your report in the Daily Observer. I never expected you to become a renowned detective in such a short time." Roman and Castor couldn't believe it when they saw it. Abner smiled in response, retrieving the basic information about those two from memory, casually inquiring, "What are they up to now?" "Castor graduated alongside you, but he enrolled at Hoy University in Tingen City. Roman, on the other hand, has joined Professor Copsidy's club and has been rather secretive about his activities. No one knows what he is up to." Chapter 82. The Resumed Tarot Gathering. Copsidy? I had nearly forgotten about him until Susan mentioned his name. After pondering for a moment, I resolved to intervene. Although I was not particularly close with Roman, he was nonetheless a friend of the original owner, and addressing this matter would be a simple courtesy I would not mind extending. Abner organized his thoughts and recounted the earlier admonishments he had issued to Jane, concluding with a serious note. In any case, regardless of whether Professor Copsidy has intentions, his actions may very well be illegal, and you must not allow Roman to follow him into mischief. "What should I do?" Susan, taken aback by Abner's tone, asked in a flustered manner. Susan nodded thoughtfully, acutely aware of the significant transformation in Abner's demeanor and approach to problem-solving since becoming a detective, contrasting sharply with her own and Roman's, as well as Castor's, who had entered university, each still appearing somewhat juvenile in comparison. Shortly thereafter, reporter Mike arrived as scheduled. Abner took the initiative to greet him and express his gratitude. Mike waved his hand dismissively, replying, "This was an arrangement we made long ago. There is no need for such politeness. Perhaps in the future, when I venture to some special locations for interviews and investigations, I may require your assistance." After exchanging a few brief words, the time had nearly reached 8 o'clock. Detective Asinger had ceased waiting in the foyer, taking Abner by the arm and leading him to the second floor of the public ballroom, standing at the railing directly opposite the entrance, signaling for the band to cease their performance. As all the guests turned their attention toward him, the distinguished detective of Beckland, with a resounding voice, proclaimed, "I am delighted to welcome you all to this ball, and I extend my gratitude for your presence. I have prepared some distinctive Dixie music and delicacies for you. I hope you will enjoy them." At this juncture, he urged Abner to step forward, continuing, "Moreover, I would like to formally introduce my student, Abner Breen, to you all. He has proven himself capable of handling cases independently and has even had his accomplishments featured on the second page of the Daily Observer. Though still young, he would greatly appreciate the guidance of friends and colleagues." Following Abner's brief remarks and speech, they descended the staircase to the ballroom floor below, preparing to invite the ladies to partake in the opening dance. As Abner had been thrust into the spotlight, it was only fitting that he initiate the opening dance. Typically, during the opening dance, married hosts would dance with their spouses, while unmarried men and women would either dance with their opposite gender relatives or invite their romantic interests. akin to an unconventional matchmaking affair. However, Abner found himself in a somewhat awkward position, as he had neither a suitable partner nor any family present. Fortunately, Lady Fiona, the sheriff of the North District, promptly came to his rescue. As the mother of Abner's classmate, it was quite appropriate for him to dance with her for the opening. As for Wyatt Wasn't Susan, she has yet to reach the age of formal social engagements, and in such a setting, dancing is not permissible. The two entered the dance floor, gracefully moving to the rustic melodies that filled the air. It was only as the opening dance approached its conclusion that Lady Fiona suddenly lowered her voice and remarked, "Susan has already informed me of the situation. You possess a remarkable acumen for these illicit matters and handle them with impressive finesse. It is no wonder you have risen to prominence in the mainstream press at such a tender age as a detective. I have every confidence in Susan's association with you." Her words seemed somewhat discordant, suggesting an implication of impropriety between myself and your daughter. Abner inwardly scoffed but feigned humility, responding, "You are too kind." After the opening dance, Abner followed his mentor, making his rounds to greet the invited detectives. Upon reaching Detective Zerial, the spy from Forsac suddenly smiled and addressed Abner, "Young man, I currently have a rather intricate case that requires assistance, as my resources are insufficient. Would you be willing to help share the burden? I am prepared to offer a deposit of £5. Should the client be satisfied, I will pay you an additional £5. Greetings, Detective Zerial." Abner initially offered a polite salutation before cautiously inquiring, "Might I ask what the nature of this commission entails?" The detective's offer of £5 was not one to be taken lightly, especially considering that his assistant was previously hired at the same rate, which ultimately led to a plot to assassinate an ambassador. At that moment, Abner recalled why Zerial appeared familiar. It was this very gentleman who, during his early ascension as a reader, had utilized sleight of hand to shadow Caspus, serving as a contingency against potentially uncontrollable extraordinary beings. The commission in question originated from the Storm Church, which sought to investigate recent cases of sudden insanity or dementia in the Bridge District, East District, South District, Dock District, and Factory District over the past month or two, including those who had met untimely deaths due to these causes. Detective Zerial glanced at Detective Eisinger before smilingly elucidating the matter to Abner. The combined population of these districts must surely exceed 1 million? Indeed, a rather cumbersome task. Detective Eisinger remarked, casting a sideways glance at his student, having surmised what the Storm Church, or rather the Punishers, were searching for. However, he held little regard for such a crude method of investigation. Had the circumstances allowed, he would have undoubtedly offered a few sardonic remarks. Sudden insanity and dementia. These were symptoms indicative of contamination by the extraordinary, were they not? The past couple of months. With this thought, Abner began to form a hypothesis. Could it be that the original owner of the extraordinary trait he had discovered from a deceased Punisher had somehow acquired it this way? Were the Punishers perpetually unable to locate the lost traits and, in their desperation, enlisted others for this investigation? Unfortunately, their direction was misguided. At this juncture, having listened to Detective Eisinger, Mr. Zerial chuckled. Thus, regardless of whether we uncover individuals sought by the Storm Church in our findings, they will compensate us with £100. Should we locate the specific individuals they desire, an additional £100 will be forthcoming. He then turned his gaze to Abner, continuing, "Do not think me stingy for offering you only a £5 fee. After all, I merely require your assistance in the Bridge District, which has a significantly smaller population than the others." After pondering for a moment, Abner resolved to accept the commission, for it was likely that he was being investigated himself, rather than passively waiting for the Punishers to continue their fruitless search. He deemed it prudent to actively engage in the matter. Perhaps, in an opportune moment, he could even orchestrate some misdirection. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bedroom of an apartment in the West District, two figures were entwined, their intoxicating whispers wafting through the air. Just as the gentleman below was on the verge of climax, the lady above produced a glass vial containing a viscous, ebony liquid. Observing the contorted expression of the man beneath her, she inhaled deeply and swallowed the contents of the vial. Instantly, her exquisite form began to undergo a horrific transformation. Countless pustules and dark sores erupted upon her skin, rendering her once beautiful visage grotesque. At that moment, the man below began to convulse, an inexplicable force departing his body and flowing into hers at the point of their connection, continually mending the dreadful lesions. The lady, regaining a semblance of consciousness, struggled to retrieve a syringe containing a vial from a mirror, then mustered her remaining strength to inject the liquid into her veins. On July 23rd, Monday morning, having accepted Detective Zerial's commission to investigate the Bridge District, Abner stepped out after his midday meal. He did not rush to commence the investigation. After all, if he truly desired results, he could simply surrender himself. Instead, he intended to take this opportunity to peruse some files at the Bridge District Police Station to ascertain whether there were any traces of witches. Due to the commission, the Storm Church had already communicated with the police stations across the districts, ensuring that the detective handling the matter would receive the necessary cooperation. Thus, after reviewing files for the better part of the morning, Abner did not return to his rented standalone house in the East District until after 2 in the afternoon. The individuals involved in his mentor's commission case were numerous, making it impractical for him to participate in the tarot gathering without disturbance. At precisely 3 o'clock, amidst the gray mist, Abner, having regained his sight, beheld the grand and majestic temple once more, saw the fool seated at the head, shrouded in thick grayish-white fog, and glimpsed the still indistinct figures of Justice and the hanged man occupying their customary places.